the games we play. Victory March. As I unleashed the wave of destruction, Finn somewhat predictably teleports out of the way. More specifically, he teleports about 30 meters straight up and just as quickly vanishes again, treating disconnected points in space like they were stepping stones. But that wasn't an option for Albus. Instead, he had no choice but to bear the brunt of the assault, crouching and lifting his hemispheric shield above him. The force of the blast is still enough to smash it at him about half a meter into the ground, but he bears the attack with nothing more than a grunt. I didn't stop there, though. Reaching out with more of my power, I didn't bother trying to force my way through the shield, deeming it too annoying to bother when there were easier solutions. Most of the time, it was only a matter of additional power and focus to slid my will through physical matters such as lifting a marble within a sealed jar, but things were more complicated when it came to things protected by aura or powered by dust. As a result, I couldn't simply slip through Albus's shield, but, then, I didn't really need to. It was only a hemispheric shield, after all, and against me, noting but a complete defense was enough. My projected will touched Albus's shield and spilled over it like a liquid rather than the usual solid blow. It slid across its surface and down its sides until it touched the ground, at which point it drove itself deep into the dirt on all sides of the shield, pushing it deep into the ground. I then had the force turn and converge into a smooth platform about 1/10 of a meter beneath his feet, encompassing him on all sides. Maintaining that force cost me somewhat, but nothing I couldn't spare, and I had him closed in. All I needed to do was focus on a different image. Within the supposedly protective bubble of Albus's sphere, the ground exploded as a sudden forest of spears, invisible but for the disturbances they caused in the dirt, and dust erupted towards him from every direction. For my part, I felt each attack as if I were being stabbed, but it seemed like as fair trade as Albus, caught off guard and not expecting an attack from below, was literally stabbed 47 times from as many angles. Sure, his aura prevented any of the attacks from penetrating, but it cost him for than it cost me, even if it did feel like someone was playing a literal game of tug-of-war with my heart. HP was no object to me, so long as at least 1 point remained. Still, that was no reason to let up on him. Now was it pinned in place by the steady pressure of dozens of psychokinetic spears, Albus still found the power to grunt as his feet began to rise from the ground, pushing down on his shield from one direction. I also pushed up on the platform beneath him from the other, crushing him against his own shield. As he did, more psychokinetic fluid began to flow up the underside of his force field, and more spikes erupted from it, driving into him from every angle, even as several, from both above and below, snaked around his arms, legs, and chest to try and keep him in place. Albus grit his teeth as he was tied down and slowly crushed, but when his mouth opened, it was only to release a snarl, and then he began to glow, blue energy rising from his skin. I blinked at the familiar sight in surprise even as it rose into a cloud around him, pushing back or disrupting the spikes and bonds. I could the dust in both his sword and shield aiding the process, but without a doubt, that was something like my aureola. I couldn't deny I was a bit impressed, not wholly surprised since all of the skills I possessed were, at least in theory, learnable by others, but still, it wasn't something I'd expected. With the forces that had entrapped him being momentarily kept at bay by his aura, Albus shifted, careful to keep all of his limbs within the veil of blue light that surrounded him. Lifting his sword carefully, he slid it into a hatch on the side of his shield, and the light within it flared brightly, doubling and redoubling, almost as if it was the key to the ignition. In a moment, the glow of the shield spread into the force field and it expanded into a full sphere, surface darkening until it was opaque, at least within the spectrum of visible light. In the process, it tore through my psychokinesis and cut him off from my attacks completely. Interesting. It seemed he'd been prepared for just such an occasion after all. But on the other hand, if all he could do was defend, then there was nothing to worry about. In most cases, against most opponents, it might have been a good strategy maintain a solid defense and allow his opponents to run themselves into the ground with the damage they took trying to break through it. But, though the process felt like something was attempting to tear my organs out through my ribcage, the damage from a semblance that wasn't enough to dissuade me. It just meant I'd have to do this the hard way. Well, I suppose you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. That in mind, I reached out and snatched up the now rolling sphere, lifting it quickly into the sky. As I did, I rose a bit higher as well, until the lower edge of my psychokinesis was level with the ground and the upper edge was high in the sky. I lifted the barrier to the ladder, supporting it for a brief moment as I focused my power, and then I brought it down with all the force I could muster, casting it towards the earth like a meteor. Naturally, that's when Finn chose to make his move. While I was focused on Albus, and just as an edge of pain slipped past my defenses from the attack, he struck, lining his attack up so perfectly with the warning my danger sense gave me about the oncoming damage that I noticed a moment too late when it bleed into a wholly different warning. He must have been planning this for a while, A part of me mused while the rest of me felt like it was simultaneously being ripped into a million pieces and crushed into a space that was far too small. All those attacks from before had been testing my awareness. It wasn't impossible that other hunters were sensitive enough to threats that they'd managed to dodge his attacks, so it wasn't hard to imagine that he'd been faced with similar problems before. He'd been measuring how fast I was able to respond to danger so he'd be able to time his own attacks to match. After all, my danger sense didn't inform me of the nature of the threat, merely its presence. It was up to me to take care of the rest. As he'd proven, it was possible to hide threats amongst each other. Of course, that was easier said than done, especially against me. It would need to be an attack that'd get past all of the target's senses and defenses and, more than that, the attacker would need to be able to accurately measure a lot of complex things on the fly. It was like timing an attack to the exact moment your opponent blinked. In a gunfight from 100 meters away, I guess you get to be one of the top seniors at Haven by collecting bottle caps, I thought as I collided with the ground hard enough to bounce, which, honestly, was the least painful part of being telefragged, brief as the experience was, because it fucking hurt. It wasn't just a matter of being thrown away, because that's not what happens. When Finn appeared in the same space as you, it should, logically, blow you to pieces, and it tries to. It's just that your aura kicks in at the last second and squeezes all the pieces together before they can fly apart, literally forcing you to retain shape, and then you get blown away as the alternative to being blown apart, pushed aside as fast as Finn appeared in your place. I wouldn't have been surprised if most of his opponents went down from the sheer pair of the experience, and for those that didn't, well, the cost to one's aura wasn't particularly kind, either. Luckily, I was used to pain and it was only momentary. Besides, the gamer's body was a hell of a drug. Ah, I said, shaking my head as I lifted myself to my feet with a thought. In the middle of a deep crater, I saw Albus's shield flicker several times before going out, but the older boy simply groaned and slowly stumbled to his feet. Were you worried about Albus, Finn? You didn't seem to like each other much, but are you two the type that are really close despite how much you argue? I've got a friend like that. Hardly, Finn snorted, but I didn't think it was entirely true. I was just starting to feel forgotten. Poor baby, I replied, working my jaw for a moment before smiling. Well, never fear, you've got my attention now, so if you want your ass kicked that bad, I'm happy to oblige. Very kind, he answered with a smirk. But are you sure you can? All those attacks must be getting to you by now. He wasn't completely wrong. Even for me, all those hits from Albus and a telefrag on top was enough to start making me feel it, especially when added to the psychokinesis I'd been throwing around, my acceleration, and my other skills. My HP and MP had both dropped a fair bit. Nothing another 10 or 15 seconds wouldn't fix, of course, but enough to make my notice. I wouldn't have cared a minute ago, but Finn had just proven he could get past my danger sense in the right circumstances, and Albus's semblance was provided. It was enough to make me consider the possibility of getting hit by a few more and adjust my buffer accordingly. As it stood, it might be worth it to show a little concern and do something about it. Luckily, I made a point of being prepared. Patientia passive LV1 EXP, 98.71%. The calm forbearance that outlasts the self-devouring flames of wrath. The steady endurance that leads one to finding hope. This ability represents the quality of one's aura that allows it to retain and recall specific pattern. By using this skill, another skill may be precast and then drawn upon at a later time, paying the full cost to give the technique form in one's aura. The resulting skill is in all ways like it would be had it been cast normally, with the except of charge skills, in which case the ability may cast with whatever charge has been prepared beforehand. Max number of precast skills, 1. Sighing slowly, I smiled at Finn. Who, me? I asked as the heal I kept prepared took effect, restoring both my HP and MP thanks to the dust crystal I'd burned days ago. Nah, I feel great. You? Patientia was my contingency, my one free shot. Because of how it worked, I could effectively cast one of my skills for free in a time of need. Thus far, I hadn't been able to find any particular limit on the type of skill, either. I could stock anything from barriers, to attacks, to, of course, healing techniques. I could even pre-prepare something as big as Lux Eterna and start a fight by unleashing a blast of pure devastation for free. As skills went, it was a simple one, but no less powerful for that fact, and its versatility was immense. Perhaps more than that, it was a skill that got more powerful as I learned other skills, with which to make use of it, with the condition that I could only use one skill, at least for now. Given that its profile had said max number of precast skills, I was confident that the number would increase over time, which would make it even better. Even just having 2 such skills stored opened up a vast array of options, and if I could have even more, so much the better. But for the moment, I had to make do with just one and had to make my decisions based on that. Needless to say, I'd planned for the worst. Harder to be disappointed that way, after all, and it helped improve my life expectancy. I'd asked myself what I'd need most in an emergency and chosen what I'd thought most important. And while something as powerful as Lux Eterna was a bit tempting in its own right, tremendous as the damage was, it wasn't something I couldn't match with enough magic missiles. It might take dozens or hundreds of them to do it, but if it was just a matter of wearing down a powerful opponent, that wasn't an issue and, more importantly, it wasn't an emergency. When I asked myself what was, the answer I came to was simple. My HP or MP getting dangerously low at a very bad time. That was an emergency. When I thought about what was most likely to save my life, a conveniently timed full restore seemed like the best bet, and so I'd made a point to keep one on hand for when I was having an unusually shitty day. Which this really wasn't. Honestly, this wasn't even a bad day, all things considered. Hell, I was having fun right now. Still, I wasn't particularly worried about using it in this fight. While something bad could theoretically happen at any time, this was a fairly controlled setting and wasn't all that serious, not just for me, but for any of the parties involved. While victory was important, we weren't exactly fighting for our lives here, and if anything happened there were a horde of teachers and students alike to get involved and buy me a few seconds to heal manually. I could afford it and it was convenient. Besides, I didn't want my life to be like, pretty much every game I ever play in my entire life, where I aggressively saved every potion I acquired for the final boss, at which point, naturally, I proceeded to aggressively not use them against the final boss, making it entirely pointless. I had the power, I had the items. I didn't like the idea of wasting either, but I didn't need to be stingy. I could always withdraw to a safe place and prep another one right after this. Anyway, as such, I cheerfully rigged the situation as heavily as physically possible, snuffing out their last dim hopes of victory even as I thought my way through the puzzle I'd been presented. Finn's plan was a good one, all told, and it didn't leave me any good options. If I attacked him, he'd dodge at the last second and I'd take damage for making the attempt. If I attacked Albus, I'd take damage and leave myself open for another telefrag. Given how painful those were, Albus wasn't a very tempting target, but so long as he remained on the field, I would be taking pretty much constant damage. Attacking both at the same time was possible, but not only did it mean I'd be burning energy and taking damage faster, but it didn't change the issue with the telefragging. I could shed aside every time I sensed a threat instead of relying solely on my flawed danger sense, but that would get expensive really fast. I regained MP at a ridiculous pace, but I could burn it all in a second if I tried. With the way I took an attack every time I dealt one, I drained fast, and it wasn't like I could wait for Finn to vanish before trying to get out of the way. I nearly sighed. Originally, I'd planned to use Finn's annoyance at Albus against the both of them, but evidently the senior was too smart for that. He'd recognized me as the bigger threat and had put his feelings aside in order to help bring me down. It was a smart attitude, especially for a hunter, but an annoying one in an enemy. I preferred my opponents stupid and quarrelsome, thank you very much, because if they would all just kill each other, it'd save me the trouble. Alas, it didn't seem like the Grimm would oblige me there, so I suppose it wasn't that surprising that Albus and Finn wouldn't either. If they had, they wouldn't have made it this far. As a result, though, no matter what I chose to do, I'd go through a lot of pain to do it. Oh, well, it's not like I didn't hurt myself worse than this on a daily basis. I attacked Finn first, sending a light blow this way, because I knew he'd avoid it anyway. Within the bounds of Albus' semblance, most people would have it as hard as they could to make each blow count, but there was no point in doing that with attacks that were just going to miss anyway. The same moment I felt a sign of danger, I shed a skin and moved straight back, releasing a blast of psychokinetic force at my own afterimage as I did. Finn appeared in its place just in time to catch a fraction of the force and spin back, but he vanished before hitting anything. I was already on the move, flashing away and leaving behind seemings of myself in my place. He appeared overlapping me once more just to be forced to dodge another attack, but then he kept pace with me, teleporting to match my sheer speed. We blurred from one side of the field to the other and then back again, fighting in between points rather than along lines of battle. Even so, neither of us drew truly close to one another until I made to go back and then changed things up mid-turn. Making a guess from how he'd moved before, I added another dimension to the game again and went up at an angle to land on a psychokinetic platform before diving straight down and hovering silently back along the grass. When Finn appeared, I was behind him, dancing into a blind spot. He paused for an instant, taking a moment to figure out what had happened and wonder how he'd lost me, but it was enough. If I'd attacked him, he'd have sensed the threat, if not the precise location of the attack, and vanished before it hit, so I didn't bother. But a moment of distraction was more than enough for Albus, who'd only just gotten to his feet and drawn his now dim sword, and I was all too happy to give him my best shot, now that I had no need to fear a telefrag and, of course, how that his shield had been dealt with. I glanced at his HP, his stats, and did a few calculations before dumping a little over 3000 MP into an attack to end this quickly. Albus slammed back into the ground, driving into it with such force that it shattered around him and drove him into a long, deep trench. Finn twitched once as the sound reached him, teleporting before he even finishing doing so, and then the area around us shifted as Albus' power faded. I didn't follow up just yet, deciding to play defensively until more of my power returned. For several seconds, I simply hovered, waiting patiently even as I saw Finn reappear. His teleportation was more efficient than my shedding, but I both had more power and was able to regain it at a faster rate, to say nothing of the fact that he'd been in pretty much constant motion since the fight began. He was getting tired and I could see him searching my face for signs of similar exhaustion. I showed him nothing, waiting in silence. Finn panted 3 times, grit his teeth and vanished, reappearing about 10 centimeters in front of me, trying to shock me into attacking him and burning more energy. Instead, I continued to hover placidly, power returning with each passing moment. When he swung his sword, trying to conserve energy for the rest of the fight, I merely drifted back and let it flick by me. With a snort, he was suddenly behind me and I turned my body to hover parallel to the ground, letting the blade pass above me, before continuing the turn to hang upside down as he stepped to the side and aimed a downward swing at me. I watched the sword cut into the grass a few inches from my eyes before rotating to the side and coming to my feet as he drew the blade from the dirt. Finally, I put my feet on the ground as he came at me with a wide swing and simply stepped into it. When I did, the gleaming steel of his blade was perhaps a centimeter from the side of my neck, but I kept walking, moving in the direction of the strike such that it was always just a hair's breadth from my throat. I walked until the swing ended and the turn to face Finn. The world slowed around me. The message was clear: he couldn't keep up with my speed. While teleporting, it was true that he was able to cover ground faster than I could, but within the bounds of normal space, there was no contest. I knew it and now he did too. The only chance he had was to pit his teleportation against my raw speed and win. I saw him pause for a moment as that sank in, but then his lips pursed, he cracked his neck, and, sliding as I finished my enhanced movement, I attacked my afterimage again, but he vanished almost the moment he appeared. Guessing my direction abruptly, I was being torn apart and crushed and blown away, but I merely caught myself in the air and landed. He pursued and I evaded, sliding to the side this time, and then up, and then a random direction each time. I didn't set a pattern, didn't do anything he could guess at a glance, but flew through the battlefield, this time moving in 3 directions, and for a second there were enough of me of my short-lived images to fill a parade. And then he stumbled, simple exhaustion catching up to him, and I was on him in an instant. The first attack managed to clip him before he teleported away, and 3 attacks later I caught him with a battering ram to the chest. Shortly after, he began taking more hits, each taking away from his aura and slowing him down even more. As he did, I began to catch him when he paused between teleports, blasting him back, knocking him down, and just generally smacking him around. It was over and we both knew it, but I didn't need to ask to know that he'd fight to the bitter end, and so I would too. So when he appeared in front of me, already moving with impossible speed, I wasn't surprised. When the force of his charge blew me back and then fully across the battlefield, I could safely say I'd seen it coming. And when it ended, when I came to a stop with the point of his sword centimeters from my chest, held away only by the grip my hand had on the blade, I knew what it meant. Glancing up at the sweaty face of the older boy, I met his eyes. "I win," I said quietly, pushing back the blade and then plucking it from his weakened fingers. I let it fall to the side as I rose and it hit the dirt with a soft clang. Finn panted for several seconds and then nodded, legs finally giving out on him. He said from the ground, lying on his back. "You win." There was a beat of silence then, and then, someone began to applaud. "Well done," Sender said quietly, approaching at last. the games we play. Applause. I'd known this was coming, but would have been a lie to say that the timing didn't surprise me. When you got right down to it, Cinder approaching me was an inevitability, not matter what her plans were. This simple truth of the matter was that I was too big off a variable for anything else. After I knocked down a teacher, after I took on several of the strongest students in Haven, after I took control, this was going to happen eventually. I still had no idea what she was up to, but I was making big enough waves by now that it didn't matter. Hell, we all were. I felt pretty sure that Raven had probably at least started questioning people on here, and if nothing else, we would work on a big enough scale that simple probability meant we'd stumble way to force her to get involved. Doing it on my first day was at once pleasing and confusing. On the one hand, I'd wanted this and I hadn't needed to spend days or weeks playing games with her to do it. On the other hand, I had no idea what I'd done that had caused this. Defeating Finn and Albus might have been impressive to any onlookers, but for me it was mostly just a means to an end. So long as Cinder was based in Haven and I controlled Haven, I could leverage that power to make her life difficult, at least in theory. As far as I could tell, she had been tied to either faction, and their defeat, in and of itself, shouldn't have been a concern, so she must have been worried about my control over Haven or something I didn't know about yet. The latter was something to keep in mind, but as it told me nothing, I noted the possibility and filed it away. The former, however, implied or, perhaps, confirmed that Haven itself was important to her goals. It wasn't unexpected, but it did narrow things down considerably, for better or for worse. Either way, the question now was why she was approaching me and, of course, how I should respond. This meeting was something I'd considered extensively, and there were a number of different ways for it to occur, but given the circumstances, many of them could be discarded. For instance, the most worrying possibility that she would try to fucking murder me once she realized I was interfering with her plans seemed unlikely, given that we were in front of hundreds of witnesses, including a number of teachers. Unless my information thus far was truly, astonishingly in error and she'd somehow subverted everyone without our knowing, that just wasn't on the table. It didn't necessarily mean she wouldn't try to kill some other time when there was no one around, but I could safely assume that this meeting did not have lethal intent or even violent intent. In all likelihood, part of the reason I had shown off my power in such a way was to limit her ability, or at least her desire to do such a thing. If she wanted to defeat me, she'd need to show an enormous amount of power, most likely beyond what any of her records indicated. Even if her power itself might not cause suspicion, what with the amount of power I displayed, the fact remained that it would seem very odd for that power to appear now after 3 years of school. I, at least, started out ridiculous, and I was 1,000,000% sure they'd spend the next few weeks looking into me. But the difference between Cinder and I was that even if they went over my background with a fine-tooth comb, they probably wouldn't find anything, even assuming Ozpin or grandmother or any of the other people that I mentally filed under friends in high places didn't step in and make them stop. Meanwhile, I was betting that Cinder's profile was primarily fiction, and, as a criminally, she probably didn't want people looking for inconsistencies. Cinder, after all, probably couldn't make sure all her crimes were done by a different-looking person of an entirely different race tied to an independent group of terrorists that had no connection to her secret identity. Not a fight, then. Not an intimidation attempt, either, after the display I just pulled off. Cinder was undoubtedly terrifyingly powerful, but as far as she knew, I didn't know that, and therefore she couldn't leverage it. No, if she was approaching me now, after Tixotes, Albus, and Finn, it was more likely that she was aiming for something else. Information gathering, a way to control or guide me, maybe even. Pretty sure I knew where this was going now. I turned to face her fully no more than a moment after hearing her applause. I looked her up and down once, as if I've never seen her before, and then frowned very slightly. "Who are you?" I asked. "Cinderfall," she replied. "And you're Jaune Arc." I say something about how my reputation precedes me, but I've spent most of the day making sure everyone here knew who I was, so I bobbed my eyebrows once as if to say, "What can you do?" shrugging as I did. Afterwards, I looked at her with furrowed brows and pondered her. "I apologize if I'm supposed to recognize you. I'm new." "I'm guessing you're a senior?" She confirmed with a hum. "Albus, Finn, and I have classes together." I said, looking over my shoulder. There was no need anymore, since I could see the fallen boys without moving a muscle, but I'd found that those now pointless things help make people feel more comfortable around me, stuff like blinking and breathing and eating and asking them about things I already knew and not knowing exactly what was going on. As such, I waited until I was able to see Albus and Finn with my actual eyes, mulled over the sight of them, and then looked back at Cinder with a tilted head. "Do you want to avenge them or something?" I made sure to sound confused but unworried, like the situation was new for me, which it kind of was, and I wasn't sure what to do, letting her take the lead in this situation. Cinder quirked an eyebrow in fake surprise. I wasn't sure from her emotions if she knew they were fine or if she just didn't care. Despite of the usual stereotypes concerning fire users, it seemed to be a fairly cold place inside Cinder. Either way, she was good at acting normal, or whatever counted as normal among hunters. Why? She asked. Are they hurt? No, I answered, scratching the side of my head. Nothing that won't be gone by tomorrow. At least, I'm a pretty good healer, so I'll fix them up in a bit anyway. You're a healer? She asked, still unsurprised. Even if I hadn't been able to feel her emotions, I'd seen the information about my actions in Vale on her school earlier. Yes, I answered, still frowning in false uncertainty. I learned it. Well, before. I see, she mused, a note of interest in her voice. But if they're fine, then no. Those two get into a lot of fights as the strongest seniors in the school. The strongest? I asked, wondering if I should make myself sound disappointed. I decided against it at the last second and made myself sound interested instead, before taking a step forward and looking her over again. In her glass heels, she was about 5 centimeters shorter than me, but she still cut an imposing figure in her dress, what with it being the one she probably killed people with. And even if other people didn't know that, no one else in the crowd had drawn forward after her, giving her space. What about you? You look strong. Is that dust woven into your clothes? At that, she gave me a smile that might have been almost honest. Why, yes it is, she said. Most people don't notice that quickly. My grandmother did some sewing in her free time, I replied before taking a chance, or maybe giving a chance. I'm a fair hand at it as well. I used to help her. But yours looks better. It's rare to meet a man with that type of skill nowadays. She sounded honestly amused now, much less one who would admit it publicly. I lifted a hand and gestured absently. My ego isn't that fragile, I told her. Whether I'm sewing or wearing pajamas or whatever, the fact remains that I'm the strongest, right? She hummed again, still sounding amused. That's a good mindset, I suppose. I lifted my eyes to meet hers and raised an eyebrow. You're powerful, I said again, more softly this time to add a bit more pressure. You don't want to fight me, but it's not because you're scared of me. I looked over my shoulder and then quickly back at her. Are you stronger than them? I asked, expression simply inquisitive, and maybe that was what made her meet my eyes. With this, she couldn't just let things go. She smiled at me. Let's discuss it later, she said. Perhaps I can show you some tricks when it comes to sewing with dust. And with that, she turned and walked away, the bell ringing moments later. The sound of it seemed to jolt most of the other students out of their reverie, and in seconds there was a mad scramble as students began rushing every which way to get to classes. Most took advantage of the giant hole in the ground and simply leapt down to the appropriate floor, and I allowed them to before beginning work on fixing things. Soon, it was just me and Adam. So, Adam asked, what the fuck just happened? I looked up from my work once and smiled at him. She made her move, I said. Later, after I fixed all the damages and attended a few more classes that really weren't worth the bother, I was completely unsurprised to note that Cinder was in my room. I was several halls away at the time, so I mulled it over somewhat as I made my way towards her, but still failed to dig up anything like surprise. I'd been expecting this, too, though not quite in this way. One of the most likely ways of meeting Cinder had, after all, been through Emerald and Mercury, who were, I noted absently, there as well. No doubt if I asked why she was in my room, she'd just say they invited her. A predictable answer for a predictable question. As she often seemed to be, she was sewing, seated on Mercury's bed while my teammate sat on the floor and leaned against the bedpost. Emerald was on her own bed, and both of Cinder's henchmen were doing convincing jobs of being apathetic, bored teenagers. Probably because they were apathetic, bored teenagers. Look alive, I said as I came up beside Adam. We shared almost all of our classes, which wasn't unheard of for partners, even if I was smart enough to know it was because of grandmother. We only had a normal number of classes with Emerald and Mercury, because being elsewhere in the building did pretty much nothing to keep me from watching them at all times. The Adam thing was probably just grandmother's attempt to keep either of us from being bored and alone, as well as to allow me to cover for Adam. But the fact that I saw through what she was trying to do didn't mean I didn't appreciate it. I could honestly say this would be miserable without Adam to talk and complain to. I mean, I wouldn't say that, but I could, and if I did, it would be honest. Adam looked at me and raised an eyebrow. He'd slept through the entire class and only woken up when it let out, so he was a bit slow on the uptake, but I suppose it was just as well, since we were going to train through the night for, forever, so I'd allowed it. What? He asked. Why? Cinder's in a room, I said. I didn't anything about him being off his game in the morning, because he was my friend. Also, because he could react to a threat in a hot second. He was just otherwise completely useless. What? He asked, blinking several times before shaking himself and focusing on me. Our room? I nodded patiently, giving him a moment. Walking like a normal person, we had the time. That's. He paused, abruptly stiffening. Wait, what's in our room? Do you have Autumn? Easy, I answered, expanding the illusion around my arm when he could see it. Autumn was wrapped around my arm in bands of thorny green, all leading back to her central blossom that was seated above my wrist like a watch. Since Autumn had discovered sight and I'd had the opportunity to introduce her to color, she'd taken to coloring herself with increasingly diverse patterns and designs. Currently, She looked like a kaleidoscope on acid, and part of the reason I had rendered her invisible was to keep anyone from having a seizure. There's nothing in our room. I've got everything stashed away, remember? Adam relaxed a touch and reached out to poke Autumn's petals gentle. In response, they opened wider to reveal the orb at the center. Autumn's single, unblinking eye. Well, maybe single was deceptive. Though there was only one orb, there were many pupils and irises dotting its surface. Autumn had evidently chosen to take quality over quantity when it came to her eyesight, with a single eye that could see in all directions instead of a multitude of the things. "Sup, kid," Adam said. Autumn quietly stared at him before lifting several tendrils to wave at him in greeting. She hadn't figured out the hearing thing yet, or, rather, she hadn't figured out the whole language thing, but she was a smart girl and she'd figured out that a lot of conversations start with greetings. "You got bored, too?" As stuff like that was still beyond her, I translated it and she replied by closing her petals back around her orb, shutting her eye. "Can't blame her," Adam said with a yawn. "At least I've been able to get some sleep, though." "Are you actually awake now?" I asked. "More or less," he answered, "though God only knows the cost." "Let's skip the guessing game and get to the part where you tell me what's going on." "Cinder, Emerald, and Mercury are in our room," I repeated. They looked around a bit, "but you don't need to try hard to see that you and I don't keep much there." "Now they're waiting for us?" he asked and snorted at my look. "For us? Hey, I just woke up." "Okay, this is why sleep is for the weak," I stated. "Is this that move you mentioned earlier?" he asked, ignoring my words. "I'm going to go ahead and assume she's not going to try and kill us." "Almost certainly not," I nodded. "I mean, in case you didn't notice, I'm good at making messes. Even if she could do it, I doubt she could do it clean, and she sure as hell wouldn't do it here." "What does she want then?" Adam wondered, lips curving down in a frown. "Information, probably," I mused. "She's surprisingly calm. I noticed it before when she didn't start going crazy about, your mess," he interrupted, smirking. "Yeah," I said, unable to keep from smiling, "too. My mess." "When she got the news, she didn't panic or run around screaming. She asked people for information, waited for it to come in, went over it, and then made her decision." I wondered at first if she just wasn't worried, but I think she's always like that. I barely felt her emotions change the entire fight, even when I started tearing the place apart. "Image, if you didn't know me and you saw all that, how would you react?" "I'd have thought you were fucking insane," Adam answered at once. "Which is how I feel now, so." "I'm serious," I said. "I know," he replied before falling silent for a moment. "To be honest, you can be a pretty scary guy, Jaune. I've seen you tear down cities in minutes, and your idea of training something is to use it a million times in a night until you're a complete master." "Even if I didn't know your real power, though, tearing buildings apart and putting them back together isn't something just anyone can do." "I'm honestly not sure if I could have taken those two on, but you didn't even look hurt." "I mean, you never look hurt, so that doesn't mean anything, but you get the idea." "If I'd been one of those other kids, I'd have probably been scared, amazed, or both. Most of them have probably never seen hunters fight even half seriously before." I nodded. Cinder saw all that go down in her home base and wandered over to a table to get something to eat while watching, I said. "Didn't even seem to faze her." He frowned slightly at that. "Could she have known about it beforehand?" Adam wondered aloud. "We still don't know her semblance, right? Maybe she has a psychic power like that other girl you told me about. Or maybe she knows someone who does. We still don't know who else she's working with or for or anything." "Maybe," I allowed, but it seemed less like foreknowledge and more like acceptance. Like, yeah, a freshman probably shouldn't be able to do this, but he obviously can, and there's no point whining about it being impossible now. It's like she saw it and just filed it away for future reference. Adam was quiet for a moment. "I've known some other people like that," he admitted. "General, they were some of the most terrifying people I've ever met. Really experienced hunters or freaks of nature like you." I shrugged again, accepting that. It didn't bother me because it was true, and even if it did, if he hadn't said it, I'd have still known he'd been thinking it. One of the reasons Adam was my best friend was because he did say things like that. "Where does that leave us?" he asked after a minute of silence. "She's not the type we're going to frighten into doing something stupid," I said after a moment's thought. "Not this easily." I didn't really expect her to, but it's good to confirm that she's a profession. "So you didn't get the reaction you wanted?" he guessed. I don't know about that." I pondered it for a moment. With no real information about her, it's hard to say that there was a reaction I wanted. "I'm happy with what we got, though." "Oh, it was only a little, but we know something now and we can assume some more," I answered. "She's a professional. She's extremely powerful and experienced, and she's good at keeping her head even when things go to hell. She's calm, smart, rational, and will make decisions accordingly. Therefore we can assume that her plans thus far have been made with her best interests in mind and that it's leading up to something. So she's not just here at school because she's fucking crazy. is what you're saying?" he asked. "It would be a lie to say I didn't wonder." "Still, that doesn't tell us anything new." "She's smart and dangerous." "Perhaps," I allowed, "but it's always nice to confirm. And while I'm not overjoyed by having intelligent enemies, I like to think that we're intelligent, and so I'd say we have decent odds of figuring things out." And before you say a word, I was this close to saying I like to think that, well, at least, I'm intelligent, so take what you can get. Adam shut his mouth so as to better frown at me. "It doesn't count if you say it anyway, prick," he told me. "What do we do now?" My smile widened at his words and I bobbed my head cheerfully. "We have an outline," I said as we approached our room. "Now we just fill in the blanks and, oh, look." Opportunity didn't even bother knocking before letting itself in. Just before showing my scroll to the door, however, I paused. "Oh, and cross your arms," I told him. "Why?" he asked, but it did anyway. After only a moment, however, he glanced down. Halfway out of a ripple in space and right beneath his fingers were Wilt and Blush, ready to be drawn. "It almost certainly won't, but just in case anything happens, kill Emerald and Mercury." "Okay?" I asked, pushing the sword back into my inventory. "I should be able to at least hold Cinder off. If need be, we'll figure something out from there." "Got it," he nodded. "Mind lowering it a little bit?" He shifted so his arms were lower, more relaxed, and closer to his waist to where his sword would normally be. "Sure," I smiled, scanning my scroll over the door. "If things go to hell, just reach for your sword and it'll be there." I wasn't expecting a fight, but that wasn't the same as not being prepared for one. I'd already prepared another charged reformation, just in case things went south, and I'd plotted out several escape routes, both through the building and through Naraka. If worst came to worst, I was prepared to go all out and I knew Adam had my back. So I opened the door. "The games we play." "Clothed." "Hello, again," Cinder said, looking up from her work with a slight smile. Mercury looked up from a spot on the floor as well, but Emerald just continued to lie on her bed, eyes half closed as she stared at the ceiling. I saw her eyes flick towards me for a moment as I entered, but then she returned to her self-appointed watch. "Cinder?" I asked, blinking. "What are you doing here?" "She's an old friend of ours," Mercury replied, nodding to me and Adam. "After, well, you know, Emerald and I invited her over." "That's not a problem, is it?" I blinked at the words, the reaction only partially faked. Mercury seemed like he was honestly asking me for permission. But then, at this point, he'd probably figured out and accepted that I was sincere in desire to take over Haven. I guess he was at least willing to pretend to be my subordinate, so long as we were on the same team. No problem," I answered. "I'm just surprised to see you again so soon." "Somehow, when you said let's discuss it later, I didn't think you meant later today." "I'm not one to procrastinate," Cinder admitted. "Though in truth, I'm just lucky that my old friends were on your team." I hummed at that, glancing over the two of them. "Well, not really luck," I stated. "We finished first and they finished second. We never met up inside the labyrinth, so we were put together based on our skill instead. Emerald and Mercury got here on their own merits." Mercury smiled slightly at the words, but otherwise barely reacted to the compliment. Emerald, for her part, continued to lounge around half asleep. Knowingly or not, the two were following Cinder's lead. "You're all getting along, then?" Cinder inquired, tilting her head slightly. I stepped into the room, letting Adam squeeze in past me. Now that we were in the thick of things, he was all business and his expression was schooled into a mask of indifference. Even so, he was playing the role of a bodyguard as well as a student and didn't hesitate to look Cinder over briefly before taking a seat across from Mercury, back to my bedpost and eyes blank. One of his legs was bent such that he could rest an arm on it, which positioned it such that he could rise and draw his blade at the same time. should it be necessary. If so, his greater speed and the nature of his swordsmanship might be enough to take Mercury down with the first blow. Once he'd been seated, I stepped over his leg and took a seat on my own bed, right across from Cinder. I didn't miss the fact that the room was split neatly in half between us, nor did I miss the emotional undercurrents in the room. Emerald and Mercury had seen my power for the first time, too, and our dynamic had changed accordingly. I suppose, I mused. I've been busy lately, as you're aware, and we haven't really had much time to get to know each other, but I'm pleased to have the strongest team amongst all the freshmen. It's good to have powerful friends, Cinder agreed, still sewing carefully. I answered, still smiling. I'm happy with the results. I honestly wasn't sure who I'd end up with. You see. At that, I felted something from Cinder, perhaps a muted flash of interest. Oh, she wondered. Were you worried, then? I chuckled. Not really, I replied, shaking my head. As long as I have Adam here, it really doesn't matter. Ah, Cinder noted. Yes, I've heard. The two of you make quite a pair. Everyone's still reeling from the show you put on earlier. I like to make an impression, I said back, amused. Glad to see it worked. Cinder laughed quietly, the sound soft and rolling. You like to see things react, she corrected. Like throwing a rock into a pond and watching things ripple. I didn't have to completely fake the frown I sent her way. I guess, I said, inserting just a touch of confusion into my tone. After a moment I nodded more confidently and smiled again. Yeah, I guess that's a good way to say it, but it's more than that. Oh, it'd be a lie to say it wasn't a little fun to watch people scramble, I continued, deciding to take a chance. But that's not why I did it. When I plunged things into chaos, there was a chance to change things. People showed me their true colors and reacted fast, simply because there was no time to do anything else. And all of a sudden there are opportunities, like with Albus and Finn. Odds are we wouldn't have even met for weeks in normal circumstances, but after PE, word spread and everyone wanted to get a look at the new kid. They all wondered how strong I was, and then they wondered if they were strong enough to beat me. All I had to do then was play along, and now it's my first day, but everyone knows I'm the strongest. Everything's different. I paused to look up at the ceiling. Well, it's more complicated than that, I admitted. There are still things to do if I want to be in charge. I like Albus and Finn, so I'll probably talk things over with the two of them later. They act really differently, but both of them like to fight. I bet they're already working on stuff for a rematch. Having fought them both, I think we're halfway to being friends already, and I don't think either of them will mind admitting that I'm the best after a while. It's not like I'm planning to abuse that position, anyway. That's good to hear, Cinder said. Though I have to wonder why you're so interested in being in charge. What is it that you want? Then, I considered that question carefully, mulling it over for a minute. Well, I began. In part, I suppose it's because it's interesting. I'm strong enough to be a hunter right now, but I still need to go here. It seems kind of stupid to me. Classes are dull, at best, and generally just a huge waste of my time, while everyone who actually interesting is in a higher class. Doing this, at least, is kind of fun. Fighting people, uniting groups, being in charge, it's amusing. And everyone loves a winner, so it's easy to make friends when you're the best. Case in point, you and I. Would you have even given me a second glance if I wasn't so strong? Cinder paused, seemingly uncertain as to how to answer that, but I just chuckled and left it off. Don't worry, I assured. It's fine. People like me for my power. That's nothing new. I guess you've probably heard already that my grandmother's the head of the Roma. It was always going to be like this. But just because stuff starts one way, doesn't mean it has to stay that way. Albus and Finn fought me because I was a challenge, and they want a rematch because I won and because they had fun fighting me, but that doesn't mean we can't be friends. They're both nice guys, and after we fight enough, I think we'll get along well. That's an interesting way of looking at things, Cinder stated, sounding a touch bemused. Do you think I'm wrong? I challenged, making her smile slightly. No, I suppose not, she said. Finn has always been the type to act like he's acquainted with someone after stabbing them a few times. Supposedly, he and Lone and another senior became friends after Finn put him in the hospital for a day. He just showed up afterwards and decided they were friends. I think Lonan was too confused to argue. I laughed at that, shaking my head. It sounds like him, I replied. I've only known Finn for a day, but he seems the type, and I like to think I'm good at reading people. Oh, are you? She asked, smile pleasant. If the words worried her, I couldn't feel it. What do you see when you look at me, then? I don't know, I admitted, smiling widely. You're different, somehow. That's what makes you interesting. Why are you here, Cinder? In response, she simply lifted the cloth bundle she was working on. Albus and Finn have their ways of making friends, she answered. And I have mine. Would you like me to show you how to sew dust? I chuckled slightly at that but nodded, resting my elbows on my knees as I leaned forward and nodded. Show me what you can do, first, she commanded, holding out the unfinished product. Why don't you try finishing this? It's just a basic piece I started working on several months ago and discarded. I'll walk you through the rest, if you wish. I took it with a thought, gently plucking both the sewing needle and the cloth from her hands. I glanced it over once. Cotton, red dust, not enough finish to deduce any complete pattern, but got to work quickly. Unlike Cinder's literal handiwork, my psychokinesis allowed me to work like a machine, and I quickly began filling out what I could. Careful, Cinder said, watching calmly. Each type of dust is different and requires different designs. Fire is best suited to curved lines and sharp angles. Was she trying to distract me by tempting me with skill knowledge? Because if so, it was working, and she had discovered my one weakness. Does the location matter? I asked. Of the design on the cloth. Of course, she replied, lifting a hand to touch the point of the design on her dress. There are currents of energy even within the body, and we use dust to guide them outside of it. Here, it starts near the heart and trails up my shoulders and then down my arms to my hands, where I can best direct the power. On my back, it trails from my shoulders to my spine and then down. Remember to be careful of where you begin and where you end. I nodded once, focused on my work even as I adjusted to meet her commands. Good, she said, smiling softly. Now let's begin the first lesson. Good, Cinder said gently. You're a quick learner. I didn't answer, paying the task only half a mind. I was still on my bed, leaning back on my arms as I watched the woman across from me. Even as the needle and thread were in constant motion, wind is guided through connected swirls and spirals, while water flows through curved lines and tributary paths. Lightning is guided along coils and circuits until it's manifested in zigzags. What about the other types of dust? I asked. Body and moving. Do they have designs, too? Of course, Cinder answered almost dismissively. More advanced types depend on specific patterns and geometric shapes, some of which can be exceedingly complex, but we won't get into that yet. These are simply the basics of how to guide the 4 primary types of dust. We haven't even gotten into how to mold that power properly yet. There's still much to learn before getting into anything more complicated. For example, have you noticed anything about the flow of energy through the cloth? I nodded. Fire rises, I began, nodding towards her dress. The energy starts at a low point and flows upwards, like with your gown. Water is the opposite, flowing downhill. It starts with a high point and cascades downwards. Wine is a bit different, because it needs 4 points: left, the right, up, and down, which I'm guessing are tied to the 4 winds. Lightning starts from a central design and is guided through a circuit until it reached the endpoint, such as the hands. Very good, she complimented with a smile. And what about the locations of the designs? Have you noticed how they correspond to points on the body? Yes, I said, nodding again. They correspond loosely to bones, veins, muscles, and organs. Organs, that is, designs on the chest area serve as the source of energy. The designs then guide that energy along the paths of blood flows and bones, focused primarily on the arms, legs, and spine. Can you guess why? She challenged, and I resisted the urge to rise to the bait. Now that I knew what I was looking for, I could see why. The patterns draw energy from the body and shape it in a new way, I replied. The designs along the bones provide structure, just like the skeleton does the body. Other designs twist off from these central parts to shape how that energy moves and to guide power to proper areas, like muscles and veins. Different types of dust can focus more or less on certain areas, but most at least touch on all of them. Cinder hummed in agreement. What can you deduce from that? It's all tied together, I stated. These patterns are based on the flows of energy within people's bodies, but built to shape it in ways we can't on our own. It's almost like moving the energy into another person's body, so they can channel the power into a semblance, but not quite. Wonderful, Cinder said, clapping her hands lightly. You make a good student. You make a good teacher, I answered, levitating the needle and thread back to her. But bring the cloth my way. It was something of a mess, as if someone had sewn a bunch of completely different patterns in random locations on it, which had been exactly what had happened. So yeah, Cinder had had me practice different designs just to get a feel for it, and I'd sewn them in lines and stripes. May I keep this? Please, Cinder allowed, collecting her needle and thread carefully. I know it's not particularly pleasant to look at, but I made something quite like it when my godmother first taught me to sew with dust, and I have held on to it ever since. Think of it as a gift from teacher to student. Thank you, I said as I set the cloth down with a thought. I don't suppose we could continue these lessons sometime? Cinder raised an eyebrow as if she hadn't expected that, which I didn't believe for a second. After a moment, she gave me an equally unbelievable hesitant smile and nodded. If you wish to learn, I'd be happy to teach, she said. Dust can get a bit expensive, but I'll figure something out. Think of it as a gift from your senior. No, I rejected immediately. There's no need for that. I'll ask grandmother to send me some dust. I doubt she'd mind if I took up sewing. She supports just about anything that can potentially kill people. She sounds like a lovely woman. Cinder seemed to wonder, voice touched by just a hint of confused doubt. but I nodded with resolve. She'd like you, I told her cheerfully. Might still kill you for any number of reasons, but she'd like you. Noted, Sender answered, seemingly unsurprised by this information. I wondered if she knew my grandmother from somewhere. Grandmother didn't seem to know her, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Have you given any thought to what you might like to create? Normally I'd say it's a bit early to worry about such things, but you seem to be a very quick learner. It's easy when all you have to do is focus on what you want to do, I justified with a smile. There are no hands to get in the way when you control things with your mind. She chuckled slightly at that, conceding the point. But let's see, I mused as I tilted my head back and pretended to mull it over. In truth, I had lots and lots of ideas that I had no desire to share with Cinder. I admit, one of the first applications I thought of for green dust was flight, but it would be difficult. I can already tell that you'd need an entire flight suit to make it possible, much less feasible. But it might be easier to weave it into boots to harden air for a moment or two long enough to take a few steps on empty air when you need to, maybe even walk on it eventually. And maybe some designs in a shirt could slow a fall like a parachute. That'd be easy enough to manage, I think. You work mostly with red dust, right? I fight with red dust, she answered. Fire works fairly well in combat, especially if you know how to use it properly. Still, I pride myself on being proficient with many applications of dust. Why? Just think about what else I could create, I answered. I suppose I'll be relying on you for advice from now on, Sender. Oh, she asked, sounding amused. Well, you said yourself that this was how you make friends, right? I replied. Which would, thus, mean that you and I are now friends, right? I suppose so, she allowed, smile turning her lips slightly. Though it's a touch unconventional. I'll sew you a friend request, if you want, I promised. Just say the word. I'll decorate it with little hearts and flowers and butterflies. She clicked her tongue once, smile growing. I won't make you that far, she said. Flowers and butterflies can be fierce adversaries, when all one has is a sewing needle. I'm not sure you could manage. Well, now, I drew back at her words, looking her over. I suppose I know how I'll be decorating my next piece. Then, see you around, Sender. She hummed, rising from the bed. Mercury, who'd shut his eyes and tried unsuccessfully to fall asleep, opened his eyes and looked up at her before following her lead, even as Emerald stirred in the background. Perhaps tomorrow, if I have time. I'll look forward to it, I answered, smiling back. I remained smiling as they left the room, walked down the hall, and turned the corner, senses looking over the room carefully to make sure they hadn't left anything behind. Only once I was sure that we were all clear did I let the expression fall from my face and sigh. What? Adam said, looking up. He'd watched over things in silence as I worked, careful not to interrupt or draw attention. Now that it was over, though, I was reasonably confident he was going to give me shit. Is the nerd fest over already? That was only, like, an hour of utter boredom. Hour and 17 minutes, I corrected, going over my dust-weaving designs and modifying them with the new information. Don't worry though. She'll be back. With any luck, we'll be able to make this a daily thing eventually. Oh, God, he groaned. It's good for us, I told him. It gives us a chance to learn more about her. After this, you probably don't need to be as on guard, so you can approach Emerald and Mercury while we talk shop. Yay, he answered dryly. That's what I wanted to do, entertain the men in brigade. I chuckled at that before bumping his hip with my foot. Man up, I chided. We're not doing this for the fun of it, we've got work to do. This is an opportunity to get close to them. Given the power we displayed and or a new relationship as a student and teacher, it's expected for something like trust to grow. Given time, she'll likely approach us on her own, and we can speed things up easily enough. Just be patient. Adam grunted, sounding put upon and annoyed. I expected being undercover to have a lot of boring bits, he said, but I didn't expect them to be this bad, this long, or this frequent. I flicked one of Adam's horns with my psychokinesis and rolled my eyes. Poor baby, I replied. If only things weren't going so well, huh? We might be getting burnt alive. Instead, he grunted again, this time sounding put upon, annoyed, and sullen. Adam was very expressive with his monosyllables. Well, if it makes you feel better, I said as I rose from my seat. Break's over. We're going to train through the night, every night, forever. Who knows, maybe something will get lucky and kill you. Sadly, yes, he replied, shaking his head as he followed my lead. That does make me feel better. I can already tell this is going to be the highlight of my day. the games we play. Render. Where are we going? Adam shouted to be heard over the sounds of destruction. Now that I'd mastered Magic Missile, I'd begun using flares as my new weapon of choice, simply because it was at a high enough level that it'd probably rank up fairly quickly. It's not like I didn't have the power for it. I had enough cost reducers for elemental attacks that I could rain down fire if I wanted to. In fact, that was exactly what I was doing, carpet bombing the grim-infested city. Though I had a preference for magic missiles, given their precision and penetrative power, I couldn't deny that it was a bit satisfying to throw a blast of fire through a window and watch the entire floor explode. Outside the city, I answered dryly, not even lifting my voice. Levant ensured that my words still reached his ears. And there's no need to yell, Adam. I can hear you just fine. Yeah, he growled, absently cutting down an ursa that stumbled out of a ruined store. It was more a mercy kill than anything, as the intensity of the flames was such that its flesh had begun to melt, dripping from its bones even as it began to smoke. Well, I'm glad, because I can barely hear myself think. All at once, the sound of the explosions dulled around him, letting through only the sounds of the grim. Everything else was just muted background noise, like distant music. Thank you, he snorted, rubbing his ears for a moment. You couldn't have done that from the beginning? I chuckled. I won't always be around to shut out the noise, I answered. Best that you learn to operate in loud situations. I can fight just fine while the world's falling down around me, he replied, rolling his eyes. I hang out with you, after all. That doesn't mean I enjoy it, though. What would you do if I went deaf? I don't know. Fix your ears, maybe, I suggested, raising an amused eyebrow, though I knew he couldn't see it. Oh, right, Adam said, sounding chagrined. You can do that. I clicked my tongue chidingly and turned back to my work. Needless to say, everything was on fire and I was completely responsible. Using my psychokinesis, I'd created 3 rings of what I called firing spheres, mental constructs that existed only so I could use my clairsentience to blow shit up. Each ring contained an increasing number of spheres, and fired off an almost steady stream of flares in a formation I affectionately named Rain of Fire. Long story short, any buildings I flew over or near were quickly reduced to kindling. The purpose of the formation was twofold. On the one hand, the low cost and high firing rate allowed by my various skills meant that flare gained experience at a tremendous rate, but the other had to do with the nature of the skill itself. Each of my elemental attacks was different and had to be used differently. Magic Missile, for instance, had the advantage of defense penetration, meaning it was, effectively, armor-piercing. It could pierce right through most enemies' defenses, and I was a very, very good shot, so it could do so at great ranges. Flare, meanwhile, lacked that ability, trading it for area of effect. While it wasn't as effective against single target, it could potentially affect several dozen targets at once, and its nature as a fire attack made it possible to ignite targets. The downside was that individual targets could, potentially survive, especially those on the outskirts of the effect, and so it needed to be fired with enough overlap that wasn't possible. Do that, though, and it was possible to make everything in an area several blocks wide spontaneously evaporate. And so I flew in a winding course, cheerfully bombing everything in my path as I went, while Adam trailed behind me at a goodly distance, occasionally putting down any creatures unfortunate enough to avoid instant death. At the pace I was setting, flare would rank up in a day or two, if not tonight. It was the highest level elemental skill I had after Magic Missile. After I finished with it, I might move on to my other skills, depending on my need and what else I would to level. Far Slayer was a broad-cutting attack that could blow back foes it failed to slice through, and Thunderbolt was both quick to generate and able to stun foes, so they might be worth the time. Attacks like Trembler and Tsunami were more situation, though, being more about changing the battlefield or causing massive structural damage, meaning they were most effective against cities, fortresses, and other man-made targets I had little interest in, simply because large amounts of innocent people would wind up as collateral. The more advanced elements I'd need to play around with some more before making up my mind one way or another. About a half an hour later, I'd finished my sweeps of the city, taking my time to make sure everything was good and leveled before landing just outside the northern gates of the city. This is far enough, I told Adam as I set foot on the ground, canceling Vimana as I did. For today, I'd be staying mostly earthbound, so there wasn't much point keeping it up. Finally, Adam huffed. I was getting tired of attacking empty air. Is it my turn to have fun now? You are getting experience for all that, so don't whine, I told him as I snapped my fingers and shattered Naraka with a flash of power. When the barrier faded, the sounds of city life rose behind us and the buildings stood tall as if nothing had happened. But yeah, it's playtime now. Same as before? He asked as we began running away from Mistral. Of course not, I answered, flashing a smile back at him. Even if it's only been a few days, it goes without saying that things are different now, right? We've both gotten a lot stronger since then. HMPH, he snorted, which did nothing to hide the smirk that crossed his face. I suppose you're right. I'm always right, I said before bowing my head and gritting my teeth as I called upon my power. Armor Shell active LV1 EXP, 2.29% MP, 400. An ancient skill wielded by warriors the world over. By carefully channeling power through one's armor or clothing, The user of the skill may attune those items to their aura. So long as the skill remains active, these items are treated the same as the user's skin by techniques and may be mended and empowered accordingly. All MP skills that enhance the defensive properties of the user's body enhance their clothing the same way. All MP skills that would normally damage clothing but leave the user's body unharmed no longer damage said items. Skills that are capable of inflicting harm upon the user do so normally. Healing skills and HP regen is now capable of mending damage to armor, clothing, and accessories. No such items may be removed while this technique remains active. Additional 400 MP used per minute. Releasing a breath and shaking my head, I didn't miss a step even as I felt the changes take hold. Even without consciously willing it to, my aura expanded over and through my clothes, shielding them as it would my body. I felt the cloth turn to adamant as I ran, providing another layer of protection, and yet it didn't feel like armor. I'd long since gotten used to the weight of what little armor I bothered wearing, but even that meager burden vanished. Looking down, I noticed that my clothes weren't flapping against my skin anymore. Instead, it was held tightly to my body, the edges of cloth melding so smoothly to my skin that I had to check to make sure my flesh hadn't grown over it. It was a somewhat odd sensation, but not necessarily a bad one. But I wasn't done yet. So Fahrenheit Active LV1 EXP, 2.29% MP, 500. A technique used by ancient Mistrali warriors. By concentrating aura in one's skin and muscles, the user may increase the strength of their body and allow it to undergo greater strain. By taking advantage of the seemingly denser skin and muscle tissue granted by this ability, it is possible to show feats of tremendous power by pushing the body to its limit. It is even possible to reinforce the heart to beat at rates far beyond the human norm, though this may backfire on the unprepared. Increase physical durability by 50%. Increase physical abilities by 30%. Additional 500 MP used per minute. I'll try to save some for you, okay? I told Adam as I cast a smirk over my shoulder. Just don't take too long, okay? Stampede Active LV1 EXP, 10.87% MP, 100. By channeling aura through specific muscle groups, users of this skill may unleash a powerful charge, breaking through defenses or tossing foes aside. Increase movement speed by 100%. Increase charging force by 100%. My aura rose around my body in a brilliant white cloak and I left Adam behind before he could give an answer. Luckily for him, he didn't need to speak to give me the finger. Pressing on with a laugh, I felt a smile tug at my lips as I raced across the land. I couldn't deny that I loved this, the speed my power had given me and how it grew in leaps and bounds. As I felt my heart beat quick, I wanted nothing more than to cast aside all my limitations and just see how fast I could go. So I did. Between one step and the next, Jaune Arc vanished and Jian Bing appeared. Baihu rose around me, pushing me faster and faster even as I left all sound of my passage far behind. Black spots began to appear on my skin as I allowed my infection to grow and spread. Egged on by the zone of accelerated time I lived in constantly. Soon, plates of white bone began to burst from pitch black skin, pieces melding seamlessly into a greater carapace. The grim matter grew around my clothes like some kind of demonic mold, encasing them within my defensive shell, and I spared a moment to thank my new skill for the money I'd save on clothes from now on. A moment later, my hands hit the ground and I continued to gain speed as the muscles in my body shifted in response to my metamorphosis. Running on all fours became as easy as walking, and from there, it was almost effortless to shift to 8 legs instead. Baihu and I moved with a steady rhythm, one set of limbs smoothly replacing another with each step, and the comet of burning air grew around us, mixing with the light of my stampede to create an array of shifting colors. In seconds, I was back on the plains, running a scorched trail across the savannah, renewing my stampede as I caught sight of my prey, a Nemean that had wandered away from its herd. I lunged into the air at the last moment and hit the ground on the other side. A moment later, the Nemean rocked behind me, the flames clinging to its fur revealing what looked like a giant bullet hole straight through where its spine would be the remnants of my passage. Casting a quick flare back to make sure the job was done, I kept moving, shedding the skin to swiftly approach the nearest of a herd of Borbodus and grab it by the back of the neck, dark flesh tearing easily beneath my fingers. Crushing Grip Active LV1 EXP, 5.81% MP, 100. By gathering aura in the muscles of the hand, users of this skill may greatly enhance the crushing force of their grip, allowing normal men to easily tear apart steel with their bare hands. Increase crushing force by 300%. Grasping it tightly by whatever passes a spinal column within the grim, I lifted the creature fully into the air with one hand and then brought it down on the next, splattering dark flesh in every direction. Twisting my shoulders slightly, I ripped out a handful of the bead with a flex of the tiger's jaws. At the same time, I reached out in every direction with psychokinetic teeth, doing the same to the rest of the group. In a flash of dismembered limbs and decapitated heads, a flare burnt the bodies beyond recognition even as it drew attention to its light, and I left them behind with a stampede. I came across a pack of beowulfs next, likely brought along by the army from last time, and I tore a line through their ranks without slowing down. Once I had passed cleanly through them, I shed a skin to appear in the middle of the remaining wolves, crouching on all fours amongst them. Before any of them could react, I lashed out with my tail, slicing through limbs as easily as air, and crushed several dozen skulls between the tiger's jaws. Coming to a halt, I cast a glance around to ascertain my target and began to gather power in my hands. It came easily, shaping itself into the form of Gunner even as my firing spears began to unleash flares. At the rate I was going, it was possible, maybe even probable, that the entire savannah would burn, but I didn't care. If it came to that, I'd regrow the plants with my green thumb and call it a day. It's not like Mistral used this area for food. It was too filled with Grim to be worth the bother. Like Vale, it had a large area within the walls dedicated to agriculture and such, aided by the use of dust. I was free to run wild. So I did, drawing power into Gunner until it was fully charged and almost losing shape in my hands. The pull on my power was relatively light, eased by my Temperanta passive LV1 EXP, 66.34%. The control and restraint that holds back the endless hunger of gluttony. The prudence and sound judgment that allows one to reach the truth. The skill allows one to improve the efficiency of charged attacks. Have the MP required for each second of charge time. Focusing my gaze on the approaching pride of Nemeans, I drew back my hand and flung the writhing spear high into the air. At the apex of its climb, it twisted like a snake, changing direction so as to fall like lightning upon the creature. But when it hit, well, it wasn't thunder that shook the plains, but the resulting explosion. The power within Gunner was unleashed in a flash of white light that was followed by a rising cloud of dust and debris, tearing the Nemean to pieces and slaying 7 of its fellows in the process. I didn't bother waiting for the smoke to clear, but instead followed in the wake of the spear with a jump that carried me high into the air, landing on the back of a Nemean that had been far enough away to survive the explosion with only heavy burns and a missing foreleg. I reached down to slam my arms deep into the creature's back, holding myself in place. As I did, my psychokinesis busied itself with grabbing chunks of the creature and tearing them away like a herd of piranhas, giving Baihu skills some exercise. As my power quickly reduced the creature to little more than a screaming skeleton, I tensed slightly, planted my feet, and ripped out a vertebra about the size of my upper body. Lunging away, I landed on the shoulders of the next survivor and repeated the process. Cracking my neck, I crouched and lunged straight up, carrying myself higher with a quick activation of my Vimana. Reaching out, Baihu extended a set of long, glowing claws that sank into the flesh of the rook and pulled me towards it as they shrank again. Grabbing a hold of it, I climbed its leg quickly, circling it as I did, and tore my way up its white armored body. As I reached its throat, I tore it open with a flashing claw before crawling around to stand on its head and tear out its 6 eyes. When it fell from beneath me with a piercing cry and a frantic flap of its wings, I didn't move, choosing instead to hover for a moment. Looking back, I checked on Adam to make sure nothing had happened to him, nodded once in satisfaction, and then shifted my attention elsewhere. I didn't want to go too far until Adam arrived. I wanted to make sure that I was close enough to interfere if anything went wrong, but I also didn't want to waste too much time. As such, I took a moment to single out any prey that might be worth killing and then allowed gravity to reassert control, assisting it with a gravity crash to reach the ground faster. It shattered beneath my feet as I landed, but I simply rolled right into a run, falling to all 8 limbs again. Moving quickly, I went further than I ever had before, until the plains gave way to fields of rising, rocky spires. Though a normal person wouldn't have been able to tell at a glance that that was what they were, each was completely covered in white bands of thread that resembled spider webs, but which a closer look revealed to have more in common with the bony armor of the Grim. There were holes in the spires and surrounding cliff faces, natural and artificial cave systems that now served as nests for the rulers of this place, and between every surface large enough to allow it, there were webs. Massive webs, the type of things you could use to wrap up cars like they were flies. Which made sense, because even the smallest of that web's creators were larger than cars. They looked, at a glance, like spiders, but it wasn't hard to see where the unnatural biology of the Grim took over and made things deviate from the norm. They had too many eyes for spiders. 10 at the least, and sometimes as many as 14. Though they had 8 legs, the foremost pair were longer, capped in white, bone-like saws, and their fangs were too large and already dripping with some kind of red and black venom. I'd read reports of what happened to those poisoned by the arachne. It wasn't pleasant, but I wasn't interested in them. I cared more about the massive creature in the center of the so-called City of Webs, where the arachne were the size of city buses. Neath the grandmother spider was bigger than a house. Pure white bone armor was unmarked except for the red hourglass shape on its abdomen. Though small compared to a Goliath, each of its 16 eyes was the size of a window and its limbs looked wickedly sharp, to say nothing of its fangs. Supposedly, a person bitten by one of the neath wouldn't die of poison. assuming they managed to survive being bitten at all. The venom would melt a hole straight through human flesh. It sounded like a good time to me. I jumped up into the middle of the nearest web, grim bone limbs ignoring the usually adhesive surface. Using my 8 limbs to move as if I were a spider, I spun in place and lashed out with the serrated armor of my tail. Spiraling Strike active LV1 EXP, 11.47% MP, 50. An ability that tears through surrounding enemies with a spinning attack. Attack all enemies in range of a melee attack. No decrease in damage. Stretching my range with a far strike and raising the force with a power strike. I watched in satisfaction as I dismembered limbs and sent the massive creatures falling. Pulling my firing spears together with a thought, I begin to unleash flares, burning through flesh and web with equal ease, and I begin to run up the spiraling staircase made by the creature's webs. As I reached the top, the inner ring of spheres stopped firing and began to glow, color brightening until they were burning spheres of white. I came to halt at the height of a jump and hovered in the air above the approaching creatures. Burn, I said, and wished I had a face to smile with. The games we play. Fulfillment. Your level has increased by 1. You have obtained the item Anitsi. You have obtained the item Dragumo. You have obtained the skill book Awesomer. You have obtained the skill book Venom. By raising Flare to level 99, you have gained the skill Karna. By raising White Tiger's Tread to level 99, you have gained the skill Baihu's Tread. By raising Claws of the White Tiger to level 99, you have gained the skill Claws of Baihu. By raising White Tiger's Hide to level 99, you have gained the skill Baihu's Hide. By raising White Tiger's Lunge to level 99, you have gained the skill Baihu's Lunge. By raising Jaws of the White Tiger to level 99, you have gained the skill Jaws of Baihu. Took you long enough, I said, sitting comfortably on a rock as I mulled over the screens arrayed before me. I'd finished Played Exterminator with the City of Webs, depopulating the area with a steady stream of flares and White Tiger techniques. Afterwards, I directed the assault upwards, sending a pillar of fire into the sky that was visible for miles in every direction. Adam had promptly changed his course to compensate, cutting down Grim that got in his way, and if a horde of monsters had been drawn my way in the process, well, they'd just been fuel for the fires I'd been building. Dick, Adam said, regulating his breathing. Whose fault do you think that is? I've been running all over this godforsaken valley trying to catch up to you. I'm aware, I replied, giving his a smile. I'd withdrawn the infection after I'd finished my work, simply because it was harder to put people at ease without a face. Adam was used to my occasionally unnerving behavior, but still, I've been keeping an eye on you. If anything had gone wrong, I'd have been there in a second or less. But I knew it wouldn't. You handled yourself well. That's now what I meant, and you know it. He snorted, rolling his eyes. I chuckled. The exercise is good for you, I told him. Sorry if you got lonely without me. I know I'm the sun that gives meaning to your worthless existence, but I sometimes get distracted by more important things. Adam shook his head slowly. You know, a few students sent me messages asking what it was like to be your friend, he informed me. No need to explain, I assured him, holding up a hand to forestall his thanks. I know how much joy it brings to every moment of your existence. I got the letter. Adam paused and looked at me. The letter? He asked. What letter? The letter thanking me for being such a great friend and all-around extraordinary human being, I said, drawing it from my inventory and presenting it to him. I know you have a hard time putting stuff like that into words, so I wrote it for you. He was silent for a moment, skimming the contents of the letter quickly. I would never say any of this to another human being, he stated firmly, looking up at me with a flat look. Especially not you. I shrugged at him. You say that, but it's in your handwriting, I answered, tone and demeanor helpless. He rolled his eyes again and joined me on the stone, tilting his head back to look up at the stars. So like I was saying, a few people asked what it was like being your friend, he continued. I was very tempted to tell them the truth. Oh, I wondered, raising an eyebrow. And what truth would that be? Have you ever had a friend you fucking hate? He recited, frowning. I smiled a bit at that, leaning back on my arms to follow his gaze up to the sky. I doubted we were looking at the same thing, though. To me, The heavens were filled with explosions of light and burning spheres, patterns of energy on literally astronomical scales. Even so, it was a beautiful sight. Not all the time, I admit, Adam said after a slight pause, tone annoyed. But when you do a bunch of shit without explanation, yeah, it kind of makes me want to kick you in the dick. I chuckled again and tilted my head. If it'll make you feel better, I said with a shrug. Please, he snorted. I know I'd probably just break my foot. You going to tell me why you bailed on me? I'm pretty sure you already know, I stated. But I'll spell it out if you want. Sure, he huffed. I know how to fight alone, he told me. I've been that way for most of my life. I know the value of backup and teamwork, especially from a freak of nature like you, but I am not going to keel over without it. Yeah, I know, I agreed with a half smile. But, well, we're in the big leagues now. Adam was silent at that. For all the friendly insults between us, I respected him, as a fighter and a friend. He was smart enough to read between the lines. Maybe I'm feeling melancholic, I mused. A lot of my white tiger skills just ranked up. Yeah, I hummed, smile widening for a moment as I remembered. And wow, it feels like forever ago that I first got those. These were the old ones, too. The things I picked up before the white whale. Hell, before you and I ever really talked. Remember that? Hard to forget, he said. The days before I met the crazy son of a bitch that'd get himself eaten to win a fight. I laughed at that memory before biting it down and glancing at him. It was an effective tactic, I defended, mirth still in my voice. It worked, didn't it? He gave an exhausted sigh that was mostly fake. Any landing you can walk away from, I suppose, he allowed with a shrug. I remember when I thought that was the craziest thing you'd ever do. Poor, foolish younger me. I laughed again. We've both come a long way, I said before frowning. And yet, at the same time, there's still a long way to go. I guess it hit me a bit more than I thought it would. What? Adam asked, raising an eyebrow. Cinder? No, I answered slowly, pursing my lips as I sounded it out. It felt like the truth, and that more than anything made me continue. At least, not completely. Actually, more than anything, I think it was Albus and Finn. You know, they really were strong, some of the strongest students in the world. Half a year ago, I wouldn't have dreamed of fighting them. And now you can beat both while holding back, he noted, nodding in understanding. Quite a change. Yeah. So what's wrong? He asked. Nothing. It just reminded me that I fulfilled my dream, I said. My old dream, I mean, from back before. Back then, I've never have imagined I'd get this far. Being a hunter was my dream. Getting into an academy and passing was all I ever wanted. And now? Adam asked carefully. Now I know my old dream just wasn't enough, I stated, tilting my head down. The world's a lot bigger than I thought. A lot shittier, he suggested, making me smile. Shittier, I agreed. There's a lot that need to be done. A lot of messes that got left behind by others. Some of those messes are mine, some aren't, but either way, it looks like I'm the only one around who can clean them up. This whole mess with Babel and the Grimm, the dust shortages, the writers, and everything else I've seen. I can fix it. Maybe not today, but eventually. Adam was silent for a long minute at that, frowning quietly. I want to say it's not your job to fix the world, he whispered. Because it's not. But I can say you're wrong if you don't. I honestly don't know who else could. I nodded without looking at him. I'm lucky, I continued. I have a lot of friends and allies. You and Raven, my family, everyone. Really, I'm lucky to have all of you. But I still wonder, maybe even worry, that it's not enough. Adam asked. He paused to look at me, thinking for a long minute, and then nodded. Maybe you're right. I looked at him with a raised eyebrow and he sighed. I worry, too, he said. I'm not like you. Your power is something else, really. What seems like every other day, you improve by leaps and bounds. And I like to think I get stronger, too, but not like you do. I don't learn and master skills in a day or develop ancient arts as easily as breathing. I could keep going forever no matter what happens. Even if I keep leveling up, even if I get to the same level as you and stay that way, I know that I'll never be as powerful as you. The gap between us is huge and it's getting bigger all the time. And if even with all that, you lost to this guy in another life, well, damn, what am I supposed to do against a monster like that? I didn't say anything. That's what you're worried about, isn't it? Adam asked again. When we were with Cinder, you told me to kill Emerald and Mercury if anything happened, but you'd have fought Cinder so she couldn't kill me. She's dangerous. Even I get that. And even she's little league compared to what you're aiming for, right? As it is now, things are going to get more and more dangerous for you and thus, for everyone around you, too. You're worried that you'll end up going places we won't be able to follow, or that you won't survive when you do anyway. I thought but didn't say. We were both thinking it, so there wasn't much choice. I'll just have to keep training, then, Adam snorted, smirking when I blinked at him in surprise. I'm not the type to let people decide where I can and cannot go. I said I had you back whatever happens, and I do, so I'll follow this fucked up path of yours through to the end. If you're worried about taking care of me, Don't I'll figure something out so I'm not too much of a burden. You wanted to see what I could do when you left me behind like an asshole, right? Then you should have seen me take down some Nemians. I'm stronger than anything on these planes. Now I don't grow as fast as you, but I managed somehow. I made it here, didn't I? Yeah, I answered, shelving my concerns for the moment and smiling at him. I suppose you did. Even if you took your sweetest time about it. Sorry to keep you waiting, he answered, giving me the finger again. I'm burning this letter, by the way. Go ahead, I replied, smiling kindly at him. I have 20 copies. His other finger rose to join the first, but he still went out of his way to tear apart the letter. As he did that, I consumed the skill books I'd gotten from Nathan stored Anansi and Dragumo. The mask would probably go unused, but I might wear the silk and yukata if I was ever in Vako during a festival. So now what? Adam asked. We heading back or training some more? Well, now that you're done talking about your feelings, I began. Bitch, what? He interrupted, outraged. I'm pretty sure any in their right mind would agree that we were talking about your feelings. Yes, well, you'd be wrong, I informed him. And even if you weren't, I'd like to remind you that, 1. There are no witnesses to support your absurd claim, and 2. I have a bunch of letters in which you wax poetically about your feelings, so yeah, no one would believe that, he stated confidently. Oh, I challenged, because I could whip up some photographic evidence that says otherwise. You and your fucking illusions, he scowled. Fine, I won't tell anyone about how you almost cried. I gave him an arch look. Now that is flat out absurd, I stated. And if you're quite done, we've work to do. Pushing myself off the rock, I caught myself absently with a flicker of psychokinesis and landed softly on the ground. Cracking my neck once, I watched as the space ripped to either side of me as my sword and shield were drawn from my inventory. At once, they began to melt, strands and rivulets of flowing steel reaching for the flesh of my arms and coating them up to the elbow in my gauntlets. I'd largely fallen out of the habit of using them, simply because there usually wasn't much point. Though I could channel Crocea Mors through them to make them diamond hard, my bare hands were, if anything, even harder with my armored shell, though, perhaps I felt a brief flash of sensation, not so much through my flesh as through my connection to Crocea Mors. I channeled my aura through my weapons whenever I wielded them, but this was different and it brought with it something new. Between my metal elemental and my already rather esoteric senses, my gauntlets felt like nothing more than another layer of skin. Flexing my fingers once, I pondered them. I was glad it had worked. I could tell my aura was strengthening the steel into adamant just by looking at it, but it was still rather odd. The gauntlets were locked, for lack of a better term, and though I could strengthen them with Crocea Mors, I couldn't change their shape. Not with my metal elemental, at least. I already knew my metamorphosis would warp them just fine. Still, this wasn't bad. It was like I'd bought a new defensive technique and had gotten some badass new weapons for free. I couldn't complain about that, even if the sensation would take some getting used to. You said you got some new skills? Adam said as he hopped off the rock the normal way. Anything interesting? Of course, I answered, smirking slightly. Just give me a second, okay? Taking a deep breath, I focused on the patterns of aura that coated my body, the array of techniques that had become more natural to me than breathing. At some point I picked out a familiar strand that had served me well for a long time, feeling it shift as I did. By whose tread active and passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The footsteps of the White Tiger. A version of the technique White Tiger's tread perfected over a lifetime of battle and training by the Beast King Bahu. Passively increases movement speed by 50%. Increases movement speed by 250% when active. Additional 100 MP used per minute. Looking down at my feet, I nodded slightly to myself. Now that I felt it, I was certain what the profile said about it being perfected over a lifetime wasn't just flavor text. Maybe it was because I'd spent so much time using the skill myself. Maybe it was part of the passive knowledge I'd gained alongside the skill. But Bahu's tread wasn't just the name of the skill. This was the skill the real Bahu had mastered and used. It was, in many ways, like White Tiger's tread because it had been White Tiger's tread before years and years of practice had taken it to the next level. From the way the aura flowed through my leg muscles to the patterns of walking I knew I could slip into with the thought. This was the real thing. A part of me wondered how that was possible, but only a small part. I was pretty sure I knew the answer, even if there was a bit of guesswork involved. Between this, Gunner, Naraka, and countless other bits and pieces, it was obvious that my power somehow had access to knowledge that no one else did. Skills from thousands of years ago, items that I wondered if had ever been real, and everything else somehow, my semblance or soul or whatever could produce them as needed. It knew stuff I didn't, stuff nobody could know anymore. I'd have wondered how, but for one thing, Bianca had described my soul as carrying a large book and having countless eyes. Perhaps that was partially metaphorical, but even so, I was pretty sure it was the reason. Somehow, my power saw and recorded everything. It was a little hard to believe, and at the same time it really wasn't. Almost all the skills I knew were things that others could, in theory, learn. Most of them were even things that people had learned. There were other things, like the stuff I got for improving my stats, things people were just born with, or the products of enlightenment, or other weird things. Even then, however, it was all stuff that someone, somewhere, could have had, and somehow, I had access to all of it. Maybe that was the idea. I thought I'd already pretty much accepted that my semblance, my past life, really had probably been designed. If so, it probably had a purpose and a function, one I didn't understand, perhaps, but still, maybe I was some kind of cosmic record keeper or a scribe, remembering everything that happened. I could think of plenty of uses for such a thing. I waited for a moment to, I don't know, maybe see if the idea stirred something within me, to see if whatever part of my soul knew what the fuck was going on would be willing to throw me a bone. Whatever I was waiting for, it didn't happen. It didn't feel quite right, anyway, like I was on the right track, but that this wasn't the answer. That wasn't my soul telling me anything, not as far as I was aware. It's just that the pieces didn't fit. I didn't just learn things. After all, I mastered them beyond what anyone else could in ludicrously small amounts of time. I combined them, made new skills, pushed everything I could to its limit and more. Observing and recording might have been part of what I did, but it wasn't all. Sighing, I shook my head and took notes. I wouldn't be cracking this particular puzzle today, it seemed, but at least I'd found another piece. Focusing again, I altered another pattern and felt energy play around my hands and feet. Curious, I lifted a hand and shifted it slightly back and forth, seeing the results. To my eyes, the claws were always visible, but now I could almost see them in visible light. Not clearly, but as I twitched my fingers, there was a shimmer in space that outlined the edges. Claws of Baihu active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 100. The claws of the white tiger, the most basic technique of Baihu's ancient martial arts style, honed to its utmost limit. Over a lifetime spent bearing these claws, the Beast King Baihu sharpened them on the hides of man and Grimm alike, refining them until they could cut down all that stood in his path. 300% increase to martial arts attack damage. Additional 200 MP used per minute. Holding my fingers rigid for a moment, I quickly flicked a finger in the direction of a nearby stone, a far strike carving a crescent shape into the surface of the rock. That was offense and mobility. What about defense? This time energy played across the whole of my body, consolidating just above my skin. I began to glow, the light of my aura taking the shape of a beast around me, but then it settled down and receded. Baihu's hide active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 300. The skin of the white tiger, the primary defensive technique of Baihu's ancient martial arts style, raised to the point that both teeth and blades break upon it. Originally a later addition to the style to initiate some measure of defense, it nonetheless became a vital part of the style, and through a life of use it was perfected by the Beast King Baihu. After being shattered and remade countless times, this is the result, and it was said the white tiger had fur as hard as steel. Armor's strength, density, and duration increase with level. Armor's strength, density, and duration increase with INT. Additional 500 MP used per minute. Okay, I said after a moment. Let's go kill something. Then, behind me, Adam raised an eyebrow. Not going to leave me behind again? He asked. Not today, I guess, I answered blithely, smiling even though he couldn't see it. I guess I'm stuck with you for a while longer, so I better make sure you don't hurt yourself. HMPH, Adam huffed, but took several steps to stand at my side. Whatever. Which way? Smile widening, I bobbed my head to the side. West, I answered. Towards the sea? He asked. Why? Just feel like it, I guess, I answered as I started walking. Besides, it's the fastest way. The fastest way? Adam repeated skeptically. The fastest way to get where? What kind of question is that? I asked, rolling my eyes playfully to the other side of the sea. Where else? Everything on this side is too weak to bother playing with anymore. The games we play. New area. It didn't take us long to reach the so-called Sea of Monsters, the massive body of water circled by the continent. Its name was a bit deceptive after all. Everything was full of monsters on Remnant, but it was noteworthy because of its historical significance. As a general rule, the ancient nations of Remnant didn't make exploration a priority, beyond what was necessary. After all, the answer to the question, what's out there, was pretty much always a lot of horrifying monsters that want to kill us, and the predation of the grim limited the potential rewards of such endeavors. Mistral's largest museum actually had an entire exhibit filled with the maps of ancient societies, depicting what they thought the world looked like, and it was actually pretty neat to see how people filled in the blanks. Generally they just went with the often sadly accurate "here be dragons," but other times, well, a lot of Remnant's piecemeal history came from those maps. Even if you didn't share a language, you could still look at the pretty pictures. After all, the Sea of Monsters, however, was one of the few exceptions that, while, yes, the maps of it were filled with illustrations of monsters, they stood out because they weren't just randomly placed warnings about the obvious. The Sea of Monsters was the first place that had been scouted and mapped such that the common locations of the various species of Grimm were accounted for, while the creatures of Grimm, being the dominant form of life on Remnant, were able to go wherever the fuck they wanted and would sometimes go far out of their way to ruin people's days. Having the most common locals of the various beasts did a lot to make things safer. Most of the time, if records were to be believed, it had all started because of Mistral's old style of conquest. In their efforts to achieve dominance over the continent, they sought to obtain naval superiority, as all of their known enemies had also bordered the sea. Given the costs associated with going anywhere on Remnant, some emperor or other decided that, hey, if things were going to try to murder us either way, we might as well take a shortcut. What was believed to be one of the first accurate maps of Mistral, or the parts of it bordering the sea, anyway, came from those days, and some of the paths they'd mapped out were still used now. If rarely, there wasn't much point, now that just about everyone you could visit that way was dead, and now that we had airships, of course. Still, for something that had been a source of horror stories for thousands of years, the Sea of Monsters was remarkably pretty. I heard there was a herd of Leviathan in here, Adam mused as we stood on the beach. It was a nice place, I noted absently. I've never been to a beach of recreational purposes, but my mom and dad had. Only the rich and powerful did that much, simply because of the odds of Grimm ruining the occasion. Vale had a few areas set up for that, but it was still rare, and the fact that people worried about going made it that much more dangerous. Do you think it's true? And actually, is it a herd or a school or something? I don't know what you call a bunch of Leviathans. I actually don't know, I answered slowly. For which question? Both, actually, I said, pursing my lips. Leviathans are pretty big, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything with the Grimm. There could be a few in there somewhere, though. As for what they're called in groups, I have no idea. Leviathans are kind of weird looking. Adam considered that for a moment before kicking the sand and watching it spray. I wondered if he'd ever been to a beach before. If so, it probably hadn't been to play. I've never actually seen one, he admitted after a moment. I doubt many people have, I replied. Those sea monsters we killed last time? I bet most people have never even seen them before. You'd only meet them if you were on the water, after all, and most people don't sail much these days. But my mom and dad killed, well, tried to kill every monster in the book. Turns out the book's a bit bigger than they thought, but I shrugged. They killed a Leviathan, though, I continued. A little one crawled up on the shores of Vale a while back, and they were part of the group sent to deal with it before it got to the rivers. Crawled up? Adam repeated, frowning down at the beach with renewed severity. Leviathans can walk on land? They're amphibious, I confirmed, tilting my head as I wondered how to best describe them. They're odd sea monsters, but they're one of the Grimm that steal from various animals. There are some shark bits, some snake bits, some whale and crocodile, and some other stuff. Plus the general Grimm weirdness. Adam snorted. I hate the sea, he said. If there's not shit crawling out of it trying to kill you, then you're crossing it yourself and everything's going to shit. I hummed once, figuring he was remembering Menagerie. Probably not fondly, not that I could blame him. After a moment, though, he sighed. So how are we getting across? He asked. I mean, I assume you can just fly over, run across or whatever, but I can't. You can run on water, I disagreed. It's not even that hard. Across a river or something? No, he allowed. But across a sea? That's a bit different. I rolled my eyes, but I was smiling. Fine, you big baby, I said. I'll just carry you over. How? Adam interrupted, making me look at him oddly. I began before pausing, honestly unsure of what to say. Easily? I mean, all jokes aside, I'm pretty strong. I could run across with you on my back, no problem. Piggyback? He asked incredulously. That's not happening. Ah, I said as I understood. You mean how will I carry you? Got it. I think whatever's fine. Over the shoulder, bridal style. I don't care. Well, I do, Adam stated firmly. And I think you'd get stabbed if you tried to carry me bridal style. And I think you'd get stabbed in the back if you just threw me over your shoulder. If I get stabbed, I get stabbed, I answered amusedly, smiling at him. Still, I pondered the issue for a moment before shrugging. There's really no dignified way to get carried around, Adam. Yeah, I know, he replied. That's why we're having this conversation. He must really not like the sea, I thought. I considered it for another long moment before nodding. Okay, I said, lifting a hand. No carrying, then. And then strands of spider web began to spill from my fingers. Gossamer Active LV1 EXP, 0.00%. An ancient art utilizing the principles of alchemy. Through the process of transmutation, it is possible to convert one's flesh and soul into baser materials, but due to the requirement of living tissue, few alchemists were willing to transform large quantities. Instead, many alchemists favor the spinning of small threads, allowing them to easily heal the damage inflicted upon themselves. Because of its relative value, many lesser practitioners spun silk, and spider silk was especially valued for its strength. For masters of the art, however, it is said to be possible to create far greater things. 10 horsepower and 10 MP per meter of silk. As I pulled with my psychokinesis, the silk came away as easily as thread from a spool, and yet, it felt like I was pulling the skin off of my fingers. Mainly because that was exactly what I was doing, focusing my aura through a careful process to change it into another form of matter. It was, well, pretty fucking cool, even if it hurt a little bit. I mean, I knew it was possible to seemingly create matter with semblances and such, so changing existing matter wasn't too much of a stretch, but being able to see the process at work. I could see the light of my aura flashing between my cells, breaking them down and then encompassing them as it rearranged them into a different form. I could see the creation of fibrin, the shift and balance of glycine and alanine, the production and arrangement of glutamine, serine, leucine, valine, proline, tyrosine and arginine. My flesh was being torn apart on the most basic level and twisted into something new through a process I could see but not fully grasp. In my head, I could recount the alchemical procedure, the balance of energy that would influence the creation of new materials, but was the matter itself adjusted? I wasn't sure, even as I drew strands of protein fiber from each finger of my right hand, spun them into a single thread with my psychokinesis, and then began to weave that thread into what I wanted. The cord came first and the bare bones of a suit, strings, and then the carefully designed parachutes. I spun several hundred meters of silk to make sure, weaving them into place around Adam, who started once, but then held still. After several seconds, when I was done, he looked it over and raised an eyebrow. The fuck is this? He asked. Something I saw once, I said, attaching my end of the cord. It ran from me to Adam, becoming part of his new suit. It was called parasailing. Adam frowned once, eyebrows furrowing. I think I've heard of it, he said slowly, tugging the cord absently. I'm guessing you're the boat? I confirmed. This okay? Better than getting carried. He nodded. Will the stuff hold? Yes, I answered simply. I didn't bother going into the tensile strength of spider silk or the fact that I suspected that the nature of the silk's creation would make it comparatively easy to channel my aura through. Either way, it would hold. Still, it would be nice to test out just how well it would hold up. I was already planning to use it for sewing, which would help train it, and I was already curious as to how it would develop. Would I be able to create stronger webs as the ability improved, or would I just learn to make different things? I'd once heard that alchemists could create gold, and now I wondered if it was true. Well, I'd probably find out if I leveled the skills up enough. Even if it was possible, though, I wouldn't be able to create it freely. There were economical concerns. After all, the silk aspect was more interesting to me right now. Besides, I'd have plenty of chances to experiment with venom, which worked under similar principles to transform blood, technically any bodily fluid, but generally blood, into other liquids, most commonly poisons or medicines. It was like being able to bring a laboratory with me wherever I went, even if it meant poisoning myself periodically. It would give me a chance to improve my ability to resist such things. But that could wait until later. For now, it was time to explore the other side of the continent, which was no doubt filled with all sorts of horrific monsters, and that was a thought that I could hardly wait to explore. In fact, I wasn't going to wait any longer. Hold on, I told Adam before I began to run. A lot of people don't know this, but walking on water is actually pretty simple. Well, actually, I suppose walking on water was probably fairly difficult, but running on it, that was easy. Surprise. So, in fact, all you really need to do is run at about 30 meters per second and you could skip across the waves like a stone. Pretty much any hunter worth the name could do it, at least over short distances. Crossing the sea entirely on foot was a bit harder, but still doable, especially if you had the handy advantage of never getting tired. Since my healing techniques restored my physical stamina and the rate it regenerated naturally was pretty high as well, I could effectively go forever. I'd even, now and then, thought about running around the world, to see if I could. I mean, it should be possible, and it would probably be great training. Assuming I didn't run into anything that could kill me, Of course, that was the one thing holding back my desire to see the world. The same thing that had kept civilizations from exploring for hundreds of years had left the kingdoms with no real way of knowing what's out there. We looked, of course, using airships and arranging expeditions, but hey, Ziz had been sitting in Vale's backyard for God knows how long with no one the wiser. Adam, I'd asked if there really were leviathans in the sea right next to Mistral, perhaps the most explored body of water on Remnant, and I'd answered truthfully by saying I didn't know. And with the amount of interest the Grimm had taken in me of late, well, I wasn't sure I wanted to risk it. Forget leviathans with my luck, I might run into fucking Jormungandr. Having run into Ziz and faced the opening of a Pandora shell, I couldn't discount the possibility, and even I wasn't sure I wanted to ride that particular train. Not yet, anyway. As such, it was with an above-average degree of caution that ran across the sea, senses and defenses at the ready. Though the surface of the sea seemed calm, it was an illusion that was easily pierced, and the truth hidden in the depths was grim. Hey, but seriously, though, there were a lot of fucking monsters in the Sea of Monsters, which is, presumably, why they call it that. More than that, they were organized in ranks near the edge of the shoreline, just out of sight. Carcinos and Tegmines dotted the coast like castle walls. At once the first line of defense and the front line should the Grimm choose to push. Surrounding them were schools of lesser sea monsters, Akalos, Scolopendra, and other such things. Further out there were the Hufgufa and Lingbukr, the massive cephalopods mixing until the coils of their massive limbs seemed like storm clouds in the deep. I gave a wide berth to the series of small islands we came across, as well. Though others might have dismissed them as simply being too small to appear on a map, I recognized them as a bale of fast Oaklins, each ferrying armies of Grimm across the sea on their camouflaged shells. And then there were the real monsters, biding their time at the back of the host. For now, the Grimm were patient, content to simply gather and exist, but I recognized battle lines, saw them. These particular lines had shifted over the centuries as civilizations rose and fell. Now that only Mistral remained, the ranks of the enemy were positioned relative to it, ranks that I knew could push forward at any time. But then, it was like that everywhere around every city past and present. Looking down into the depths of the sea that normal light never reached, I could make out the ruins of cities, the stories of who knows how many civilizations that had all ended the same way. Stuff like this is why we don't get tourists, I joked to myself, trying to lighten my own mood and failing, which was just sad. When you can't even laugh at your own jokes, you know you're in dire straits. But even my desire to go to see interesting places was dampened by the knowledge that the Grimm had already gotten there and killed everyone. They're inconsiderate like that. Sighing, I did what I tended to do whenever depressing things like reality started catching up on me and focused on something else. Luckily, my senses were good enough that it was easy to find things to amuse myself with. Turning abruptly, I began to run in a wide circle atop the water. By my reckoning, which was more or less perfect, we were about 2/3 of the way across the sea, far enough for the mightier Grimm to show their faces and yet still deep enough that they didn't need to until it was too late. Hey, Adam, I said, making my voice carry as a matter of course. I found those leviathans you were talking about. Want to see one up close? Adam looked down for his airborne position, raising an eyebrow even as he considered it. He was the adaptable sort and had gotten used to the strange manner of transportation quickly. He even seemed to enjoy it a bit, which was good. I was using Levan to direct the air around him to make the journey a relatively comfortable one. He really must have had a lot of bad memories of crossing the water to go along with this, though, or maybe bad memories of someone holding on to him while he crossed the water. Either way, there were friendship rules in place and they demanded that the situation be avoided if at all possible. Define up close, he asked. You have different definitions of proximity than most people. I don't want to be eaten by one, if that's what you're asking. No eating, I assured. I'm just in a bad mood and want to take it out on something and maybe get some skill books that always make me feel better. You're simultaneously very high maintenance and easy to please, Adam noted. It's not like I eat, I replied, slightly affronted, or sleep, or drink, or required much of anything. Really, my vices can be forgiven. And hey, I just thought maybe you had a bad mood, too. If you don't want to, I could kill something right now, he admitted. I'm all for misplaced aggression, when it's directed at things that deserve it anyway. It's a multi-purpose exercise. And you get to see a leviathan, I said. And I get to see a leviathan, he agreed. I stopped running and began to float above the water's surface instead. A shift of Levant's power was all it took to keep the cord taut and Adam in the air, so I pondered the creature below us for a moment. You want to be the hook or the bait? I asked after some consideration. Oh, I get to pick this time? Adam wondered, seeming more amused than anything. Why not? I answered, giving him a shrug. We're a team, after all. Adam flashed his teeth at that. Bait, he said. Oh, how many people can say they've seen a leviathan up close? Adam asked. HMPH, I snorted, but didn't hide my grin. Fair enough. Just remember to do your part, he said. I confirmed. A moment later, Adam began to fall like a stone, the wind literally taken out of his sails. Even so, he slipped through the surface of the water with nary a splash, passing through it like it was no more than a doorway, even as streams of water rose up around him, forming a bubble of air around him. Together, Levant and Jai pushed him as far down as the cord would allow, until he was bobbing like a fishing lure. And then he began to glow. I felt him draw upon my power through the Caritas connection I had established, flowing through him and into the sword at his waist. I saw the Grim notice him, a tide of the creatures beginning to swim towards Adam. But before they did, Adam unleashed him gathered power, directing the strike straight down. A wall of water rose high above me, raining down on me as a side effect of Adam's attack, even as it carved a fissure across the deep. Light warped around it, turning the sea and sky red and black. But the effect faded as soon as it came, and the water began to roil and right for a different reason entirely, something dark abruptly stirring. Water began to twist into a whirlpool at once, but I knew what was really happening. Immediately, I took flight and drew Adam from the waves and into the open air. The shape beneath the surface moved again and a forest of white spike erupted from the sea. The Leviathan snapped its jaws closed, and 30 feet above the water, we found ourselves face to face with the beast. Its head wasn't quite long enough to look like a crocodile's, nor blunt enough to seem like a shark, but the teeth within its maw had been reminiscent of both. Its body was massive and serpentine between the limbs of various creatures, a pair of crocodile legs here, a row of tentacles there, and then some pincers and claws and other such things, and it was massive. I could see down to the bottom of the sea where its hindmost legs dug into the silt, and its head still rose above the surface of the water. Rows of luminous red eyes lined its body, gazing in every direction even as the clusters upon its face looked at us. For some reason, I expected a creature like that to growl or snarl or roar, but the sound it made instead was like that of a teapot pot times 1,000, and accompanying the sound, steam began to rise from the sea. The abyss of the sea. LV 107. Leviathan. Wow, Adam said, voice dry enough to soak up all the surrounding water and then some. You are one ugly motherfucker. The games we play. Sea level. The Leviathan released another steaming hiss as it opened its mouth wide, and damn, but the damn thing had teeth bigger than me. It lashed out with a gargantuan tongue, the dark pillar covered with tentacles and spines, the structure of the things reminiscent of jellyfish from hell. It shot past us as I ducked aside, holding a close grasp on Adam's cord and gathering power as I dodged. From my free hand and my firing spears came a rush of bright lances, aimed for the exposed flesh of its tongue, its eyes, and its face. The magic missiles bit deeply into the former. Relatively speaking, I was fairly doubtful driving a meter of hardened aura in the flesh of a creature that large amounted to anything but only left scratches on its armor and bounced off its scaled eyes without penetrating. As the glow of my lances faded from its tongue, I saw activity in the tiny holes as they filled with red. It wasn't blood, however, but the interior matter of the Grim, and I could see flesh beginning to mend. Ho, I said, smiling. I suppose those 3 digits aren't just for show. Then, its tongue twitched slightly, reacting to what I suspected had been more of a prickling sensation than anything else by trying to swat at us. The motion was a minor one, but it was large enough that it blocked the sun from where we were standing and plunged us into a massive shadow. Even before the attack reached me, I could feel it pressing against me through the sheer amount of displaced air, and I could sense that this attack, the simple lashing of a tongue, carried force enough to shake mountains. I wondered, briefly, how I measured up. I wasn't strong enough to match this creature's physical power, I could tell that at a glance, but I was sure I could survive a hit or two. How far would it throw me before I recovered? How much of the force would I be able to resist? A part of me wanted to try and find out, but not with Adam here. I dodged again, shedding 3 skins to carry us far enough to avoid the colossal blow. The air pressure as it swept past us was fiercer than any gale I'd ever encountered, but I forced myself to remain where I was by bracing my thoughts against it and pushing with Vimana. When the wind faded, the Leviathan gave another hiss of outrage that sent steam pouring across the surface of the lake and then slid back into the water with a crash that made massive waves rise around it. Coils of dark flesh rose like hills from the water as the Leviathan adjusted and circled, but it didn't immediately go on the attack. If I had to guess, I'd say it was wondering if it should even bother daring as snubbing such a creature and escaping might seem. In truth, I doubted it was even hurt. If anything, it was probably just annoyed at this point at being woken up and made to move around, and was considering whether or not it should go back to sleep, move elsewhere, or press the attack. Though several of its many eyes were peering up at me, it was like a tired man looking at an annoying fly that persisted on buzzing around the room, like it was wondering, are these dumb fucks stupid enough to keep bothering me, or will they go away if I just ignore them? That was understandable, even intelligent. The Leviathan was large enough that it had to be a very intelligent predator, and, as was often the case, it wasn't so much a question of whether victory was possible, but whether victory was easy. If you think about it logically, even a 50-50 chance is pretty shitty when it comes to a fight. That's a 50% chance you're going to die. After all, and for what? What do you stand to lose and what do you stand to gain? Whether you're a hunter, an animal, or a monster, you have to wonder if a fight is worth it or not before risking your life. So then, at what point did the odds become worth it for, say, a meal? 10% sucks a lot, in that case, because you figure you'll have 10 meals and then you'll die. Even 1 in 100 isn't that great for something you'll need to do regularly. Swatting an annoyance is even lower priority, and though the Leviathan probably didn't think we looked like much, who knows? And there's always the chance that any deaths could draw unwanted attention, if only in the form of more annoyances, but there's always the chance someone dangerous could come along. Is it worth the bother for a housefly? Probably not. Odds were good that if we both flew away right now, it probably wouldn't bother following. But if a housefly suddenly turns into a tiger and starts chewing on your face, well, that's something that kind of demands a reaction. What do you think, Adam? I asked. It looks like it's giving us a chance to run. You feel like leaving now that you've seen it? Adam sniffed disdainfully. How strong is it? Oh, 20 levels above us or so, I answered with an easy grin. It's built like a fucking battleship though, I'll tell you that much. Might take a while to kill. Better than killing looks for an hour, Adam stated. Might actually be worth our time. I agreed. Adam looked at the sky, presumably trying to judge how long it would be before classes started. Then he apparently remembered that he didn't actually give a shit about classes and gave a shrug. You think we can take him? He asked. I think we can take him. I flashed my teeth at him in a fierce grin before tearing the silk parasail I'd woven around him. He fell about a foot before landing on a psychokinetic platform, and I braced him with a thought. I'd made the parasail both for Adam's sake and my own Adam's because of his issues and mine because it saved time and energy. Making a psychokinetic road was possible but meant Adam would need to run the whole way and we'd be limited by his speed. If I'd picked him up psychokinetically, however, I'd need to spend not only the energy to support his weight, but also the energy required to move his mass up to whatever speed I desired and maintain it all the way across the sea, which would have been both a huge pain in the ass, slow, and a lot of work. Also, it still would have pretty much been carrying him, defeating the point. It would have been a waste all around. But for a fight, well, that was a bit different. Can carry your ass around all day, I explained when he looked at me. Well, I could, but I don't want to. Tying us together would just make this more complicated. He nodded, conceding that point without argument. He was probably thinking of about the same thing I was. Of me pulling him all over whenever I did anything. How do you want to play this? He asked. I'll say hello this time, I answered. I'll have Jai running support, so if you want to go down there, she'll hold you up until to get up to speed. He grunted. Waves could be a problem, he said. That thing's so fucking huge it makes them whenever it moves. Jai'll shield me? I confirmed. But if you need to think three-dimensionally, just say the word and I'll make platforms for you. And when I say the word, I mean it. Tell me if you want to go up, down, or whatever. Once you're in the air, things get tricky. Somebody should think of something for that, Adam noted. Somebody should learn to fucking fly, I replied. We'll just have to practice it later until it's second nature. HMPH, he snorted again. Fine, send your greeting card. Then, I intended to, I replied, smiling widely as I held out a hand. Luxaturna Active LV1 EXP, 99.04% MP, 14,400. A glimpse of the endless light that gives form to creation, channeled in its pure state, without passing through the spheres. It is a destructive power, obliterating all that stands in its path. A skill that is only possible for those able to touch the undivided form of light. It is a devastating attack, able to destroy armies and slag mountains, though for an equally tremendous price. High chance of consuming nearby sources of light and energy, as well as unprotected projections of aura. Damage increases with the amount of energy consumed. Current base damage, 100,000%. In an instant, there was nothing left but darkness and light. My illusions of bent light were torn away and devoured, leaving the cloak of my erupting aura to spring free for a brief moment before following it into the open maw of my attack. The stars flickered out and the moonlight vanished as the light faded, drawn into my hands by the elemental power I was directing, and I used that word intentionally, because saying I was in control of it would have been a massive exaggeration. In that moment, I felt like the sun was burning inside my chest, like lava was flowing through my veins instead of blood, and even with this much power I felt like I was skimming the surface. I was a wonder, really, that I wasn't consumed along with my illusions and lost in the drift. For a second, the only thing visible atop a suddenly pitch-black sea was the rushing torrent of power I'd unleashed, piecing through the darkness like a spear. And then, when that moment ended, it was to the sight of mountains rising steam above a roiling, screaming sea. The Grim, even those far from my attack, had felt the light as it refracted through the water, and it had seared the soulless creatures in a way that, bizarrely, wasn't entirely physical. The Leviathan in particular let out a cry, a shriek that rose to the edge of normal audibility and then passed it into the realm of enhanced hearing. Even so, it was loud, visceral in the sense that you could feel the noise, and it was filled with shock and terror and rage. The Leviathan had a long wound all the way down its left side and seemed pretty pissed about it from the way it rose to the surface with its jaws open wide. It all but leapt from the water, several hundred meters of the creature reaching for the sky as it gave a glass-breaking shriek. I gestured and flung Adam away with a blast of psychic energy before flying at the creature, shedding several skins as I went. I glanced towards its open mouth and sincerely thought about it, but decided against it, partially because the evil jellyfish stingers and what they said about its insides, partially because of how damn big the thing was, but mostly because it's mean leaving Adam out here. Instead, I flipped up at the last moment and landed feet first on the tip of its nose, a sphere of bright white clasped tightly in either hand. I crushed both and felt the flames spill over my hands and into me. Karna active LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The signature ability of the ancient warrior Vasuzina, made to combat his greatest enemy. An advanced fire technique based on the refinement and purity of aura. It is a skill that allows for the generation of extremely intense and focused flames, which can then be molded and expelled by the hands of the wearer. Rather than a single attack, this skill represents the ability to generate those flames, with the cost and form of the attack dependent on the wearer. The power, versatility, and intensity of the flames increases with the fire affinity and wisdom of the user. I grit my teeth slightly as I felt the sensation take hold. It felt as if the bones in my arms had been replaced by burning steel rods, and the way the metal of my gauntlets had turned brightly incandescent did little to shake the idea. Even so, I pushed the pain aside and let my aura flow down my arms, feeling it twist and burn as it was stripped of any impurities, focused, and then let loose. It roared from my hands like a blade, piercing into the Leviathan's skin on either side of me and leaving long burning scars in my wake. I'd run across its face and started down its neck when I first caught sight of motion in the wound Lux Eterna had left behind. Still amorphous shapes began to bubble from the opening even as red flesh began to pour in. I saw those masses take shape quickly, sprouting tentacles and claws as they formed into Grim, and let go of my cutting torches to cross my arms. Spreading my arms wide again, I swept a pair of thin, white-hot lines across the horde, one level with the knee and the other with the neck. As with bursts of smoke and vaporized matter, the burgeoning horde fell to pieces. The Leviathan hissed again and opened its mouth wide. Every motion the creature made sent tremors through its flesh like a miniature earthquake, but I found it simple enough to remain steady, forcing myself to stay upright with an absent thought. What was more concerning was what the Leviathan did next, firing a thin, at least, thin relative to its size, stream of black fluid at the surface of the water. On contact, it spread through the water, darkening it like it was an octopus's smoke screen. But that sure as hell wasn't what it was. As the jet flashed towards the water, I looked it over and analyzed it with my senses, gritting my teeth as I noticed the similarities. I turned on a diamond rain back across its head to get a line of fire, but the jet was moving fast enough that it could have cut through layers of steel as quickly as air. By the time I leapt off its nose and fired a thin line of fire at the attack, quite a bit of it had already reached its target. Adam dodged easily, no doubt sensing the attack coming, and a wall of water rose to defend him from any spray. But, though I was glad to see him safe, that wasn't the point of the attack. Instead, I turned my sights on the water far below, watching as it turned dark. The fluid mixed with the water quickly, some even making it through the blast of fire streaming from my hands, and wherever it spread, the water began to hiss and boil. It wasn't being diluted so much as it was consuming whatever water it came in contact with, devouring the mass and repurposing it. Already, I could see the first of the dark shapes taking form and moving to attack, black and white shells forming around the Grim as they were given life. I held my position, burning away as much of the stuff as I could before it reached the water. It was easy enough to understand what it was doing. These creatures it was making were just distractions, and though no real threat in their own right, it was making them by the thousands, spawning them from its wounded flesh, creating them when it attacked. It was able to produce armies on command, and while its attackers were preoccupied dealing with them, its injuries were healing and its strength was returning. Although killing lots of Grimm was its own reward, or, at least, the experience from it was, I didn't want to get too bogged down in small fry. Most of them were so much weaker than me that the reward was marginal and the consequences annoying. If I wasn't to deal with a legion of weaklings, I could have stayed in Naraka. Besides, I had other things to worry about. The flames that flew from my hands burned brighter and brighter as I turned up the heat, small jets of fire flaring from the joints in my gauntlets as my fingers bent. For several seconds, the Leviathan and I matched our attacks against one another, clouds of vaporized matter streaming upwards where our powers met. Even so, I could see the darkness spreading through the water beneath us as I hovered above, more and more monsters rising. At last, the Leviathan cut off its attack to bite at me, teeth and tongue coated in more of the black fluid as it came. Baring my teeth at it, I gather light in my hands, forming my power into a pair of spears, a gunner in either side, glowing brightly. I reared back and threw the spear I grasped in my right hand, tossing it straight into the monster's face. The resulting explosion of light and force swept over me, blowing back the surrounding water even as it killed the nearest of the Grimm. The Leviathan gave another boiling scream and drew back, the scales on the tip of its nose blown away and those surrounding it smoking and cracked. Without a moment's hesitation, I threw the other spear into its face, triggering another explosion that actually blew me back. Then, targeting it through the blast, I took aim at its weak point, braced myself, and fired. For the second time, Luxaturna brightened and darkened the sea of monsters, leveling up in the process. When my vision returned, I saw that I'd caught the beat literally head on this time, and much of its face had melted off. The upper part of its jaw streamed over the bottom, flowing in rivers down to the water below, and the melted hole stretched back up the ridge that should have served as its brow, burning a hole right into its brain case. In response, the Leviathan hissed in outrage, partially liquefied face bubbling as it did. What would have been the brain of another creature was just more of the same red interior matter, and unlike the lesser Grimm, the Leviathan didn't seem willing to die just because its head had been destroyed. Was there a vulnerability elsewhere, or did I just need to do more damage? Its HP had taken another hit from the blast, so I knew I was hurting it. I just needed to hurt it more. While pondering how to best go about doing such a thing, I withdrew slightly, most of my power drained by the consecutive attacks. Mentally, I reached down in preparation to call up my trump card, the maxed heal I kept in stock, but I didn't trigger it just yet, turning my attention downwards to see if it was needed. Far below, Adam and Jai were picking up the slack. My friend ran atop the surface of the water, which rose into bridges and troughs as needed. As a school of Grimm swarmed towards him beneath the surface of the water, Adam gestured with his blade and the water level shifted around him, sinking around to Grimm to reveal them even as it pushed them up from below and forced them into the line of fire. Adam sheathed his sword smoothly and drew it far faster, a wave of energy cutting cleanly through the ranks of the Grimm and continuing on to trace a long, thin line across the belly of the Leviathan. At the same time, Jai rose behind him, snake-like coils raising her high above my taller friend. She gestured with a hand and a Karkinos exploded from the waters. A twitch of the other tossed up in a Kalos. Adam cut down the ladder from a distance and drew close to the other, jumping onto its shell and driving his sword down like a nail into its shell. Jai lifted her hands and another pair of creatures rose and fell, and when Adam quickened his pace and cut down more and more, she reacted by growing 4 more arms in response, tearing creatures from the sea with reckless abandon. Then, seemingly growing tired of it, she brought her 6 hands together in front of her chest and then spread them wide with a tearing motion. The water plunged as if cratered. Creatures of Grimm held out in bubbles along the sides. Adam jumped, blade angling down as he flew through the air, and then with 15 far strikes he tore them all apart. He landed for a moment on the other side, Jai supporting him, and then he was off in search of other prey. I smiled at the sight and released a mental hold I'd kept on my fail-safe before snapping my incandescent fingers and calling upon my friends. Suryasta flooded forth from my hands, shaping a body for himself from the fire before hovering to one side of me even as Levant made her presence abruptly known on the other. The two stood weightlessly at my side even as I raised my hands above my head, electricity cackling between them until I hurled down the thunderbolt and gave Volturn a shape among the waves. Though the electricity would normally be too diffused to hurt the Grimm after spreading through the water, I was sure he'd guide it to where it was needed most. I made a pair of firing spears in the bottom of my range to help that particular process along and then dropped my hands to my sides. Reaching out to the 2 elementals beside me, I touched their hands once and smiled at them before floating a step forward so that they were just behind me. Turning my palms to the sky, I gathered a spear of bright flames in either hand and then turned them towards the Leviathan, watching as they spiraled up and away, targeting weak points in its flesh. Not even waiting to see the attacks connect, I swung my hands closed in a clap, power slipping from my fingertips as they went in the wake of my hands. I left 1,000 droplets of white fire that sped towards the massive grim in a horde of needles that burnt hot enough to pit its flesh. The Leviathan steamed again, semi-solid upper jaw somehow managing to rise, trailing ropey strands of flesh as it gaped open. When it did, another dark stream fired from the twisted opening, aiming right for me, but I ducked clean under it and lunged towards it. By whose lunge active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 400. The White Tiger's Leap, a technique central to Baihu's ancient martial arts style, through which he dragged down his enemies. Taken to its highest level, the skill allows the user to move like lightning between his foes, leaving only the broken in his wake. 1000% increase to jumping distance, 500% increase to movement speed, 500% increase to attack damage. I slipped right under the twisted stream, reached up to touch the bottom with a burning hand as I drew near. The speed of my approach was such that both the stream and the air around us ignited, heat and fire flooding in every direction, and then I made contact. I crashed into the creature's throat with force enough to crush it and make it cave in, incandescent arms sinking almost to the shoulder in the beast's flesh. It gave a croaking, sputtering hiss, drawing back and falling. Only then did I use my stored heal, restoring my power fully. My hands flexed wide, power gathering in either hand as I channeled all the power I'd regained into a new pair of attacks. And then there was light. The games we play. Storage. After I blew its head clean off with a pair of Lux Eternae that fed off each other until they merged into a single attack, the fight was pretty much over. I say pretty much because even that wasn't enough to kill the damn thing outright. Losing its head just made it thrash around and panic for a while, but it did take most of the fight out of the thing. Even if it wanted to kill us, its main forms of attack originated from its mouth, and I'd well and truly blown that option to hell for it. From there, it was mostly a matter of making it stick. Even the Leviathan's potent regenerative abilities struggled with regrowing a head, and I had no intention of giving it the time it needed. Instead, I simply pressed the assault, interfering with any attempts at recovery or escape long enough to make the creature go down. It took a few more gunners, waves of scorching fire, and even another Lux Eterna, but I'd taken the teeth out of it along with its actual fucking teeth, so it was more of a waiting game than an actual fight. Still, to require 5 of my best attacks, a horde of lesser blows, nearly 2 times my full power, and a death scene long than Azure and Sienna's. I guess the hundreds are a bit different after all, especially the ones that were built for combat. If not for the many cost reductions I had bringing down Lux Eterna's exorbitant cost, it probably would have been even worse. But in the end, I won and taken my prizes. Your level has increased by 1. Your level has increased by 1. Your level has increased by 1. You have obtained the item typically. You have obtained the item Tenon. You have obtained the skill book Kentu. You have obtained the skill book Mantu. Well, that was a pain in the ass, Adam stated as I descended, hovering a meter above the water. Though he'd spent the entire fight running atop the water, there wasn't a drop of it on him thanks to Zai-Hai, and he came to a halt as I nodded to him, raising a short staircase of hardened water with the thought. For a minute there, I honestly thought it was going to regrow its damn head. Wait until we get to the other side of the sea, I answered with a chuckle. There are supposed to be hydras out there. If you want to talk about hard to kill. Adam groaned, sounding honestly annoyed. He knew the stories about hydras as well as anyone. It was the nature of Grimm to grow stronger not only over time, although they did that too, of course, but also through survival. What doesn't kill them tends to make them stronger in a very literal sense as they learn, adapt, and grow to become better killers. The hydras were perhaps the best example of this, because they combined it with the best regenerative abilities of all the Grimm, or, at least, the supposed best. With myths like Zeus now proven to be true, God only knows. There are more than a few legends of creatures that would straight up come back to life if you didn't kill them thoroughly enough, and the biology of the Grimm was sadly fucked up enough that I couldn't dismiss the possibility. But the hydras were the best known example, with multiple records of them growing 2 new heads in response to decapitation and sprouting armored limbs when weaker ones were cut off. As far as threats went, Hydras were considered some of the biggest ones around, and the sighting of any near the kingdoms was responded to as quickly as possible. After all, if you fuck up killing it the first few times, you might end up dealing with a monster you aren't equipped to handle. That was what made places far beyond the walls of the kingdoms so dangerous. They wouldn't be like the areas close by or even like the Sea of Monsters. Those places had been culled semi-regularly thanks to hunters, to say nothing of my recent work. The most important part of dealing with the Grim long-term is to make sure there is no long-term, or else they'll grow and grow and grow. But that doesn't apply to places like the other side of the Sea of Monsters or to the wastes far into Vako's deserts or who knows how many other places. The Grim there hadn't been culled. They'd done the culling. The monsters out there had won. They'd fought civilizations that vanished thousands of years ago because of them. Some of the creatures out there were old enough and strong enough to have cut down cities like a man would mow grass in the summer. Things like leviathans were what happened when the same monster encountered ship after ship after ship and was never quite put down. The mistakes that had been made over the history of the Sea of Monsters. Things like hydras. Well, a hydra that managed to survive a year after first contact was generally considered an unmitigated disaster. One that had survived 1,000 was a touch more problematic. The leviathan gave me a good idea of what to expect out there, and the truth was, but it'll have to wait, I continued, floating back as I looked into the distance. We'll head back for today. Canceling our field trip? Adam asked, no doubt able to guess why. I know how much you'd hate to miss classes, I said anyway, smirking at his grimace. We'll spend a bit more time playing around here before we cross. Unless you'd like to go now. HMPH, he scoffed, rolling his eyes. I guess I wouldn't mind sleeping. I smiled at him and inclined my head. We both knew it was better to turn back now, for the same reason the Leviathan had hesitated to fight us. It wasn't, or at least, wasn't just a question of whether we could win or not, but whether or not we could win easily. The point of training was to grow stronger, not to kill yourself trying to. However much my life might sometimes seem like a game, there were no arbitrarily placed walls keeping me from going places. Just like there was nothing to keep me from wandering into a place I couldn't hope to survive. Best to err on the side of caution and not drawing the attention of civilization-killing abominations. Well, I say that, but if it was just me, I probably still might have tried it or at least get close enough to take a look. But I'd gotten what I wanted and then some, so I could afford to be patient. What are those? Adam asked, nodding at the bundle floating beside me. New mask, I said, nodding at Cipically, and then showed him Tenon, a new armor designed for aquatic environments, and a pair of skill books. Which reminds me, I promptly devoured the 2 books, noting with a smile that they were water skills. Not really surprising, but good to have. Perhaps I might be able to use them a bit more easily than my other water skills and train them up. More importantly, check out your new level, I continued, stashing the remaining items in my inventory. The Beast. LV88. Adam Taurus. Nice, Adam replied, drawing up his status screen. What's yours now? 90, I nearly sang. You know what that means? Adam quirked an eyebrow, obviously getting it. Time to distribute points again, huh? He asked wryly. That's right, I answered with a bright grin. It's skill time. With a flourish, I opened my own status screen and happily took my wisdom straight over 250. By raising WIS above 250, you have gained the passive skill Totality. By greatly improving your understanding of the world, you have learned to draw upon the power of the Sephiroth, the emanations of the soul. By raising WIS above 250, you have gained the passive skill Shakma. By raising WIS above 250, you have gained the passive skill Bina. By raising WIS above 250, you have gained the passive skill Cheesed. By raising WIS above 250, you have gained the passive skill Jevira. By raising WIS above 250, you have gained the passive skill Typheret. By raising WIS above 250, you have gained the passive skill Netsuch. By raising WIS above 250, you have gained the passive skill Hod. By raising WIS above 250, you have gained the passive skill Yesod. I froze at once, smile fading as I read the words that appeared before me. The first one, Totality, a skill I guessed to be the next in the line of elemental skills I'd received from raising wisdom. Even before I felt the knowledge flow into me, my eyes glances over with almost absent-minded happiness. But the moment I started reading the others, I felt like I'd just been struck by lightning. The words were meaningless to me, and yet they weren't. It was bizarre. I had no idea what they meant, and yet they meant something to me. I'd have thought it was something I'd forgotten, except I didn't forget much of anything anymore, and I was all but certain I had never seen the words before in my life. At the same time, however, I knew that something was wrong, except I had no idea what. It wasn't the words themselves, of that much I was sure, yet I had no idea what else it could be. It was like I was missing a puzzle piece, or maybe two, I thought, and had no idea why. Even worse, though there was a certainty to it that surprised me enough so that if I'd been anyone else, I'd have thought that maybe the thoughts weren't my own. No answers came to me no matter how I looked at the words. Jaune, Adam said, sounding worried. Jaune, what's wrong? What? I replied, looking up and realizing with another moment of shock that I hadn't been paying attention, even peripherally. Adam seemed to catch that, and the mere idea made him rock back slightly. "Are you okay?" he asked carefully, tilting his head slightly. "Yes," I said, nearly kicking myself when it came out like a question. "Yes, it's just I thought there was something odd about my new skills for a second there." "Sorry, what is it?" he wondered. "I don't know," I replied, glancing back at the words even as I pursed my lips. I thought I remembered something, but nothing springs to mind. "Let's head." "How?" "Okay, I'll tell you about them when we get back to Mistral. I don't want to get distracted out here." "Okay," he answered slowly. "Sure, let's go." "This is good enough," I said aloud as we crossed into Mistral proper, slipping past the guards and gates with the help of Naraka. I shattered the barrier when we were safely positioned atop the roof of a skyscraper, far from any prying eyes. It would have been easy enough to go all the way back to Haven, but while I knew the odds of anything happening were minuscule at best, I didn't dare take any chances that close to Cinder. Not after what had just happened. And what the fuck had just happened? I had no clue, not even after spending the entire trip home thinking about it. I couldn't have done anything else if I tried. I'd long since gotten used to spending my time thinking while my body was busy with dull, repetitive labor, and attempting to avoid the thought would have done nothing but bring it to mind even more quickly. Perhaps it was inevitable, given that I valued my intelligence and wisdom above all else. Not thinking about stuff just wasn't something I was good at. Hell, I was proud of that fact. I took pride in my ability to think things through, plan ahead, see opportunities, and make connections. With the stakes so high and so much on the line, not thinking was the worst thing I could possibly do. After, of course, freezing up, which I just had, in an area full of grim. Without even thinking about it, I blotted out all else and focused entirely on what was before me, and I had no doubt that if Adam hadn't drawn my attention, I'd have stood there a lot longer than I had, possibly until something had attacked me. And that just didn't happen to me. Not anymore, at least. And though it had only been for a few seconds in the end, but that didn't change the fact that it had happened, nor did it change the fact that, more worryingly, I didn't know why. Well, perhaps that wasn't quite true. The most likely explanation was that it had something to do with my past life, that I'd seen something that had rung a bell and had gotten a flash of insight. Except, if so, it was a pretty uninformative flash. It hadn't told me anything, as far as I could tell, and it had left me dangerously distracted. Besides, I'd quickly closed all the windows and had avoided bringing any of them up again during the trip home, worried that it might happen again. Until I was somewhere safe, it was the best I could do, and this was probably the best I was going to get. "Why are we up here?" Adam asked, the frown he'd worn since we'd started back still firmly on his face. I paused before admitting the truth. "I'm distracted. Something's wrong and I need to figure out what." "Can you cover me for a bit?" Adam's frown deepened for a moment before he nodded, hand rising to rest on the hilt of his sword as he turned to look at the city lights far below. "Take your time," he answered, obviously settling into wait. I flashed him a grateful nod and then began to pull up screens. The good news was that I didn't stop paying attention to my surroundings this time. The bad news was that I felt that strange feeling again, that flash of electric sensation that made me certain that this was important, more important than my surroundings or anything else. I had to resist the urge to give it my full attention, not because of any mental compulsion but simply because it mattered that much. It was like I was standing in a room with a bomb that was about to go off. The wallpaper just didn't matter a whole lot in comparison. I kept myself from being pulled in, but I had to think about it for a moment. I had to get to the bottom of this, fast. Either it wasn't as important as it seemed, in which case something was wrong, or it did deserve that attention and something was really wrong. First things first, I thought. Best to get this out of the way now. Totality passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. An ability given to those who have reached the summit of knowledge and fully grasped the truth, reaching the light from which all things come and return. By bathing in the light without form, the user has reached that which is above the mind's ability to comprehend, and through the profound truths which they have learned, the user has grasped that which is hidden. Allows for the creation of an elemental of light through the combination of all lesser elementals. Light affinity is equal to the average of all elemental affinities. Double resistance to all elemental attacks. 50% less MP used for all elemental abilities. 100% increase to the effectiveness of all elemental abilities. Pretty much what I'd expected, given the abilities that had come before it, but I was glad to have it nonetheless. I made a note to create a light elemental the first chance I got just to see what happened, but everything else would come in handy too. Double damage, reduced costs. It was good stuff all around, given the costs of Gunnar, Karna, and especially Lux Eterna. Well, I wasn't going to complain, especially not when it was the one ability that didn't fill me with doubts. But now, it was time to do what I came here for. I looked over my skills and the pictures that represented each before tapping the last one and bring it up. Yes, I'd passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%, the foundation upon which all things are built, wherein the light from the spheres above is given shape in the kingdom below. In the same way, it is where spiritual thought is first translated into physical action. This ability represents the heightened presence of Yesod within the soul of the user, and through its light, gives them excellence in all things. 100% increase to the effectiveness of all skills that passively enhance physical actions. 100% increase to experience gained by all such skills. I blinked once, surprised despite myself, not just by the effects of the skill, but also by its description. The skill itself was a good one, of course. I'd have to check to be sure of exactly which skills counted, but at the very least it seemed like it would improve things like my sword mastery and such. It was hard to be anything but happy about something that made you stronger for no cost, so I was glad to have it. But what did it mean by the presence of Yesod in my soul? Not just that, but a heightened presence, which implied there had already been Yesod present. But what was Yesod? Then the foundation had said, but what did that mean? Again, I felt like I was looking at a puzzle I didn't have all the pieces to. Pausing for a moment, I looked over the other icons again. Each bore an image of a sphere, with a number of paths branching out from it. Yesod, for instance, had 4 paths, one up, one down, and one going to each of the upper corners of the picture. Looking over the other spheres and the paths that spread from them, I could see enough similarities in the designs to be pretty sure I was looking at a puzzle. In fact, with a thought, an illusion appeared before me. Chakma and Beno were in the uppermost corners, with Chist and Jeburo beneath them and Netsuch and Hod below them. Yesod was at the bottom, connected to Netsuch and Hod above and to the sides of it, while Tiferet was in the center and linked to every sphere around it through 8 paths. Except there were only 7 spheres in my design. The path that stretched up from Tiferet didn't connect to anything, nor did the paths from Bena and Chakma that should have led to the same place. There was also a path directly below Yesod that had no sphere at its end. I was right, I was missing 2 pieces, and I'd known it even though I was sure I've never seen this design before in my life. The odds that this was something from my past life went up a notch. But how was I supposed to figure out what when I was missing the key pieces? By looking at the pieces around it. Obviously. Yes, I've mentioned a kingdom below and probably wasn't referring to the kingdoms like Mistral and Vale. Or was it? I'd always wondered why they were called kingdoms when we hadn't had a king in a long time, but no, for the moment, I'd stick only to what I could be sure of. Yesod was the only piece connecting to this kingdom, but the topmost sphere had 3 paths leading to it. I decided to start in the middle, at the center of the image. Tiferet active and passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The adornment, the throne of glory and the beauty of that which is to come. The center that balances judgment and mercy, wisdom and understanding, victory and splendor. It inherits the light from above and allows it to be given form in the world below. This ability represents the heightened presence of Tiferet within the soul of the user, and through its light gives them the power to shape wonders. Just as Tiferet unifies the emanations of the soul, this ability allows the user to combine skills they possess to create new ones. Though not all skills can be combined with each other, it is possible to draw great power from those that can, if one knows how. Passively makes the user aware of skills that can be combined with one another. Minimum skill level required for Sephirotic synthesis, LV99. What? For a moment I didn't understand, but as soon as I paused to consider it, I knew it was the truth. I could feel something, a connection of some kind, between 2 points in my head. It wasn't an obtrusive sensation, nothing I couldn't ignore if I chose, but as soon as I gave it thought it sprang to the forefront of my mind. And, well, there was a lot I could put up with for the promise of new skills. All at once, I couldn't help but think the distraction my new skills had caused wasn't that bad, at which point I was already reaching out towards that mental connection, shutting my eyes. Abruptly, light flashed through my mind, so bright that for a moment I thought that someone had shoved the sun into my head. I thought it was all in my head, but only more a second because I could see it, shining out through my eyelids. And then I couldn't, because my ESP shut down, followed momentarily by my clairvoyance. My skin hardened into a cage around me as the adamant serpent skin deactivated, and one by one my other skills flickered and died. My MP plummeted and then emptied entirely, fed to the fire burning inside my mind. I would have stopped if I'd known how, shaken if I were able, but the process refused to stop now that it had begun, and it seemed to drag on and on and on. In all likelihood, it couldn't have taken more than a minute, but I spent that minute powerless and trapped in my own skin, unable to even speak. Whatever MP I regenerated was devoured by the process occurring within me until it reached completion, and then it was done, halting abruptly. Even then, I didn't move, trapped within an adamant cage made of my own skin. I felt my MP begin to return to me, though, and immediately activated all of my senses, scanning furiously for any sign of trouble that could have appeared while I was helpless. My heart was pounding in my ears and only the gamer's mind kept me calm. Jaune, Adam nearly shouted, and he must have been doing it for a while considering he was shaking me. I hadn't noticed, and god did I fucking hate that with the burning passion of a million suns. But beside him, a window had appeared. Sephirotic synthesis complete. The skills Magic Missile and Flare have been combined successfully. The skill Agni Astra has been created. The games we play. Reflections. It took me a few seconds to recover enough MP to start reactivating my skills and move again, at which point I rose with a sensation like I was tearing my way out of my skin. The gamer's body being what it was, there were no actual signs of this, but it still hurt like a bitch, and the damage took a big chunk out of my health, if one that was easily healed. Despite that, I didn't relax until all of my usual defenses were in place, feeling terrifyingly exposed without it. Yeah, I could admit it. I had been terrified, even I had been able to calmly put that fear aside thanks to the gamer's mind. I wasn't used to being vulnerable anymore, because I made a point to be prepared for pretty much everything that could be thrown my way. I scanned my surroundings with a multitude of senses and across the breadth of a spectrum most people could only imagine. I hardened my skin and strengthened my body until I could shrug off bombs and tear apart an army as needed. I enhanced my speed until I could dodge between bullets, and even if I had only a moment to react, I warped time around me enough to make moments drag on. And behind all those persistent effects, I had a well of power I was prepared to draw upon at a moment's notice, ready to drive my power to even greater heights of even-level cities. Did I consider myself invincible? Of course not. I was smart enough to know my limits, and Remnant had a long history that showed, in great detail, that people can die, no matter how much they believed otherwise. But I had options. I could notice a threat and react to it, even if only by escaping. It had been quite a while since I'd found myself in a position where I couldn't do anything. If I'd done that in the middle of a fight, if I had tried to do that somewhere else and someone noticed and took advantage of it, I closed my eyes and was relieved to find that it did absolutely nothing to hinder my vision. "Sorry, Adam," I said aloud, reaching up to grasp his hands. "An experiment of mine went awry." Adam frowned at me but let go of my shirt, and I caught myself in midair before I could fall back. "A warning would have been nice," he replied after a moment. "Yeah, I thought it would have been." "Sorry," I said again. I honestly had no idea that would happen, and didn't that sting? I was used to my skills leaving out details about how they worked in practice, but that had been, well, something else. Similar, in a way, to when I contracted an elemental, though thankfully it hadn't knocked me out. Being forced to sleep for 6 hours would have been a colossal waste of time, a much longer-lived danger, and just generally inconvenient. Granted, I wouldn't have been aware of the dangers or drawbacks while I slept, but I wasn't sure if that made sleeping better or worse. Speaking of which, I continued slowly. "What did happen?" Adam twitched at that, searching my face. "You." He sounded shocked and disbelieving as he spoke and had to stop for a minute to get it under control. When he spoke again, his voice was tightly controlled, which just emphasized how worried he must have been. "You don't know?" I hesitated for a moment before shaking my head. "What just happened drained all my power," I admitted. "My senses turned off and everything." "Was that why you didn't?" Adam gestured at me. "Move?" I asked. "No, that was one of my skills." "I told you about it, didn't I?" How the adamant serpent skin worked. When I ran out of power to fuel it with, it basically turned me into a statue. I couldn't even open my eyes. "Ah," Adam said, nodding in understanding. "Might be a good idea to turn that one off if you do this again." I agreed. I'd still be tremendously weakened, but at least I'd still be able to move. It was better than nothing. "So what happened?" "Well," Adam considered. "It took me a few seconds to notice anything was wrong, due to how weird you normally are, but it was a little bit odd when you started glowing." I winced. "Yeah, I thought I saw that, before I went blind," I said. "Through my eyes, right?" "At first, yeah, but then the rest of you began glowing, too," he replied. "And not like the usual aura glow, you were glowing inside, bright enough that I could see it through your skin." "Damn," I groaned. "How bright?" "Could someone have seen?" "Possibly, he answered after a moment of thought. I was more worried about how you didn't answer when I asked you what was happening. I thought you were ignoring me at first, but when I realized you'd turned into a spotlight out in the open, I thought I should check to make sure you were okay. You usually do stuff like this in Naraka. Yeah, I agreed. Although, maybe it was a good thing I didn't this time. If I'd done it in Naraka, the barrier would have broken when I ran out of power and dropped me back here, depending on where I was when it happened. Shit, I'm gonna need to find a safe place to do stuff like this. Maybe I'll have air bury me underground next time. Assuming Kromkrulch or some other subterranean grim doesn't appear and fuck up my shit, a possibility which my life is too fucked up for me to completely dismiss. That should be fairly secure. Otherwise, well, I might need you to play guard duty again. Adam shrugged. What did you do, anyway? He asked. Not here, I said, looking around. I didn't see anyone approaching us yet, but it was too soon to tell whether that meant my little light show had gone unnoticed or not. Either way, I had no intention of sticking around to find out. Scanning my surroundings, I carefully swept away any evidence of our presence with a mixture of psychokinesis and my elementals and then nodded to myself. There, it's clean enough. Let's get out of here. Snapping my fingers, I threw to both of us back into Naraka and took a deep breath. Pointless, maybe, but kind of comforting, too, especially since my own adamant skin had kept my lungs from expanding while Typheret did its work. Speaking of which, I brought up the profile again and was somewhat pleased by what I'd found. Typheret had leveled up after a single use and the skill level requirement had dropped from 99 to 98 in the process, which was simultaneously a slight and massive improvement. Generally speaking, skills became increasingly difficult to improve as their level approached 99, but in this case, that actually worked in my favor. While it was unlikely that I'd be able to raise Typheret itself to 99, given that it would only improve as I combined skills and it would take an increasing number of skills as its level rose, each level would lower the requirements further, and as the level requirement had started at 99 and was counting down, that worked out pretty well. If I could get Typheret to even just level 10, it would drop the limit to 90, and at that point, that meant a lot. The first 50 levels of a skill, for example, could be obtained in less time than it took to get from 90 to 91, and, hell, if I could get Typheret to 50, I'd be able to synthesize skills fairly easily. Relatively speaking, the early levels of the skill were the most valuable, in this case, assuming, of course, that the results had been worth the effort. Okay, I said. You might want to stand back for this. How far back? Adam asked. I don't know, I admitted. Really far back, Adam decided, nodding to himself before jumping off the building and quickly putting some distance between us. It was probably a wise move, I admitted as I drew up the profile of my newest skill, gathering power as I did. Agniastra Active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 2000. One of the legendary techniques wielded by the Astrodari, it was said to invoke the power of the god of fire. Used as a skill, it can either empower an existing weapon or create one entirely from aura. In either case, the effect is the same, releasing an inferno of supernatural flames fueled by the user's aura. The flames of the Agniastra are inextinguishable through normal means as they will burn without air or even underwater until they run out of power, feeding solely on the light of souls. Power increases with WIS and fire affinity. 50% defense penetration, 10,000% damage increase. Automatically inflicts burning status effect on anyone who receives damage. Targets lose MP at a rate of 20 MP per second, in addition to HP damage, so long as they possess the burning status effect. Burning status effect may not be removed through mundane means. The weapon that appeared in my hand as I shaped my power looked like one of my magic missiles, except in coloration. Instead of the usual white lance, it was incandescent, like heated steel, and almost painfully warm to the touch. Waiting for a moment for Adam to finish running and take his place on the roof of another tall building nearly a kilometer away, I leapt high into the air and threw my weapon at the roof of the skyscraper. It pierced straight through it without even slowing down, and though it had only felt a little hot to me, the entire roof began to melt and was quickly pulled down by gravity as it liquefied. The Agniastra tore through all the floors beneath it in the exact same way until it hit the bottom floor, not even slowing down as it went. And then it exploded. A massive wave of flames rushed out in all directions, blowing out the first floor and then rushing back up the way it came. It shattered every window on the way up, shattering anything that tried to contain it, and the flames rushed out through the openings steam from a kettle, igniting nearby buildings and cars with a fire that clung to anything it touched and devoured as it went. The skyscraper began to crumble and fall, burning from every opening as it toppled and crashed into the ground, shaking the surrounding area. Okay, I admitted as I settled on a building that wasn't on fire, having been forced to dodge the onrush of flames. That's pretty cool. For several seconds, I simply watched the flames consume everything they touched, melting steel, burning wood, and destroying everything in its path. The flames seemed to crawl over everything they touched, even moving in directions normal flames wouldn't, burning down as well as up, and crossing the streets with ease. In perhaps half a minute, the unnatural flames had ignited much of the surrounding neighborhood, moving as if it had a mind of its own. It wouldn't last, though. I could see my aura sustaining the flame's unnatural behavior, but it was devouring that fuel like everything else. If it got access to more aura, whether mine or that of a target, it could likely sustain its behavior for a longer period of time, but as it was right now, I'd say it would last about a minute and a half longer before reverting to normal fire. Of course, by that point, most of the surrounding city would be up in flames, and once it was that big, stopping even a normal fire would be fairly difficult for most people. And while it was like this, it would be exceedingly difficult to even contain it given the speed at which it was growing now. A few properly placed strikes would probably burn down most of Mistral if it wasn't stopped, and the only ways to do that would be what? I paused for a moment to contemplate it. A fire elemental like Siriasta probably could. The nature of the flames might make it more expensive as they tried to consume the aura he used to maintain a body and exert his power, but elementals definitely weren't mundane. They also weren't something many people had access to, though, so the more likely alternatives were the usage of semblances or dust. The former were too varied to make any real generalities, but the later, red dust, might be able to control the flames until they burnt out, perhaps, and various others could theoretically hinder it. Would summoned or created water snuff out the flames? Pondering that for a moment, I raised hand and waved it in an absent circle. As I did, streamers of water began to follow the path of fingers, droplets running down the steel of my gauntlets as it poured from the openings. As I dropped my hand, the water fell with it and began to pool at my feet, the strength of the flow strengthening by the second until its small waterfall began to spill over the edge of the building I was upon. Jai flowed into it as it went, guiding and shaping the flow as it swept over the flames and tried to coral them. Manja active LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The flowing tide jewel and ancient art passed down from one of the ancient desert kings to gather water even while lost among the sands. The skill allows the user to gather water by changing the nature of their aura to attract it. With this ability, it's possible to draw up underground streams, pull moisture from the air, or even draw rivers towards the user. With greater effort, it is even possible to create water by pulling the moisture from one's own flesh and restoring it with aura. 1 MP per liter of water summoned. 10 MP and 100 horsepower per liter of water created. I held up the pressure for several seconds, feeling my hand dry until it seemed like it was crumbling to sand. In that time, I summoned several thousand liters of water from my skin, healing all the while as I fueled it. And yet, even as it washed over the flames and surrounded them completely, they didn't so much as flicker. Instead, the surrounding water began to boil as the flames blazes higher and feed from the traces of aura within them, flowing through them until they seemed like rivers of fire. Even Jai, no more than a spiritual presence within the water, became a target as the flames feed from her power. After a moment, I recalled my elemental and let the water fall to the streets where it continued to boil and steam. It seemed safe to say that even water created unnaturally wouldn't suffice, because the fact remained that the flames wouldn't be put out simply by being doused. Rather than be pleased by that, however, I was a bit concerned by it. Granted, I didn't have any real intention of using something this indiscriminate on human targets, and if I did, I'd certainly stay nearby to handle the cleanup, but the knowledge that the flames could go out of control so easily was still a bit worrying. Unlikely as it was, if something happened, worse still, a number of grunt could likely resist it. Many of them were durable enough to simply endure burning alive until the flames returned to normal. A direct hit from the spear form of the attack would kill most things, but the resulting flames were more of a threat to other humans, whose aura could be turned against them and consumed. Even if the rate of consumption wasn't very large yet, an attack like this could very easily strike hundreds of people at a time, and without someone capable of resisting the effects, most would be doomed to slowly burn to death against the soulless monsters that filled the world. I sighed slightly and extended a hand towards them, preparing myself to put them out. But just before I called Siriasta to make the attempt, a thought struck me and I paused before checking on Adam. He was behind me now and far from the line of fire, so I contemplated it for a moment longer before smiling. Why not? I thought a moment before I gathered light into my hand. The night darkened as Luxeterna sprang to life, every source of illumination drawn into the mighty stream of power, from the stars above to the flames below. For a moment, the world was pitch black but for the attack itself, but when the light returned, the flames of Agniastra were gone, as was, pretty much everything else in front of me. There was a path of destruction through the city that ended in a melted mountainside that had been cratered and slagged by the blast. Admittedly, I was fairly close to the edge of the city anyway, but wow. I frowned down at my hand, flexing my fingers absently. It hadn't taken anywhere near as much energy this time, thanks to the cost reduction from totality and the damage increase I'd gotten from that same skill partially explained the increase in power, but not entirely. My eyes were good enough that just by looking at the aftermath I could say that it was more than 4 times as powerful as any of the ones I'd hit the Leviathan with, and even the power it had drawn from Agni-Astra didn't explain that difference, which must mean Javiera passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%, the severity that brings judgment. The throne of strength and the seat of fire. Though it is brother to love and mercy, Javiera is the power that gives one the strength to enforce their will on the world. In the end, it is the will to act and overcome one's enemies that allows for the existence of mercy, instead of mere surrender. This ability represents the heightened presence of Javiera within the soul of the user and through its strength, gives them the power to both protect and destroy. 100% increase to the effectiveness of all skills that assist or create attacks, as well as all skills that directly reduce the power of an opponent. 100% increase to experience gained by all such skills. I whistled slightly under my breath. That would do it, I suppose, and between this and totality, the strength of all my elemental attacks had just gone way up. I suppose it wasn't really all that surprising, remembering how much my power grew every time I hit the benchmark of one of my skills, but still, with an increase like that, Javiera had pretty much doubled the power of every attack skill I had. Yes, I had done the same to many of my passive skills, including pretty much all the normal skills I had like sword mastery and the stuff I'd nabbed with psychometry. Tiferet gave me the power to create new and powerful abilities, or would once I improve a few more of my skills. And now that I was looking for it, I could feel the other changes in the skills I'd recently reactivated. I was vastly stronger now than I'd been even just this morning, and I was starting to learn how much I'd need to go over the rest of my new skills now that I wasn't worried about freaking out, but I'd grown a great deal. I'd come a long way from where I'd been. So how much longer until I was ready? It was hard to say when I didn't even really know what I was trying to get ready for. I was preparing as best I could for a threat I couldn't even risk identifying directly. I knew I was making progress, but towards what? I'd have to find out eventually. I decided already that I'd return to Vale eventually, probably at the end of the semester. But before I did that, returning to face the threats I couldn't confirm, there was something I could do. Jericho Falls might have the answers I sought. It was a place that had chewed up and spat out the better part of 100 hunters. But I was special, and I had friends in some pretty damn high places that would have my back if I tried. If I scoped it out beforehand, made plans, and prepared, I might be able to manage. If not now, then soon. I'd thought to myself beforehand that the hundreds were something else. When my level was 100. When I could face down the beast across the sea of monsters and win. Perhaps I'd be ready. In the end, I guess there was no way to know except to find out. The world was fucked up. It apparently had something to do with me, and I needed to know why before I figured out whose ass I was going to have to kick to fix things. I'd be ready by then, because I'd make sure I was, and I knew a good place to start. Taking a deep breath, I began to summon my light elemental. The games we play. Lighting. Taking a deep breath, I snapped my fingers and my friends came to my side, arraying themselves around me as they had before. In my mind I saw the summoning the circles I'd used to call each of them for the first time, the pentagrams they'd appeared inside. Only this time, it was they who made a circle around me. Arab, Levant, Suryasta, Volturnus, and Jai each appeared at one of the imaginary stars. Point and Crocia Mors flowed into my gauntleted hands. Feeling his desire without having to exchange so much as a word, I cancelled my armor shell and the gauntlets immediately began to melt, spilling down my arms in rivers and drops that splattered on the ground and began to flow away from me. In moments, he'd made a ring of steel around me, the outer edges at my other elemental's toes, before at last going solid and still. I took a slow breath and felt their presence within me as I did. I looked at them all without moving a muscle, reaching out to them with my thoughts, and for the first time in a long time wondered, do you guys know what you're doing? Because I don't. They looked back at me without a word and smiled reassuringly, the emotion brushing against my mind even when the expressions were slow to come to their faces. "We are with you always." The response didn't come from any one of them nor even from them all, but simple formed within my mind as a fact. Even so, it felt like the truth and I knew that I trusted them. Exhaling slowly, I nodded once. "Okay," I said aloud. "Let's do this." Then, at once, my elementals began to shift and change. RWBY and Jaune, the ones who had made their bodies out of physical water and earth, were the most obvious, with drops of water and flakes of dirt falling from their forms until their features were worn smooth and all that remained were blank figures of water and earth. The others shifted more subtly, as their edges dulled and the lines blurred, Yvonne's eternal smile getting wore away by the wind as Suryasta's eyes were consumed by flames. Volturnus simply began to flicker more wildly, the appearance of humanity fading with each motion until he was faceless and blank, while Crocea more shifted subtly, my face changing in the reflection of the steel ring until it was purely my own. And then, when all that was left were blank elemental figures, they knelt as one and put their hands on the circle, as I had done when first I'd summoned them. Murmurs brushed against my thoughts, words in a language I didn't know, and then their bodies began to crumble, fading into dust and sparks and currents of air and water that drifted slowly around the outside of the circle before flowing towards its center. Towards me. I remained still as they touched my skin once, each contact bringing with it a shock of aura. Water and earth fell to the ground, filling the inside of the circle in a solid sheet of mud even as sparks rose into a luminous cloud above my head, casting my shadow every which way. The wind kept the cloud aloft, filling the space in between as it did, and for a moment nothing seemed to happen. Then my many shadows flickered once and then flowed, moving despite the stable light above. They all gathered in front of my, layering themselves into an unnaturally dark image even though there was light that should have broken the darkness. And then, slowly, my shadow began to move, head at the ring of Crocea Moors as it spun clockwise around me, moving though I was still until it was back where I started. Not going to lie, it was kind of unnerving, but after several seconds passed and nothing else happened, I started to wonder what the hell was going on. Which, naturally, when the pain began, it struck me unexpectedly, a tearing sensation, as if something was removing my feet or something below my feet that I'd somehow never noticed. And when I tried to move, to escape whatever was causing it, I found my feet stuck firmly to the ground, immobilized against my will. And then my shadow came free, flowing away from me and exiting the circle to begin another turn around it, this time moving counterclockwise. I remained still and unmoving, senses focused on the unnaturally mobile shadow as it completed its course around me and returned to its starting position. I analyzed it, observed it, and focused on it intently, but all of my senses told me that it was just a normal shadow, nothing more than an absence of light. Except, it pretty obviously fucking wasn't. I didn't have a lot of knowledge when it came to shadow manipulation beyond what I'd picked up from watching Indigo. I'd done some experimentation to see if I was capable of anything similar, and my efforts to summon a darkness or shadow elemental had failed utterly. I hadn't been particularly surprised by that, since, logically speaking, darkness wasn't really an element. After all, I'd thought, darkness was nothing but the absence of light. As soon as I had that thought, my shadow began to writhe, losing shape and then rising as if stretched from within from below. As impossible as that was, I realized that I'd regained the use of my legs only when I fell to them, hands tearing up fistfuls of the building's roof as the pain rose and I felt as though I was being torn apart from within. Instead, however, my shadow was, ripping and splitting at non-existent seams as light began to shine out of it, rising into a luminance even I struggled to see through as it flooded across the whole of the spectrum and yet left me untouched. And then it was gone and in its place stood a figure. At the foot of my shadow, now whole once more, stood a figure that wasn't me and, even more oddly, seemed to be completely composed of light. Something made of light shouldn't have been able to cast a shadow, my mind pointed out, but really, after that whole display, that seemed like a pretty stupid thing to get hung up on, so I put it aside and looked over the figure that couldn't have been anything but a light elemental, making sure I noticed everything important. As I'd already observed, it was a figure composed of pure light, featureless through its own radiance. I was reminded strongly of Bianca for a moment, of how she looked in the fullness of her power, but there was another detail that caught my attention. From its back spread pairs of massive wings, some vast and others small, but all glowing with the same light as its body, almost as if someone had cut the space around the figure to ribbons and it was light that had come pouring out through the cracks. For a moment some of them covered its body, especially its face, but they quickly shifted aside to reveal it in its entirety as a humanoid figure. Then, it opened its eyes. Its many, many eyes. The first two were on its face, where a human's would be, and the first thing that struck me was that they were the exact color of my own blue, at least around the irises, though that was where the similarities stopped. The sclera, if you could call them that on a light elemental, glowed an even brighter white than the rest of his body, as if what I was looking at was merely what had managed to escape through its skin, but there was an even greater light within. It didn't have pupils, either, or at least not human ones. Instead of black dots, there were points of even brighter light at the center of the eyes, and they left points of light on my skin like laser pointers as the elemental looked at me. And then slits began to appear across its body, seemingly at random. I'd have called them countless, but happened to be pretty good at counting. Even so, I struggled to keep up when they began to appear by the hundreds of thousands. The majority of them were small, with many just a few dozen micrometers long, but others were measurable in millimeters, and some were as large or larger than a human's. As the slits widened, about half of them revealed eyes, fully formed regardless of size, and each the color of my own. The other half were dark and empty, opening to reveal absolutely nothing, not even light. Sometimes an eye would blink closed and a hole would shut in response, only to reveal an eye when it opened again and leave emptiness in its wake. They'd switched place in an instant, but the number of eyes and gaps remained constant, though the size of the pieces switched didn't seem to matter. But there were so many. I counted 1,000,000 of each after a few moments of crunching numbers, exactly 1,000,000 of each. And one by one, every single eye on the front side of its body turned to focus on me, considering me for a long moment. Then, a slit on its face in the exact position of a person's mouth moved. It revealed no teeth nor a tongue nor anything at all within it, and yet it spoke. "Until our soul meets its end, we shall be forever one," it murmured in a voice that was like absolutely nothing I'd ever fucking heard, as if finishing the ritual. Hell, maybe that was exactly what it was doing. For a long moment, all I could do was stare. I opened my mouth as if to say something but ended up simply closing it again, thinking better off it as I took a moment to get my thoughts together. I didn't really think of myself as the type to worry about stage fright. If nothing else, I'd managed to put on a show to save my life a fair number of times now, but with 1,000,000 eyes on me, even I was given pause. And yet, it was more than that. Looking the elemental over as it spread its 36 wings, it wasn't hard to pick up the similarities to the image I'd seen beneath the Red Rider's temple, and, though I'd only heard it described, to what Bianca had claimed to see when she looked at me. Sure, the differences were obvious, but that's the danger of second-hand information. After a moment of thought, I decided I'd have to be a fool to dismiss the resemblance out of hand. In all likelihood, it was safe to assume that the figure in front of me was the figure my sister had seen, if smaller than she had described. Which meant what? It was obvious by this point that the element of light was special and didn't refer just to mundane illumination. Lux Aeterna was something special, even if I didn't fully understand why, and my light elemental was obviously special, too. I'd needed to merge all of my elementals to create it, and the summoning process had been odd to say the least, so there was obviously something going on here. But what? Was it some sort of reflection of my soul? I'd heard Aura described as the light of the soul enough that it somehow wouldn't surprise me, but still, I had no idea what was happening anymore. I paused for a moment before nearly rolling my eyes at myself. Yes, I didn't know what was going on, but I could always just ask. I generally made a point to keep from seeming ignorant, especially if I was, but that was mostly because I had so many enemies. I could trust my elementals completely, and though they didn't always give me clear answers, often because they didn't usually understand human issues, they never lied to me. And, however strange this whole thing seemed, this was my light elemental. First things first, though, most of the time when I merged my elementals, the results was a bit hard to describe. When Jihai and Levant merged and became an ice elemental, for example, I wouldn't say the two of them inhabited the same body because they didn't. In the end, there was only one mind and control, a new one created along with their body, and yet, at the same time, it was still them. That didn't really make sense. How could it be them and not be them at the same time? But it was still true. Whether I merged 2 or 3 or however many elementals into one, it was the same. Except, apparently, with light I could sense my elementals the same as always, but they felt dormant, like the minds our contract had given to the, well, elemental forces of the world now slept, and all that remained were the massive and slow consciousness that flowed through the world. I could still feel Arab and Levant, but not as the smiling figures I could speak to or touch. I felt them as the glacial movements of plate tectonics and as clashing currents of moving air. They were there, still, and in a sense they were alive, but not like I knew them. It was a bit odd, honestly, as used to their presence in my thoughts as I was. Instead, I felt a new mind, like and unlike the others. My elementals had gone into its creation and their power had given it form, but they weren't what was staring out at me through 1,000,000 eyes. I honestly wasn't sure what was. As such, it was only proper that I introduce myself. "Hello," I said. "My name is Jaune Arc. Are the others okay?" It stared at me and everything else, which was fairly easy when you could spare an eye for everything in the vicinity for a moment before replying. "Yes," he replied, and I decided he was a guy simply because he was probably a reflection of me. His voice was weird as hell for all that it was calm, because it wasn't an individual voice, it was a chorus of 1,000,000 voices, male, female, animalistic, robotic, and everything else you could think of, so numerous that it should have drowned out what he was trying to say, but didn't, only because every single voice spoke in perfect unison. It was pretty cool, but also creepy as hell. "Do not worry." I pondered that for a moment, considering him. You say that, but I find it hard not to worry about my friends. I mused aloud. Even when they merge, I can usually feel them, but now I can only feel you. You are right and you are wrong, he answered, enunciating the words carefully so they weren't swallowed by the alien sounds of his voice. They exist in me, for they exist only in me. Oh, I asked. I can say I understand. I know, he answered calmly. You apply concepts that aren't applicable, for you do not understand the nature of this power. My elementals, you mean? I wonder, frowning slightly as I reviewed what I knew. I could tell he wasn't trying to insult me, and the truth was that I honestly didn't know a whole lot about how elementals worked. No one did, as far as I knew. That knowledge, if it had ever been known at all, had been lost a long time ago. You're right. All I know is that we made a contract. I paused. Yes, the light elemental murmured. A contract with earth, fire, water, air, lighting, and metal. They bound themselves to you and you tied yourself to them. The nature of the contract is that it binds both ways. It allows me to summon them, I whispered. I gain allies and friends and can draw upon their power. But what do they get? You already know, he stated, the voice a bit softer as tones shifted in and out of it. Bodies and minds, I said. Minds that can experience things on a human scale or close enough, and bodies that can exist and operate on that scale. And they can do it because of the terms of the contract. Our souls will be forever one. This time, the light elemental said nothing, standing impassively. I took that to mean it felt there was nothing to argue. Is that how they merge? I wondered aloud. They're the elements given form, but they're also pieces of the same puzzle of me. My reflection repeated, or maybe corrected. I wasn't sure. Then you're what happens when all the pieces come back together? I asked. Because you're what was broken apart in the first place. You're me, aren't you? My soul given form. He was silent again. Maybe he just didn't feel the need to tell himself he was right, or maybe if I wasn't right, he just wouldn't know. But it made sense. I'd wondered before why earth or wind or fire gave a shit about anything, really. Why did they allow themselves to be summoned and do what I asked? But if I give them parts of myself, then perhaps it made sense that they would help me. And certainly, I hadn't encountered any other elementals, at least not in the form of minds I could sit down and converse with, because the earth itself didn't have a mind like humans did. There was something there, but not the type of thing that caused earthquakes when it was upset, or that became upset at all. You didn't hear about women made of air coming down from the sky to blow people away, either, because it took a person, someone with an affinity that would allow them to make the connection, to breath something human into the wind or sea. It made sense. I hadn't had any way to confirm anything before, but the pieces fit. Okay then, I said. Do you have a name? Then the others did. Crocia Moors, the name of your ancestral blade, he replied, looking at me still. Levant and Volturnus, the winds that blows towards the west. Jihai, the western sea. Suryasta, the sun that sets in the west during Arab, the evening. The elements have no names but the ones you gave them after you started your journey as the white tiger of the west. Just as I have no name but the one you have given me. I stiffened slightly at that, blinking twice. I didn't know that was what those words meant, I replied, voice sounding subdued even to my own ears. I've never given it much thought beyond recognizing the languages of the names. The words came from ancient Vital and Mistral, I knew, but hadn't wondered if they meant anything more than that. Hearing them now though, the connections were fairly blatant. But I didn't speak those languages. How would I have known their meaning, even subconsciously? Hell, how did I know that was what they meant? I'd have to check later today. But if that's true, I began slowly, shaking myself once to regain focus. And the names of all my elementals were ones I've given. Then what have I named you? If you're the reflection of my soul, what are you called? You know that as well, he stated before tilting his head. Or perhaps you don't. My name, I stated, becoming annoyed. If you're me, I'd give you my name, right? That's right, he whispered, eyes blinking open and shut in different places. Tell me my name. I already told you, I said. My name's Jaune Arc. He looked at me for a moment, disappointment shining in all 1,000,000 of his eyes. That, he said gravely, is not my name. Chapter 158 Shadows. I very nearly twitched. I'm not going to lie. The only thing that stopped me, really, was the simple fact that I made a conscious point to keep track of how I reacted, a necessity given that I hide a variety of noticeable things within an illusion. I had to consciously display anything I wanted to show on my face, which was useful for when I wanted to hide something, but which meant I had to keep track of what I wanted to show as well. That was both difficult and simple. The breadth of my senses was such that keeping track of it all was easy enough, but then I had to sort through it and decide what to do. Given how much my biology had diverged from the norm over time, that was more complicated than it seemed. Since there were a lot of normal reactions, I had to insert and abnormal ones that needed removing. Amusingly, one of the reasons I was so good at restraining myself was the simple fact that reacting visibly could be a huge pain in the ass. Still, ironic as it might have been given the nature of my power, I didn't like being played with, and given that I was essentially talking to myself and thus was pretty sure everyone involved in this conversation knew I didn't enjoy messing around or jumping through hoops, it was fairly frustrating to do the whole cryptic song and dance routine. That was something I inflicted on other people, not myself, and perhaps it was for that reason that I paused for a moment to allow the initial annoyance to fade and gave myself the benefit of the doubt and instead tried to think this through. For the moment, I believe there was a point to this. What do you mean that's not your name? I asked calmly. You said I'd given you my name and I paused, allowing myself to trail off as I considered my light elemental carefully. He didn't so much as twitch in response to my words, waiting patiently, and yet the feel of him somehow changed. I considered it carefully, at once surprised, excited, and confused. But if this was an expression of my soul, it was possible, right? But then, how? Why? What? But what else could he mean? Do you? I began, voice a whisper before I remembered I couldn't just use Levant to raise it and did it myself. Remember? I do, he answered impassively. But you do not. No, I don't, I admitted freely. So let's not play around here. Tell me outright. Are we talking about the same thing here? Because I'm talking about the mounting wealth of evidence that says I've been around the proverbial block before, that I had a past life, died, and was reborn as who I am today. I want this to be perfectly clear, so I'm going to ask this as plainly as I possibly can. I've been reincarnated before. Yes or no? Yes, he answered in a multitude of voices, but I was flat out ignoring that now. If it meant getting some fucking answers for once, I didn't care if they came from a voice on high or the monster under my bed. If he'd tell me what the fuck was happening, I'd forgive any of my light elemental's flaws. And this particular answer was more anticlimactic than anything else. I'd pretty much accept that as fact at this point. Still, finally having confirmation was nice. Okay, I'm reincarnated, I said aloud, wondering if hearing it from my own mouth would make me feel any different about it. It didn't, so I shrugged once and decided to move on. Cool. Again, just making sure we're on the same page here. This past life of mine, whenever it was, had something to do with the fucking asshole who made the Grimm. I don't have a lot in the way of cold hard facts beyond that, but that's the life we're talking about, right? Not some hypothetical past life where I was a farmer or something. The one where shit got fucked up. That life. Yeah, yes, he replied in exactly the same tone as before, eyes calm, maybe even expectant. And you remember? I pressed. You know what happened? I retained what death left behind, he stated. Not all, but some. You know more than I do, though, right? I asked, the sound of my pulse pounding in my ears. Not that that's a particularly high bar to jump, given I know fuck all, but remember stuff. Important stuff, he repeated, almost sounding amused. Yes, I exhaled, simultaneously wanting to jump for joy, laugh and exhilaration, and lay down for a while. This might be it, I thought. These might be the answers I've been looking for. Okay then, I said. Good. That's very, very good. Let's start with the basics then. Can you tell me your my, whatever you want to call it name? No, he replied, answer calm and soft and nonetheless kind of making me want to punch him in the face. Why not? I demanded, exasperated. You remember, don't you? I remember, he confirmed. I am the only one who still does. Then what's the problem? You told me not to tell anyone, he answered. Not even someone who appeared to be you. Why? I cut the question off before I could even finish it. The reason why was fairly obvious. If you told someone to keep something a secret, it was generally safe to assume it was because you didn't want anyone to know. In that case, there was a better question to ask. What's so important about my name that I can't even risk telling myself, because it might not be me? I admit I'm no expert on the subject, but you're basically my soul-given form, right? It took 6 elementals, not to mention 240 points, a bunch of skills, and a lot of time for me to bring you out, and I'm guess that even if someone else had everything they needed to make a light elemental, they'd have gotten pretty different results. The way I see it, the list of people who'd have the means, motive, and opportunity to interrogate my soul is probably pretty small. I'm guessing that if I told you not to tell me because I thought it was too risky, I probably had someone in mind. Who was? Who am I so afraid of? We both know the answer to that question, he stated, laser pointer eyes even more piercing than before. I sucked in another breath, stiffening before I could even consider not to. Fuck, I spat, because yeah, maybe I was a little scared of that. I can't say I'd ever worried about anyone tearing my soul out and torturing it for information, but damn it, if I had known it was possible, I know who I'd worry about most. Though my secret identity probably had a fair amount of enemies, there were only a few gunning for Jaune Arc and only really one that knew enough and was powerful enough that I could say I was scared of him. Not in the wary, respectful kind of way I felt towards people who deserve to be treated carefully like Raven, Cinder, and Ozpin, but who I at least thought some way of dealing with, but instead in the quiet sinking way that made me suspect he could arm himself far beyond my means to resist, that he could take away the things and people I loved and I wouldn't be able to stop him. That one motherfucker. But how? I asked. I mean, I got that he was scary, but this is a level of preparation that impresses even me. If you say it's something I need to worry about, I'll do so. But I need to know, what is he capable of? What am I up against? That could be confidential because he'd already know, and if I didn't, I'd be in the shitty situation I am now. My enemy's strengths and weaknesses are something I'd want to pass on, I think. Indeed, he replied, voices shifting a touch towards the animalistic. His words were warped slightly as a result, not as if they were being growled but as if they were being spoken by things that had very different mouths than a human. He is the kingdom. The kingdom, I repeated before snapping my fingers and making an illusion of the uncompleted puzzle of the Sephiroth. The spheres at the very top and bottom remained missing still, but I remembered what I'd read. Yesad's profile mentioned things being given form in the kingdom below. Is he? He is Malkuth, the light elemental pronounced carefully, gesturing once and causing a sphere to fade into place at the bottom of the illusion. Just as we are Keter. He gestured again and the sphere at the top took its place as well. Malkuth and Keter, I repeated, swallowing as I felt another shock go through me, like the one I had felt when I had first laid eyes on the names of the Sephiroth. The kingdom and the crown, he completed. The first and the last. I looked at the completed diagram and then at the floor beneath me. I was still within the circle, I noted, but couldn't be bothered to move. The first and last of what? I asked. What were we? We are archangels, he answered simply. We are what we were made to be and far more. Archangels, I said, smiling even though I didn't think it was very funny. I've seen enough weirdness that it's hard to be skeptical when faced with a bit more, but I'm going to assume you don't mean literal archangels, or else someone should tell God he's seriously fucked up with at least one of us. You said we were what we were made to be. You mean that literally, don't you? We were made, like in a lab or something. A lab, he whispered as if remembering something distant. Yes. I took a deep breath and exhaled, nodding to myself. I couldn't say I was even vaguely surprised by that, either. I'd pretty much figured that was what happened. Evolution and the soul equivalent may be a blind watchmaker, but after a certain point you have to assume intelligent design. Yesod, Tiferet, and Gaivira, I began. Their profiles mention their presence in the soul, but you mentioned Keter and Malkuth. What are they? They are many, many things, he answered. But in our case, they are names. The names of the experiments that gave us life. And there were others? I guessed. Named for the other Sephiroth, I'm guessing. And were weapons? Who made us? They called themselves angels, the light elemental said, because the power they wielded put them high above mortals. The power they wielded? I asked before frowning. I tried to imagine it a time before the Grimm, before civilization fell, before thousands and thousands of years of destruction. It was surprisingly hard, but when I imagined such a world and thought about who would rule it, an image sprang to mind. They were hunters. He considered that for a long moment, million eyes blinking in absent irregularity. In many ways, they are similar, he answered. But it was a time before there was anything to hunt. Right, I agreed, understanding. And they called us archangels because we were above even them? No, he said. That was simply the name we took, when we placed them beneath us. A shiver went down my spine at the implications in that, but I'd like to say I couldn't imagine it, but that would be a lie. 10 people with powers that were peers to my own given time and a reason. It wasn't hard to see. But power came in many forms, and as interesting as this was, there was one kind of power that was an immediate concern. Malkuth, I said, or whatever his real name is. What's his power? If the light elemental was surprised or put off by the sudden change in topic, he didn't show it. Instead, he simply answered. He is Malkuth, the kingdom, he replied, and it is he who makes the rules of this world. Well, I thought that was fucking ominous. Also, vague as hell. Putting aside the chill of intelligent fear that swept through me, I pondered the implications and quickly decided that it could mean any number of things. Given what I knew of my enemy of Malkuth, as I knew him now, it seemed fairly safe to assume the worst, but even that could have meant anything from a massively supped-up version of Albus's semblance to straight-up reality warping. Either way, it would no doubt be a terrifying thing to face, but I liked to know precisely how screwed I was, and I reminded myself firmly when it did little to assuage my fear. Whatever his power was, it obviously had limits. Everything did, after all, and if he was an exception there'd be no point to playing this game of secrets and lies. If he could think hard and simply make his will truth, then logically he should have won by now. I paused at that thought, frowning slightly as noticed the flaw in my logic. He should have won completely, I corrected. Even if the Grimm ruled the world, he didn't have everything he wanted and couldn't just stop all over things to take it. There had to be a reason for that. I need specifics, I stated, tilting my head at the elemental. If we're both archangels, do our powers work similarly? No. The elemental stated. We are different in many ways. We were made for different purposes and our paths have only diverged from there. But even so, he is still the kingdom. What does that mean? I asked. You've mentioned that he's the kingdom, but what is the kingdom? The kingdom is this, he replied, but instead of gesturing to indicate anything, He stood utterly still. Everything you've ever seen, everything you've ever known, is Malkuth. The kingdom is the physical realm. I thought the Sephiroth were parts of the soul? I wondered, growing increasingly worried and confused. The light elemental blinked at me once and tilted his head. The Sephiroth are. He paused, seeming to contemplate how to phrase it for a second. As I said, they are many things, one of which is the forms the light takes. The light being the soul, that is one of its forms, he agreed. The Sephiroth themselves are pieces, elements that come together to create greater things, like types of atoms and molecules. Yet they can also be seen as forms of the same thing, like the different states of matter. And of the Sephiroth, Malkuth is the closest to the physical realm. You could go so far as to consider Malkuth to be the material form of the light. I stared at him for a long moment, silently putting the pieces together. That's what Malkuth theory is, I whispered at last. The creation of matter, except matter cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed. In this case, changed from the light into Malkuth. Then we hunters, conquest, the Grim, and whatever else pull down energy and shape it into Malkuth. Into something real. A fireball, bone spikes, some kind of mind attack. They're all created through Malkuth. Yes, he confirmed, that is the source of his power, which was said to rival our own. Malkuth is everything that is given shape in this world, and therefore he wields power over all that is. The shifting of existing laws, the adjustment of constants, the creation of matter that interacts with the world in unique ways, all these things and more are within his power to control. Well, fuck. If I was a game character, it looked like he was the world and the physics engine it ran on. That kind of sucked. I didn't even want to know how he could abuse a power like that. I asked anyway. What can he do? I asked. Do you remember? All too well, he answered. Million Eyes Solomon. Wow, I was already getting used to that. You can already imagine, I'm sure. While he cannot simply ignore one's aura, he is skilled at making one's surroundings exceedingly hostile. He can increase gravity, adjust local conditions to cause phenomena to occur more easily, make reactions behave unnaturally with direct contact. He can even cause shifts in the strong and weak forces that govern the body. One of the more pleasant possible side effects of such a thing is complete disintegration. He can even write entirely new physical laws into the world, though with far greater difficulty than his other abilities. Generally, he's limited to only one such adjustment, but that tends to be more than enough to make life unpleasant. How bad? I asked, even though I was really beginning to wish for a topic change, or at least a break to allow me time to demolish the rest of the city. It's hard to say, he replied. Sadly, he rarely broadcasted the details of his rules, but several of the more memorable ones were fairly awful. One seemed to adjust how his body interacted with external forces in a way that he claimed granted him invincibility despite a rather significant amount of effort. We were unable to disprove this. Another caused a variety of existing principles cease to function, which could do anything from disable certain abilities entirely to make survival tremendously complicated. One effect we were on the receiving end of seemed to greatly increase the output of his attacks. Define greatly, I asked, wishing for a chair. We believe it squared their power. Good God. I didn't need the mathematician's answer to figure out how shitty that could be, but it helpfully informed me. Is there any good news? His power is not infinite, he answered, and its magnitude ensures that it is quite costly. Since we knew about that and still didn't win, I'm assuming there's a but, I replied with a sigh. Though not infinite, his power is tremendous, my manifested soul agreed. And should he not be preoccupied by the more draining uses of his power, he can adjust his surroundings to regain that power exceedingly quickly. He cheats, I summarized. And sure, I cheated incessantly myself, but it seemed a lot less fair when I and the rest of the world, of course, was on the receiving end. Relentlessly, I took a deep breath and wiped my hands on my pants, giving the reality of this a moment to sink in. That's pretty bad news, I noted calmly, lifting my gaze. But you said we were peers. I fought him, somehow, and I may have died, but I'm betting I didn't die easily. I managed to do something to him, or else he'd be ruling the world right now and I'd probably be dead again. He's got access to the source code of the universe. What do I have? Or rather, what do I have that I don't know about? He didn't answer, and surprisingly, that made me smile. Can't say, huh? I guessed before nodding slowly to myself. That's good, because that means I have something big enough that I don't want him to know. Something that could or did stop him, or something else. Despite having several million things that could have possibly given him away, the light elemental didn't so much as twitch. He had a damn good poker face, and that was coming from a guy who wore an illusionary face that only showed what I wanted it to. Okay, then, I continued, changing topic. You told me about Malkuth, but what about Keter? What's the crown do? If the kingdom is the material form of the light, what am I? The pure form. At that, there was a response, and the eyes shifted back to me. Just as the crown is worn above the head, so too is the crown above the mind's ability to comprehend, he began. We are something that should not exist in this world, not as we are. Keter is the highest sphere and the one closest to the light, but not its pure form. I frowned, pondering that before nodding. What would happen if I managed to draw straight from the tap? I asked. You already have, he answered dryly, ignoring my surprised look. As has your oldest sister and many others. Bianca, I repeated, eyebrows furrowing. It wasn't hard to see the light there, but I had no idea what that implied. Your oldest sister draws upon the light without shaping it, he said. And yet, in refusing to change it, she turns the infinite light of creation into a force incapable of anything but destruction. The light is not weakened by being given shape any more than a canvas is ruined by the touch of paint. I nodded once, understanding there was a fair bit to be said for destructive power, but there was a lot to be said for other things too. I saw his point. And me? I asked. I assume you're talking about Luxaturna. You draw upon the light in a similar but different way. Instead of wielding that power unchanged, you return power to its original state into a divided light. If she pulls power down, you drag it back up. He confirmed. You could think of it this way. Your lights are composed of the same material, but hers is exothermic and yours is endothermic. Good to know, I mused, honestly interested in this subject even beyond probability of death if I fail to figure things out. Then Bianca. She doesn't have any of the Sephiroth if her light is unshaped. Everyone possesses at least some of the Sephiroth within their souls, he answered. Just as humans possess carbon and hydrogen within their bodies. The shape their power is given, their semblances, depend on the composition and quality of their souls. In your sister's case, her soul is primarily composed of Malkuth, followed by Jevira, Hod, Bena, and trace elements of the other Sephiroth. Even if the nature power she pulls from above is left relatively unaffected by the transition, it must still be expressed in the physical world and released upon it. I nodded again, this time a bit more slowly. So basically, I was looking at a periodic table for the soul. But then, what about me? I asked him. What am I made of? And how was I made? The games we play. Selfhood. We were given the name Keter because of its presence within us, he answered. Similarly, Malkuth was given that name because the core of his soul was composed of Malkuth. The core of it, I repeated. But not the whole. No soul is composed entirely of one Sephiroth, he answered. If they were, they would be powerless. Souls draw their power from the light above the Sephiroth and shape it into useful forms as it passes through the spheres. The light enters the Sephiroth through Keter and is given form in the physical world by Malkuth, but the spheres in between define what that form will be. So everyone has at least Keter and Malkuth in them? I asked. Because you need Keter to take in the light and Malkuth to output it. Yes, he confirmed. Keter and Malkuth serve a number of purposes upon the Tree of Life, but one of the most important is as the start and end points of the process. I nodded to show I understood but then tilted my head to the side. But if everyone contains Keter within them, what's the big deal? I asked. Why does it matter if it's inside of us, too? I got the feeling my light elemental would have smiled if it wasn't aware of how creepy it would have been. Because Keter is special, he replied. As the first and highest of the Sephiroth, it is also the one most distant from this world. Though all the spheres have a multitude of purposes, Keter's has few within this realm and therefore its presence is rare. All living souls have a measure of Keter within them to connect them to the light, but they contain it in drops or even atoms. We do not. Instead, a large portion of our soul is composed of Keter. So we have a lot more than usual, I said. Okay, makes sense. How much more? At least a few millions times that of a normal person, he stated. Probably billions. I whistled slightly. A lot more than usual, I mused. What's that do? That is, what are the properties of Keter? Do you know, if it's as rare as you say? Discovering and examining the exact properties of the Sephiroth was one of the main reasons of our creation, my light elemental answered. Keter especially they wanted to examine in large quantities. It is a complex thing, but you know of its most basic effects well. When we are hurt, light flows down the tree and mends our wounds in an instant. When our power runs low, we draw down more from above. All angels, all hunters do so, but you've no doubt noticed that we are particularly capable in that regard. In addition, the nature of the crown expresses itself in a peculiar way. The gamer's mind and the gamer's body, I guessed I never learned those powers, I just had them before I even awakened my aura. He paused for a moment, seeming to look for the word skin of your soul, and how it is expressed is something unique to you and to everyone. It's because of who you are as a person and the situations you found yourself in that your soul expressed itself through the medium of a game. Before, our power manifested in a different way. But yes, as I said before, the crown is worn above the head and we are beyond influences to our minds. More than that, our body itself is almost divorced from this world. Our existence itself is defined by our power. As Malkuth governs the world, we govern ourselves. I see, I mused, thinking about it. That might even explain how my semblance awakened before my aura and a number of other things. It's because of Keter that I'm able to exist as a game character. Then, but if stuff like that's the result of a large amount of Keter within one soul, are there other people like me? No. He answered immediately. Keter does not occur in such large quantities naturally, not in the physical world, at least. Then how did my creators make me? I asked, frowning. I could think of a fair amount of possibilities that I hoped weren't true. Hell, I could think of things I hoped weren't possible. Did they find a way to make Keter artificially? No, he stated, multifold tone growing solemn. They simply took it from where it already existed. Shit, I thought, closing my eyes. I couldn't say I was surprised, and yet I truly hoped that wasn't the case. That was. How many? I whispered. How many souls did it take to create us? I already told you, he replied. Millions. Probably billions. I swore. How is that even possible? I demanded. Honestly, it was hard for me to even imagine billions of people. Currently, Remnant was home to only millions. Even behold the horrible magnitude of the crime. The mere thought of there being billions was mind-boggling. It was fairly simple, he answered calmly, though there was an edge to the words. At its height, this world was home to billions and billions. The angels ruled over the mortals and all things, and it was simply a matter of collecting them as they died. Over many generations, the souls of billions of mortals were collected and broken down into their component pieces for the sake of experimentation. Billions of souls, I repeated, honestly disbelieving. Entire generations worth of souls, torn apart. That's like organ donning would be like if it was run by the devil. He smiled. They called themselves angels, but make no mistake, he told me, anyone can call themselves angels or gods if they have enough power. But if they were anything, they were demons. I closed my eyes again, still trying to wrap my head around the idea of billions of souls collected and devoured like a harvest to make someone like me and someone like Malkuth. God, a billion had been sacrificed to make that asshole? I wasn't sure if that was ironic. To me, it just felt horrible. They'd torn apart billions to create something that would slaughter even more. What about us? I asked. If the angels were demons, what were we archangels? He was silent for another long moment before speaking. The demon emperors, he answered. We were the kings of hell. I took a long, shuddering breath and met his eyes. The ones on his face. I mean, tell me, I said. Tell me the whole story. My whole story. He nodded, inclining his head slightly without moving another muscle. As I said before, one of the reasons for our creation was to uncover the mysteries of the soul, he began. Even before our birth, they'd pushed the limits of what was thought to be possible. The world belonged to humanity, then, or to a portion of it, at least. It was ruled by the angels and had been for thousands of years, and in that time they'd sought to raise themselves up higher and higher, until they found they couldn't go any further. So they turned to the matter of the soul, the source of their own strength, and sought to understand it and grow their power even further. Not ones to accept their limits. Huh? I wondered. I'd respect that, if not for the whole mass murder thing. This time, he did smile, and it was creepy as hell, since he did it with several thousand mouths. Even a few eyes curved before he caught himself. We once heard an angel say something that stuck with us. It is said that some things that are impossible, that there are places even angels fear to tread. Never believe that. Never accept it. We are the gods of this world, he replied, voices adjusting to mimic some remembered tone a millionfold. No, they weren't ones for limits of any kind, and with no one to oppose them, there were few limits to their behavior. But even so, it's hard to deny what they built upon the backs of atrocities. A millennia-old empire with its boot on the throat of the world and wonders that filled the earth and sea and sky. I nodded once and I saw him pause in response, waiting for something. For me, I realized, and with it came the thought that I did have something I wanted to say. I won't forget what they did, I promised. Can I call you Keter? Since I don't remember our real name and a lot of people died to give us this one. He nodded once, calmly accepting the choice. Very well, Keter said. After they had collected enough raw material to begin experimenting, they quickly found out how little they had known. Each of the Sephiroth has a number of properties, especially when matched with one another, and their desire to uncover these properties eventually led to our creation. They soon discovered that significant masses of the Sephiroth would react to one another in different ways. You've seen the Tree of Life, the diagram of the spheres, and it governs how part of the soul connect to one another. Keter, for example, can connect to Binah, Chakma, and Tiferet. Tiferet connects to all things but Malkuth, which itself connects only to Yesod, and so on. The light can take several paths through the soul, and depending not only upon the path but also the quantity of the different spheres upon that light can be changed. Different spheres in connection display different properties. You see, any amount of a given Sephiroth colors that relationship on a macro scale. These interactions were more obvious and the angels began to understand precisely how souls worked. And after decades of study and research, they began to create souls of their own. Us? I asked. Or were there others that came before us? They were others, he answered. They created a host of angels before us, whether through clone or genetic engineering, and then they modified them accordingly. Minor adjustments could be made to the living, as well, especially during early childhood, and raw material was plentiful thanks to the unwilling contributions of mortals. They spent many years creating souls, experimenting with the possibilities and results, and eventually found that they could control the resulting semblances to some extent. Angels were born with powers suited to whatever task was decided for them, and the upper class ruled their fellows with countless powers directed towards advancing their civilization. Even the firmest of their limitations began to fray and snap. But then they found new ones, I said. Didn't they? Of course, he replied. No matter how far you go, there will always be something new to overcome. They'd made legions and raised them from birth to fulfill their roles, but there was always something new beyond each obstacle, and it meant years of experimentation, adjustment, and indoctrination to obtain the power they needed to advance. They eventually decided they needed something better, a force of endless power that they could direct and control, and began work. After so many years unopposed, after generations of success, they thought they'd be able to make us obey, that they could raise us and teach us from the day we were born until did as we were told, or at least control us with the broad array of powers they'd already made. In case it needs to be stated, they were wrong, and the entire world ended up paying for it. I thought as I leaned forward and listened. It didn't escape me that I was about to learn what thousands of historians had sought in vain: the reason the world was called remnant, the reason humanity had spent thousands of years hiding away from the rulers of the world. From the moment we were born, we were special, Keter began. We were as powerful as you might expect, given our origins. It manifested in different ways, at first, but it was easy to see that we all stood out. We were raised separately at first, but when they realized our powers would work best together, they brought us together and had us trained as a team. What they didn't realize was that it didn't matter. By that point they didn't understand what they were dealing with. Their attempts to indoctrinate and enthrall us were failed from the beginning. Though we played along, we all grew quickly, but you and I especially learned fast, and though our powers differed somewhat, we took similar paths: intelligence and wisdom. Our growth wasn't quite as clearly labeled beforehand, but our eyes opened quickly and we figured out what was happening around us. In the end, it was merely a matter of communicating, whether through displaced sounds or hacked electronics. By the time they brought us together, we were already working together. Even so, we waited. I lifted an eyebrow and he gave another myriad smile. They wished to make us stronger, he said in response to the unspoken question. Who are we to deny them, so long as they did precisely what we wished? It wasn't just our powers that differed, after all, but also our situations at the time. There were no Grimm, nor any monsters dominating the planet. The angels had ruthlessly quashed all opposition to their reign, as well. Though you were able to grow in power by destroying Malkuth's creations, we were forced to take a slower path of growth. I admit, I do wonder somewhat if part of the way our power now behaves is in response to our defeat. You draw power from victory, develop your skills quickly, and grow at an enormous pace, almost as if to prepare. If it's the mind and the soul together that make a semblance, perhaps we simply knew we needed to prepare. I looked down, pondering that, but a question nagged at me and made me look back at him. What was my power last time? I asked. What was I capable of before? You said the results were similar in some ways. Is there something I should be aware of? A weakness Malkuth exploited? He pondered that for a moment before answering. The power of Keter does not lend itself easily to explanation, he replied. But to put it simply, where you are a game character, before we were the main character of a living story, we would draw in those around us and, to an extent, weave our own paths. We could not devour books as you do now, but we could find people and give them roles relative to ourselves, a mentor or a tutor, whose role was to pass on knowledge, and then we could learn from them with miraculous speed. Like a character in a story facing a deadline, we could give those around us roles as well, both of allies and enemies, enhancing their abilities in some ways and redefining our position relative to them. I could develop abilities of my own by weaving them into my narrative, if I knew enough about how they worked, and we could adjust things around us in minor ways. I was the main character of my story and I defined the world around me accordingly. How much stronger was I asked. It is hard to say, he said, and from the sound of his many voices, I imagined he was a bit confused on that himself. Far more powerful than you are now, but by how much? Very greatly. Your current power has the advantage of consistency. It provides hard numbers that allow you to calculate precisely how powerful you currently are, provided you have the power and are able to apply your skills to the situation your power is defined. Though it increases quickly. Before, our power depended greatly on how we define roles beforehand and could vary depending on anything from location to opponent. If I decided I was the hero defending a defined location, I could be several times stronger while fighting to protect it. If someone I had defined as a friend or lover was injured in front of me, or if I was trying to slay my archenemy, it could increase then as well. While my base power was defined, my upper limit could vary greatly depending upon how I set up a situation, and the details were defined in narrative terms, rather than mathematical ones. I will say, however, that I was likely the strongest I'd ever been when I fought Malkuth for the last time. How did he win? I asked. With sheer, overwhelming power, Keter answered. In theory, Keter is above Malkuth, but reality is never quite that simple. Again, Keter is the furthest from Malkuth, from reality as you know it, and though there are things we are capable of that are simply beyond him, so long as the battle takes place in the physical world, the Lord of the physical can be presumed to have the advantage. His might in this world is something that is, if not impossible, exceptionally difficult to oppose directly. I nodded, considering that, if he rules this world. I began slowly. What about worlds beyond it? Worlds that aren't physical? Malkuth is the lowest of the Spiro, but what about the ones above it? Even if it's not a world where we hold all the cards, I'd settle for shutting down his physics fuckery. Could I beat him there? Lock him up? Maybe. The thought has occurred, Keter answered, though the details are, unfortunately, more complex than one might hope. It is not a simple matter of stepping into a higher plane and doing battle. Malkuth is where the light is given form, where the thoughts and actions defined above are made real. Above Malkuth, many of the things you know do not exist or have no real meaning. If you go high enough, interacting with things at all could be difficult or impossible. Even beyond that, how our powers would work in such a place, to say nothing of, is difficult to predict. All of the archangels are mixtures of the Sephiroth, whatever our names might be, and we exist as defined by Malkuth. Even you and I, Keter, were made and given form in this world, and all of our powers are defined by that. Beyond it, he twitched a pair of wings in what I took to be a shrug, and yet I noticed he didn't say no. If he'd wanted to do so, I imagine there were easier ways to say it doesn't work like that, but he didn't. Almost like he was dancing around something, perhaps something he couldn't tell me. On the other hand, I doubted he'd say anything without purpose. What he said was logical, after all, and something to take into account. It was possible, even likely, that I'd have thought of such a simple solution, and wow, I just called traveling beyond known reality simple, which said a lot about how difficult fighting Malkuth was beginning to seem in my past life. Maybe I tried to fight him on a higher plane or lock him away. Maybe that was why he wasn't free to come down here and hand me my ass. If so, it didn't change the fact that whatever I tried before, I'd ended up dead, and, perhaps more importantly, it hadn't worked, at least not completely. Whether I'd locked him in a box or shoved him into a pocket dimension, the fact remained that he was still alive and still causing trouble. His creations, the Grimm, remained, and he remained capable of commanding, creating, and empowering them. From what I knew now, it seemed that Malkuth's aforementioned physics fuckery was the source of a lot of the Grimm's powers, and how many of them could exist, and he was obviously able to keep supporting them to some extent. Whatever had happened, I died, he'd lived, and everything had gone to hell as a result. Human civilization had been shattered, and mankind had been hunted across remnant for thousands upon thousands of years. Countless nations, countless people, had lived and died in fear of the Grimm, and there was no sign of that changing. Even if I was growing stronger all the time, I was depressingly aware that if he said a word and mobilized the Grimm, he could wipe the kingdoms off the map. I could fight to defend them, but only one city at a time, and even then, if I stood guard over Mistral and went all out, releasing Lux Aeternus, Gunners, and the full power of Ihu's arts, if I pushed myself to the utter limit and pulled out all the stops, I could kill millions of Grimm. I could maybe even, over a long enough time frame and as the battle wore on and on, kill billions. But nobody in Mistral was going to thank me for it. I would know I'd fucking erased the city enough times to know precisely how long it would hold out if I was forced to fight, and the answer was not very. And because I had over 250 points of wisdom, I was smart enough to know that if you kill everyone you're trying to protect in the process of trying to protect them, then you're a dumbass and a failure. Whatever I'd done to stop him, hadn't stopped him. Not enough to satisfy me or any of the countless people he's killed. A more effective and preferably permanent solution was required, and I could only think of one. Now if only I could figure out how to actually do it. Sorry, I said after a moment, sighing loudly. I interrupted your story. We'd gotten together and pulled the wool over the angel's eyes. What then? We waited and we planned until we were strong enough, he continued. We played along with their requests and did as we were told. They arranged a number of experiments to test our loyalties, but when you're capable of learning of such plans easily, there was little to fear. We passed every test they set before us until they were certain they had us under control. Then, we finished our preparations, brutally murdered all of them, and took control. Define took control. We conquered the world, Keter said. It was fairly simple. In fact, by that time, we were over 20 years of age and had come into our power. As our betrayal was unexpected and our preparations thorough, we'd killed a significant number of our enemies before they even realized what was happening. They'd been more successful with their experiments before us and the vast majority of them had remained loyal, but the same measures they'd used to ensure they were never betrayed worked against them. We divided them, turned them against one another, remained hidden, and then struck. In later years, it would be called the War in Heaven, but for such a grand title, it wasn't a particularly difficult battle. They'd sought to make beings of unparalleled power, after all, and they'd succeeded. What then? I asked. Did Malkuth betray us? No, Keter answered, voices becoming more human. Several even sounded sad. Not then, at least. Not for a very long time. We ruled as one the 10 archangels. We stepped into the void the angels had left behind and set out to fix the mistakes of our creators. It was simple enough when you had power like ours and working together, we could create miracles as easily as breathing. After generations of the angels' tyranny, the people rejoiced and we'd long known our origin. Our souls had come from people like them, billions of people that had died and worse than died for our Maker's experiments. Seeing everything and reigning above it all, it seemed only fitting to help them now. We made new angels, raising up the kind and hardworking and noble, and we used our power to make things better. It took time, but we ended disease, hunger, and so many other things. Were you trying to make a utopia? I wondered, honestly curious. I knew, after all, that this story ended badly. I just wasn't sure how yet. What's a utopia? He asked. Try to define it. And then, try to make everyone agree to that definition. Making a perfect world is, I think, impossible, and it was never our intention to try. We simply wanted to make things better. Having seen how people suffered, we simply wished to end it. No more, no less. The results were not perfect, but only a fool would consider an inability to obtain perfection a reason to do nothing. Then what happened? I asked him. What went wrong? Time, he said. For all things change in time. And we ruled for 1,000 years. The games we play. Time limit. I began before trailing off, blinking rapidly. 1,000 years? Literally? Yes, Keter confirmed without so much as a change in his tone. 1,039 years, to be exact. Then I asked lamely, thrown off kilter yet again. It took only a moment for the gamer's mind kicked in and grounded me, but even then, the mere idea of what it implied. Yes, Keter said again in the exact same way. While I cannot confirm that we are immune to the rigors of time, having lived only slightly more than 1,000 years, in that time we did not age past our prime. As near as we could determine, we will not die of natural cause, and certainly, despite the circumstances surrounding the situation, Malkuth is still alive. The other archangels were immortal too. Then I asked. Immortal? He mused, looking back at me as he pondered the question. No, we all can die, but time alone could not bring us to our ends. Our power was enough to sustain us through the ages. I looked down at the floor and thought about it logically, pushing everything else aside. I suppose it wasn't too hard to believe. Hunters, on the off chance that nothing killed them, were known to live long lives. My grandmother had been old enough to fight in the war 80 years ago. Hell, she'd been old enough to meet my great-great-grandfather, and Ospan was older than her by at least a fair bit. And while my grandmother looked like she was in her 50s or 60s, Ospan looked like he was in his late 30s at most. My mother and father, Raven, and several of the teachers I'd seen here at Haven Longevity was an accepted fact amongst hunters. If we archangels had the power we seem to, living a few thousand years wasn't that odd. If the healing abilities all hunters possess grew strong enough, I could buy it. But that didn't make it any easier to imagine. In a technical sense, I wasn't even 17 years old yet, and even taking into account all of my acceleration, I was 18 or so at most. A few more weeks would change that, but still. Even if I was 20 years old, that was nothing compared to 1,000 years. That was a truly enormous amount of time by the standards of any normal human and, if anything, even more so from mine. Some people my age probably have at least a rough idea of the future or at least where they wanted to be in a year. Most of my class probably just wanted to make it through the school year and become sophomores, while the older students like Albus and Finn wanted to graduate and become hunters. Those were vague plans and rough ideas at most, but they were still plans. But me, truthfully, if someone asked me where I wanted to be a year from now, the only real answer would be alive. My current plans didn't go much past the next 4 or 5 months, and they mainly revolved around watching my enemies, making sure they didn't ruin my life, and training like a motherfucker day and night. Eventually, I wanted to defeat Malkuth, preferably without dying in the process. Assuming I somehow managed that miracle, succeeding where my past life had failed with 1,000 fucking years behind him, I guess I'd need to clean up the Grimm. Ideally, they'd all spontaneously die the moment Malkuth fell, but realistically, that was probably too much to hope for. Really, I'd be happy if the lack of his backing crippled the larger monsters and got rid of the guiding force behind them all. If it did, that should cripple the most dangerous beasts and the ones that could create more Grimm. There'd still be the matter of dealing with the countless monstrosities that already exist, but it should be enough to allow progress to be made. If I flew around regularly, wiping the Grimm out where I found them, that might be enough for humanity to begin climbing out of the hole we'd been stuck in for God knows how long. That might take as long as 10-20 years, then mankind could start to begin expanding, and then I'd have the rest of my life ahead of me, which, assuming I somehow managed to get that far, might be 1,000 years. 10,000? A million? It was possible that Keter was right and time alone would never kill me. I could be here in 1 billion years, maybe. With my resistance to injury, the fact that I didn't need any sustenance, and my ever-growing power. Assuming I defeated Malkuth, it could happen. I might be able to live forever. I looked back on how far I'd come in the last 7 months of my life and then thought about where I'd be after a few thousand, a few million. Good God, I had no idea how I was even supposed to feel about that. What would I be like in 1,000 years? What would the world be like? In all honesty, I expected things to get worse before they got better. If I did something wrong and Malkuth reacted, he could wipe a kingdom or two off the map without a problem. When we fought, and I knew that it'd come to a fight eventually, he might be able to drag a few down in his death throes. Assuming he did enough, civilization as I knew it could collapse and need to be rebuilt from scratch. Even if I managed to keep the number of casualties low, this was so big, I had no idea what would be left in its wake unless I lost, in which case, well, things would get worse. Sure, them getting better, however, was somewhat unlikely. I didn't spend a lot of time thinking about it because I had no way of predicting what would happen, much less doing anything about it, but it was possible a lot of the people close to me could die in the process of taking Malkuth down. Even those who didn't fight beside me would fight to protect innocent lives and against what they'd have to face. I like to hope for the best, but I doubted we'd all make it out of that unscathed, and even if we did, my friends were long-lived, but they weren't eternal. I might be able to do something about that and sustain them through the ages, but even most healing techniques didn't affect age. I could do a lot, but I wasn't sure I could regrow a person's brain once all the cells inside it died, or rather, I wasn't sure what would happen even if I did. If I filled their heads with new brain cells, would they still remember their lives, or would they truly be new? What role did the soul play on the memory? It was too risky to test. I'd need to transfer their minds to some kind of external storage or preserve their brains somehow. I could turn them into cyborgs, maybe, or now that I knew it was possible, extract their souls and bind them to new bodies somehow. Good God, was I really thinking about this? Would they even want to live forever? Hell, did I want to live forever? I wasn't sure. I didn't want to die or slowly rot away, but did I want to live only to watch everything else do so? Everyone I loved, gone. Everything I knew, literally history. I liked watching my power grow and experimenting with it, liked it enough that I could content myself with spending weeks alone doing nothing else. But I didn't consider that the same as being alone. Men who cared about me in turn did so regardless of how far apart we were, and they'd be there. I knew I cared about them in turn and would fight to protect them at any time, so I wasn't truly alone. But when all of those people were dead and gone, would my power alone be enough? What would I do then? The question honestly worried me, because it led to a realization: whatever I wanted, the way my power grew, if I wasn't the strongest person in the world by then, I'd be shocked. I'd have the power to do whatever I wished, and I had no idea what I'd wish for. 10 years ago, I was basically a different person. 100 years from now, I could only image who I'd be. And while I trusted myself, apparently I'd done the song and dance before and it had ended badly. If it happened again, after I defeated Malkuth, there'd really be no stopping me. I looked at myself, turning my senses inward. In some ways, my life was a game, but in others, it wasn't. In a game, the main character could defeat the villain and the story would end no matter what had been lost or changed over the course of the story. In reality, though, after you save the world, you still have to live in it. You're worried, Keter noted. About life? Well, yeah, I replied, switching my perspective to focus back on him. Who wouldn't be after what you just said? Only a fool would be unconcerned, he answered. However, you concern yourself with the wrong things because of your perspective. Oh? I asked, raising an eyebrow. You fear watching things rot and fade, he said. You worry that, in time, life itself will become a burden. We worried about the same thing, before, and he gave me another million smiles. You are young, he told me. Technically, we're the same age, I pointed out but didn't deny it. It was true. After all, what is it like living forever? The light elemental seemed to take a few minutes to consider that before answering, probably trying to put it into words. It's life, he answered. The same as any other, yet made more by its length. Days pass as they normally do and seconds feel the same even after 100 years. There are tragedies, of course, as there are in any lifetime. The pain of loss and departure, stretched out to encompass more lives. There are bad days and sad days and days that seem to wear on far longer than they have any right to. Some days, some weeks, some months, some years hurt, and yet, it's worth living. Life, you see, however long or short it might be, is something amazing. With a larger share of time you'll have more of the bad than most, but also more of the good, more than you could imagine having. In time, you fear the future will be horrible and dull, that life to grow slow and tiresome, and perhaps that will eventually be the case. But you shall find that there are more wonders in the universe than can be lived in 10,000 lifetimes. What should I be afraid of, then? I asked. Of something greater than mere darkness, he replied. For it is not the darkness of life that will drag you down. Darkness, in and of itself, is only the absence of light, and it has only the power you give it. It can hide and deceive and color things darkly, but it can vanish in an instant the moment you find something to light your way. The true danger, if one that is far more perilous, that you shall instead be blinded by that light. What do you mean? I wondered, furrowing my eyebrows. What happened? He was quiet for a long moment before speaking. If a life long enough to experience and explore the wonders of the world is the greatest blessing, he mused at last, then to have that lifetime squandered endlessly rolling a stone up a hill must itself be the greatest punishment. What do you mean? I asked, tilting my head. Just as a passage of decades and centuries does little to make minutes go by faster, 1,000 years spent tolerating something makes it no less tedious, Keter said. In the beginning, we the archangels vowed to protect the people that the angels had trod upon so mercilessly. We healed the sick, raised cities across the globe, and built up the peoples of the earth. We made new angels, raising up the wise and kind and worthy to shepherd and protect their fellows, and made a new age. And then, we promised ourselves we would be better than those who came before us, look over and protect them rather than reign over them as gods. And I asked, what ruined it all? Human nature, he answered, smiling again. Theirs and ours. It began simply enough, and though we saw it coming, it seemed to be no real issue. We'd yet to realize the extent of our own longevity, so we failed to account for it in our plans. He chuckled. We were ignorant of many things, back then, he said fondly. For all our power, for as much as we had learned, we'd been raised in a lab with only each other and our creators for company. We had the power to reshape the world, but no real idea of what the world was really like, much less the wonders it contained. Even as we tore down the twisted rule of the angels, we were left in awe by what we saw, from such simple things as animals and other people to the wonders of science our makers had achieved. The world was a massive, miraculous thing to us, the universe a frontier that even millennia of work on the angels' parts had only scratched the surface of. Even as we cast them power, we inherited their legacy and their achievements both, and even as we worked to make up for the former, we found ourselves drawn to the later. Perhaps it was inevitable when we'd spent our entire lives in labs and with scientists, but we were curious and there were mysteries to pursue. Though we swore to avoid crossing some of the lines they had, there were other fields and we were suddenly free to pursue them. What did you do? I wondered, honestly curious myself. I was pretty sure I'd have done the safe if I could. Hell, I'd have likely continued that research simply because I could. That was why I did lots of stuff. After all, I was just interested in how far they'd gotten. Everything we could, within the limits we'd established, he answered, tone almost wistful. We learned how to create fields of altered time, how to sever an instant from its surrounding moments and hold it in place, and how to twist a stream such that it looped back upon itself. We created devices that could bend space, connecting 2 points without touching anything in between. We studied matter until we could remake it into entirely different forms that shouldn't have been able to even exist in this reality, and then we reached out to grasp at new realities. We created worlds, just like this one, but we could maintain it as a separate thing, multiplying resources to advance our works. We pushed the boundaries of what could be believed, and with the 10 of us working in concert, we flew past them. We had dreams to pursue and we never wanted to stop. If things had stayed the same, I think we could have chased the mysteries of this world until time itself died. And if, in the end, the stars themselves had started to flicker out around us, we just have made new ones. But things had changed, I noted, because of human nature. You said, was this what you meant? You wanted to pursue your dreams and it led you astray? In a way, Keter replied, though not the way you were thinking. We are human at our core, after all people. Whatever our power, we had wants and desires, dreams and ambitions, and hopes for the future, just like everyone else. Just like them. Just like them? I repeated. Everyone else? You mean the people you'd saved? Yes. I furrowed my eyebrows slightly, confused. Did they try to do something? I asked doubtfully. Not so much because I couldn't imagine anyone trying, but because I couldn't imagine them coming anywhere close to succeeding. If some group had tried to oppose the archangels, odds were they'd have been subdued and dealt with trivially. And while it wouldn't be wise to underestimate the forces of stupidity, I sincerely doubted that all that many people would have even thought about trying. It was difficult to imagine such an attempt being the breaking point, because the actions of the suicidally stupid did nothing but prove that some people stupid to the point of being suicidal. Nothing worth the mentioning, he answered. And perhaps that was part of the problem. We made a choice to aid them, and that choice bound us to them. Unlike the tyrants that came before us, we gave the people voices, and what those voices said was fairly uninteresting. In truth, ruling the world is fairly dull, not difficult, at least not for us, but certainly tedious. There were, of course, meetings to discuss various events, the long process of creating and establishing laws, various aspects of the economy that needed to be dealt with, votes and polls, and all the other matters of state writ large. Paperwork? I asked, with a smile. Don't be ridiculous, he chided. You know full well that it would take a truly exorbitant amount of paperwork to give us even a moment's difficulty, and even then it would only take a small amount of attention. Paperwork, at the end of the day, is simple. People, however, are something else entirely. Ah, I said, understanding beginning to dawn. Suddenly, I was pretty sure I knew where this was going. In truth, I often had this problem myself. People took time. It was as simple as that. He was right. I could accelerate and use psychokinesis to do a mountain of paperwork in seconds. When it came to dealing with the sick and injured, I could mend 1,000 men in a single pass. I could memorize books with a quick flip through, raise buildings in moments, run from here to Vaco on pure speed, grow fields, level mountains, and light up the night with fire and lightning. I could probably even do all of that at the same time, if I needed to. My power was such that a lot of things were quick and easy for me, but dealing with people was something of an exception. I couldn't choose acceleration to make a conversation go faster, or, at least, not both sides of it. I could talk to a bunch of people at the same time, maybe, but I'd have to do it at their speed. I might be able to scare people away or make them believe in things that weren't there, but if I wanted to talk to someone for real, I'd have to do it the same way as everyone else. If I wanted to listen to them, empathize with them, or convince them of something verbally, I'd need to do it slowly. Which was why, by and large, I didn't bother. I made exceptions for my family and friends and, in some cases, my enemies because they were important to me, but otherwise I just didn't really care. Sure, I could probably go hang out at the movies with some of my friends, though I'd need to make some that did that kind of thing. I could play video games again, pick up sports, or whatever else. Or, you know, I could just spend another night in Naraka gaining some more superpowers. In my eyes, it wasn't a very hard choice to make, but then, I was of the opinion that learning to shoot city-leveling laser beams out of my hands was its own reward. You begin to understand. On a scale of billions, such things become lengthy, he said. Time-consuming. People took time and they were boring. There were always exceptions, of course, but by and large, they were simply uninteresting compared to what you were doing. When you have the option of seizing the fires of creation, creating worlds, ventured beyond known reality, and twisted time and space, the notion of spending an afternoon adjusting the minutiae of taxation in a given hour becomes rather unappealing, especially when one's desire to do such a thing in the first place is effectively non-existent. As we learn more about the world and the power at our fingertips, interactions with the outside world began to look more and more like interruptions, annoyances. So you pulled away, I guessed. While people remain difficult to deal with, they do become fairly easy to ignore, Keter agreed. We'd always intended to leave the world we'd created in the hands of others. After all, we just expected to do so when we died. Things changed when we ceased to age, but delegating minor tasks is only natural. Certainly, whoever we chose to do the job would have far lesser means at their disposal, but nothing is perfect and people need to be able to rely on their own power at times. We told ourselves that as the days seemed to grow progressively more and more wasteful, until we'd all but drawn away completely, we remained on hand to be contacted in case of emergencies, but after decades of work on our part, It seemed only reasonable that we be free to pursue our own ends. I let that sink in for a moment before speaking. How badly did things change, without you there? I asked quietly. I don't recall, Keter replied. In part because many of the memories are no longer there, and in part because I simply didn't care. At first, I don't think things were too bad. People clashed as they always do. There were occasional upheavals and economic troubles, but the system we'd made wasn't so weak as to collapse after only a few decades. What about a few centuries? I asked. He smiled again, and there might have been a bit of sadness in his voice when he next spoke. Things got worse over time, naturally, he answered. Eventually, the distribution of power became unbalanced and some areas exerted that power over others. Things came apart, at times, and there were conflicts, even the occasional war. Nothing constant or even particularly bad, historically speaking, but enough to seem commonplace if you lived through them all. We were called upon for emergencies, and usually a show of power would tide things over for a decade or two, leaving us free to go back to our work. Sometimes, we'd judge a problem as unworthy of our attention and dismiss it, and other times they wouldn't bother calling for some reason or another, but things held. Political leaders might change places quickly and some laws could be met with outrage, but the system lived on, and so did the people. It wasn't perfect, but it was good enough for a while. But that changed, didn't it? I said. Do you know when? Did you even care when it did? Went and said but not unheard. No, he admitted. I don't remember, and I suppose that says enough. It was never their fault. Not really in the end. It was a simply matter of growing apathy. The earliest thing I remember was a project we were working on, when we were about 400 years old. It had been a long time in the making, and it had been a frustrating few years, both because of our repeated lack of success and because of the number of times we'd been called away to help. It had been a hard year for the people, too, or so I gathered. Some group had been on the rise and causing repeated trouble. I don't remember who they were or what they planned, if I ever bothered finding out. It hadn't mattered at the time because we'd made a breakthrough and simply hadn't meant anything after the fact. What was the experiment? I wondered. 100 kilograms of matter and antimatter, brought together within a sphere of slowed time, he replied. All of it self-maintained. A fraction of the explosion would bleed through the sphere every second and would be absorbed by the supporting machinery to be transformed into something more useful. It was an idea we'd been working on off and on for quite some time, ever since we successfully created a large amount of antimatter and kept it stable, and we'd finally made it work. We'd proven the design on a smaller scale several hundred times, but it was finally time to test the real thing within a contained dimension. What happened? We were interrupted, Keter answered. There was an emergency, a large-scale terrorist attack that had grown into a riot. I'm not certain of the details, but several important people had gotten involved and angels had eventually started fighting in the streets. And I prompted when he paused. What did you do? Keter's wings twitched minutely in an almost imperceptible shrug. I didn't do anything, he stated. It was Jeburo's turn to clean things up. I recognized the name for obvious reasons, and it was easy to tie it to another of the archangels, but I still raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Jeburo was rather crude, to put things lightly, Keter answered my unspoken question. Exceptionally powerful, too, but he was fun. A good friend, if not a good man, I can say that, despite how things ended. Passionate about his work, whatever it happened to be, and reliable. Keter shut his eyes for a moment and then smiled again. He looked like he could have killed the man for the interruption. He was as invested in the project as the rest of us and not afraid to say it. In fact, I remember we all laughed at what he said even after the fact. I am halfway through seducing the panties off of matter and energy, and you want me to deal with a fucking riot? What the fuck do they have to riot about? Keter's voice shifted into a foreign voice, all million voices ringing the same. I couldn't help it. I laughed myself, surprised to hear the words coming from Keter. Really? I asked, eyes and smile wide. Really, Keter confirmed, voice serious and yet still a touch amused. As I said, he was always rather crude. In the end, he looked at the rest of us and said, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't finish the unwrapping until I get back. My smile faded and Keter gave a very slight nod. He left and returned less than 3 minutes later. When we asked what he'd done to end things so quickly, he said he'd just figured out who was causing the trouble and killed them all. I was annoyed at the time. He should know that indiscriminate murder was counterproductive. While it may have momentarily resolved the issue, it would just create greater problems for us in the long run. I told him so. What happened? He told me he didn't care what they did, so long as they didn't do it while he was busy with things that were actually important, Keter replied. Then Malkuth shouted, the panties are coming off, and there was an all but frozen explosion feeding whatever energy managed to seep through into the machinery around it. We'd created the first antimatter generator and the subject was dropped. It would be a lie to say I forget. Rather, I simply didn't care very much. I fell silent at the simple, honest statement. I remember us looking back on that moment, near the end, he mused. Even then, it wasn't the deaths that bothered me, just the fact that I hadn't cared enough to even ask what they'd done. By then, it just hadn't mattered anymore. The games we play. Reminiscence. I took a slow breath, looking down at my feet. I see, I said at last. I suppose I wasn't a very good king. Keter didn't reply, watching me steadily. I think I can guess what happened after that. I continued undeterred. They were afraid of us and avoided us, just like we wanted for a while. But without us, without the archangels, there was nothing to keep things running the way they were supposed to. It wouldn't have been a problem at first, maybe, but after a few generations of, at best, rare contact, things would get worse and worse. People would forget, the angels we made to keep things running smoothly would grow old and die, and then I shrugged. After a century or two, I'm guessing things broke down, at least somewhat. I guessed if the archangels weren't called in, something like that riot could escalate into something major and a war between hunters. We've had a fair number of those ourselves and they were always destructive, but there are only a few million people on Remnant and never more than a few thousand hunters at any given time, and we could never commit all our forces to a war, not with the Grimm waiting for a chance to strike. But if there were billions of people and nothing hunting them down, if they were free to dedicate their resources to whatever they chose, war on that scale must have been apocalyptic. Keter finished. Or almost. It wasn't an immediate thing, by any means. It took another 500 years for things to get that bad, with the 10 of us involving ourselves only rarely during that time. But we withdrew more and more over time. At first, we'd check in every few weeks or months, to make sure nothing had gone wrong. Then we began checking in at the first of every year, then every few years, and so on. By the time we were 700, we'd all but stopped paying attention, and we'd long since stopped speaking to anyone outside of each other, barring a few rare exceptions. I'm guessing you got drawn back in when the war started. It became somewhat difficult to ignore, he admitted, between the number of angels involved, the technology available, and everything else. Yes, we noticed eventually. By that point, we'd taken to spending most of our time within one artificial dimension or another, building and experimenting, and only returned to this reality when we needed something from it. It served as something of a nexus point between our contained experiments and dimensions, you see, so we'd return to it periodically when we did well with our senses. It wasn't possible to miss the sounds of war. How long had it been going on? I asked. 5 months, Keter replied. At least, officially. There'd been conflict long before then, just on a lesser scale. When we figured out what had happened and looked back on things, we realized it had been pretty much inevitable. Though we'd done our best to strike a balance when we'd reshaped the world, that had been over 900 years before, and things had changed. Some places grew in power more quickly than others and tried to wield their power, while others sought to protect themselves from threats real or imagined. In our absence, angels had risen to rule the world again and had awakened other angels to expand their own power, as had their children and their children's children and so on. Even if each ruler had done so with care and foresight, which they hadn't, a few hundred years of such a thing proved to be unsustainable. Truthfully, a war shouldn't have been particularly surprising, under the circumstances. But we were surprised anyway, I said, because we hadn't been paying attention. Yes, Keter answered. When we realized what was happening, it came as quite a shock. Cities had been ruined by fighting and bombs, our nation had divided, rulers were being replaced what seemed like every few weeks or months. It was chaos, and we realized then that it was something we'd caused with our apathy and negligence, that this could have all been avoided if we just acted sooner. So instead you acted late, I finished, a clearer picture of what had happened taking shape in my head. You took over again. We did, he confirmed. With the power we had at our disposal by then, we hadn't even needed to be subtle about it. The war ended the day we intervened. And you took control? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Despite everything that had happened, because of how much you didn't want the job? At the time, there seemed like no other choice, he replied blandly. We'd seen what had happened when stayed away and did nothing. Millions of innocent people had died in our absence, and as dull as we found our self-appointed duty, we didn't wish them any particular ill will. It was, we'd thought, a necessity, or else war would be an inevitability. It wasn't anyone's fault, merely a fact. So long as people can awaken and become angels, equality was nothing more than a joke. Even if every person on the planet was awakened, that would remain true, because some would be born with tremendous power and others with almost nothing. And with the root cause of it all being the soul, an inseparable and invaluable part of human nature, there would always be those who could awaken. I nodded quietly, because it was true. Even if every hunter or angel were killed, people would still awaken occasionally, whether as a result of extreme danger and perseverance, enlightenment and focus, or whatever else. It would happen, and anyone who was awakened could theoretically awaken others. And while there would always be heroes, there would also always be people who wanted to use their power for their own ends, same as with any other kind of power. The issue was that Aura set certain people noticeable apart from others and gave them the power to, potentially, do whatever they wanted. That was simply a fact of life on Remnant that everyone had to live with, if only by doing what the kingdoms did and trying to strike a balance. I'd known that for a while, but then, It was pretty easy to find examples of in Remnant's history. Even if all the Grimm were destroyed, I knew full well that everything wouldn't be sunshine and rainbows forever after. I accepted that. I'm guessing they hadn't what they needed, Keller continued. Or, at least, what we thought they needed, was someone to keep things under control. A power that couldn't be questioned, denied, or resisted. We ended the war and created peace through our sheer, overwhelming power and demanded to be obeyed. Before, our goal had been to avoid any similarities to our predecessors, so we'd listened and made allowances, and had driven ourselves to apathy and the world to ruin. So we chose a different route for our second attempt and simply passed down word from on high. We reigned as tyrants and it worked. So many things can be simplified by removing the human element, you see, and without anyone to slow things down, it became easy to rule. We were reluctant, of course, to be pulled away from our projects, but it proved to be fairly painless thanks to the simple breadth of our power. We rebuilt things, made new laws, and enforced them ourselves. There wasn't a crime in our kingdom that went unnoticed, not a wrong or ill that went unseen. We returned things to the way they were before, curing disease, stopping wars, making sure everything ran smoothly. It even gave us an opportunity to put our inventions to good use. We provided free power to the world, ended scarcity, and made something grand. Not perfect, of course, but great and better than a world torn apart by war. Did anyone thank you for that? I asked. Surprisingly yes, not that it much mattered, Keller answered with a shrug. It's easy to be seen as merciful when you rescue cities from death and disease and cast down their enemies. It's amazing how fragile civilization can be at time, such as when water is no longer being cleaned and the power goes out. We'd become almost mythical figures by that point, which I imagine helped to them. We must have seemed like gods, returning to protect our people. There were complaints, of course, especially from those we uprooted, but they didn't protest for very long after the extent of our power was made clear. Destroy a mountain or two and arguments tend to evaporate. I bobbed my head, accepting that, and looked back at him. So you ruled for another 100 years or so? I guessed. Before you died? Indeed, Keller confirmed. The 10 of us ruled the world and stayed apart from things, except to enforce the law. We had no need for money, nor food, nor anything else, so it's not as if we demanded offerings or servitude, simply obedience. Even then, the rules were fairly simple, as Javira put it. If I am forced to come over there, it's going to ruin my day, at which point I am going to ruin your day. As long as people were dying or being hurt, we left things be and kept to ourselves, and people quickly learned the punishments for murder and the like. With the power we had by then, it was easy to keep the peace so easy, in fact, that we rather regretted not doing it from the beginning. The result would have been the same and it would have been vastly easier to get there. How do Malkuth and the Grimm play into this? I asked him. I mean, I'm glad to finally find out about my past and this is all good to know, but what happens to reduce Babel to? Well, Remnant. Keller smiled at me again, creepy looking as ever. Do not worry, he said. Our story is about to come to an end. I gave him an atom-like grunt, knowing he'd understand to continue. The Grimm did not exist until near the end, Keller replied. But in a way, they tie back to this point as well. Have you ever wondered about their name? It's a shortened form of the creatures of Grimm, I answered. They've been called that as long as anyone remembers. I assume Grimm is either a person or a place. Close, he said, tone almost amused. It is a person and a place. Malkuth and I had always been the strongest of the archangels and also the closest. We were the oldest and youngest, you see, and our makers often had us work together. We were best friends, though as close as brothers, which I suppose we technically were. In fact, they called us the Brothers Grimm. What? I asked, alarmed. Why? Because we were the kings of the land called Grimm, Keller answered. The land you now know as Babel, on the continent north of Idle. I closed my eyes and swore. No, I said, almost pleadingly. Please no. Yes, Keller replied, pressing on without mercy. Malkuth and I worked on the Grimm together. Ugh, I groaned, more annoyed than surprised. Fuck. If it makes you feel any better, our efforts were mostly on the theoretical side of things, he continued. By necessity, Malkuth was the one to give them life. Why? I asked Billy, sighing and looking up at the sky. Seriously, though, fuck. The news that my past self hadn't been a saint, while a bit disappointing, hadn't really come as a surprise. Hell, if anything, I thought it could have been way worse. I mean, I was well aware of how abusable my powers were. In the wrong hands, I could cause a pretty horrific amount of pain and suffering on a scale that was hard to really imagine. There were people who were stronger than me, sure, and people who could get in my way if I went on a rampage, but stopping me, that would be difficult. While I couldn't create portals like Raven did, I could move between the kingdoms fairly easily on speed alone, and if I approached with Naraka I could drop into normal reality, drop some particularly lethal techniques, and then vanish again. Repeat the process at random times and locations and nobody but maybe Ozpin could really put me down. Not before I'd killed a huge amount of people, anyway. And honestly, compared to some of the things I was potentially capable of if I went evil, that was probably one of the better possibilities. The very of the project was something of a reversal of the one that created us, he answered. The word Sephiroth means emanations, and we archangels were designed to emanate from the Sephiroth. Through a careful balancing and blending of countless souls, we were intended to be divinity-given form. The Grimm, however, were meant to be the opposite, a way of touching the divine through physical means. Soulless beings who could nonetheless draw upon higher powers. We called them Clipoth, at first husks. What's the point of doing that? I wondered, dropping my gaze to look back at him. He pondered that for a moment, mulling it over. At first, perhaps simply to see if we could overcome our apparent limits, he began, speaking slowly. We weren't the first to try, nor were we the last, though I doubt anyone else thought of creating something quite like the Grimm to do it. Oh, I replied, furrowing my eyebrows at the words. On the surface, it seemed like a worrying statement, but I honestly wasn't sure what he meant by that. What do you mean? Keter chuckled, a cascade of laughs falling from a million mouths. Nothing like you're imagining, he assured. As you well know, aura in its natural form cannot be used as a conventional power source. That is, you cannot fuel a machine, or, at least, not a normal machine on aura alone. You need to convert it into another form, such as electricity. To do that, though you can channel aura through an object to protect it or guide it, you cannot power something with it. That's why we use dust, I said, nodding. You can use it to change aura into a different form or even draw power from it directly with the proper machinery. Indeed, he answered with a smile. Dust is, in fact, the best example of the Clipoth and why we pursued it. Dust can change a person's aura in ways even the user cannot, proving that a person's aura can be shaped artificially. Imagine if the same could be done with technology. If the weapon could change aura into fire or ice on demand, if the house could draw power from its inhabitants, if the world could be run on aura alone. Things that took a lifetime to learn could be done with a push of a button. You could heal and shape the elements and countless other things. At its most basic level, that is what the Clipoth was. An attempt to shape the immaterial with the physical. Realization struck. Like Conquest did, I whispered, eyes widening. Even though he was soulless, he could affect a person's body and aura. Hell, I saw what he did to Dad's soul, and he'd been able to do that because it was what he'd been built for. Yes, the creature that goes by that name was one of the project's greatest successes, Keter confirmed. Though all the Grimm are capable of it to some extent, whether by interacting with the world with Malkuth in bizarre ways, possessing unusual powers, or simply by creating more of themselves. You've seen it before. Both the Goliath and the Leviathan were able to convert surrounding matter into more of the Grimm. They can remodel their bodies, draw upon matter and energy, sense emotions, and more. All that and more without a soul. You said at first it was just to see if it was possible, I said. But it became more than that, didn't it? What were you planning to use the Grimm for? Everything we possibly could, Keter answered bluntly. When they aren't being used to kill you, they really are quite marvelous creatures. They are soulless and their loyalty is beyond question, and yet, at the same time, they are capable of independent thought and free action. They can grow and learn, communicate and improve, solve complex problems, notice patterns, follow orders, and both adapt their surrounding and adapt to them, to say nothing of the greatest of them, the Riders, I whispered. And the Knights. Indeed, he replied, though the former more than the latter in this case. A group of beings that could infect a body and remodel it directly, strengthening it, improving the use of aura, and opening entirely new possibilities. Though Conquest is a monster, you cannot deny the potential of his power. Imagine if, instead of taking complete control of everyone he infect, Conquest left them in control. If, at will, anyone could draw upon his power, giving their bodies the power of the Grimm, even as Conquest allowed them greater access to their semblances. If knowledge could be instantly transferred between two people with a mere touch. If they could adapt to situations in a physical sense and recover from even horrific wounds. And then, imagine that if someone, even with all those powers, were to try and say, murder someone, those powers would shut down. Conquest could immobilize them instantly or act to call authorities. Alone, he could end countless ills and fix the world. It's a little hard to imagine, I said. Mostly because he broke it instead. Keter inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Things went somewhat awry, he agreed. Understatement of the century, right there. Also, an amazing statement of the obvious. So how did we screw it up? I asked with another sigh. Is this a sort of rogue AI situation where we gave him a bunch of orders we didn't think through, or did Malkuth do something instead? The latter, Keter answered, voices growing sad. Conquest is working perfectly in the sense that it is completely loyal to its master and a quick study. Even now, it determines how to best fulfill Malkuth's desires and then does so to the best of its abilities. Figured as much, I murmured before raising my voice. Then tell me why. If Malkuth and I were so close, if the archangels were such friends, if we had all these great and wonderful things planned, how did it all go to hell? Keter looked at me calmly for a long moment, eyes focusing on me until the lights of his pupils all but covered me. He spoke. I don't know. he stated easily, which was why I told you the events surrounding the situation instead of telling you the answer outright. The fuck? I demanded. The fuck do you mean you don't know? If I ever knew, death took those memories from me, he explained, voice as calm as ever. I could make several guesses, but many of those memories are gone. I frowned at him severely for a few seconds and then clicked my tongue, annoyed but unable to get particularly angry if it was like that. How much do you remember, all told? I asked. A fair amount, owing to the length of our life, he answered, but only a fraction of a percent, all told. Enough to recognize how events are related, at least some of the time, though it's easier to see how things progressed over centuries than in shorter time frames. If an event occurs in a day and I recall nothing for months before it, it's hard to establish a firm context, but even with only a handful of days out of every years, it's easy to notice patterns that occur over centuries. I have more memories of the early days than the end, as they posed less of a threat. I pursed my lips for a moment and then spoke. Death, I said. You've mentioned several times that we lost a lot to his. At first, I thought you meant death as in the process of reincarnation had wiped us clean. But that's not it, is it? You mean death as a person? Was he a writer, like Conquest, or something else? Like Conquest, Keter repeated as if sounding it out. Yes, the greatest of the four and Malkuth's right hand. What is he? I asked. Do we remember anything about him or the others? Keter considered that carefully before nodding once. Conquest, war, famine, and death, Keter recited. He named them after things we claim to be beyond to have overcome and extinguished. They all work from the same base design, but express it in different ways, adjusting the body and aura of their host to demonstrate greater power. Even among them, however, death is special. Though he is soulless, he is a disease of the soul, and those he is not as virulent as his siblings. He can draw out great strength from his hosts. Malkuth generally kept him close and often within his own soul, just as he frequently allowed portions of the riders to remain within his body. He was immune, I assumed, to which Keter nodded. We made sure of it, he answered. As you've no doubt noticed from Conquest's infection, the power of the riders can be quite useful. I'm unsure of the full extent of Death's power, but I know he can mutilate the souls of his enemies in various ways. He left us relatively untouched only because he had no choice, but he was thorough in exterminating any memories he deemed potentially threatening. Beyond that, I only know that I was careful to attack Malkuth while Death was unable to support them. I took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, closing my eyes for a long moment. Wonderful, I stated tiredly. You get all that, Adam? Shit's fucked. As always, he said from his position on the roof of the next building over. He had his back to us, probably because Keter was hard to look at directly, and though his words were casual, I could see the tension in his shoulders. Given what everything I'd learned had been doing to my head, I couldn't imagine he was having any easier of a time. Nothing I heard about Malkuth was good, but it didn't change anything. We still had to fight. We still had to win. All we had to do was figure out how the fuck we were going to do it. No rest for the wicked, I told myself. So we better get started or we were going to get outworked. Okay, I said. Time for a new plan. Step 1. We're going to work our asses off even harder than before. Step 2. We're going to get to that eventually. For let's just blow stuff up. The games we play. Comprehension. I'm not going to lie and say I didn't consider blowing off school, whether for today or just in general. As much as I wanted to keep an eye on Cinder and her as of yet unknown plans, it was hard to really care after everything I'd just learned. Knowing, if only in part, what I was up against, I wanted to train hell. I needed to train. I had to prepare myself to fight a guy that had been my match before. He had a few thousand-year head start on me, and God, but his power was unfair. I mean, I didn't usually care about that sort of thing, but I also was usually the person with all the advantages. Now that I knew I had to face a guy who could literally bend the rules of reality and was an immortal mad scientist who'd played with forces that could destroy life on Remnant and who had a trillion loyal monsters at his beck and call, well, some complaining seemed in order. Sadly, complaining wouldn't do anything to help me survive the next Fuck, did I have a year? I'd always assumed I was on a schedule. That was why the whole Mistral and Haven thing was only going to last 6 months at most, but not that I could see how heavily the deck was stacked against me. I was frighteningly aware of the fact that I had no clue what that schedule actually was. If Malkuth acted before I was ready, I'd be drawn into a game I had no chance of winning, but I had no idea when he'd make a move. Worse, I had no way of actually stopping him if he chose to act. That kind of sucked. All the more reason to get to work. I wanted to lock myself away in Naraka for a month or two, train around the clock, slaughter Grimm in the wilderness, and make myself as strong as I could, as quickly as I could. That was the one advantage I had. Keter had said my semblance was built for the world I now lived in, a world dominated by the Grimm. I could gain power at an extraordinary pace by slaying monsters, growing stronger at a pace even my past self couldn't, because he hadn't had this option. I could learn things fast, too, if I had the right books or the right number of points. I wasn't sure how that element of my semblance measured up to my original self, but it was better suited for the world I lived in. The original Keter might have been able to learn things from a host of teachers, but I lived in a remnant, and being able to draw upon lost knowledge worked better for me. I needed to take advantage of it. My new set of skills would allow me to grow more quickly, and Tiferet gave me a new source of powerful skills. My priority now was to level up as many skills as I could, merge whichever ones I was able, kill the Grimm for levels and points for my mental stats, and grind my physical stats as high as I was able. It was very, very tempting to throw everything else to the wayside. That did not, however, make such a decision wise. As much as part of me wanted to panic and rush things, the gamer's mind helped me hold back and consider things carefully. Going to school didn't matter to me in the slightest, but it would have been foolish to ignore the threats nearby just because I'd learn of a bigger one on the horizon. From what I knew, Cinder could very well be infected by one of the riders and therefore up to no good. I had the presence of 2 of them confirmed. Conquest was contained within the Pandora shells, and the Red Rider, who, from the MO illustrated by the temple, might be War, was contained within Ruby and possibly Summer Rose, if she was still alive, which I hoped, for her sake more than my own. She wasn't. That left me with 2 riders unaccounted for famine and death. And as it just so happened, I currently had 2 suspects for hosts, in Cinder and Ozpin. I honestly wasn't sure if I'd rather be right or wrong about those 2. I mean, on the one hand, I really didn't want to have unknowns running around and working against me. On the other hand, Cinder and Ozpin were, as far as I could tell, fucking monsters. I still couldn't see Cinder's level, meaning she must have been at least 141. Then again, even if it turned out Cinder was clean, I'm not sure leaving a criminal with that much power and unknown motives running around unwatched was a good idea. So either way, I couldn't leave until I was certain of what Cinder was up to. She may not have been as big a threat as Malkuth in the big picture, but that didn't mean she couldn't ruin everything while my back was turned. I'd have to settle things with her before too long, one way or another, but for now I had to stay put, and, honestly, it was probably for the best that I didn't run off. I needed some time to take stock of things because I honestly wasn't even sure where to start with this mess. And that was how I found myself in class, meditating silently as the teacher droned on. I wasn't even bothering to pretend to be paying attention, and neither was Adam, who was sleeping in a seat beside me, but after yesterday's show, no one was bothering us about it. If it went on for too long, someone might give a shit, but I sure as hell wasn't here because I gave a damn what the teachers had to say, especially not when I had more important things to do. Meditation was an important part of my training regime, and one I had been neglecting somewhat recently. Soul of the World had an invaluable ability. It allowed me to train my MP as if it were one of my stats. The downside was that it took time to do that, and a lot of time at that. When my MP regeneration had risen high enough, the boost from meditating was pretty much meaningless. I'd spent time doing other stuff instead. But since I had a bunch of teachers to ignore now, a place had opened up in my schedule, especially when I had figured out the trick to it and added acceleration to the picture. While acceleration didn't enhance my natural MP Regan, which, from what Keter has said, probably had something to do with the light I drew on that existed above the Sephiroth Soul of the World drew from, well, the world, and multiplied after I adjusted it properly. Granted, the per-minute benefit of meditation was vastly outweighed by the per-second cost of acceleration, but the MP Regan wasn't what I was after. What I cared about was that it improved how quickly I could train my MP. For me, MP in general was the most valuable resource I had, and so 2 things were especially important to me: how much of it I had and how quickly I could regenerate it. And those 2 things plays off of each other. The way my wisdom was now, I could go from 0 to full in less than 30 seconds, and that was true regardless of how much MP I had because my MP Regan worked off of percentages. My MP itself, however, was numerical, and I'd refill it within the time frame whether it meant regaining 100 MP per second or 1000. Now that I'd successfully dropped my Regan rate to half a minute, though. It would be difficult to improve in a significant way just by increasing my wisdom. I'd need to double it to half the time it took now. If I wanted to improve how much MP I had access to every second, I'd need to improve the amount I had access to overall. A few months of accelerated meditation should do the trick, especially with the help of Chakma. Chakma passive LV1 EXP. 14.40%. The wisdom that arises from nothingness, the first step away from that which cannot be grasped. The first moment of thought brings with it the first glimpse of the world and the first moment of wisdom, and from that spark flows both creativity and terror. This ability represents the heightened presence of Chakma within the soul of the user, and through its light, gives them wisdom. 100% increase to the effectiveness of all skills that calculate effectiveness based on wisdom. 100% increase to the effectiveness of all skills that are used to create something new. 100% increase to experience gained by all such skills. Besides which, meditation was the closest I ever came to relaxing nowadays. It was like sleeping, except without the loss of awareness, the amount of wasted time, and the general defenselessness. I was able to keep up all my skills and continue to improve them, and though the expansion of my senses made it difficult to focus on any one thing, it allowed me to keep track of things in broad strokes. I checked to make sure Cinder was where she was supposed to be before starting, and I was alert enough to make sure she didn't wander off anywhere. She probably wasn't going to start doing anything major while in class herself, anyway, so there wasn't much point in staring at her while she was sitting in class and not trying to look bored. And while I was relaxing, I also had time to think and plan. I started by taking stock of what I had. While I kept careful track of my own power, I had allies I knew would follow me to the end, and I needed to look after them, too. Adam, who was sleeping in the chair next to me and ignoring the class entirely, was coming along fairly well as he leveled up. Putting most of his points into strength and dexterity, he could attack with a force and speed that most hunters would find inhuman. He'd put a smattering of points in wisdom to improve his own MP regeneration, and it also served to help him other ways, from improving his control with his semblance to help guide him through battle. While he said he was still getting used to it, he'd mentioned that he was considering putting a few points in intelligence as well, to see how much it helped him. Overall, though, he'd grown tremendously in the short time we'd been training, and he was still working on melding his semblance to his newfound growth. He'd taken to favoring smaller, quicker attacks with a relatively minor charge, enhancing his blade's ability to carve away at his foes, chop off limbs, or shred armor. It drained him more quickly, but so long as I was there to provide support, it easily multiplied his offensive potential. He could still use his more powerful attacks, but the charge time made it difficult to pull off in battle, and I was better suited to the bombardment role. Anyway, after only a few days, I couldn't be sure of precisely where his training with his semblance would lead. For the time being, he seemed mostly concerned with figuring out how to channel as much aura into his strikes in as little time as possible, but after a few weeks or months, who knows? Still, given the dust weaving I'd been doing lately, I was considering ways to support his style. I'd need to make several versions and test their results, but with some practice, adding some new elements to his swordsmanship could come in handy. Speaking of elements, though, my constant companions were another facet to consider, especially given what I now knew about them. Whether because of the fact that I'd created a light elemental or simply of what Keter had told me, I could literally feel the difference in them. Especially while meditating like this, I could feel them growing, and it made me wonder if it was shared fragments of my soul that had created them and given them the forms they now had. Then precisely what was happening when I improved my skill? When I'd made the jump from basic elementals to lesser elementals, my various affinities had grown, too, but that couldn't have been all. My elementals had changed and grown in some pretty obvious ways, becoming more defined and distinct. I had a fair number of items that could increase my affinities, but none of them had brought about such a change, nor such a jump in power. What had happened, then? After giving it some thought, one possibility seemed most likely. They had grown because the piece of my soul had also grown. It made sense, after all. If my advanced elementals were created by merging fragments into larger pieces and a light elemental was to combine all the pieces into a reflection of the whole, then it didn't seem impossible. Even after speaking to my own, I was no expert on the subject of souls, but it felt right. I just had no idea what that could mean. Long term, I didn't know enough to say for sure what any of them would grow up to become. Something like those giants I'd seen in my dreams after each summoning, perhaps. But how long would that take? They'd grown from basic to lesser, but I couldn't say for sure how much stronger they could still become. Some status effects seemed to follow the theme of low, intermediate, high, before finally maxing out, which could imply as many as 3 more stages of growth if it was applicable. Whatever the case, I needed their help. If Malkuth's power gave him control over the physical world, then my elementals and my elemental powers were probably my best defense. If I maxed out my affinities and my elementals grew into the fullness of their power, it should protect me from at least some of his tricks. Although, really, when it came to Malkuth, it was probably best to just be prepared for everything. I was already planning to start improving my poison resistance soon, using Venom, but I'd need to test a few things first. Still, there was another reason I was eager to see them grow, and it boiled down to simple curiosity. If sharing parts of my soul gave them their bodies and more human-like minds, I wonder how they'd change if those fragments grew. Would their selfhood also strengthen? It was a pleasant thought. My elementals had minds of their own and could converse with me easily, but they didn't care about much else. If anything, they seemed vaguely distracted whenever they weren't helping me with something, as if their minds were usually someplace else, which they probably were. In fairness, still, it struck me as a little sad that if I told them to have the day all to themselves, they'd probably just stand around, at least as far as their bodies were concerned. While I found that loyalty and focus invaluable, it struck me as a bit sad, especially since we didn't speak much anymore, simply sharing our thoughts and senses. Maybe that'd change later on. Thinking about it, I wondered if our unusual soul relationship made us more like siblings or like a father and his children. I guess I'd just call them my friends and leave it at that. At the thought of children, though, I couldn't help but think of Autumn, who even now clung tightly to my wrist. Who would inhabit this bleak world alone? LV52. Autumn Rose. My little girl was growing up, and the thought of it left me feeling a bit sad, because I knew what it meant. She'd already added a number of points to her intelligence and wisdom, had a higher level than most of my classmates right now, and she was growing and learning all the time. As she was now, she probably wouldn't have too much trouble creating a body of her own, if I talked her through it. Hell, all she really needed me to do was explain to her how the other senses worked, and she'd probably be able to manage on her own from there. She wouldn't need to be carried around anymore. At that point, she'd be a big girl, which meant we needed to have a talk. Not the sex talk, though I honestly wasn't sure if, how, or when it would be necessary. Given her botanic nature, the birds and the bees may involve actual birds and bees. No, I'd wait a while to see how that particular possibility manifested. In the meanwhile, however, there was something even more important we needed to discuss. I was going to ask her if she wanted to be a hunter. I'd explain the nature of the world to her, tell her about the Grimm and what hunters did, and give her the choice. I understood what my parents and sisters had been trying to do by leaving me out of the family business, because I knew perhaps better than anyone now how dangerous being a hunter could be. On a level, knowing what I did now, I could even appreciate their efforts. But the choice had been mine, and I'd wanted, more than anything, to be a hunter. I'd made my choice, and, despite everything, I didn't regret. So I'd give her the choice, too, and if she said no, we'd go from there together. If she said yes, though, then we needed to train. I'd bring her along next time we went outside the kingdom. We'd stick to the side of the sea for a while longer and get her up to snuff, at least stat-wise. Then we'd train with her aura inside Naraka and make sure she could use her powers fully in battle. After that, we just have to see. And then there was Gu, my familiar that I'd never once taken into battle. If I hadn't been meditating, I would have sighed. Truthfully, I'd always planned for Gu to fight beside me someday. I'd just been putting it off. Even with the power granted to him as my familiar, he was still barely more than a puppy. The puppy I'd found dying underneath a dumpster, not too long ago. And even if he was my familiar, there were a lot of things he just didn't have. He didn't have the gamer's body, which allowed me to endure the punishment my skills had put my through. Stuff that could have crippled a normal man a million times over by now and then some. He didn't have any experience, at least not of the literal kind. We'd covered some stuff, but he'd never really fought. As far as I knew, he hadn't even spent any of his points yet, because we'd been saving them until he'd mastered the basics and could get the most out of them. That was still a good idea, of course, but I hadn't done it just because it was wise. I was worried about him just like I was worried about Autumn. Hell, I was terrified, because I'd found out what was on its way and gone, but it wasn't pretty. But I wasn't doing him any favors by leaving him unprepared. I'd give him a choice, too, because he deserved one no matter what my profile said. If he wanted to fight beside me, I'd make sure he was ready for it. If he didn't, grandmother could keep him safe and I'd try to look after him if anything happened. Even saying that, though, I knew what his decision would be, and that's why I sighed. Maybe vitality would be a good choice, I mused. With a few hundred points in that, he might be able to withstand what my skills would put him through. I hadn't seen him in a little while, but he had to be in his 80s by now, level-wise, which meant he'd have over 400 points to spend if he put all of them in vitality. Especially if I could finish grinding his basics. That might be enough. My skills could handle the rest. Even if his natural strength and speed wasn't the best, I could give that to him no problem. What mattered was that he survived said help. All that really left, at least right now, was Raven. But since I was probably still playing catch-up in that relationship, she didn't need any particular help. If I managed to catch up enough to see her level, that might change, but for now I didn't need to worry about her well-being. If need be, she was probably the one I'd call for help. As for myself, improving my skills took priority right now, as many skills as possible. Tiferet had opened up new doors, and with the other Sephiroth skills there to smooth things along, The possibilities were endless. I needed to cover our bases because God knows what we'd face soon, but with my skills I'd manage somehow, I thought, because the only alternative was dying, and I was one of the few people on Remnant who could say that had gotten old. I still didn't have all the answers about what had happened to me. I didn't even know what had started it all, though Keter and I had come up with a few possibilities. It could have been a soul thing. The archangels had sworn not to experiment in that field, but then 1,000 years had passed and maybe things had changed. From its description, death in particular sounded like pure soul fuckery to me. Maybe Malkuth had done something and I tried to stop him, or one of the others had broken things. Maybe I'd done something and he'd snapped. Maybe it was simple greed that had grown into an unwillingness to share power, or we'd had a truly epic falling out. Maybe I'd stolen something. His girlfriend, the last slice of pizza, or some piece of research. Maybe he'd grown to hate humanity, or us, or both. Maybe he'd always been an asshole. It could have been anything. I had no way of knowing for sure yet, and I might never find out. But in the end, it didn't matter. Whatever had happened, it didn't justify the Grimm and their millennia of predation. Whatever we had been, whatever we had done, here and now Malkuth needed to die. And if we were the brothers Grimm, I guess I was just going to have to commit fratricide. Maybe we'd get along better in another life. The games we play. Recollection. When lunch came around, I took a break from my meditation. The time between classes was, after all, an opportunity for any number of things. While I didn't expect Cinder to do anything yet, the fact remained that slipping her illusionist in and herself out would give her an almost airtight alibi for anything she did outside. Hell, I'd considered that myself. If need be, I'd have Adam slip away during class and minion for me. Nonetheless, she seemed to be staying put for now, which wasn't particularly surprising, it only being the second day and all. I had kind of hoped the show I'd put on yesterday would have been enough to make her move, but Cinder was very careful and restrained. If she did anything, she'd do her level best to make sure it wasn't noticeable. In turn, I'd do my best to notice anyway. I still needed to get a good look at that illusionist of hers. It wasn't even necessarily an issue if Cinder left the school, as long as Raven and I were sure about what we were looking at. If Cinder left, I'd call Raven and it'd be her turn to watch her. For the time being, though, I simply kept an eye on things here, at least for now. I couldn't ignore Cinder just because Malkuth was violently ruining the horizon of my future, but I couldn't stop preparing for future problems just because Cinder was being ominous, mysterious, and generally vague. Tonight especially, I needed to prepare, so I'd stick around long enough to see if Cinder seemed like she was going anywhere or about to burst into a spontaneous monologue about her plans, and then I'd head out for more training. That in mind, I dragged my half-awake best friend to the meal hall and sent him off to eat, claimed the same table as yesterday as my own, and stared off into space. I'd fixed everything, naturally, and if I'd missed something, I'd get to hear complaints. The teachers had even brought people in to check things over and had deemed it good enough for students to eat in, which the students of Haven were happily doing. A few people were glaring at me, like Dasher, who seemed to honestly be thinking about trying to fight me again, but overall, no one seemed sure of what to do about me now that I'd established myself as top dog. Most of the students gave my table as wide a berth as possible and stared a lot. Most. "There you are," Finn all but shouted in my ear as he appeared beside me, clapping me hard on the back with a wide grin. I returned it a bit lazily and sat up. "Finn," I greeted. "Feeling better, I hope." "Right as rain," he answered, resting his arms on the table. "Rumor has it you were the one who patched us up." "My semblance is pretty versatile," I answered honestly. "I got some practice healing back in Vale." Yeah, he nodded eagerly. "Heard something about that before I got bored and stopped listening." So many rumors and what-ifs, I was starting to get pissed off, since we could always just ask you, you know. "That does make things simpler," I agreed, feeling a touch wistful at the thought. Sadly, I didn't have anyone to ask about most of my questions. What did you want to know? The only thing that matters, Finn snorted. You're going to be one of Mistral's representatives at the Vital Festival, right? Blunt as ever, Finn, Albus interrupted as he approached, giving a chiding click of his tongue. He said it was fine, you dumb bastard, Finn replied, rolling his eyes as Albus set his tray down on the table and joined us. He tried to swipe a chicken nugget off the older boy's plate and Albus stabbed the offending hand with his fork, but didn't say anything as Finn took away his prize and plopped it into his mouth. I assumed Albus simply considered it a form of taxation. You can have it if I can stab you or something like that. I've thought about it, I answered after a moment. It'll be nice to go back to Vale for a while, but it's still a bit early in the semester to worry about. Finn drew out, wrinkling his nose. You're strong enough. You'd make the cut no problem, so you might as well decide now, right? I suppose, I agreed with an easy smile. I'm mainly just wondering if anything will come up. My family and all. Right, the Roma, Finn said, clapping his hands. Heard your grain was old Jean. I answered. And Mom's here, along with 3 of my sisters. Sisters? Finn repeated, furrowing his eyebrows as if thinking about something. Now that you mention it, wasn't there someone? Professor Arc, you idiot, Albus muttered, swallowing a chicken nugget. Professor Arc, Finn exclaimed, as if he'd come to the realization entirely on his own. You related? She's my sister, I answered with a nod. Youngest of 7. 7? He repeated, whistling. Big family, eh? Yeah, I said. We're a bit spread out now, though. Are you all hunters? Albus asked, arching a brow. Yup, I answered proudly. You? Albus made a face. Albus has daddy issues, Finn kindly informed me. And mommy issues. And half-sister issues. And half-brother issues. He's a bastard in various senses of the term, you see. Albus leaned back in his chair and kicked him in the shin hard enough to push his chair back. You're one to talk, Finn, he said, giving him a flat look. HMPH, Finn snorted before turning back towards me. To spare Albus's delicate feelings, I'll change the topic. Vital Festival. You're in. Yeah, I chuckled and inclined my head. Assuming nothing world-changing happens in the meantime, I hedged because it was a distinct possibility. Then yeah, I'd be glad to go. Excellent, Finn said with a broad grin. We've got to completely crush the other kingdoms, you see? Oh, I asked, amused. Of course, Albus replied, looking at Finn like he was an idiot for even needing to say so. This isn't about victory, it's about bragging rights. Finn agreed, nodding quickly as he looked my way. See? The Vital Festival is a big deal. We're celebrating the peace between the kingdoms and shit like that, because after we all teamed up in the war, we were officially friends and couldn't kill each other anymore. But we can still be assholes to each other, and that's why there's a tournament at every festival. The point is to prove we're the best without all the bloodstains, but you can't just do stuff like that by halves. I mean, can you imagine if there was this long drawn-out battle at the end and we just barely won? Afterwards, we'd have to be all. It was a very close game and you were a great fighter and I thought I was going to lose for a second there. It'll be horrible, right? Appalling, I assured, biting down a laugh. Yeah, Finn shouted, clapping a hand on the table hard enough to jostle Albus' cup. You can brag about shit like that. We've got to crush them and then we'll be all like, hey, what matters is that we all did our best and had fun and then go like this. Finn leaned his head back with a slight smirk, a shit-eating grin on his face. After a moment, his expression returned to normal. You know, the classic we all have to be sportsmanlike here, but seriously, fuck you guys. We won again, bitches, he finished. You realize that to get to the finals, we'd probably have to crush each other, right? I asked. Finn rolled his eyes. It doesn't matter who gives the grin, as long as the grin gets given, he stated firmly. At least one of us needs to make it to the finals. It doesn't matter who gets in the way. As long as we're clear, I said, absently remembering that Haven had won the tournament quite a few times. Sure, I'm in. Hell yeah, Finn shouted again, clapping me on the back with twice as much force as before. Team Haven is as strong as ever. I chuckled again, resting an elbow on the table and my head on my hand. Olivia had mentioned it before and, truthfully, the Vital Festival was a good opportunity. I wasn't certain of anything, but it wouldn't surprise me if Cinder used the opportunity for something, whether by going or staying. If she stayed, the strongest students in school, plus a number of the professors, would be on the other side of the ocean. If she went, though, then she'd be across the ocean, right in the heart of Vale along with God knows how many important figures. Either way, she would have plenty of chances to cause trouble, and it was best to keep my options open until I knew what she had planned. Speaking of which, is Cinder going, too? I asked, glancing at Albus as the older boy frowned. Cinder, he mused, considering it. I honestly don't know. She decided not to last year, but she could definitely make it if she wanted. I'd have to ask. Why? Oh ho, Finn laughed, shit-eating grin making a comeback. Didn't you hear? Ow. Cindy took an interest in our boy here after the fight. In fact, I heard, and he said this loud enough to be heard several tables over, that she stopped by John's room last night, he finished, turning my way. That's true, Adam chimed in helpfully, making his triumphant return. He had a glass of water in one hand and a loaded tray in the other. He refused to drink coffee while at school, saying it would just keep him awake right after class. I sighed. This asshole is Adam, by the way, I introduced. He's my chief minion. Adam, this is Finn and Albus. And yes, Cinder came by. Finn quirked an eyebrow, looking interested at that admission. Yeah, he asked. What happened? I remained silent for a long moment, drawing things out, before shrugging with a slight grin. Not much, I answered. She showed me a few things about dust weaving. Oh ho, which didn't involve taking any clothes off, I finished. AWW, Finn groaned, smile dropping and leaving him looking disappointed. This story sucks. The one in my head was better. Hey, Adam, was it really as boring as he says? It was pretty fucking boring, Adam admitted. There was a lot of nerd talk. Finn clicked his tongue and shook his head. Albus kicked him under the table again. I happen to like a woman who knows how to accessorize, Albus added. I've seen Cinder murder dozens of Grimm in the dress of hers. Oh, you make a good point, Al, Finn agreed, smile returning. That dress is her weapon in various ways and she's showing it to you? That's a sign, my friend. Hunters don't pass around their weapons to just anyone. I think she likes you, or at least wants something from you. He was probably right about that last part, I mused, weathering the words with an air of boredom. The rest was mostly ridiculous. I had little doubt that Cinder would be willing to seduce me if she thought it meant getting what she wanted or convinced me to obey her, but mainly because Cinder struck me as cold and pragmatic. Any interest she had in me as a person was probably similarly cold. Granted, I would do the same in her position and then some. If it would help unlock the secrets of Babel or tell me how to defeat Malkuth, there wasn't much I wouldn't do, and having sex with someone I hated wasn't even close to the bottom of that list. Having carved up my body with a whirlwind of glass, burnt it alive, crushed it, electrocuted it, and generally mauled it for the sake of my goal, there really wasn't much else I wouldn't do for the right price. I just didn't really care all that much, and after everything I'd already done to it, there really wasn't anything anyone could do to change my opinion of my body one way or another. John, Emerald interrupted as she approached, pausing as I turned to look at her. She glanced at the others and then back at me before jerking her head towards the other side of the hall. Do you have a minute? Cinder wanted to talk to you. Speak of the devil. Oh ho. Finn started again and I ignored him with a smile, putting my game face on. Sure, I said with faux cheer. I'll be right there. Seeing as I had no tray and wasn't hungry on account of not needing food, I rose from the table to the sound of Finn's cheers. Cinder was seated near the end of the hall, which I got the feeling was unofficial senior territory, but no one said anything about me trespassing. Imagine that. Good morning, Cinder, I greeted as I approached her table, smiling easily. Emerald followed a step behind me, shooting my uncertain glances that she probably thought I couldn't see, but I could. I totally fucking could, just like I could feel the concern radiating off her soul, and it cheered me up a little bit. It seems I'd made all sorts of impressions yesterday, enough to make my possible future enemy sincerely worried and react. After a night like I'd had, it was nice to have some good news. At least some things were going according to plan. If her henchmen were worried about the power I had and Cinder was continuing our conversation, it meant I was something she couldn't afford to leave be. A more extreme reaction would have been nice, but I'd take it. John, she answered, returning my smile gently. The expression was pleasant, even if it didn't reach any deeper than her skin. How was your second day of school? I contemplated the question briefly before answering truthfully. There was nothing worth paying attention to. Do the seniors have it any better? I suppose it depends, she hedged. I've always found classes rather easy to keep up with myself, though. I figured as much, I chuckled, nodding slightly at her as I took my seat. Was there something you wanted to talk about, or did you just want to arrange another meeting? We can meet again whenever you wish, she assured. But in truth, I was a bit worried about you. Oh? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Emerald and Mercury said you were gone when they got back to their room, she explained, the concern shining in her eyes impressive in their fake sincerity. After yesterday's performance, I'd feared that several of our fellow students might have done something out of hand in response. Things are generally fairly civil here at Haven, but with the way you wounded their prides, I wasn't sure. Added to that, I heard you were barely in time for class. Are you okay? What a considerate way of asking where I was all night, I thought. I mean, she managed to sound honestly worried and everything, which I thought was a little impressive, and given that she was a seemingly concerned upperclassman and I was a supposedly unknowing freshman, I should respond with the truth. I paused to consider the possibilities carefully before answering. I could make up a lie, but there was no real point, I decided she'd undoubtedly notice my continued absence simply by, the fact that I was continually absent. I had no intention of putting a stop to my training just to keep from arousing suspicion, and I'd known from the beginning that Emerald and Mercury would notice the fact that I didn't sleep in the room. I just, didn't care. This was a good opportunity to give my story, though, which I could use to help explain other things down the line. If I played it right, I could use this to my advantage, even. Yeah, best to tell the truth, if in a deceptive manner that had gotten me this far, after all. That, I answered without missing a beat, giving her a reassuring smile. Sorry to worry you. I was out training all night. Cinder raised an eyebrow at me, blinking once. All night? She asked, keeping her voice concerned. That's impressive, certainly, but when will you sleep? I'll just rest in class, I answered, shrugging. Quite frankly, they seem to be a waste of time, so I might as well, right? That's what I used to do back in public school. The teacher's droning voices are surprisingly easy to relax to. Mercury knows what I'm talking about. Mercury froze for a moment as Emerald and Cinder turned to look at him. The former was glaring daggers at him, but Cinder just looked dully inquisitive. He paused before beginning again, giving a quick but shallow nod. They're pretty fucking boring, not going to lie. It's nothing we haven't learned already. The first week of classes is often like that, Cinder admitted. They need to blow off the dust that's accumulated during the breaks and make sure everyone is following along properly. It'll get better in time. I doubt it, I answered bluntly, leaning a cheek against my fist. I already read all the books and I'm with Mercury. It's nothing I didn't know. You read ahead? She asked, throwing me a glance. Of course, I replied, with a slight roll of my eyes. I think it's all boring, but that doesn't mean I intend to do badly. My family would probably give me grief if I wasn't better than everyone at everything, so I read all the textbooks and then I read a bunch of other books that were a lot better and nowhere near as expensive. After the training I've done, this is nothing. I see, Cinder murmured. Well, it's hard to argue with your results. That's probably for the best. Though yesterday's battle silenced most arguments, there were several rumors that you only got her thanks to your grandmother's connections. She shot me an apologetic look to go along with the words, but I just shrugged and returned it with a half smile. Well, they're not really wrong, I admitted amusedly. Grandmother kind of enrolled me at the last minute. I imagine a lot of people complained, but if any of their arguments ever got to the part where she gave a fuck, I never heard about it. Oh, Cinder wondered, tilting her head to the side. I heard you enrolled under special circumstances, but no one told me your grandmother was actually involved. You certainly have enough skill to enter Haven on your own merits. Did something come up? I drew out. Sort of. I only moved to Haven recently and I wasn't really certain what I was going to end up doing here for a while. Eventually, grandmother got me enrolled here. I think she expects me to show off and take control of the school in my family's name or something, which I guess I have, so she should be pleased. That was all true. Not the complete series of events, granted, but all true. I would assume so, Cinder assured. You've certainly worked fast. I dislike things that waste my time, I admitted. If I drew things out, there would probably be duels and arguments and God knows what else, and it might go on for weeks or months. Some people would try to attack me, some would try to ignore or shun me, and some would try to mess with me however they could. It seemed like a lot of effort for something I don't care about all that much, so I went out of my way to establish dominance as quickly as possible. I beat the crap out of less people. Less people need to get the crap beaten out of them. It's a win-win situation. Really? Cinder hummed, nodding to herself as she filed that away. Or, at least, I assumed she was keeping a mental file on me. I was certainly keeping one on her. What about your friend? She asked, nodding towards Adam, who was listening in with Levant's help. Adam's my chief minion, I stated remorselessly, taking pleasure in the flash of annoyance I felt from him. Grandmother made him my bodyguard or something. I don't know. What matters is that he works for me now. Was he out training as well? Cinder wondered, looking curious. Emerald said he seemed tired. I could hardly have brought him along if couldn't handle some training, I replied. There's no room for the unprepared where I'm going. And where are you going? Cinder's smile became subtly challenging as she met me gaze evenly. I matched it with a grin of my own. Straight to the top, I said. He must be very strong indeed then, to be your right-hand man, Cinder mused, looking past me with a touch of renewed interest. Strong enough not to die, I answered with a shrug. Which I suppose is all I can really hope for, under the circumstances. I see, she replied. Well, I suppose it makes sense that he was sleeping in class, then. I chuckled. He was probably going to sleep through class anyway, I admitted with a shrug. He's good enough in a fight, but, well, hard to blame him, though, since everything's so boring. It's a little irritating, but I'll probably end up doing schoolwork for two. That's very kind of you, Cinder praised with a gentle smile. You must be quite fond of him to go through so much effort. She tilted her head to the side as I shrugged, pretending to consider something. Well, she said after a moment of silence, smiling playfully. Since it seems Mercury also intends to sleep through class, perhaps he should train through the night as well. What? Mercury asked, sitting up straight. Yay. I love training. I looked at him for a moment and then shook my head. No thanks, I rejected. Adam can survive it, but Mercury probably wouldn't. I shrugged as if there was nothing I could do about it. Besides, Mercury can't be my minion, I stated. He's your minion, right? I'm not sure I like being called a minion, Mercury began. I rolled my eyes. Henchman, subordinate, ally, whatever, I corrected, my tone calm and blunt as if the topic didn't mean much to me and neither did the words. What matters is that he's yours, right? Cinder didn't drop the mask but her eyes met mine and there was an understanding in them. A very, very cold understanding. Well, I suppose we've been friends for a long time, her voice said in a cheerful tone, so detached from her emotions that it deserved to be counted separately. That's cool, I replied, smiling at her without lifting my head from my fist. We have a lot in common, Cinder. If you want to train together, I don't mind. We can do it during the daytime. Instead of sewing every day, we can mix it up a bit. That's an idea, she said, considering it. Sure, you're very strong already, but maybe I can still give you a few hints. I'd like that, I said, standing at last. I made a show of starting to turn before pausing and looking back at her. Oh, that reminds me. Are you going to attend the Vital Festival this year? Finn and Albus just asked me to join. Something about crushing everything that got in our way. Grandmother would approve, I think, so I said I'd think about it. It might be fun. Maybe so, she mused before giving me a beautiful if empty smile. You know, I think I will. It seems I'd be in good company. I returned the smile. In that case, I'll definitely go, I told her. If all of us are there, I'm sure we'll have a blast. The games we play. Carrying. What was that about? Adam asked as I returned to our table, an odd look on his face. Nothing worth worrying about, I assured before turning to Finn and Albus with a smile. Cinder says she's in, too. Yes, Finn cheered, pumping a fist. Man, I'd say I felt bad for everyone else, except I really don't. This what you get for fucking with the best. I chuckled a bit at that and then leaned over to rest my chin on hand again, before closing my eyes. Hey, are you going to sleep, Jaune? Finn asked after a few minutes of silence, tone changing. You haven't even eaten anything yet. As if in reply, Adam slid a plate in front of me. I levitated a few chicken nuggets up to my mouth, absently tearing them to pieces as I did, and quietly ate few before reply. Not sleeping, just bored, I said at last. School's pretty dull so far. Adam hummed in agreement. It could be helped, Albus replied, closing his eyes contemplatively. You're so far from the norm, there's not much point in you being in first-year classes at all. I assume you're as advanced in other areas? Yeah, I muttered, not bothering to open my eyes. Don't worry, he continued. The faculty has no doubt noticed that as well. Give it some time and they'll come up with something more suitable. I shrugged slightly, doubting it. It wasn't their fault that I was. Well, me, but there wasn't much they could do except leave me be. It's more complicated than that, I said aloud. There's my family, the schools, all sorts of stuff involved. It could be helped. Yeah, Albus agreed, looking sympathetic. I went through something similar, as did Finn. He punctuated that by kicking the other boy in the shin again, but Finn just rolled his eyes. Sometimes it feels like this place is a dumping ground for misfit, he mused, though he seemed to find the thought a bit amusing. It is, Albus said, rolling his eyes slightly. But that's not all it is. Oh? I asked, curious. Haven's a place of power, Albus said, but also a place of expectation and responsibility, honor and tradition. The children of the families gather here, making connections even as they hone their skills. More many. That's what Haven is, a forge for making the strongest weapons in the world. We're trained to become the protectors of mankind, after all, and that's what matters most, in the end. But to some, it's a means to different ends. I thought of Cinder, as well as myself. I can see that, I said, before considering the older boy for a moment. Finn, Mentioned your father. Was he? Albus snorted once and nodded. It's no great secret, he said. In my case, I was put here to be forgotten. It's not necessarily an uncommon story if you've children you wish to forget about. There are worse ways to go about it than sending them to Haven. We're to become hunters, after all. And a lot of hunters die, I stated. Just so, he agreed. It's a time-honored means of removing children from the picture. Here in Mistral send them to Sanctum or Haven. If they sink, you're rid of a potential inheritance war or shame. If they swim, he shrugged. People will forgive a whole lot, if you're a badass, Finn added, smirking. My dad was, well, kind of a fucking dick, but hey, look at me now. Haven takes all kinds. I nodded slowly in understanding, opening my eyes to look at them both. I guess you showed them, I said, smiling slightly. The way I hear it, you're some of the strongest students Haven's produced in a while. Well, I don't like to brag, Finn drawled. He loves to brag, Albus interjected. But well, I'm pretty damn awesome, he finished as if Albus hadn't said a word. I chuckled again at that. I hope I didn't cause you too much trouble, I said. It must have looked bad for you, losing to the new kid. Finn grunted with a shrug. It can't be helped. You are stronger, so your strength supersedes pretty much everything around these parts, including age. If you hadn't punched us in the face, it wouldn't have changed anything, would it? You'd still have been better than us. No point in holding back to spare people's feelings. God fucking knows I'd have kicked the shit out of the entire senior class when I first showed up and left at them afterwards. The fucking pricks. Truth be told, I'm inclined to agree, Albus admitted. The only part of Cakestar I've ever respected was his power, and only because it's important to remember your enemy's strength, however much you despise them. If you assume they're stupid or weak simply because they're loathsome, it rarely ends well. Yeah, I agreed with a tired sigh. I know. Another thing that's good to remember is that, more than anything, Haven is a place of change, Albus continued. Whatever you were when you first walked through those doors, you're supposed to leave as something different. A man, a hunter, or whatever else. It doesn't matter as long as you make sure it's something better. Sometimes what changes you is what you learn. Sometimes it's who you meet. He paused to send a look at his right-hand man, Dalwin, sitting at a table down the hall before continuing. And sometimes it has nothing to do with the school at all, he murmured, turning back to me. Sometimes it's the result of things as simple as time or being away from home or your own will. It doesn't really matter as long as you take something away, does it? I smiled again at that and inclined my head. I suppose not, I said. Thanks for the advice. I don't think changing will be a problem for me, though. Even with things as messed up as they can be sometimes, I'll manage. Good, he said. Is Albus done talking yet? Finn asked after a moment, shaking himself. Sorry, he monologues sometimes and I just zone out. Fuck you, Finn, Albus stated without missing a beat. Even if I'm no longer the strongest in school, I still kicked your ass. Or were you zoning out then, too? Finn huffed, rolling his eyes. Whatever, bitch, he replied. We'll settle this at the tournament. I wouldn't mind capping my school life off with a memory of your humiliated face. I'll be sure to win by knockout. Then, Albus answered. If nothing else, you'll deserve to see it in your dreams after you embarrass yourself in front of God and everybody. I laughed quietly and finished off the chicken nuggets on my plate before rising. We still have a few more classes, I said. And boring as they are, Adam could use the beauty sleep. I'm perfect as I am, but I can't let him start feeling adequate, so I suppose I'll join him. Adam looked up from the 4 plates he'd been preoccupied with eating clean, rolling his eyes as he swallowed. Did you say something, short stuff? He asked, imperiously. I can't hear you from down there. I thought about pointing out that I was over 185 centimeters, which was plenty tall. Fuck you very much, but decided against it on account of still being the shortest person at the table. Are your ears going now, too? I asked, shaking my head sadly. You really are a big ball of imperfections, aren't you? Later guys. Hey, Finn interrupted. Let's hang out sometime. We could all use the practices and I'll introduce you to the boys, and Albus and his merry band of ponces can come along too. I guess I'll tell them you said that, Albus stated mildly. It looks like it'll be another hard weekend PE for both the fool and the fools who follow him. Bring it, bitch, Finn huffed with a sneer. We're all getting real tired of your shit. Anyway, I might take you guys up on that. I cut in before they could start arguing too much. Can't do it today, though. I've got a prior engagement. Oh ho, Finn replied, instantly beaming again. Don't let us keep you then. Good luck. I smiled at them again and shrugged shoulders as I walked away. The rest of the day passed quickly, thanks to the simple fact that I meditated my way through anyone trying to talk to me. After giving Adam a chance to eat supper, I mentally called for Goo, drawing him to me with a thought and an effort of will. One of the benefits I got from the familiar skill, if not one I'd had much use for until now, not that I've used it much at all until now, in fairness. But that was about to change. When I sensed that he was in range, I scanned our surroundings one last time to make sure there was no one watching us before dropping us all into Naraka with a snap of my fingers and taking the easy way outside, namely, through the nearest wall. Goo, I greeted as tore a path up through the earth and landed lightly on my feet. The dirt clinging to me quivered once before falling from my clothes and skin a moment later, following RWBY's silent commands. How have you been, Celestial Dog? LV88 Tiangu. I've been well, Gu replied, looking entirely unsurprised to see me. And you? As well as can be expected, I answered, taking a seat as Adam slowly made his way to the surface, taking the conventional route. Pussy. Adam and Autumn have been fine too. Gu nodded once as if that was that before sitting. You called for me, he stated, sounding entirely unperturbed by the fact. In fact, it mainly sounded like he was reminding me. I agreed, sitting as well. I could feel the grim appearing around us, but I simply had my elementals take physical form and then they had bigger things worry about. It seemed like it was about time that we talked about this. Gu, do you want to hunt with me? Yes, Gu replied, seemed to wonder why I was even asking. I sighed a bit at that. You don't have to, you realize, I said. I've been preparing for this for quite some time, Gu reminded. We both have. Yes, but that was before. You know, I gestured at him. Before I could talk, he asked. Before you grew, I corrected. You're a person in your own right, now, and whether I did so unknowingly or not, I gave that to you, which means I have a responsibility to you, not the other way around. You have a mind of your own, so you deserve to choose for yourself what life you want to live. You can stay with us whether you're a hunting dog or not, or you could live your own life. Hell, you're smarter than most people I know. If you wanted to go your own way, you'd probably be fine. Well, I'm heading somewhere dangerous and even I don't know how bad it might be. You could die. I could die. You don't have to risk your life just because you're my familiar. You can do whatever you want. He nodded at that, still watching me calmly. Thank you, he answered. But this is what I want. Things are. He paused, tilting his doggy head to the side in consideration. Different now, he decided at last. The way I see things and think about them. But I still remember what my life was like before I met you. I remember what it was like when I was about to die. You don't owe me for that, I said. Perhaps I do. Perhaps I don't, he answered. It doesn't really matter, does it? I remember what happened and I remembered being saved. I remember being given a new life in a new home. Whether I owe you or not, I haven't forgotten what you've done for me, and if I had the right to decide my own life, I think I would like to continue living beside you, especially if you believe you are going to be in danger. I took a deep breath and nodded, giving him a small but honest smile. Okay, I said. I just thought you had the right to choose for yourself before dragging you into this. You can back out any time, you know that, right? Of course, he said. May I ask what you intend to do now? I lifted my hand to my wrist, touching Autumn's closed bulb lightly. I'll give Autumn the same choice, I said. She's gotten strong enough that she should be able to make her own body now. I see, Gu mused. And what of me? As for you, you've come a long way, I replied, reaching out to pat his head. After a few months of training, you're in pretty good shape. And you've got 435 points to spend, too. Ah, Gu said, nodding in understanding. I assume you have something in mind for how I might spend them? I was thinking vitality might be the best choice, I answered. I can make you strong easily enough, but it'll put you under a great deal of strain, to say nothing of our enemies. I would feel better knowing that you would be safe. Then I shall do so, Gu agreed. Shall I make the adjustments now? Why not one more night of training? I proposed, drawing my training armor from my inventory and reshaping it with crocea mores. As long as you stay close to me, I can accelerate you enough to make it count. Just run around some while I talk to Autumn and then. I shrugged. Understood, Gu said seriously, calmly waiting as I equipped the armor I'd made to weigh him down. I'll keep an eye on you, I promised, raising several barriers around us to improve my MP rigging as much as possible. If you get tired or hurt, I'll fix it right up. Okay? Do not worry, he answered, rising with some effort. I trust you. I nodded slowly in reply. Okay, I whispered, patting him again. Good luck. And you? He answered before looking past me. Hello again, Adam. Yo, Gu, Adam replied as he leisurely made his way down the stairs. Good of you to join us. You ready to kill some monsters? Almost, he said, seeming pleased by the thought. I'll be running today, it seems. You? I listened to my best friend and my familiar talk even as I took another deep breath and focused on my wrist. Autumn, I murmured. Time to wake up. Daddy's got a surprise for you. My daughter returned to awareness almost instantly, or reaching out to touch my own even before her blossom opened to reveal her central eye. The many eyes overlaid upon its surface seemed to spin as she took in her surrounding and began to rise from my arm, thorny tendrils lifting her high. She twitched once in reaction to whatever she perceived, petals folding back to lie flat against her vines. After a moment, her body hunched over as she looked at me, her orb serving as the head to her many barbed limbs. The feeling she gave me then was inquisitive. I'm going to talk you through making a body today, okay sweetie? I answered the unspoken question. In reply, her body shimmered, turning mercurial as her limbs flowed together into the body like that of a snake. I like patterns marking its scales and leading up to an otherwise eyeless head. I smiled at the sight and reached out to tap her head with a finger. I know you can make bodies of your own, I told her, saying the words out loud even as I used floral communion to send her the message. For today, it was best that she have something to listen to. But I mean a body like mine. There are things I wasn't sure you were ready for until now because they're complex. But I think you should be able to do it now. If needed, we can distribute the points you have left wherever they're needed. But it should be fine. Now that you can see well, we should be able to work on your other senses, like taste, touch, smell, and hearing. Each of those requires different organs and cells, though there are various ways to do each. I'll talk you through the basics of each today, and I figured we'd work on some other things in the process, like speech. Later on, I'll show you some tricks when it comes to your senses, but don't worry too much about it today. Okay, let's start with hearing. Raising a wall of earth with a gesture, I began to carve markings into it even as I started to describe the process to her. Autumn's shape-shifting abilities made this both more and less difficult. On the one hand, putting things into practice was made fairly trivial, but on the other, I had to build ends around her means. Autumn didn't have a brain in a human sense of the term, nor any permanent organs or structures of any kind. Instead, her mind was either somehow housed throughout the entirety of her body or else in her soul, both of which were rather outside my expertise. What that boiled down to was that her eyes, for example, transmitted things to pretty much nowhere, yet still allowed her to see. While the easy solution, then, would have been to simply make her grow ears, tympanic membranes, ossicles, cochlea, the whole shebang. I had to think of what was best for her, not simply what was convenient for me. She was a shapeshifter, after all, and at home in any number of alien forms, so why bind her to the weaknesses of bodies that weren't hers? When it came to giving her sight, I hadn't limited her to the eyes of humans, whether in form or in function. I'd explained how to make them, of course, but also how to construct more complex structures, like the photoreceptive marks on her petals and skin. Later, I'd show her how to perceive the broader spectrums of light, such as infrared and ultraviolet, enabling her to perceive things in more detail. For the same reason, I've never limited her desire to grow additional eyes, because why leave yourself blind spots if you didn't have to? Evolution may have been a blind watchmaker, but I could see just fine and couldn't see a single reason to limit her needlessly. The animal kingdom held up countless possibilities, from the ears of a bat to the nose of a grizzly bear, and I'd give her as much of it as I could. So instead of teaching her to create ears, I taught her how to hear. I'd spent a while drawing up the specifications for membranes and structures that would allow her to hear in pretty much any form, from delicate ridges that were sensitive to vibrations to flesh that could perceive changes in the air accurately enough to effectively hear. I showed her how to convert parts of her body into nerve tissues, designing several for different situations and to react to different stimuli, depending on the body she wore at the time. I built subsystems specialized for perceiving temperature, sound, light, contact, and chemoreception, so that she wouldn't have to sacrifice anything as she changed shape. Truthfully, it sounded complicated and it was, but Autumn made it look easy. It was pretty simple to put the pieces together when you didn't actually have to put them together. None of the systems or subsystems had to connect to a brain or transmit that information anywhere. They simply had to function on their own, and Autumn's power took care of the rest. Better yet, her INT was high enough that she only had to see or hear something once to remember it. I explained the designs carefully, showed her exactly how they should work, and could trust her to remember it forever. Of course, remembering wasn't the same as being able to use while under stress, but we'd work on that if she wanted to. She had a lot of potential on that front, especially now that she'd grown into her power. Anemosynthesis and green binder had revealed themselves as properties of her semblance gatherer, which I assumed was also the explanation for how her body worked in general. I couldn't be certain of the precise details of it yet, mainly because she hadn't finished growing physically or mentally, but it seemed to focus on bringing things together, whether those things are traces of energy in her environment or other plants. I couldn't deny it was an interesting power though. It kind of made me wonder what Goose would be, once he developed that far, assuming my familiar skill hadn't somehow taken its place. Autumn, I said a few hours later, sitting in front of the pool of biomass she'd meddled into. It was mostly silver-green in color, but occasionally bits and pieces of other colors rose from the fluid before being submerged. The only solid parts of her were the lily pads that she'd formed on the surface of her mass, which she was using as her sensory organs at the moment. The rest was being used to form short-lived bodies and test her new abilities. At the sound of my voice, however, the pool went still. Every ripple on its surface stopped in place and then went smooth, letting me know that she'd heard me. "Do you think you're ready to put everything together?" I asked. "We can work on making a body now, if you want." She was silent for a moment, partially because she didn't have vocal cords at the moment and partially because I hadn't taught her how to speak yet, either. For that reason, I was careful to speak slowly, explaining the definition of each word with floral communion to start building up her vocabulary. Besides, it's not like she needed a voice to answer such a simple question. After a moment, the miniature lake began to bubble and swirl inwards, retreating back into the certainty of form. The plants on its surface melted instantly and were consumed by the motions of the quicksilver mass, even as something began to take shape in the center. Something something wouldn't begin to rise from the receding waters, white-brown at first but quickly darkening to a dark reddish-brown. Other growths began to rise around it while the rest of Autumn's body, still fluid, swept them up and began to twist into shape around them, connecting them to one another at joints. They were bones, I thought. She was putting a body together in an exceedingly literal fashion. Not quite a human one, either. Though there were more similarities than differences, some places were missing joints while others had them to spare. The skull and ribcage were the biggest differences, however, which I suppose made sense, as she didn't have any real need for either. Instead of going with the human design, she built them as lattices of lacquered wood, with her ribcage extending all the way down her spine and her skull lacking anything like a jaw and having openings for things to pass through or grow around. Almost the moment I had that thought, the rest of her mass began to bind itself to the structure. Instead of a conventional musculature, she grew coils of thorny vines and tendrils, the growths affixing themselves and then bonding to one another, filling in with additional plant matter. As soon as it was in place, another lattice of wood began to grow over it in an exoskeleton, providing additional support as it helped give her shape. Finally, a skin began growing over her in ridged, armored plates, covering everything in a protective coating reminiscent of the eyeless head she'd used to feed herself before. They interlocked almost seamlessly, showing only small glimpses of connecting material between the plates as Autumn twisted, coils flowing and attaching beneath her armored skin. She struck an imposing figure, looking more like a fully armored knight than the young girl she was inside. She was tall, too nearly as tall as I was, which was presumably what she'd used as a baseline. The end result didn't look much at all like a human, but I suppose that was fine. If she chose to be a hunter, an armored hide would protect her better than normal skin. Anyway, the only part of her that was uncovered was the thorny mass that made up her, the layers of wood around it binding it in the rough approximation of a human head. "Well?" I prompted after a moment of silence. "How do you feel?" The coils of her face shifted slightly, as if to make room. After several seconds, a pair of empty sockets were revealed and more fluid began to flow in from all around it, quickly taking the shape of eyes. They weren't the only ones I could see on her body, but they were by far the most visible, with a few dozen others simply glinting through coils in the gaps in her armored plates, or else forming as colorful designs upon her skin. The ones on her face, however, simply gleamed, pure silver on a background of bright green. After a moment, she began to lumber towards me, walk a bit stilted from having never done so before. Once she was close enough, she held out a gauntleted hand towards me, fingers ridged and clawed and marked by thorns. I looked at with a smiling, humming happily at her. "Thus kindly I scatter." LV 52. Autumn rose. "The games we play." "Raising, father," Autumn said, speaking her first word as she turned her head my way. Her neck creaked slightly with emotion, the green of her eyes faintly luminous even as the silver reflected my face. Her voice had an almost musical quality to it, which made sense given that the voice box I'd constructed for her was reminiscent of an instrument. It was a complicated structure currently housed in her chest, and fully capable of generating complex sounds without the need of lips or a tongue. I'd built it that way intentionally, as I had to account for the variety of forms she could assume, which included things that, logically, wouldn't have the mouth parts needed for human speech, if they even had mouths at all. So far, there didn't seem to be any problems. Granted, I'd only just started teaching her words, voicing them aloud and then reciting the definitions and usages of them to her mentally using floral communion. Right now, I was just building up her vocabulary, but we'd move on to more complex areas soon enough. Grammar would be a tricky bitch, no doubt, because our language was an unholy mishmash of God only knows how many languages, left us to for who knows how long. I've never given much thought to how hard it probably was to teach to a young child, but what seemed like half of the rules had more exceptions than correct usages. It would take time for her to get used to it, to say nothing of sentence structure and the various bits that were context-sensitive. Teaching her mathematics would be easy by comparison, when we got around to it. But that was for later. "Yes, sweetie?" I asked, looking up from my work. "I'd need to be careful with that, because she was going to learn body language from me and apply it to others. I didn't want to be the cause of any misunderstandings for her. Right now, I was using gossamer to spin thread, which I was sewing into a gift for her, a simple, white silk cloak. Depending on the choice she made, I'd likely sew her many more, most of them illustrated with dust designs that would, hopefully, prepare her for any occasion. Regardless of what decision she made, it would be some time before I liked her play with the dust, but still, I better start practicing now. Autumn stretched out a finger, pointing towards the approaching pair. Autumn, Goo said, trotting up to her calmly. It is good to see you in high spirits. Autumn's expression didn't shift. She hadn't built it to and didn't have much of a face besides, but she knelt quietly and reached out towards the dog. I cleared my throat meaningfully and she paused in the midst of the action before her hand shook slightly, barbs and thorns receding beneath the armor of her broad hands. Once I gave her a nod, she finished the motion and touched Goo, simply laying a hand on his back. She was silent for a long moment, searching for the right word before speaking. Soft, she murmured at last. Hey, kid, Adam greeted, approaching lazily as he put his sword away. You grew up big, eh? You remember me? She turned her eyes towards him before remembered to follow it up with another creaking turn of her head, acknowledging him and then slowly inclining her head. She remembers everything, I answered for her, setting a reassuring psychokinetic hand on her shoulder. Still, now's a good time for formal introductions. Autumn, meet Adam and Goo. Adam, she repeated, looking towards the man before turning her gaze back to the dog. Goo, you two finished training? I asked, glancing towards Adam. Adam hummed, cracking his neck. Goo said you seemed about finished. I suppose I am, I mused, looking back at the cloak that was swiftly taking shape. You think the time's right, Goo? Unless you believe I shall make further progress tonight, he replied, sitting and look at me. I observed him carefully and then nodded at him. Probably not, I said with a sigh. We could probably get it higher, but we're approaching the point where it'll take days or weeks to make further progress. It's not worth the time, not when we can put it to better use training. Go ahead. Goo nodded, status screen appearing before him. To make things easier for him, I lent him my psychokinesis and he began to place his points where they were most needed. Adam raised an eyebrow at me, expression inquisitive. I asked him to put all his points in vitality. I explained it should protect him from the consequences of using my skills, or at least most of them. How many points does he have? Adam asked. 435, I answered, which should bring him up to nearly 500. Adam whistled, looking back at the dog. Damn, he said. That's a lot of vitality. Add aura to the equation. Not just aura, I replied. I can give him my adamant skin, too, as well as Baihu's hide, armored shell, Saphiran hide, unbroken steel. If I wasn't so worried about what effect it might have on him, I could even let him use metamorphosis. It should be enough to shrug off a heavy bombing. You mean? Adam wondered. That's what? At least 1,000 vitality just from the effects of aura, and then God knows what from the rest of your skills. He should be able to survive just about anything. I shrugged. One can hope, I whispered with a slight sigh before tilting my head at my friend. It might be a good idea for you to follow his lead, you know. To dump all my points in vitality, you mean? No, of course not. I shook my head. Goo can manage it by focusing on nothing else, but the build works because I'm here to reinforce it and shore up his weak points. You already spread your points around some out of necessity, but your strength and dexterity are already between 250 and 300. You can continue to balance them, or you could pick one to specialize in from now on. Maybe, Adam mused. If I did, which would you choose? Dexterity, I answered immediately. Gotta go fast, huh? Adam said with a slight smirk. Of course, I replied, returning it with one of my own. Besides, it doesn't just cover movement speed. It handles attack speed, dodging, and even how well you can use weapons. If you've got enough strength to deal damage and enough vitality to take a hit, which you do, then laying on the hurt while dodging everything that comes your way is a decent way of handling things. That should work pretty well with your Yato. Anyhow, Adam laid a hand on the hilt of his sword and mulled it over before nodding. Maybe, he answered. I might do that. Then you put some thought into this? Someone's got to do your thinking for you, I joked with a slight smile before nodding, expression going serious. Yeah, we need to build for survival here. After all, Goo's best off with a vitality build, because again, I can hand the rest for him. You've been working under a balance of the physicals and it's worked so far, but it should go without saying that leveling up is going to get harder and harder from now on. Did that extra wisdom help you any? Some, he replied, nodding. Makes my aura come back faster, like you said, and it feels smoother. It's easier to gather aura, at least, it seems that way. Maybe I've just gotten better at figuring out how to gather it, I don't know. I was going to ask you if you thought I would benefit from some more intelligence. Do I think you should get smarter? I asked, shooting him a slightly triumphant smirk as he winced. realizing his blunder. Adam, I always think that. Ha, he said dryly, annoyed with himself. I could feel it and knew it was going to be a good day simply because Adam would kick himself for it for hours. Very funny. But I'm serious. And don't say so am I. Hey, I answered, smiling widely at him but nodding. Honestly, I don't know. I can use observe to look at your skills, which isn't exactly the same as looking at your semblance but more seeing applications of it, I suppose. But observing skills isn't the same as having them. The profiles don't tell me how they improve like mine would. Probably because for other people, improving something isn't as simple as putting some more points in the right place. Rub it in, why don't you? Adam uttered, rolling his eyes as I gave him another smirk, filling it with as much superiority as I possibly could, solely to irritate him. But it's like you said, I told him. Your wisdom increased and various things became easier for you. Intelligence might be the same way. At the very least, it should give you more MP to work with, which might allow you to charge your attacks up more, but would it let you charge it faster? I don't know. Speed is the issue here. After all, it might help you think of or maybe even allow other uses for your semblance, though, so you might want to give it a shot. At the end of the day, though, I think. I paused for a moment, pondering how to best word it. I think, I began again, that your semblance is an expression of who you are. So you'll probably get results no matter what you focus on. It's just a matter of what results. My power works differently, simplifying and streamlining things. But for you, I shrugged. Adam considered that for a moment. So what you mean is that my power develops the way I do? He asked, to which I simply shrugged again. Along the same lines, maybe, I said. I really don't know. I don't think this is anyone's area of expertise, but if your soul is the root of your semblance, then maybe. It's hard to say because you're improving with the help of my power rather than in anything like the normal way, but it seems like it might be possible. You got better at quick, powerful strikes after focusing in strength, and dexterity and wisdom helped smooth things along. Your power didn't change or anything, but it sort of grew with you. I don't know if it means anything or if it matters, but it might. Semblances are supposed to be expressions of the self. After all, it's something to think about, at least. Adam agreed, mulling it over before shrugging. And I will. What about those two? I followed his gaze to Autumn and Goo, the latter of which was slowly dumping hundreds of points into vitality, and shrugged in return. Who knows? I whispered as if I hadn't considered it. They're both young, still who knows how they'll grow. We'll just have to wait and see. Adam nudged me with a foot. You sound like an old man, he informed me. Well, I was 1,000 years old, I replied. You whippersnapper. Adam snorted at that and looked back at Goo just as he finished, looked the results over once, and closed the window, locking the points in place in the process. The results were almost immediate. The moment the window closed, Goo recoiled as if struck and then hunched low, as if a great weight had been placed on his shoulders. Realizing something was wrong, I moved to his side in an instant, shattering the sound barrier as a matter of course. Goo, I said urgently, kneeling by his side and placing my hand on his head. Already, I was focusing my senses upon him, peering through layers of flesh, blood, and bone as I searched for the problem, and even as I did, I was healing him, prioritizing that even above identifying the cause. But he wasn't hurt, as such. I thought, coming. Goo's HP was low, but not because he'd taken any damage. Rather, his health bar had simply increased greatly and was growing by the second. 10,000 points, 12,000 point. It simply climbed higher and higher as I watched, and I could see the changes wrought on his body in the process. This was the nature of vitality, the stat that covered health, damage resistance, stamina, and various other things. Such a massive increase in the stat had multiplied Goo's HP bar more than a dozen times over, and his body was scrambling to respond. The stats were, after all, representations of the user's ability, and the physical stats were especially tangible. Increasing them didn't just improve the numbers on a status screen. They changed one's very body. Even I wasn't an exception to that, though the nature of my power muted the more extreme aspects. If you increase strength or dexterity, your body would change to match. And abruptly, I wondered precisely how much. It wasn't a major issue for me, as my physical stats were still below 100, though that would soon change. Still, I was fairly normal in those regards by hunter standards. Maybe a bit exceptional for a first-year student and outright ludicrous after my skills finished fucking with the numbers, but well within the norm simply going by the numbers. It was my mental abilities and my control over my aura that grew from them that were insane, and made more so by the various skills my power had granted me. Someone like Adam, though, who had the better part of 302 physical stats, that was edging pretty firmly into outlier territory. Nothing impossible, especially when you were talking about hunters and such, but the type of thing that would be noteworthy by anyone's standards. I gave him shit a lot, but Adam was strong enough to be a peer to Albus and Finn, easy, and though the interactions between their powers could confuse things a great deal, in a purely physical fight, he'd crush them both. The only person I'd ever observed to have physical stats in the same ballpark as him was Penny, and even she was lagging behind a bit now. But 500? I hadn't given it much thought until right this instant, but I'd never seen stats like that on anything but the mightier Grim. Going by what I'd seen, that was well and truly outside the norm, maybe even outside what was physically possible. In most cases, most hunters didn't even reach level 100, much less go far past it, not because they don't train hard or try, but simply because there's a limit to what you were capable of, even with bodies reinforced by aura. Some people manage to push past them anyway, and semblances threw things up in the air, but still, you could only get so strong naturally, so smart, so fast, so anything. Hunters could reach far beyond the abilities of a human, even ignoring their more obvious powers, but they weren't limitless. Hell, that was literally the reason I existed, according to Keter. Even for a group that had controlled the world and ruled everyone in it, there had been boundaries. Thinking about it logically, with normal training, you couldn't just dump 100 points into one thing and leave everything else untouched. A build with 100 strength and 10 vitality and dexterity wasn't just rare, it was unnatural. As you grew stronger, you built up stamina, various muscles served dual purposes, and so on. Sure, you could specialize in something and end up with dexterity that greatly outstripped your strength, but they were still interconnected to some extent. My power allowed me to ignore that. Not only could I improve something instantly, I didn't even need to train it conventionally to do so. So long as I had the points, I could make myself stronger, faster, and the gamer's body would handle the rest. And it had worked for Adam, who'd grown stronger and faster. As expected, the structure of his body shifting to allow it. He'd already had a great deal of training before meeting me, anyway, so things were still fairly balanced, though I'd noticed a few oddities. Goo, however, was still a puppy, a young dog, if one with an aura backing him up. His stats were far lower than Adam's had been, and his change far more focused and extreme. Even beyond that, vitality was special, because of how it played into so many basic things: HP regen, stamina, defense, and God knows what else. What did it mean when those things changed, for a normal person? Assuming that when you're unhurt, you're at full health, what would abruptly being over a dozen times healthier mean? For me, it was as simple as numbers on a screen and the ability to take more hits, but for Goo, he was changing before my eyes. As I watched, I could see matter being drawn into his body, given form by his aura. As he began to change, I could see his skin split as muscles grew, his bones crack as new material flooded in to lengthen and reinforce them. His entire body pulsed and convulsed, tearing apart his own flesh just to have room to grow and healing even as it continued. All the while, his health bar ticked quickly upwards, filling the newly created space as his body healed. Between his natural vitality and his aura, the process would be completed in less than a minute, but I could tell it hurt and I acted to stop it. I pulled out all the stops and switched to reformation, causing his entire body to be wrapped in light, hiding him completely from sight. The light held his shape for but a moment before shifting, growing in all dimensions over a matter of moments, but it still wasn't enough. I tried again and then a third time, just to be sure, making the light grow faster and faster until I was standing beside a massive hound of pure light, mouth open to reveal daggers of luminous teeth. With its shoulder of a height with my head and its body the better part of 5 meters in length, it was a giant beast, and still growing, if very slowly now, drawing power from me as it went. Cheesed passive LV1 EXP, 30.97%. The mercy that shields the world. As thought gives way to action, wisdom gives way to kindness. The power of the right hand, the brother of judgment, it accepts and shows grace, guarding the innocent from the evils of the world. This ability represents the heightened presence of Cheesed within the soul of the user, and through its love, gives them the power to heal and defend. 100% increase to the effectiveness of all skills that prevent or heal damage, as well as all skills that directly support the power of an ally. 100% increase to experience gained by all such skills. At the discretion of the user, all healing skills may also negate the pain felt by the target while restoring damage, as well as suspend the damaging effects of ailments such as poison for the duration of the healing process. And then, all at once, it stopped. The light clinging to him began to peel away, floating into the air like a swarm of fireflies before finally flickering out of existence, and when they faded, they revealed Goo in his new form. Goo, I whispered, moving my hand to his head as I levitated upwards. Are you okay? It was a fair question, I thought. He now resembled the dog I knew so well in only the broadest of strokes. The coloration was mostly the same, but even beyond simple size, he looked like a wholly different creature, like something out of a different era, more heavily muscled and furred, with different proportions to his limbs and snout. I wouldn't say he looked prehistoric, but mainly because I was pretty sure history had never coughed up something quite like him, not on its own. At least his eyes were the same, at least, if writ large, and they turned towards me at once, blinking as he breathed. At last he spoke. Yes, of course, he said, though he sounded so dazed I wasn't sure I believed him. He paused to collect himself and shook once, several strands of his fur scraping against my skin like they were made of steel. I am well. What? What happened, exactly? Why is everything? I'm sorry, I answered, healing him again for good measure. I honestly didn't expect this. Maybe I should have. Didn't expect. He stopped himself, looking at me and then down at himself. Ah, this is different. Absently, he scraped a paw on the ground, tearing up heavy chunks by simple virtue of his size. Are you? I stopped myself as well, abruptly unsure how to finish. Was he well? What did he think of what had just happened to his body? Was he regretting this yet? I was calm, but that didn't keep me from worrying, especially since I'd been blindsided by the reminder that I still had no idea how my power worked and couldn't just take for granted that it would do what I wanted. I'm quite a bit bigger now, Gu mused, oblivious to my worries. That might make housing something of a corner. Sneaking out to meet you might be a touch problematic as well, though I suppose I could just let people think what they will. Certainly, this should make fighting easier, but doorways I'll think of something, I promised awkwardly, making him return his notice to me. Ah, he almost exclaimed, realization striking. No need to worry about me, I was just thinking aloud. In all likelihood, grandmother will be able to resolve this issue somehow. I was just concerned that meeting you might be more difficult from now on. He sat and looked at me seriously, a look he pulled off a lot better now that he was larger than a car. Please, do not blame yourself for anything, he continued. It is not regret that I feel, merely surprise. I lowered my head, smiling at him uncertainly. He was telling the truth, I knew that, but I still wasn't sure how to feel about this. Apparently I was the only one. Gu, Autumn said again, approaching with slow strides and looking up at him with her silver eyes. She didn't seem to find this sudden change at all unusual, but then, she'd been a shapeshifter since shortly after she was conscious. She probably thought this was normal, an impression that hanging around me was unlikely to break. Instead, she simply extended 2 fingers, lengthening them until they could wrap around Gu's neck in a very loose approximation of a leash. Hello, Autumn, Gu said again, turning towards her. It seems like you'll be able to ride on my back again. Autumn didn't understand a word of that but seemed unbothered by it, choosing to hum instead. Her version of humming sounded like someone was playing with a violin, at turns musical and screeching. Looks like all that working out has finally paid off. Gee, Adam mused, approaching as well. One would hope, Gu answered, though my effectiveness in combat remains to be seen. Adam grunted with a shrug. You've already won in the way that matters. Oh, Adam reached up to grab my shirt and pull me down to earth, continuing as he did. You're taller than John, he said, smirking. And Autumn can shapeshift, so she's taller than John in spirit, which means you're the smallest person here. That last part was directed at me and I put aside my worries to give him a flat look. Really? I asked. You're making jokes about my height now? You're right, Adam admitted. That was beneath me. I'll try to rise above it. You know, grow as a person. Be the bigger man. I used Levant to make sure Autumn couldn't hear and then told Adam to go fuck himself with a rake. The games we play. Convincing. The earth shattered for perhaps 20 meters as my foot came down, leaving a cone of destruction behind me as I pushed off. I determined the best route in the moment between thought and action, taking to the air with a mighty lunge, and if that path took me through several buildings, it was merely because they did nothing to stop me. I felt it as I passed through air and glass and stone with equal ease, shards and rubble scraping uselessly against my skin as I exited the building and rose into the city skyline. I reached out towards the giant Nevermore as I flew by, grasping a wing and tearing it free as I continued on. I wasn't alone. Trailing just a step behind me was Gu, massive form tearing apart grim and buildings alike in his wake. He shed rubble like rainwater as he went, brushing it off without so much as a thought. Stuff like this was nothing to him, after all, especially with my skills applying to us both. His already steely fur and diamond flesh were enhanced by the layers of protection my power granted, turning him into an almost unstoppable force. The sheer depths of his vitality, boosted by my power, was enough to shrug off everything he'd been hit with so far without even a scratch, especially with the benefit of cheese. I had the full suite of buffs on us both, giving him the benefits of regeneration to increase his already ludicrous rate of recovery, which, along with the effects of Beast Tamer, meant he could recover from near death to full strength in less than a minute. Haste bolstered his speed while Featherfall allowed him to land lightly, despite his massive form. I gave him mountain strength to help bolster the might granted to him by his newfound body and gave him the firepower to shred the Grim. And that was just the start. My gauntleted hands turned incandescent, and so did Goo's fangs as he landed beside me, upside down on a sudden platform of hardened air. We lunged again to reach the ground, descending with a crash into the midst of the Grim even as we spewed fire at the surrounding horde. A pair of white tigers rose around us, glowing with the aura they were composed of mine, a roughly humanoid beast, his fully animalistic, and we flashed forward, leaving scattered limbs behind us. I matched my pace to his and kept moving. So long as he was this close, Familiar ensured that he could keep up, more or less. His size, lower dexterity, and the specifics of my skills kept him from reaching my full speed, but I didn't have to worry about leaving him behind so long as I remembered that. Because of the way Familiar worked, many of the skills I shared with him used his stats to calculate results, which put a stop to some of the shenanigans I had planned. But I supposed you couldn't have everything. I couldn't complain, though. Putting aside the initial shock, this was more than enough for me. Sure, his movements were a bit sloppy, but that was to be expected. He'd never fought on this level before. Making the jump from a normal dog to the versatile engine of destruction my power would manufacture would take practices and time, but we'd manage it together. Once we'd managed that, though, he'd make an exceptionally powerful addition to our team, if one we'd all need some adjusting to. Though Familiar didn't allow me to share most of my attack skills, as it was limited to effects that targeted me, that wasn't an issue. I remained ideally suited for the role of bombardment, especially with psychokinesis expanding range and angles of attack, and what skills I could share allowed for more than a little power. As they were now, his defense matched or exceeded my own, and with the White Tiger of the West allowing him to turn HP into MP, he had plenty of power to work with despite his technically low pool of MP. And when it came to physical power, the field of falling builds we'd left behind were a testament to our strength. So long as he remained close to me, he was every bit as strong as he looked, and then some. Despite my concern over his sudden change, I was already thinking of potential strategies we could put into play now. I could ride him into battle now, though I had no real need. However amusing the thought of Aura crashing our way through enemy lines was. Instead, it would make more sense to allow a slower combatant like Adam to take advantage of the speed I could grant Gu, as he was more than equipped to bear the weight, and in battle, it would allow Adam to keep pace. If we trained some and practiced it, we could set up several methods of attack based on that, easily. In fact, I turned on a dime, sending out a mental call to Gu to make him follow. With my power at work, he cornered amazingly well, barely sliding as he changed directions. We climbed a building in a second, shattering glass as we ran clean up its side, and then leapt high into the air before allowing ourselves to fall. We landed with a surprisingly mild crash, right in front of Adam and Autumn. "Show off," Adam said, standing at ease. I wasn't sure which of us it was directed at, but we both smiled in reply. "You done with the test drive?" "Yup," I replied. "Your turn." My friend tilted his head, staring at me oddly. Adam wondered, looking confused. I turned to Gu and raised an eyebrow. "Do you mind?" I asked. "I'm sorry to ask, but Adam's so slow, I could take him anywhere." Gu understood easily and nodded, lying down. "I do not mind," he answered before looking past me. "Come, Adam, let's go for a walk." I smiled brightly and reached out to pet his head. Even lying down as he was, I didn't even need to lower my arm to do it, which was one of the many things that would take some getting used to. Despite that, though, I was glad that he was still the same, and that, besides the awkwardness one would expect from suddenly finding oneself in an entirely different body, he seemed fine. But his body wasn't the only thing that had changed. Heavenly Dog LV88 Changu. His title hadn't shifted immediately, but instead had changed after we'd played around for a while. That meant something. I was sure of it, I just wasn't sure of what. There hadn't been any changes to his status screen besides the vitality increase, but after the surprise my power had just given me, I would be careful to keep an eye on it, along with a similar change in Autumn's. "Oh," Adam said, finally catching on. He stared at Gu for a long moment before nodding and approaching. "Well, I hope you're better at this than John was. We tried to cross the sea, and let me tell you, it was a bumpy ride." "You're the one who didn't want to be carried," I replied. "I mean, it's not like I don't carry this team." Anyway, Adam had already climbed onto Gu's back, which put him several heads above me even while Gu was lying down. He looked around as if baffled and then leaned over to squint down at me. "Did you say something?" he shouted. "I can't hear you from up here." "Hey Gu, Could you help Adam? I asked my familiar. He's been having trouble with big words. Try dumbing things down for him, okay? Goo wagged his tail, which was quite an affair for a dog his size. If anybody had been standing behind him, they'd probably have been bowled over. Hell, if any cars had been parked behind him, they probably would have been bowled over before we could say anything else. However, Autumn approached, slowly reaching out towards Goo. It was pretty easy to figure out what she wanted. But, Autumn, I sighed, thinking about how to put this. As I did, Adam spoke up as well. Sorry, baby girl, he said, hand falling to his sword to tap it. You have to be a hunter to ride, at least when there are Grimm in town. Can't have you getting hurt. Autumn looked up at him for a long moment, lacking a mouth to frown with but seeming displeased. Her left arm shimmered, flowing into green and purple flesh as it became a more armored version of one of her usual armored heads, and with longer teeth. Its mouth opened wide as if to show those teeth, but instead of a tongue, another arm emerged, looking identical to the one she'd just transformed. At the same time, the flesh on her right shoulder and just beneath her right arm began to ripple, small growths beginning to emerge. After several seconds, these growths revealed themselves to be fingers, and were followed by hands until she had 2 more arms on that side. Reaching behind her with all 3, bending her elbows backwards in the process, she grasped her spine, or, at least, the location a spine would be on a normal person, sinking the fingers of her 3 hands into her own flesh before she started to pull. After a few seconds, she finished extracting a long, segmented spear, which continued to grow in her hands, twirling the weaponized spinal cord once by literally rotating her 2 new shoulders around the original one. She planted it in the ground and stood for a moment, looking significantly more like a mythological figure than a young girl, and seeming proud of that fact. I had a mental image of her telling us she was a big girl. Adam raised an eyebrow at her, looked at me, and shrugged uselessly. I sighed and took a step forward, laying a hand on her arm. Autumn, before any of that, I began, hesitating for a moment before shaking my head and continuing. I need to talk to you about something. I took Autumn by her free hand, that is, the one coming out of the mouth of a giant, eyeless beast, and pulled at her gently. At once, she turned and followed, shifting her attention towards me as she did. Normally, I'd say she's too young for the talk. Adam put it from atop. Goo, unhelpful to the end. But in this case, it's probably best to tell her about the birds and the bees before they come flying around on their own. Off with you, I replied, rolling my eyes at him, and Adam yelped slightly as Goo stood up and jumped straight to the top of a nearby building. As he left range, the skills he benefited from just for being my familiar faded, and I had to activate a few new ones for him instead. When that was done and Goo had carried Adam's smarmy ass screaming into the distance, I turned and looked at Autumn with a mixture of concern and quiet victory. After a moment, however, the latter fell away and the former took hold. There was something to be said for petty vengeance, but it wasn't enough to overcome parental concern, at least in this case. And looking at my daughter, I definitely felt it concerned. Goo's sudden change was a reminder that I couldn't take anything for granted, especially when it came to biology that was as different from my own and things I had no precedent for. I'd long since accepted that my power did whatever the hell it wanted, but I should have seen Goo's growth coming, or at least that was how I felt. It was obvious in hindsight, but mistakes often were. I should have realized that physical changes beyond what was natural for the body would cause, well, unnatural results. But I hadn't, not until the fact was thrown right into my face. I just figured my power would make it happen, which it had, really, just not in a way I had expected. This build isn't possible for your current body. Time to make one that can support it better. Somehow, that logic didn't seem as startling in hindsight, and yet, I couldn't help but wonder. Adam, Autumn, and Goo had all been changed by my power in major if different ways. How much would they change in the future? Hell, look at me. Technically, the skills I'd gotten from raising my intelligence and wisdom had caused some pretty tremendous changes to me, if not physical ones. With a gamer's body, I was pretty far from normal to begin with, and it wouldn't be the first time I'd avoided a physical issue unknowingly. For someone else, there might have been obvious changes or physical requirements, but for me, who knows? It's not like I particularly cared what happened to my body as long as it didn't reduce my effectiveness. For my friends and daughter, though things were different, truthfully, it wasn't really the change itself that concerned me. I'd worried about Goo, about how he'd felt about having his body so suddenly and violently changed, but at the same time, I'd cynically noted that his new body was better, if not in every way, than in the ways I cared about. His new body would help him survive. It would make him tougher in a fight, give him an advantage. In his place, I'd have gladly thrown away my body for Jaune 2.0. It was nothing but a tool for me, After all, and endlessly useful as it was, I'd gladly replace it with something better if I had the chance. But I understood that others might have second thoughts or concerns that being changed against their will, and I wouldn't force such a thing upon anyone else. I'd have spoken it over with Goo, given him a choice. Sure, he'd have probably said yes, but I'd stripped him of the option due to my own ignorance. And that's what it came down to. Ignorance. I had no idea how my power could change them. If Adam pursued dexterity past the limits of the human body, what new form would my power give him? If Autumn continued to pursue wisdom and intelligence beyond the limits of her own mind, would she be given a new one? I could think of possibilities. Biological changes like Goo's were possible, or even mechanization. The changes would need to be extreme, but if you could use stronger materials than human flesh, if you could replace slow nerve impulses with actual electricity, if you could go even further, the possibilities were endless. I'd change myself that way here and now, given half the chance and pay for the privilege. But it wasn't up to me to decide. I could choose how they would change, couldn't tell them the specifics, couldn't even really tell them when or why. At some point, maybe over time or maybe all at once, something would happen. Maybe. What kind of warning was that? What kind of choice was that? I'd always tried to be open and upfront about the dangers of helping me, but this had taken things out of my hands and I hated that. I knew the changes would probably help us, at least in battle, but I couldn't tell them if there would be downsides or dangers or anything. I couldn't even do it first to make sure it was safe, at least not without wasting a lot of points and reducing my own potential, something I couldn't afford to do with the fate of the world on the line. Needless to say, where my body was concerned, what happened, happened. I didn't really care if my body mutated. If anything, I was worried about where the changes might stop. That was another thing Goo's change had reminded me of, the limits of ability that his stat points had taken him beyond. And, on one hand, I was glad to know my stats could increase past that point. But on the other, those points weren't the only thing I valued. At each milestone, I got an increasing number of new skills, each of them enormously powerful. In many cases, it seemed like even a single one of those skills was worth the 50 points required to obtain it and then some. I was well aware that even as high as my stats were, if those skills were taken away, I'd be only a fraction as strong as I was now. As long as I could continue to gain skills that way, I could multiply my power with each milestone. But could that continue forever? I knew now that my power recorded information, including my skills. All of those skills were things that someone, somewhere, had once had. Maybe not all at the same time, maybe not even to the extent I did, but they had. So what would happen when I reached a point that no one else had? The skills increased in both power and number as I invested more in a stat, presumably because I'd reached heights that allowed for more. At 250 wisdom especially, I didn't think it was arrogant to say I was near the top percentile in that area. If more than a small handful of people in history had reached that level, I'd be pretty surprised. What could I expect, then, if I pushed further? How many people had reached 300? Had anyone? Maybe, maybe not. I honestly had no idea, and so I had no idea what to expect. Going by the pattern so far, I should get 11 skills from reaching that point, but I couldn't deny the possibility that I was scraping the bottom of the barrel. With totality, I'd reached what seemed like the endpoint of the elemental skill chain that I'd followed since almost the beginning. Maybe there was nothing left. I had no way of knowing but to try, and I would. My next 50 points would go into intelligence, bringing it up to 250 as well, and then I'd put 50 more in wisdom. I'd ask Keter beforehand, see if maybe he knew, but if not, I'd just have to give it a shot. If it actually ran out though, I wasn't sure what I'd do. Sure, on one hand, 50 points was 50 points, but to me, that didn't mean a whole lot. Another 50 WIS would increase my MP regeneration, but by a fairly small amount relative to what I already had. Useful still, to be sure, but nothing compared to the power of my skills. Even if I received sudden shift on par with Goose, it wouldn't match that. If it came to that, I'd invest in other stats. It would be at least 20 levels before it became an issue, after all, and by then, I'd definitely have physicals above 100. In fact, with my experience boosters and acceleration, getting them over 150 by the time of the Vital Festival wasn't impossible and would be more than worth it. If I reached my limit in wisdom, I'd just pick up elsewhere. Vitality or dexterity first, to improve my ability to survive, then strength, if needed. But if I reached a limit in all of them, if I pushed everything to 250 or 300 or whatever, would it be enough? I'd no doubt be monstrously strong, but against Malkuth's power. Last time, I'd fought him with 1,000 years of experience at my back and I'd still lost. Even now, there was so much I didn't know, so much I could prepare for or change or control. Maybe that's why I lead Autumn away and then turn to face her, because this, at least, was something I could control. It was something I could give and define and break down, however long it took. Sweetie, I said, placing my hands on her shoulders. I spoke aloud even as I continued to define meanings for her with my power, and she focused the entirety of her attention upon me. You really have grown up a lot, haven't you? Autumn didn't preen at the praise nor tilt her head in confusion, primarily because body language didn't mean much to her at this point. I felt her emotions just fine through, and they were easy to understand. My daughter's so smart, too, I continued regardless, patting her on the head with a smile. You're still young, but you still know a lot and you're wise enough to understand this, at least. So I'm going to tell you everything I can, okay? And feel free to ask any questions if you get confused. Alright? Yes, Autumn answered after a long moment, and I took a deep breath. Autumn, I'm a hunter, I said. And if you want to be one too, I'll do everything I can to help you. But first, I have to tell you what that means and then you can decide for yourself. Chapter 167 Explaining. I paused for a moment, honestly uncertain. How did one explain the state of the world to a small child? Autumn was smart, but she had no context for much of anything. One of these days, I was probably going to have to sit her down and explain just how far from the norm her daddy was, but one thing at a time. When did I first find out what the world was like? I don't even remember. The Grimm had always just been there, the monsters in the dark and at our doors. I'd been told to stay away and be cautious at some point, I was sure, but it must have been when I was very young. That's when most people learned. At least it was something most children were taught along with their letters and numbers, if not beforehand, which was a bit odd, but also necessary. Hiding the knowledge that the world was full of horrifying monsters that would gladly eat them wasn't doing kids any favors. However much we tried to convince ourselves that the kingdoms were safe, knowing when to run was a survival skill that was best cultivated as early as possible. Odds were, my parents had told me or one of my sisters, mixing warnings into my bedtime stories. My great memory didn't do much for stuff I'd forgotten years ago, which was a bit sad. Right now, I wish I remember the words they'd said. I'm a hunter, I said again, deciding it was better than an uncertain silence. Which means I hunt the creatures of Grimm. Grimm? Autumn asked, repeating the word to show she didn't understand it. I frowned, trying to decide how to explain it, but seeing was believing, wasn't it? With a gesture, I conjured up illusionary versions of some of the Grimm I fought. Beowulf's, Nevermore, and so on. I surrounded us in rows of the creatures and then added several larger expressions, from a giant Nevermore above us to a towering Goliath. I held onto the illusion for only a few moments because creating so many things, to say nothing of something the size of a Goliath, was a huge pain in the ass, but it was enough to make a point. Autumn didn't move, no doubt sensing that they hadn't been real. Even so, I could see her taking note of the individual types and knew she'd recognize them if she saw them again, which was another important thing to teach children. The Grimm are monsters, I said simply. They kill people, unless hunters are able to stop them. Kill? She asked, which stumped me again. The subject of death was another thing I wasn't sure how to explain, especially from a metaphysical standpoint. As a reincarnated super weapon especially, I wasn't sure where to even start. No, just keep it simple, John. You can explain things in more detail later. Death is when something stops living, I said. Well, generally speaking, if something dies, it means it's gone. Gone? She asked uncertainly. That was a word she actually knew. She just wasn't certain of the context. Gone, I repeated. If someone someone like me were to die, then we'd probably never see each other again. It means I wouldn't be able to come back to you. I'd be dead and gone. She was silent for a long minute at that, seeming concerned by the very thought. I'm glad you're not dead, she said at last. I'm glad you're not gone. I smiled at that, swinging our hands between us as I nodded. Me too, sweetie, I replied. But it's not just us, you know. A lot of people would be sad if the people they love died, just like I'd be sad if my little girl went away. That's why hunters fight so other people don't lose the ones they care about. The Grimm want to kill us, so we fight to stop them. How? She asked, looking at me with shining silver eyes. I sighed at that, pursing my lips for a moment before answering. We kill them, instead, I told her. So that they can kill us. Different? She asked. Ah, I agreed, nodding at her. We're different from them in a lot of ways. Unlike us, the creatures of Grimm have no souls. But what that means, I'm no longer sure. But to make things simple, the easiest way to think about it is that they don't need to kill us, but do anyway, so we need to kill them just to survive. I gestured again and conjured a large map. I illustrated the mountains and plains, the fields and the seas, all of it color. This is Remnant, the world we live in, I said before placing 4 dots upon the map. And these are the kingdoms, Vale, Vaco, Atlas, and Mistral. These are the places where humans live, and this is where the Grimm rule. Beside the 4 points, the continents went black. Even the blue oceans darkened to a brownish yellow. The Grimm. To put it simply, they are the dominant species on Remnant, I said. The ones who rule this world. Mankind is locked into these 4 corners, where we are allowed to survive, but even here we're hunted. So we hunt back, slaying the Grimm that would attack us. Many, Autumn noted. It was easy to see the difference between the areas ruled by the kingdoms and those ruled by the Grimm. We were literally just dots on their map. Yes, I agreed with another sigh. In truth, they outnumber us by orders of magnitude. This is a losing game. It took me a long time to realize that, but just defending our borders isn't enough. If they tried, wiping us off the map would be as easy as that. I twitched a finger and the glowing dots flickered out, leaving nothing behind. Autumn looked at the map in silence for a long moment, wise enough to be worried, but I just clasped both hands over hers, smiling. But you don't have to worry about that, I said. Daddy's special, you know, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that doesn't happen. Autumn looked at me again, contemplative. Why? She asked at last. I chuckled. Now that's a complicated question to answer, I mused. Why? There are so many things I've asked that about, and even now I've only found the answer to a few. Why what? Why do they attack us? She asked. Why do we fight back when we cannot win? Why don't they destroy us? Right to the heart of the matter, I praised a bit wryly, tilting my head back. The first and last question have the same answer, though I'm not entirely sure what it is. In the end, though, it's because of me. She didn't ask, but I could feel the unspoken question. The person who made the Grimm wants me for something, I said. Something happened between us a long time ago. I think it had something to do with why he killed so many people and why he didn't kill them all. In fact, he might be sparing them just to get to me or to leverage them against me. It was a thought I couldn't suppress. I'd wondered before and after what Keter had told me. There wasn't any way to ignore it. Had mankind been spared solely so I could eventually reincarnate? Had all these millennia of murder and pain just been to get to me again? Maybe, maybe not. There was no need to do something for only one reason. He might have other plans. Maybe he even just enjoyed drawing things out. It didn't matter. In the end he'd pay for what he'd done regardless. As for why we fight when we know we can't win, I continued, chuckling. Well, it must seem rather foolish, but in life, there are some things you have to try, even if you can't succeed. Like saving the people you love. I closed my eyes and thought of my father before opening them again and smiling at her as brightly as I could. For someone like my daughter, I'd fight until the end, I said, swinging our hands again. Other people are the same way. And besides, if you have no choice in whether you're going to die or not, then how you chose to die is important, right? Autumn considered that for a moment. Yes, she answered. I will also protect father until the end. I chuckled sadly and gave her another soft smile. That's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about, I told her. I wanted to give you a choice. If you want, I can teach you to become a hunter. Like you, like me, I confirmed. Like Adam and Goo, grandmother and grandfather, your aunts, great-grandmother, like the rest of our family. But at the same time, you don't have to. I don't understand, she admitted freely after a second thought. Hunters fight so that others won't die, I said. But part of that is facing death in their stead. Hunters get hurt to protect people. Oftentimes, they even die. Being a hunter is very dangerous and it's not a life you have to live. If you want, you can stay here where it's safe. We'll still see each other, but you won't have to fight. You can rely on me to keep you safe and do whatever you want. She considered that. And if the kingdoms died? She asked. Even if the kingdoms fall, Daddy will protect you, I promised her, closing my eyes with a pained expression. It wasn't something I liked to think about, but that didn't mean I hadn't. If that happens, if it's just you, I should be able to protect you. No, I will protect you for sure. I'm very strong, you know. She considered that for a moment, and for a moment, I wasn't sure what she was thinking. And when she spoke, if one of us died, we'd be separated, she mused aloud before looking at me. If both of us died, would we be together? I stopped in shock, staring at her with wide eyes. I could honestly say that was a question I hadn't been expecting. But after a long moment, I nodded and swallowed, smiling at her again. You don't have to worry about things like that, I told her. Daddy's special. See? No matter what happens, I'll find my way to you eventually, in this life or the next. Autumn, you and I will be together, even in the afterlife. Autumn nodded at that, imitating the gesture. I could tell that she believed me without a hint of doubt. Then I want to stay with father until the end, she answered. I don't want us to be apart for too long. I nodded, the motion tiny, swallowing again before smile, clasping her hand tightly. Yeah, I said. Okay. I planted my boot on the Beowulf's chest and kept it down with a minor application, ignoring its snarls and the clicking of its claws against my skin. Come here, Autumn, I said, beckoning her closer. Autumn approached with steady strides until she was just out of reach of the thing's claws and looked at me, awaiting instructions. Just like I showed you. Okay. She nodded, raising her spinal column spear and taking aim. Streams of quicksilver flowed through her three arms, lines of aura flashing through them, before she thrust the spear forward and slammed it through the beast's chest. As it sank into the ground beneath it, thorns flashing down the length of the spear, the shortest of them still several centimeters in length and especially thick within the Grimm's body. The Beowulf twitched several times before going still. Good, I praised. But remember, the Grimm aren't like you and I. They don't have pulses or organs or anything like that, and some of them, especially the big ones, can take a lot of punishment before going down. There's no surefire thing for all of them, but when in doubt, Autumn reached out with her serpentine arm, opening massive jaws wide before bringing them down on the Grimm's head with a crunch. She sank the fangs as deep as she could before pulling her arm back and tearing away most of its face, black smoke rising from between glowing teeth. "At a girl," I said with a chuckle. "When in doubt, don't hesitate to make sure they're really dead." Autumn nodded, concentrating on her work as she lifted her spear and the corpse impaled upon it with it. As the thorns retracted, she had to swing it a few times to dislodge the body, but as it came free she turned back my way, silently asked what was next. I chuckled, taking a step back as I looked her over, pondering the same thing. She was strong, especially for her age, but she wasn't trained. Though her semblance allowed her to shapeshift into any number of forms, something that allowed her to basically ignore her mediocre physical stats, it didn't make her automatically aware of how to best use them. She was smart and wise and learned quickly, but though her level was in the 50s, she was no hunter, and I honestly wasn't certain of where to start when it came to making her one. It was a common problem. In all likelihood, all children were different, and children that were training to become hunters even more so. Beyond the basics, there wasn't any real standardized way of training hunters, because hunters were people who diverged wildly from the norm. Once a person's semblance came in, they would generally start building their fighting style around it, and given that hunters tended to build their own weapons on top of that, well, it got tricky. In Autumn's case especially, however, I wasn't sure of where to begin. I could train her in the use of a spear easily enough. While I wouldn't say it was my specialty, I knew how to do it and had the skills needed to make myself pretty damn good at it. With the time I'd spent using magic missile and gunner, I could definitely teach her a thing or two, especially if I tried to look into it some. But though she'd made a spear as her first weapon, what did it matter to a shapeshifter? Autumn could grow any number of weapons from her body with the thought that she was using a spear right now meant nothing more than that she'd pulled out a spear to use. While some weapon training would probably be wise and the spear was a classic for a reason, there was no reason to limit her to such a thing. One of the benefits of Autumn's power was its versatility, after all. But while breadth was great, time was an issue. I mean, yeah, with my skills I could teach her how to wield any weapon she felt like using, but actually teaching her how to use 1,000 things would be even more wasteful, just in a different way. Better to teach her the basics and let her figure out things from there, I thought. If I explained the mechanics, she'd remember and she'd be able to pick and choose how to apply them for herself. It's not like there was much point in binding her to fighting styles built for the human body, after all. It'd be enough to explain how to fight at different ranges and maybe pick a few weapons to practice with so she'd get a feel for them. A spear was fine, as was maybe I should practice with a bow some. She could use some ranged options and I'd need to teach her how to aim whatever she grew. A bow and arrow should be easy for her to produce and she could poison the arrows. A pity that poisons weren't a great weapon against the Grimm, whose bodies didn't have much to attack. Once I started practicing with venom, I could have shared some tips with her. Maybe there was another way. How much control did Autumn retain over part of herself that she separated? She was still able to manipulate the spear she'd pulled out of her back, though she was holding onto it. If she could exert some control at range though, that would open up a number of options. She could shoot an arrow and make it grow into a tree or weaponized pollen or countless other things. At the end of the day, her best weapon was her mind, her knowledge and imagination. Once she got a hang of things, Autumn was smart enough to figure out how to fight for herself. I just had to help get her there. I considered that for a moment. For now, it was probably best to get her comfortable in her own skin, whatever it happened to me. She was new to the whole biped thing, hell, to the whole mobility thing, really. However many things she could turn into, it didn't matter when she was still walking stiffly, even if I was proud of how quickly she'd gotten the hang of it. Her semblance and the enormous well of matter she had to draw from allowed her to artificially raise her physical stats, but she needed to know how to use it. Then, I guess we'd work on shapeshifting in combat and, I suppose, raising her level. When she'd gotten a solid grasp of the basics, I'd take her out of the city and weaken Grimm for her to kill. As I head with Adam, we'd talk about where best to put her points, but grinding up to the 80 shouldn't be too hard with us there, especially since I'd be working on my skills anyway. We'd see how improving her mental stats helped with her shifting. There were so many ifs, but that was to be expected from a child, I suppose. It's not easy to see how they'd grow up. I honestly had no idea of how she'd fit into our still developing combat dynamic, because I had no idea what that would end up being. Maybe she should ride Goo, too. Even with her shape-shifting, she'd probably never be a speed demon, so that could be wise. On the other hand, once she grew big enough and ate enough plant matter, which was another thing we could work on once we got outside the city, she could act as battlefield control. Hell, she might be able to act as a battlefield, period. Clapping my hands once, I smiled at Autumn and nodded confidently. Let's go for a run, I said. I've been meaning to work out some more. Anyway, just let me grab some weights, okay? Autumn nodded again, absently gazing at the city. I quickly used my psychokinesis to gather a few tons of metal from the countless shattered buildings around us, melted it into a massive block with crocea mores, and then latched myself to it with about a dozen chains. I tested it by taking a few steps forward, dragging it behind me, and nodded in satisfaction. It would do. Just as I was about to start running, though, I noticed something changed and focused my senses on the source. Gu had stopped in the middle of the street about a kilometer away, hunching his shoulders as if supporting a massive weight instead of just Adam. Aura rose up around him, as white as my own at first but darkening quickly to gray and then turning black. I saw his MP drop quickly until it was nearly empty and his HP followed suit shortly after as he used the white tiger to draw out more power. Gu, I heard Adam say even as I snatched up Autumn with psychokinesis and took to the air, blocking it all. What's wrong? Gu just snarled, the animalistic sound surprising me despite the fact that he was a dog, and then he began to grow. The sight startled me even as I appeared beside him, reaching out to heal him again, as well as restore his MP, but it only took me a moment to notice the difference from last time. There was no violent change, this time, no tearing of flesh or snapping of bone. He simply grew, or pulsing slightly to leave an outline that his body filled in to match. It was a smooth process, this time, and even though the changes were immense, they didn't seem to be hurting him. In fact, observing him, I could see his stats growing to match his changed shape. His strength increased rapidly, growing to match his vitality. His HP bar lengthened even further to match the growth, and I could see his hide growing thicker. This was, oh, I said, drawing back a step. He quickly began to fill the street, pushing against and then shattering the buildings to either side as he went. Adam had already jumped away and I made a platform for him to land upon as I continued to draw away and Gu continued to grow. So that's why your title changed. Then, this is your semblance? The ability to grow in size and strength based on one's vitality, Tian. I could feel the drain on his MP and subsidized it with my own, helping the process along, but Gu didn't answer, even when he grew to dwarf several of the nearby buildings. As it was, he was over 5 stories tall and still growing, the sheer size of his body ensuring he had room to continue. Buildings cracked and fell one after another, glass and cement both breaking against muscle and fur. When it stopped, I could have taken a seat on the tip of his nose and his panted breaths felt like the wind against my skin. The massive block dangling in the air beneath me swayed lightly back and forth as he tried to recover and focus on me. Jaune, he said, voice almost unbelievably loud as it echoed over the broken city. Hey, I answered with a smile. I guess naming you Tiangu was a good move after all, huh? The games we play. Stride. The ground shook with each of Gu's footsteps, sinking beneath his weight to leave behind a growing trail of massive footprints. Streets cracked and dust rose. The air moved as each step displaced several times his volume in air, and the rubble compressed beneath his feet as we ran our path around the city. Whatever buildings had once gotten in the way had collapsed and broken before Gu's relentless advance, destroyed simply for being an inconvenience. On one hand, it was an amazing display of the sheer power of a creature that went far beyond the scale civilization was built for and a reminder of the destruction the mighty creatures of Grimm could so easily inflict upon the world. On the other, it was surprising how quickly you get used to it. We ran alongside Gu, allowing he and Autumn to get used to their new bodies. I wouldn't quite say that Gu was slower now, given the distances he could devour with each of his massive strides, but there was a size and a weight to each of his movements now that was literally earth-shaking. Even to normal eyes, his legs wouldn't have blurred as he ran, but instead each been a massive affair, like the rise to the top of a mountain and then the race back down. It was harder to move so much mass and it consumed an enormous amount of power with each motion, one that he was trying to strike a balance with using his own HP and MP recovery. Occasionally, he would grow or shrink, testing the limits of his power, but the hardest part seemed to be getting used to the world when his body was so massive. Autumn, naturally, was just trying to get used to a body period. It had only taken her a short time to begin making changes to the way she walked, starting with a reorganization of the muscles involved, but she'd also gotten more used to having limbs and moving them in concert, whether that meant 2 limbs, 4 limbs, or more. She'd been switching between forms fairly rapidly, modeling them after things she'd seen, whether human or grim. At the moment, she most resembled a giant biomechanical spider that was scurrying alongside us. She'd tried to just hitch a ride on Goo's back earlier, but while I praised her for finding the simplest solution to getting around, I'd insisted that learning to move on her own was important, and she'd gotten back on the ground. As for Adam and I, "How long are you going to lug the thing around?" Adam asked, looking behind me as he kept up with a light jog. In my defense, I'd added more and more weight to my block and it was slowing me down. "I don't know," I mused with a quiet grunt, pulling the house-sized block along with every step. "A few thousand miles, maybe." "Then I'll switch to something bigger." Adam sighed quietly and shrugged. "Well, whatever works, right?" he asked before raising an eyebrow at me. "It does work, right?" "Yup," I answered, not bothering to breathe simply because I knew I'd end up panting. "Today's been a good day." By raising STR above 100, you have gained a random ability related to your physical abilities. The skill Shockwave was created. By raising STR above 100, you have gained the passive skill Devastating Blows. By raising STR above 100, you have gained the passive skill Divine Strength. By raising Dex above 100, you have gained a random ability related to your physical abilities. The skill Yellow Road was created. By raising Dex above 100, you have gained the passive skill The Four Winds. By raising Dex above 100, you have gained the passive skill Angelic Steps. By raising VIT above 100, you have gained a random ability related to your physical condition. The skill Riposte was created. By raising VIT above 100, you have gained the passive skill Supernal Condition. By raising VIT above 100, you have gained the passive skill Second Chance. One of the benefits of acceleration, I thought, gritting my teeth. I'd layered it as many times as I could, which was quite a few times thanks to all the skill boosters and cost reducers I'd been getting lately, and I'd prioritized it when it came to MP consumption. Between that and the giant block I'd literally tied myself to, I'd finally broken through with my physical stats, as well as a few of my skills. By raising Regeneration to level 99, you have gained the skill Liquid Flesh. By raising Haste to level 99, you have gained the skill Celerity. By raising Featherfall to level 99, you have gained the skill Featherweight. By raising Firepower to level 99, you have gained the skill Scorch. "No new combinations?" Adam asked, as I'd already told him about today's earnings. "For Typheret, you mean?" I replied before shaking my head. "Not yet. I guess I'll need to raise some more skills to find valid combinations on that front." Good news is that quite a few of my skills are getting there, especially thanks to the boosts from my wisdom skills and acceleration. I got these buffs in the White Whale incident and it about finishes off the stuff I got there, but there are a few more to go. And then I shrugged. "Just going to hope your skills pair off once you have enough of them?" he wondered, raising an eyebrow. "Don't have much choice in the matter," I answered with a shrug. "Typheret won't work unless I have the right pieces. I'm hoping my sensory skills get me something, though." "You and your absurd senses," Adam said, snorting. "You're not going to be happy until you can see the future and read minds, are you?" "Both of those would be helpful," I admitted. "I don't know if I'd stop there, even if I could do it, though, if it's even possible." "What do you mean?" he asked. "Well, the future is." I considered how to phrase it for a moment before shrugging. "Who really knows? It depends on how you look at it, I guess." "Like the endless possibilities thing?" Adam guessed. "With a million fucking futures to choose from?" "That's one way of looking at it," I confirmed. "Where the future is defined every moment by the countless choices and actions made around the world." "That relates to stuff like the butterfly effect and several theories on parallel worlds, and it might be possible. There are a number of semblances that make vague predictions that change frequently, which might be a result of choices changing the future or could simply be the result of them modeling things based on the present. But there's also support for other interpretations." "Like what?" "Some people believe that, since time is a dimension like space, points in time simply exist along an axis like points in space do along a graph. That is, there is only one future, or, more precisely, there is no future. Everything exists as it exists. At some point along the line, you and I, here and now, are just coordinates in space and time, and the you and me in 5 minutes are just 5 minutes, and however far away we've always existed there, in fact, and the progression of time is simply how we interpret the universe. Free will doesn't exist, because everything that happens has always happened." "Oh," Adam stated after a moment, shrugging. "That would kind of suck, I guess." "There any support for that, or is it just people making guesses?" I hummed once, nodding. "There's some support," I said. "It's not a very popular belief for obvious reasons, but several people with semblances that can see the future can actually see the future, as in look at it and see exactly what will happen. There are always limits to it, whether in how far or how much they can see, but there's so who can do it, including a girl in our class. She can see people, but she can see the effects they leave on the world around her, supposedly with complete accuracy. There was another person who could feel things but not see them, and a few others like that. Those guys are rare as hell, and what they can see tends to be incomplete, but accurate within their limits. Adam replied, frowning. You think they're right about the future being decided? I shrugged again. Maybe, maybe not, I answered. Some people think that those guys aren't seeing the future at all, but are simply sending messages back in time. No one really knows. If I could see the future, though, well, that might be a little awkward. There could be a trillion different possibilities, in which case picking out what will happen from what might happen would be a huge pain in the ass. Or there might be only one future and nothing I can do to change it. Or there could be one future, but I can change it, in which case, is it the future at all? Or one possible future that I'm reacting to without seeing the full picture? Can other people change it, too? Time is bullshit, Adam noted, sounding annoyed. A little bit, I agreed. It's one of those things I want to know and don't want to know, because I might not like what I see. Reading minds might be more useful, but you'd have to get through people's auras. I think my empathy sort of reads emotion states from the aura, but I'm not sure if it could do that with complex thoughts, and if it did, it probably would show those thoughts in words. Even if it did, you'd probably end up hearing a lot of stupid shit, Adam said with a shrug. Maybe it's for the best. I chuckled at that. It would make a lot of things more convenient, though, I answered. I'll make do with what I can get either way, though. Speaking of which, how are those buffs doing? They're weird, as expected from you, Adam said, taking out his sword and absently stabbing it through his own hand. His flesh rippled as if it were, well, liquid and barely bled, holding tight to the blade. As he slowly lifted his blade, he cut a jagged wound between his middle and index finger, spreading the two digits far apart as his flesh bent and flapped. Even so, the wound didn't bleed so much as well with quickly solidifying fluid that created a connective web between the two sides of the wound and literally pulled it back together, at which point it sealed quickly closed. It doesn't even really hurt, it just feels like there's something wrong with my hand. And the others? Well, they're freaky, too, but a bit less so. I nodded at that and chuckled. Unsurprisingly, the buffs I'd gained at the end of the White Whale incident had leveled up to create even stronger buffs. Liquid flesh didn't allow one to liquefy at will sadly, but injuries inflicted upon someone enhanced with it would almost flow together and close due to the enhanced regeneration it allowed. In fact, so long as limbs weren't completely detached, or were reattached quickly, it could even allow the ends to simply stick back together as if never cut. Featherweight grew of its predecessor's ability to soften impacts and falls by making the user not quite weightless, but able to stand on string and have it support your weight, while just as easily standing up to attacks. With Scorch, attacks that inflicted damage could leave behind traces of aura within the wound that could ignite a moment later, inflicting secondary damage based on the size of the injury. But needless to say, I had a thing for speed boosters, and Celerity answered that desire. Where Haste helped boost the speed of the body in general using the influence of lightning dust, Celerity took it a step further, from carrying electrical signals through the aura instead of the body to increasing the rate that muscles could expand and contract. It was more visible than Haste, with small trails of electricity racing down one's spine and limbs, but, well, I can ignore a lot when it comes to multiplying my reaction times. Besides, it let me pull this block faster. As is, between that and my new strength and dexterity skills, I was still moving about as fast as a car, despite how much I was being weighed down. I might add some more weight on to counter that, but it let me move without slowing down the others and still helped me grind. Once I was sure enough to leave Autumn be with Adam and Goo to supervise, of course I'd make it so every step forward was an effort, but for now, this was enough. At least it should help with your Yato, I said, knowing Adam would feel the same way. That is true, he admitted, sheathing his sword as he sparked quietly. And weird is better than dead. Anyway, that's the spirit, I replied, laughing. Let's do another 10 laps around the city and then get ready for class. Yeah. And just like that we fell into a routine. I'd meditate all the way through class, slowly but surely building up my reserves. After classes ended, I had what I considered a free period, which varied day by day. Sometimes I'd end up training with Cinder, other times I'd hang out with Albus and Finn or just relax by myself. Whatever happened to come up today. It was early in the school year and people were still getting into the swing of things, or else were using that as an excuse, and we didn't have a lot of time to do stuff together, being in separate classes, but I already knew that would change soon. Once preparations for the Vital Festival began in earnest, I'd be spending a lot more time with the seniors. After all, Mistral had to get its team ready. Usually, a freshman wouldn't be in the thick of things even for particularly gifted new students who managed to quality. The Vital Festival was more of a chance to learn than anything else, seeing as it would pit them against the students all the way up to the senior level, who not only had far more experience but were handpicked to win the tournament for their schools. But, well, I was me. I'd already proven that I would be the person to beat, and they'd bring me in as soon as things started up, along with Albus, Cinder, and Fien. It didn't really make much difference to me, but I didn't mind the opportunity it presented, either. But at night, I did some preparations of my own, readying myself for what would really matter. We'd spent the rest of the week working on the basics in Naraka, giving Autumn and Gu a chance to get used to their new forms, and then moved on to bigger and better things. Gu snarled, shaking himself wildly as he tried to throw away the flock of Grimm that had swarmed him. They were distractions at best and annoyances at worst, but there were downsides to being so massive, and the Grimm were taking advantage of it, trying to cluster in blind spots and cling to his hide as they scratched and pecked. A few particularly innovative creatures tried to go for his nostrils and ears, hoping to strike at the enlarged vulnerabilities therein, but Gu merely growled fiercely as I activated Karna for him. At once, massive bonfires ignited around his ankles and paws, and more gathered between his teeth until it began to flare from the corners of his mouth like incandescent foam. He exhaled a massive, luminous nimbus that surrounded him and made the feathers and fur of the creatures clinging to him catch fire. Some of the sparks caught in his own coat, but he simply dropped and rolled as if scratching his back, shattering the bodies of the Grimm in the process and craving furrows in the ground with the sword-like spines of his fur. The Nemeans that Gu had been keeping at bay leapt forward at the perceived vulnerability, teeth flashing towards his throat and hamstrings while he was down. Just as they were about to fall upon him, though, he blurred, flipping over and sliding beneath one of the Grimm in a maneuver that left swaths of burning lines in his wake. His massive size slowed him down immensely, in a relative sort of way, but none of the Nemeans seemed to anticipate his still impressive speed as he shot away from the attack and slid behind them. Instead of pressing his advantage, however, Gu simply opened his mouth wide, spreading light as he displayed the conflagration between his teeth, and, if you looked closely, peering through the light and the warping heat, a figure. Adam stood at the front of his mouth, the flames raging behind him. His left arm was wrapped in layers of spider silk whose other end bound it tautly to a nearby tooth, the bone like a stone column beside him, and with the other, held a sword behind his back. The flames of Karna that filled Gu's maw simply came to a stop at the blade, as if warded back by its edge, but though the flames seemed to blend together, I could see them swirling towards and around the hungry blade. As Gu took a deep breath, the flames cut off, plunging the surrounding area into darkness again, but for Adam's sword, which shined like a beacon in the night as he lifted it, glowed pure white, the heat within it so intense that it was almost painful to look at. But as the flames at his back fell away, he didn't hesitate to bring it back around and sheath it within blush, hiding its light with a quiet click. Small trails of electricity crackled down the length of his body and around the sheath bladed, even as he lifted his hand from the hilt. With echoing stomps, the Nemeans scrambled to their feet, but Adam simply twitched a finger at the sight of them. His trigger finger, to be precise. Wild shot from blush and light flooded outwards from it again, small trails of lightning sparking between sheath and blade. When it was mere inches out, its hilt slid neatly into Adam's hand and he pulled it the rest of the way free in a blinding slash of his blade that released a wave of power that expanded from Gu's mouth in a flash, cutting across the field in front of him and straight through everything in its path. The charged strike tore through the pride of Nemeans, cutting them from their chests to their haunches as it went and leaving the resulting mess to fade away. Absently clicking the side of his blade against one of Gu's teeth, the pair moved on. Autumn, finish up here, I said, returning my attention to the matter at hand. Autumn stepped forward without a word, the majority of her body hidden within one of the many white cloaks I'd made her. With her hood up, all that was visible of her face were her faintly shining eyes. While the cloak itself fell over a mostly humanoid figure, it came to an end nearly a meter above the ground, barely touching her knees. 6 legs, oddly jointed, spined, and insect-like, they curved up around the underside of the cloak and carried her forward easily. Pushing off, they threw her into the air above the Grimm I'd all but slain and then lost their shape for a moment before speeding towards earth like half a dozen wooden lightning bolts. They pierced through open wounds, eyes, mouths, and more, pinning her targets firmly in place before shimmering slightly as smaller, bladed limbs unfolded and pierced through any vulnerabilities they found. When a creature died, Autumn plucked the limb free and stepped on the next, never lowering her from her position 10 meters above it all. When all the Grimm were put out of their misery, she stepped back up to my side and shrunk back down to normal. I chuckled and patted her side. Not even going to use your arms, huh? I asked. Pointless, she answered after a moment. I hummed and inclined my head at her, knowing what she meant. It won't be long now, I assured her. But we can't let you fight before you're ready, can we? No, Autumn replied, staring off into the distance. She wasn't objecting, she was just bored. Recently, her only job had been to finish off the creatures I'd weakened for her. I was like a papa bird, preceding her food. Still, it was working. Thus kindly I scatter. LV-68. Autumn rose. Where to next? I asked her, letting her pick our next target. Autumn tilted her head and began walking, 6 legs moving quickly as she headed towards the forest again. I'd taken us pretty far from Mistral simply to avoid notice, far enough to find wild trees, and Autumn seemed as happy to consume them as she was to slaughter Grimm. When we reached the edge of the forest, Autumn hunkered down, the tips of her feet biting deeply into the ground, and then went still. I could feel her roots spreading and ease their passage with air as they flowed up to the roots of other trees and then into them, beginning her consumption from the bottom up. I walked around, absently laying my hands upon the trunks and drawing out what power I could. I knew from experience how this would work. Autumn would remain as still as a tree above the ground, spreading her roots to touch everything she could and merge with it, and then, when she was down, she'd suck them all down at once and simply walk away. In terms of the experience granted, it wasn't that impressive compared to slaying Grimm, but the added mass seemed to benefit Autumn in other ways, so we spent a fair bit of time like this. For my part, I stood watch and made sure nothing attacked her while she spread, grinding my own skills as I did. Whatever Grimm came near or inhabited the forest to begin with I crippled and left on the ground for crawling roots and vines to finish off and drag away. Jaune, Adam murmured on the other side of the battlefield, drawing my attention several hours later. I replied, making my voice carry as I walked through the forest. Raven just called, he said. She wants to meet in a few days. I answered. I know. What should I tell her? He asked, patiently. He probably knew that any irritation on his part would simply give me strength. That I'll be there, of course, I answered. With company, this time. You mean it's about time she met the rest of the team, I confirmed lazily. Unless you think there's some reason she shouldn't. No, he said after a moment. That's fine. Good, I replied, smiling as I stretched. Then just make sure to finish up anything you want to show her before then. You'll want to look impressive for your parent-teacher conference, right? Ugh, Adam grunted as if struck by the mere thought. Don't call it that. I'm totally calling it that, I answered. Thinking about making you a report card, too. HMPH, he snorted, annoyed in spite of himself. I could feel it and it bolstered my moral that much more. You done with whatever you were working on, then? Not quite, I replied with a sigh before my smile returned. But I'll finish it up soon, I think. By raising White Tiger's 500 years to level 99, you have gained the skill by whose 500 years. The games we play. Inauguration. I reclined quietly atop the same building as last time, waiting quietly for Raven to arrive. I wasn't alone, of course. Adam and Autumn stood beside me, both under glamours, while Gu was sitting invisibly on the other side of the roof. Even as I waited, I used my senses to keep an eye on Cinder. From this distance, my senses were nowhere near as keen, sadly, but... well, beggars can't be choosers. And while I didn't like that Cinder was almost out of my sight, I didn't want to meet with Raven anywhere that she could potentially notice. However unlikely, I could probably have hide Raven on Haven's campus, but I still couldn't be certain of the breadth of Cinder's powers. For the time being, I'd err on the side of caution when it came to my biggest secrets. Odds were that if Raven had something to tell me that she couldn't just put in a message, and then I wanted to hear it. She didn't keep me waiting long, thankfully. Less than 10 minutes after we arrived, I felt the presence of one of her portals at the edge of my senses. She didn't appear immediately, however, but simply watched carefully, waiting. I found that a bit curious, since she already knew I could sense her. What was she? It's safe, I said calmly, and the portal swirled into being a moment later. As she stepped out, I rose to my feet and turned to give her my full attention. Raven, it's good to see you. Jian, she replied, inclining her head but looking past me. You brought company. Friends, I assured, glancing at them as well. I already introduced Adam to them, but this seemed like a good opportunity to let you meet as well. He didn't tell you? She spared her son a brief glance and then faced me in full. No, she answered, and something in her tone made Adam sigh. But if you consider them trustworthy, I would be glad to meet them. What went unsaid was what she would do if they weren't, but it went unsaid because she trusted me, enough to trust those I did. especially with Adam's support. I do, I said. Shall we? Raven considered that for a moment, looking around quietly. Given that we were on top of a skyscraper, there was nothing but the surrounding skyline and a few airships, but I could imagine even that much being a touch worrying to the sufficiently paranoid, and I would know. Perhaps somewhere more private? She asked. Considering who we all are. I gave her a smile that tried for both apologetic and reassuring. I have an illusion around us, I said. It's not as secure, but I've reason to believe Cinder might make a move of some kind today. Yes, Raven answered, her tone meaningful. There's to be a meeting between several of her people in the White Fang. Ah, I replied, inclining my head and then snapping my fingers, drawing the lot of us into Naraka as I did. Then there's nothing to worry about then. That wasn't quite true, but it was still the right answer. By telling me that she already knew of the meeting, Raven was either asking me to trust her to handle it or implying that it would be one of the topics of conversation. Whether that meant she intended to ask me for help or something else, I didn't know, but I trusted her enough to accept her decision in any case. Even though I had several questions to ask, they could wait for a moment. She returned the nod, thanking me silently before lifting a hand to remove her mask, blinking one as her eyes got used to the light. Introductions, then? She asked. Of course, I replied, letting the illusion around Gu fade away. Raven twitched, but otherwise didn't react. She'd known he was there, it seemed, but not the specifics of his appearance. Interesting. I assumed that had something to do with how she used her portals. Perhaps she was able to sense things that passed through them. Depending on how much she could detect, that would be a useful power all its own. Light, sound, air. Maybe even aura. If she was skilled enough, that would give her a good idea of the areas around any of her portals. This is Gu, a close friend of mine. Gu, this is Raven Brennan. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Gu greeted pleasantly, not rising. Even so, he was over a head taller than anyone else on the roof and his voice was loud enough to carry. Raven twitched again at the sound of said voice and looked at the giant dog it came from for a long moment before nodding her head. Is Gu short for Tiangu, by any chance? She asked, surprising me. It is, yes, Gu replied, tilting his head. I must admit I'm surprised you asked, Mrs. Brennan. Most people do not make that connection as quickly as you. It's less surprising than it could have been, she said, glancing my way. As is your ability to speak. Under the circumstances, I'm mainly curious as to your size. Going by the tone of her voice, she was wondering why he was so small, instead of so large. The Tiangu of legend was said to be so large that he could blot out the sun. I hadn't quite expected her to make that connection so easily, much less to believe he was the Tiangu, but I suppose that once you meet a reincarnating super weapon disguising himself as a reincarnating martial artist god king, all sorts of things become more believable. His semblance allows him to grow. Adam input, sounding annoyed at her easy acceptance but moving to be unhelpfully helpful. I dismissed his glamour as he spoke, revealing his face. This is as small as he gets, though. I see, she mused. He is my familiar, I added, seeing no real reason to lie, at least, not completely. He's named for the original, though his circumstances are as odd as you might assume. I'll keep that in mind, she answered wryly, turning to face the last member of our group. And who is this? After a moment of hesitation, mainly because I just wasn't sure how Raven would react, I let Autumn's glamour bleed away as well. The blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin I'd given her faded into a dark cowl, while the brown of her cloak turned pure white. Autumn, she introduced herself without otherwise moving, voice as musical as ever. My name is Autumn. Raven's breath caught at the words and I saw her back stiffen. For a long moment, she was still, watching Autumn with wide eyes, and it was that reaction that caught my attention. This was the woman who'd just taken the appearance of a giant talking dog in stride, but the sight of my daughter gave her pause, and she hadn't even seen what made Autumn special yet. What? Autumn? Raven repeated, looking at her still. What's your last name? That was another question that gave me pause, simply because I wasn't sure how Autumn would answer. Last names hadn't really come up much, simply because there wasn't much point when she only knew 4 people. Now, as my daughter, I suppose Arc was a valid answer, but since the day I'd first awoken her, the name my power showed had always been Rose. My daughter answered, making me wince. I suppose she would have noticed that on her status screen, even though I'd never told her myself. But in this specific case, no, it was probably best to get this out of the way now. Given the issue with Summer, I'd intended to tell Raven anyway. I just hadn't expected it to come up quite like this. What had caused Raven to even ask? Jian, Raven said, not looking away from Autumn. Before any misunderstandings are caused, please remove your hood. Autumn, I answered and watched as Autumn lifted her hands to pull the cloth down. As it fell away, it revealed her usual face, lacking anything like human expression. It was a mass of darkened coils, but for the 2 silver orbs that peered out from the shadows, said eyes were focused on Raven and appeared curious, but she didn't say another word. Raven took a slow breath, held her gaze for a long moment, and turned towards me, expression expectant. I took a step closer and lowered my voice. "This is my daughter, Autumn," I answered. "As you might have guessed, she's not an ordinary girl." Raven made a show to look Autumn over again and turned back to me with an expression that shouted "no shit." "Yes," she stated dryly. I noticed that somehow I paused for a moment to consider how best to phrase it before sighing. "She started as an experiment. Truthfully, I acquired the rose during my time in Vale and wished to see what would happen if I awakened its aura. The results took some time to manifest, but they were surprising to say the least. She's fully sapient now and learning more every day. Despite her origins, I would appreciate it if you treated her normally. However, as I am responsible for her current circumstance, I consider her my daughter." "That's not an issue," Raven stated frankly. Surprising as it was, "That's not what I wanted explained. I named her Autumn because she survived the summer when her sisters did not," I answered. "It was before I met you or knew much of Summer Rose and her circumstances." "And Rose?" Raven asked. "She has always had that name," I replied after a moment. "But then, she was an actual rose, as well." "So it's a coincidence?" Raven asked quietly, and I was forced to purse my lips. "I don't know," I admitted. "I have wondered that myself. There do seem to be too many similarities for it to be a coincidence, but at the same time, I see few ways for it to be anything but." As someone with personal experience concerning rebirth, I can say I remember ever being a plant. Raven nodded, accepting that. "What of the cloak?" she asked. "The cloak?" I repeated, confused. "Summer always wore a white cloak," Raven explained quietly. "She never seemed to take it off." "Ah, that would explain the reaction to seeing her in it." "She must have hoped." "I apologize, Raven," I replied honestly, bowing deeply. "I was not aware, but I seem to have made a mistake. I gave it to her as a gift. You see, though it's a touch clicky, white is my color. I made it myself, you see." At her inquisitive gaze, I used gossamer to draw out a length of thread, showing it to her. "It's an old alchemical method," I explained. "It was used to create silk back, well, a long time ago." "And her eyes?" Raven asked. "Her own locked with mine." It was easy to guess why. This was more than a little suspicious. The only saving grace of it all was that it was so suspicious. No one in their right mind would try to use it as a trick, especially not someone with my means. If I wanted to convince her Autumn was Summer reborn, I could do it a lot more convincingly. At her question, however, I thought of Ruby and remembered the color of her eyes. They were silver, yes, but not quite the color Autumn's were. Autumn's were almost metallic unless she remembered to soften them. She assumed that color when she first took a humanoid form, I admitted. An odd choice, but though they're silver, I wouldn't call them a natural color. Whatever Summer's eyes were like. "What's her power?" Raven asked. "Her semblance, that is." "Has she shown it yet?" I looked at Raven, concerned by the question. Generally speaking, semblances weren't shared easy. Even if the effects were revealed, the specifics generally weren't. While no two semblances were the same, there were enough records of semblances that there was always the risk that someone could find something similar and figure out a weakness. And besides, you didn't tell your exact powers to anyone you didn't trust completely. And I've never told Raven about the gamer. Did I trust her? Yes, but with everything that had happened, there was something of a web of lies that would need to be untangled for me to explain things. Even if I did that and had the chance, would I tell her though? Yeah, I thought, looking back at her. Circumstances were a bitch, but I did trust her. And there was always the possibility that this was tied to Summer. Raven wouldn't have asked if she couldn't think of some possibility. And though this was my daughter's secret, not my own, I trusted Raven to look after her, too. She trusted me to look after her son, after all. I sighed. "Its name is Gatherer," I answered at last. "It allows her to consume things to grow plants, mainly. She can add their biomass to her own to build up her own power, but she can also consume or use nearby like a plant using photosynthesis. That may not be the limit of her abilities, however. She is young." Raven nodded and took a deep breath. "Summer's semblance was called Scatterer," she said. When she died, they held a funeral and on the tombstone they wrote, "Thus kindly I scatter." It's a line from an old poem, you see, about a rose. Well, that was. I had no idea what that was. What I did know, however, was that it was far beyond the bounds of coincidence. For Summer's epithet to be the same as Autumn's current title, that was too much to dismiss. Her eyes and their oppositely named semblances, her name and cloak, both of which I had given her, might have been coincidental, but the rest. "Scatterer," I repeated, making a show of sounding it out. "How did it work?" "She could disassemble things in a variety of ways," Raven answered. "The simplest or at least most common use was to destroy things physically. She could reduce walls to dust, for instance, but she was most famous for using it on the Grim as well, reducing them to scattering rose petals." I glanced at her at that, because of how familiar it sounded. When Adam used his semblance to slay an enemy, it would dissolve into petals as well. Stylistic things like that weren't wholly uncommon with things as personalized as semblances, but this was another thing that I suspected wasn't coincidental. Drawing Raven's attention, I tilted my head towards Adam and raised an eyebrow, shielding our conversation with a thought. "It's not the same," Raven murmured, tone even quieter than before. "Wilt and scatter." But the first time I saw it, For a moment I thought she cut herself off, but I nodded, understanding it must have been a rather striking sight for her, whether she saw it before or after Summer's death. After all, even before that, it would have been a reminder of what she'd left behind. You said that was the simplest use, I said, brushing over her silence gently. I take it there were others. Raven nodded slightly. Summer was one of the few people I thought of as an equal, she continued. Her power was one of the most versatile semblances I have ever seen. At range, she could use it defensively, reducing any projectiles to powder as they approached, and while the net mass and momentum would be unchanged, suddenly it would be a handful of sand striking her instead of a bullet, and she'd just ignore it. As a result, anyone who truly wanted to fight her was forced to approach and do so on her terms, or else use alternative means. Even then, however, the ability that made her one of the strongest people I'd ever met meant most of it didn't work. She could scatter aura, I guessed after a moment's thought. Yes, Raven confirmed, sighing slowly. She could tear her way through the effects of most semblances on contact, dispelling anything that tried to hold her down or cage her in. She could scatter lasers into harmless bursts of light, spread heat across a wide area, or even directly disrupt the structure of nearby effects. While using it directly on a human or a grim was more difficult and required her to get close, she could dissolve large quantities of aura simply by getting near, and as her power allowed her to force people into close combat anyway. Well, it was hardly a weakness. I nodded, sympathetic. I could hear the slight undercurrent of pain in her words, or rather, I could feel it, however well she hid it. I wanted to say something, but I knew she wouldn't appreciate it at a time like this, so I remained passive and gave no sign I'd noticed any weakness. If this were a fight, this would be something I'd just quietly guard as a teammate, but even though it wasn't, the general idea remained. Even so, my mind raced at her words, trying to put the pieces together. Though I'd seen no way to connect Summer the Huntress to Autumn the Uber plant before, now there was a possibility that quietly gnawed at me. Could she have scattered herself? If she could scatter matter and energy and even people's aura, then was it possible that she could go a step further and affect the soul? Before Keter, I wouldn't have given it much thought, but I now knew it was possible to do. Death had wiped me clean, after all, and my past self had feared the possibility of Malkuth interrogating his soul so much that he'd ensured Keter would keep secrets even from someone who summoned him. And though I couldn't be certain of anything with my limited grasp of the subject, I was almost certain that my father and I had battled conquest within his soul. Though that was only 3 examples, it definitely set a precedent, and, more than that, it was a precedent that was applicable. All of those situations involved Malkuth and his riders, the Clipoth that we designed as a means to touch the divine via the physical. For Summer, who had been infected by a rider herself, soul fuckery wasn't out of the question, or even necessarily unlikely. In fact, that was what was most worrying. From what we knew, she would have had to do this after being infected by the Red Rider by war, and so I had to question why. If, for instance, she used her semblance upon herself and somehow shattered her soul into a million pieces, if it was intentional, then whose intention was it? Had Summer resisted somehow, regaining herself long enough to destroy herself utterly? Or had the rider done it? If it was one of the riders, well, I could imagine a number of possibilities, none of them good. While tearing yourself into a million pieces and throwing yourself over a large area would have seemed like a very bad idea for anyone else, for someone like Conquest and, presumably, his peers, that was nothing but way to infect a larger amount of people in a short amount of time. On the other hand, wouldn't it have been pointless? If war had already taken Summer, then there was no reason for it to sacrifice such an apparently powerful pawn just to spread. It would have been easy for it to infect people if it so desired. Starting with Taiyang, QROW, Yang, and RWBY, it would have been able to easily spread to the classes at Signal, and graduates could have quietly entered Beacon. After a few years, every hunter in the kingdom could have been infected, and someone who'd used the strategies that war had was unlikely to be impatient, so it didn't make much sense for war to scatter such a useful tool. No, more than that, RWBY had proven that my power was able to detect war as a title, as a status effect, and as an unusual presence in the blood. If he had spread everywhere, I would have noticed, assuming he didn't know something I didn't, which was a dangerous game to play with the riders. Admittedly, it didn't make much sense for him to have done it. Then could it actually have been Summer? It was a little hard to imagine. When Conquest had taken control of my father, he'd been locked up within his own soul and literally nailed to a chair, powerless to do anything but watch. It wasn't that I didn't think Summer was powerful to have received such praise from Raven. She must have been amazing, but rather that power didn't really play into it. It was like asking the greatest runner in the world to complete a marathon after tearing off his legs. Conquest, at least, hadn't given much chance to fight back at all. It was hard to believe someone could take control back after the riders did everything they could to ensure you couldn't, when your body, aura, and very soul were working against you. But then, she hadn't taken back control, had she? She'd just maybe scattered, and somehow or another, RWBY had still been infected. I tried to imagine it in that context. Uninfected Summer returns home, maybe while RWBY was the only one in the house. She would have been young enough then, and depending on the time frame, Yeah, Taeyong and RWBY were both teachers and gone during the day. Add to that the possibility that they might have been looking for Summer at that time. Yeah, it was possible. So she finds her daughter, begins to infect her, and Summer somehow regains just a bit of control. Not enough to stop or take back her body, but Dad had been conscious inside his body, so she'd have known what was happening. And if she was trapped within her soul, she'd used her power on the only thing she could, herself. It took a country full of ifs to make that work, I noted, and there was no real way to know if any of it was on the mark. Even if it was, though, how would Summer have been able to use her power when none of the other hunters were? Could it be that she was simply capable of affecting her own soul, whereas people like my father required matter to affect? I didn't know how the clip-off worked, much less the potential differences between conquest and war, and assuming that she did scatter herself, that implied that she'd broken into many pieces. Even if one of them had somehow become Autumn, what about all the others? And how many were there? There were a lot of questions and very few answers. And with it, whatever it was having happened so many years ago, there weren't many ways to find more. In fact, I could only think of one that might work, and even that was a big maybe. I sighed and nodded at Raven. I'd intended to put this off until later, but now seems like the best time, I mused aloud, cracking my neck. If there's anyone who can help us figure this out, it's probably him. Who? Raven asked, turning her full attention towards me. My soul, I answered, smiling a bit bleakly. Keter, come forth. The games we play. Illumination. At once, light began to emerge from my shadow, as if it were nothing but a thin curtain blocking the sun. I felt the presence of my other elementals dull in their position at the edge of my thoughts, their minds fading from my own. As they did, my shadow writhed and tore away from my feet. The light within it seemed to lift it from the ground, forming a sphere of light concealing shadow that seemed to bend and shift until it turned inside out in a sudden burst of luminescence and became a perfect glowing orb. And then it began to unfold. Pair after pair, the 36 wings spread wide, revealing the curled-up figure within, who slowly extended his limbs to set foot on the ground. Then, in a wave that spread from his face to his wings, his million eyes opened, followed by the empty slits that served as his mouth. I have come, Keter answered in a chorus of a million voices. Raven jerked slightly in her place at my side. Even for someone who'd been overexposed to my weirdness, Keter was rather odd. Keter, I greeted as if I didn't notice her reaction. You know Raven. Keter inclined his head silently, waiting. He knew more than that. Being my soul, he knew exactly why he was here. Keter had no need to communicate when it came to my thoughts, he simply did so for my sake, or, as in this case, someone else's. This was nothing but a show. But as we both know, sometimes a show can put people at ease. Why have you summoned me? He asked pointlessly. Something's come up, I answered. Unfortunately, it's a bit outside my area of expertise, but not, I'm hoping, outside of yours. Jian, Raven whispered, body tense as she focused on my manifested soul. Keter spared several thousand eyes to look at her and the others, but the majority of his attention remained focused on me. What's going on? Who is this? I nodded at Keter once, as if asking him to wait for a moment, before turning towards my companion. That is a complicated question, I replied, sighing slightly, which is part of why I was hoping to introduce you under different circumstances. However, to put it simply, he's me. Raven tilted her head slightly, expression serious as she waited for further explanation. There was no doubt or incredulity in her expression, though, simply a desire to understand. I told you before that I have reincarnated, I continued. Keter could be thought as a manifestation of my reincarnating soul. In fact, the name Keter belonged to me the first time. I put a gentle emphasis on those words to get the point across and saw Raven's eyes widen slightly in understanding. A pleasure, Raven said after taking a moment to recover her composure, inclining her head towards Keter. And you, Lady Raven, Keter replied as almost the entirety of his body glowed brightly. Raven didn't look directly at him, but lifted her head at the sound of his voice and focused her eyes just to the side of his head. Keter, meanwhile, focused his eyes pretty much everywhere. In a scientific sense, he is a light elemental, I proceeded to explain, but that is another complicated topic that I'd hope to explain in depth at a later time. With your permission, I'll postpone that conversation until after more important matters are dealt with and then make introductions. Raven quirked an eyebrow, shifting her gaze to look at me. There are more? She asked. Yes and no, I answered with another sigh. Technically speaking, all of my elementals are gathered before you in Keter, but at the same time, they have other forms. Yes, think of it as dividing water amongst differently shaped containers. Except the containers are sapient in this case. It's complicated. Then by all means, let us discuss it later, Raven allowed, skillfully hiding the slight edge of bafflement that tried to crawl its way into her voice. You were saying? I have only regained Keter recently, I continued. Even now, I am still not what I once was. Nonetheless, as my soul-given form, Keter is capable of remembering things that were never stored within my physical brain, and he has been of great help to me as a source of information about our mutual enemy. I had hoped to relay some of this to you today, along with the information I've gathered on Cinder's movements, but that can wait for a moment. If you have any questions to ask him, feel free to do so. She took a breath and nodded. What happens to souls after death? Raven asked, going right for the throat. I covered up my own surprise at the question and looked towards Keter, who was as unflappable as ever. As a guy with a million eyes and at least some of 1,000 years of memories of godhood, I assumed he'd seen some shit. Any number of things can occur, depending on the circumstances of the death, Keter replied. Though my knowledge of the matter is largely limited to the physical realm, I'm afraid I cannot confirm or deny the existence of an eventual destination for souls, that of an afterlife, or of a creator deity. My knowledge comes only from scientific investigation of the soul and from personal experience. Raven nodded as if that was to be expected. However, within this world, several things have been definitively proven. Keter began again after seeing her nod. The most obvious is reincarnation, of which we are a prime example. This process is not immediate, however. Why? Raven interrupted. Opportunity, I presume, Keter answered, unbothered by it. While I do not think anyone has a precise count of the number of humans that have lived since the beginning of our species, I believe it is safe to say we have number well over 100 billion. Meanwhile, the current population of our planet can be measured in millions. Added to that, while it's difficult to judge how many, it seems that new souls are born regularly and may in fact make up a sizable portion of the population. So there's a line, Raven stated, nodding to herself before pausing, probably to do some math in her head. A very long line. Indeed, Keter agreed. There are, however, alternative. Though the aforementioned time frame involved makes keeping track difficult, it has been theorized that might leave the cycle in the same way that new ones entered, though whether that is true or not, to say nothing of why or how often, is unknown. Other than that, actions in the physical realm can create different options. Such as? Raven prompted, causing Keter to look my way, as if asking for permission again, just for show. If I didn't want it brought up, he'd never have said anything. I nodded anyway. They can be contained, Keter said immediately. It requires a certain amount of knowledge and the right tools, but a soul can be caught as it leaves the body. In the land you know as Babel, it was a common practice to collect souls as people died and gather them for experimentation. Experimentation? Raven asked, apparently surprised by the idea of gathering souls en masse for the sake of science. What kind of experimentation? Whatever they were capable of, he answered, pausing for another moment before continuing. For instance, the creation of superweapons. Like me, I added as I felt Raven glance my way. We can't be sure of the specifics as it happened before our first birth, but from the records they left behind, they tore apart billions of souls to get the raw material they needed to make us. Do you mean us as in you? Raven asked, making an encompassing gesture at Keter and I. Or do you mean? There are more of us, I confirmed. 10 in all, of which I'm only the first. Of the others, I only know the current location of one for sure, and believe me when I tell you that you'll hate him. Indeed, Keter agreed again. But there were other experiments performed upon the gathered souls as our creators tried to push the limits of their ability. If a soul is captured and properly prepared, it can be transferred to a new body, though this generally causes a significant loss of memory, owing to the different brains involved. Generally, it was agreed that some things remain regardless, but it was an unpopular method when it came to the pursuit of immortality. Instead, it was more common to buy the soul back to the body upon death. With proper care and medical attention, a person could be revived with potentially minor or non-existent loss, depending upon how long the body was dead and the resulting effects upon the brain. It required a careful setup as it had to be caught quickly, but it was a popular method at the time. Raven pursed her lips for a moment and then nodded, filing that away. Can anything else be done to a soul? She asked. What would happen if a soul was torn apart? It would depend on the extent of the damage, Keter answered. It's possible to render a soul unable to reincarnate by inflicting enough damage and to cause it to linger to create ghosts, as it were. Generally speaking, these entities are incapable of thought or action. To my knowledge, the efforts made to allow people to exist without a body bore no fruit, and so it was mainly used to ease storage. Beyond that, the precise effects depend on the composition of the soul in question and the areas damaged. While some damage can be recovered from, others can cause the death of a soul, reducing it to its component pieces or even causing it to fade entirely. Raven didn't quite flinch at that, but it was a near thing. Smoothing her expression over, she glanced back at me uncertainly before pressing on. What if someone tore their own soul apart? She asked. Summer Rose possessed a semblance that allowed her to scatter anything if she used it upon herself and ripped herself apart. What would have happened if she was unable to reincarnate and was uncontained? Could she have found a new body? Keter was silent for a long moment, apparently mulling over the possibility. Perhaps, he said after a long moment. Tests in uncontrolled settings were rare, as controlled settings were needed for most of the machinery used. That is to say, a brain transplant is fairly difficult to do in the middle of a battlefield or with one's bare hands. Similarly, removing souls, mangling them, and then simply releasing them was seen as wasteful when there were more convenient uses for such things. However, that is not to say it was never tested. And Raven prompted, eyebrows furrowing, the only sign she was giving that she was worried. Results were mixed, he stated. It depends on the precise structure of the soul and upon the surroundings. Does she know of the Sephiroth? That question was directed towards me and I answered it with a shake of my head. Not yet, I replied before turning to meet Raven's questioning gaze. I intended to explain it to you later. To simplify things, consider it the periodic table of the soul. I see, Raven answered, frowning slightly as she did. I figured she was trying to wrap her brain around the idea of souls having periodic elements. To build upon that, the soul requires several basic parts to function, Keter continued. A chain must be created between the highest and lowest spheres between Keter, my namesake, and Malkuth for a soul to exist at all, because one of the functions of the soul is to serve as a conduit between the realms above and below. Connecting Keter and Malkuth in such a fashion requires several other pieces along the tree of life, with a minimum of 2 more. Tiferet and Yesod. I gestured absently, conjuring a diagram of the Sephiroth so Raven would have some idea of what we were talking about, writing the names upon the associated spheres. Raven reached out to touch it, tracing a line straight down the tree before nodding. I believe I understand, she said. The top of the tree must be connected to the bottom to stand. From the way you spoke, I assume the side paths are also viable? Any path is viable, so long as it bridges Keter and Malkuth within the bond set by the diagram you see, Keter replied, inclining his head towards my illusion. The spheres that compose a person's soul and their proportions are what makes each person different. I assume you can see the problem with damaging the soul. It risks breaking the connection, she confirmed, frowning as she waved her hand through the illusion. Indeed, Keter said, with grave repercussions for the soul in question. If so, Raven pursed her lips and nodded at that before switching tracks. You said that Keter and Malkuth are required for a soul to function, she stated. Why is that? Keter smiled at her with a million mouths, with was as odd a sight as ever, and inclined his head in approval. Keter is the top of the tree, which draws in the light from above, he said. You can think of it as a source of a soul's power, if indirectly. Then it's like a tree absorbing sunlight, she guessed before pausing in consideration. Or maybe the part of a wire that connects it to a battery. In a way, he replied, though it has other purposes as well and the process is rather complex. The other spheres proceed to shape the energy provided by Keter, passing it down the chain of a person's soul until it reaches Malkuth, which is where the power is given form. Like with the semblance? She asked. Indeed, Keter confirmed. That is one way for the light to express itself, but it exists in many different forms. The word Malkuth means kingdom and was used to refer to the entirety of the physical realm. Raven was silent for a moment, considering that. I see, she said at last. Then Keter is needed, because it's where the soul draws power from, while Malkuth is needed to express that power in a way defined by the other spheres. Without Keter, a soul cannot do anything, because it lacks any power to act with, and without Malkuth it cannot act at all. Keter inclined its head again, giving her another multitude of smiles. But then Raven cut herself off to think her words over carefully before continuing. But then, if the chain of a soul is broken, could the pieces come back together on their own? If they can form such a chain naturally, it's possible, Keter allowed. Indeed, depending on the amount of damage, a soul may attempt to reform naturally, but there is no guarantee that it will do so in precisely the same order. If a new chain is formed, the result is, effectively, an entirely new soul, and if the soul is damaged significantly, it is likely to disperse before being remade. What if the scattered soul attached itself to something else? Raven asked, glancing between us. You were created from a mixture of harvested souls, correct? In that case, none of the souls in question were in possession of bodies, Keter reminded. They had all been gathered, contained, and broken down. Our creators then linked those pieces carefully to create a new soul, artificially creating and connecting the Sephiroth in question. But is it possible, she asked, for the pieces of a broken soul to bond with another? Perhaps, Keter allowed after a long moment of silence. But it would be very, very difficult. Changing a human soul while it's within a living body is exorbitantly difficult for an extremely damaged soul to do such a thing alone and without outside help. Calling anything impossible given the matters we're discussing is rather ridiculous, so let us simply call it absurdly difficult. What if she wasn't alone? I asked, seeing my chance to step back into the act. When Keter and Raven both turned my way, I continued. We are all but certain that Summer Rose was infected by the Red Rider by war with the aid of one of the Qlipoth, willing or no. Would it have been possible? Keter was silent for a moment before nodding. Possibly, he allowed. Those creatures were designed to affect the soul. If she'd been taken by war at the time she dissolved herself, it's possible that something unusual could have occurred. Do you know how it might have happened? Nothing certain, I admitted. However, the evidence we've gathered so far does paint something of a picture. Raven raised an eyebrow, frowning at me again. RWBY, I answered the unspoken question. She was infected by the Red Rider as well, if you recall, which means she must have had contact with Summer at some point. Ah, Raven said quietly, understanding sinking in. I believe that War returned home after seizing Summer's body. I continued, talking to myself. And I believe its intention at the time was likely to infect her family. As teachers at a combat school, Taeyong and QROW would be ideal targets for any of the riders, as it would allow them to infect their students and seize the student body and faculty. From there, it would be trivial to spread the infection to Beacon through graduates and meetings, and many students would also seek employment in the military and police force. Strategically, it would be a great move to infect at least the two of them, and both RWBY and Yang would be easy to take as well. Raven took a careful breath at that and then nodded her head, accepting it as a truth, however unpleasant. And yet only RWBY was taken, she added, looking at me carefully. You think you know why? I smiled slightly at the observation. I do, I confirmed. I think that when War returned, it found RWBY and tried to infect her, and I think that's when Summer acted to try and save her daughter. I've seen how the riders keep their victims locked up. But if Summer's power works the way you said, she might have been able to use it. Even so, faced with the choice of seeing her own daughter infected, I believe she made the natural choice and turned her power on the only thing she had access to. Herself, Raven whispered. Her soul. I nodded in confirmation and she fell silent for a moment. But she started before stopping just as quickly, taking a slow breath and trying again. But RWBY was still. I said she tried, I answered quietly. I didn't say she succeeded. Raven had no answer to that. As a huntress, she knew full well that you could give it everything you had, fight to your last breath, and still fail in the end. But I don't know if she failed, either, I said reassuringly. RWBY, for whatever reason, isn't currently under the Red Rider's control. The infection is in her blood, but appears to be dormant. I wondered if it was waiting for something, but the strategy that worked in Summer's body would have still worked in RWBY's perhaps even more easily, since it would have been done by a small child. And yet there's no sign that she has, and Yang is uninfected. I wondered why that was, but what you said gave me an idea. It's just a theory, but Raven, you said that Autumn's silver eyes meant something? Yes, Raven replied, nodding sharply. It was the color Summer's eyes took while she was using her semblance. I see, I answered, nodding back. But Autumn's not the only one with silver eyes. I looked at Keter. If it's possible for souls to merge, however difficult, I continued. Then what about the souls of a parent and a child? There was a moment of stunned silence on Raven's part and careful contemplation on Keter's. If it was a mother and a daughter, in close proximity, and aided by one of the riders. Then Keter mused aloud before flicking a wing and nodding. It might be possible. Yes. 1. The games we play. Life. Raven looked at me with eyes wide enough to see the whites all around them. I could feel that she was shocked by the words. Could all be hear the gears turning in her head as she struggled to put the pieces together. What? She breathed. How? Something's holding back war, I whispered. There's got to be some reason it hasn't acted yet. After what you told me about Summer's semblance. She could only have gotten the infection from her mother. As far as we know, her mother is the only one who could have even known about the infection. As such, it's logical to assume that whatever is keeping the Red Rider in check has something to do with Summer as well. Maybe she figured out something from the inside. Maybe she weakened it somehow. Maybe the remains of her soul are somehow holding it at bay. Whatever the case, something she did is keeping Ruby safe. Raven took a slow breath, expression returning to normal, if a touch more controlled. I could see that she was upset for having even that minor lapse. When the Grim could be drawn to your emotional state, self-control was important for any hunter. For now, she said. That's what you're thinking, correct? I was silent for a moment before nodding sharply. Whatever equilibrium is protecting Ruby now, there's no way of knowing how long it will last or what might disrupt it, I confirmed. As is, it's hard to say what might awaken the rider. A big enough emotional shock, direct interference with her aura, or simple time. Anything could cause things to change. But I think that, for now at least, whatever her mother did is protecting her. Raven nodded slowly. Perhaps, she answered, meeting my eyes. Do you doubt me? I asked. It'd be fair to do so without eyes like mine. This must be difficult for you to believe. If you wish, I'll do what I can to prove it to you. Raven closed her eyes and took a breath before opening them again. It's not that, she replied. I believe you. I did investigations of my own after we last parted and Adam trusts you. But it's your team, I said, excluding the former. You have to be sure. Yes. I have neither desire nor intention to hurt her, I told her. If there's anything I can do to help her, be assured that I will go to great lengths to do so. But you'll kill her if you have to, Raven said, without accusation in her tone. It was a simple statement of fact. Also, the truth. I told her as much. Yes, I replied. If I have to, if there's no other way, I'll kill her. As would you. Raven was silent at that, but didn't deny it. I still felt bad for saying it, because I could feel the stab of pain it caused her. It's unfortunate, I continued. Disgusting even. But if it came to that point, then thousands, perhaps even millions of lives would be at risk. I won't dress up such a choice as being anything but the tragedy it is, however cruel a fate being infected by a rider might be. I won't say that killing an innocent girl to save a million people is a perfect or clean choice. But at the same time, letting a million people die for the sake of one girl is even more monstrous. We both know that, horrible as it might be, the necessary choice is the right choice by the very definition of necessity. I waited for a moment to see if she would reply to that, whether in agreement or outrage, but she didn't say a word. She simply inclined her head as if I was telling her what she already knew, which I probably was. So long as it is, in fact, necessary, I said after letting the pause drag on, and that finally got her to look my way. I smiled a bit at the glance she sent me. People often confuse what's right with what's simple or convenient or expedient. Often, the hard choices people claim to make are actually them choosing the easy way and refusing to admit it. Ruby hasn't done anything yet, and the situation, while risky, can still be resolved without hurting her. So long as that's true, I'll do everything I can to find another way, and if I'll fail, I'll take responsibility and put an end to her myself. I told you before, she began. I know, I interrupted with a slight smile. But things have changed a bit. Approaching her still bears the risk of infection, after all, and I'm best equipped to deal with it. Will you really not let me handle this? She fell quiet at that, glancing down once as she considered it and weighed the options in her mind. On one hand, she probably knew that I was right about being better equipped to handle this issue, but on the other, she saw this as her duty to her best friend, her family. She couldn't foist such a thing off on another, however much it would hurt her or endanger her. But what would you do, if it was you? She asked, so quietly a normal person wouldn't have heard. I extended one hand, angled it towards the city below, and drew a breath. Light gathered in my hand and then flooded forth in a consuming torrent, darkening the world around us until only it and Kira remained. When it faded, a jagged scar of destruction had been cut into the city, cutting deep into the earth and leaving shattered buildings and streets in its wake. I'd always been careful in what I showed Raven, afraid to give the impression of weakness and ineptitude, something made difficult by the simple fact that I had no idea what she was truly capable of. But if it was something like Luxaterna, then even she should be a little impressed, right? Raven stared out over the city, eyes slightly widened and lips slightly parted. I'd handle it quickly, I promised. So she didn't feel any pain. Raven recovered and brought her expression back under control. Breathing carefully, she looked at the city for a moment long and slowly sighed. If it comes to that, she started before stopping and shaking her head. No, it's best to hold off deciding anything until we have more information. Perhaps so, I replied, noticing the delaying action for what it was. But in the end, the choice lies with you. Should something change, I will require you to react in time to save people. If something were to happen to you, Consider it at least. I will, she stated, and I'm not the type to run into danger without backup or a plan. Whatever happens, I will inform you. I inclined my head in thanks. About autumn, she said after a moment. Even if summer is shielding RWBY, the coincidences are still too many to dismiss, I replied, nodding. I know. She turned my way again and looked at me seriously. Then, may I? She asked. I knew what she was asking for and nodded again. I trust you, I reaffirmed, stepping back. Keter, Raven asked after taking a deep breath. I thank you for answering my questions thus far, but I have not found the answer I am looking for. Then perhaps you have not asked the right question, Keter proposed, remaining still. Perhaps, she agreed. Then in the hopes of wasting no more of your time, I shall be frank. Is Autumn Rose the reincarnation of Summer Rose? Does she possess any of Summer Rose's soul? To answer such a thing would require that I know the apparent Summer Rose's soul, Keter answered. I cannot tell you if she looks like someone I have never met. Raven twitched once and I coughed lightly into my gauntleted hand. I apologize, Raven, I said. He has an unfortunate tendency to run out of answers when it would be most annoying. Unfortunately, he most likely gets that from me or else I from him. It's a fair statement, Raven replied after clicking her tongue once in annoyance. I cannot fault someone for being unable to recognize someone they've never seen before. I should have expected that answer. Very well, I have a different question. Ask and I shall do my utmost to answer, Keter answered placidly. You said before that much was lost in the process of reincarnation, Raven said. But not necessarily everything. Keter hummed back, sounding amused and pleased. Indeed, perhaps not everything, he answered. Though in most cases, what is left is negligible in the extreme. Imagine if you lost not only your memories, but everything contained within your brain. Then, you lost your body as well and were given a new one, nothing like the one you hold now. You are reborn entirely and leave everything you have behind. In what sense are you still yourself? I possess the same soul, do I not? She replied, and he smiled again. You do, he said, tilting his head her way. And what that means depends on who you ask. If you act similarly in this new life, is it the nature of your soul shining through? Or have you simply, by chance, made similar decisions in this new life? Is there any difference? Assume then that you do not act the same way, but make different choices entirely. Is this a sign that you have been wiped utterly clean or simply a different aspect of your soul expressing itself? People are complicated things. It should be unsurprising that souls are the same. Raven mulled over that for a minute, frowning slightly. But you remember your past life, she stated. At least in part. Keter means crown, Keter informed her. Just as the crown is worn above the head, so too does Keter encompass things beyond the mind's comprehension. And everyone possesses Keter within them, Raven said. It is a requirement for a functioning soul. Keter's smiles widened and he looked even more pleased. Indeed, he said, though the normal amount of Keter is very small, everyone possesses some small measure. And if so, it stands to reason that something would carry over, she stated. Possibly even more so if a soul does not undergo a conventional reincarnation. Perhaps, Keter allowed. There is, it would seem, only one way to find out. Yes, she agreed and looked over her shoulder at me. May I ask your daughter a question? I don't mind, I said, though I can assure you that she'll answer. What do you wish to ask? Instead of answering me, Raven walked over to the rest of our team, who had been waiting patiently while we talked. Well, I say that, but Adam had sat down and starting playing with his scroll again, though he hastily put it away as Raven approached. But though she gave him a look, she said nothing about it and instead focused on my daughter. Autumn, she said, I've something I'd like to ask you. Will you answer me? Autumn didn't even look at her, at least not with the eyes on her face. Instead she stared quietly into the distance, looking at who knows what. After a moment, however, she nodded shallowly. If this were the end for you, Raven began, and you were to be scattered and never bloom again, then how would you die? I blinked twice at the odd question and tilted my head. Autumn didn't say anything for several seconds, mulling it over without the slightest reaction from her physical body, but then she turned her head to look at Raven. I would scatter beautifully, she answered in a flat, almost matter-of-fact tone, like the petals of a rose. Raven held her gaze for a long moment and then nodded once, as if everything had been decided, and slowly lifted a hand to touch Autumn's cloaked shoulder. After taking a slightly shaking breath, she straightened and turned to look at me. Very well, she stated. Back to business then, I suppose. I restrained myself from lifting an eyebrow at her. A part of me, a pretty large part, wanted to ask her what that was about, but that would have ruined my image. Then she is truly summer? I asked a bit pointlessly, which is why I shook my head a moment later. Given the way Autumn had answered and how Raven had reacted to it, the phrase must have meant a lot to her. Was it something Summer had said? Something that managed to last through reincarnation? Whatever the case, if it was enough to convince Raven, it was enough to convince me. Not that I needed much convincing at this point, but that didn't explain anything. Even if she answered the question right, how would a piece of Summer's soul have gotten into a rose and stuck to it? And the one rose I'd managed to pick up, at that? Wait, I suddenly thought, had it been just that rose? Raven nodded once, calm expression belied by the grip she kept on Autumn's shoulder, and I frowned slightly, concerned on several levels. I bought Autumn from a store in Vale, I said after a moment of silence, on a whim, to test something. But under the circumstances, I think perhaps it would be a good idea to figure out where he got them from. You think there might be others? Raven asked. If it happened once, it might have happened a few more times, I replied. There's no way to know for sure except to check. I wouldn't be opposed to taking a look at their house, either, to make sure nothing was left behind after so much time. It's difficult to say if anything remains, but it's worth a look, if you're willing. I have no objection to that, Raven answered, voice showing no sign of the flicker of hesitation that went through her. I wondered how long it had been since she'd last been home. We've business in Vale regardless. Oh, I wondered, cocking my head. Our friends have been busy in Vale, she stated. The man named Roman Torchwick has led a string of dust robberies that shows no sign of stopping. He has also begun negotiating with the White Fang for assistance. It's to be one of the topics of the upcoming meeting. I frowned again, pondering that even as I did a quick calculation of the amount of dust you could get a hold of doing something like that. Quite a bit, if you hit the stores at the right time and in the right order, depending on how you did it, on what day, and in what order. Hell, if you did a simultaneous assault on several stores at once, you could definitely get quite a bit of dust. But what do they need that much dust for? I wondered, pursing my lips for a moment before focusing my gaze on Raven again. When she shook her head to show that she didn't know, I exhaled slowly and considered what I knew about Roman Torchwick and more importantly, about Cinder. Cinder doesn't strike me as the type to do something for no reason, so we can likely assume they do need it. The scope of their theft narrows down the possibilities, thankfully, but none of those possibilities are particularly pleasant, Raven finished when I trailed off. Indeed not, I agreed. Have they stolen anything in particular? Crystals, powder, or rounds? They've taken everything, she replied, shaking her head. And before you ask, no, there's been no sign of it being resold through other sources. That's unsurprising, I answered. Dust is often marked while it's being processed. If they did sell it, it would only be a matter of time before someone made the connection back to the theft. No, it's more likely that they actually need it. Have you been monitoring Torchwick? Of course, Raven answered, looking vaguely insulted by the question. As near as I can tell, however, he doesn't know why, either. Cinder seems to be a fan of need-to-know information, I said, sighing again. I suppose she knows she's being watched. Thus far, she's been close-lipped even while alone. I am beginning to suspect that she won't give anything away until she believes it's safe to do so, perhaps when her illusionist is nearby to assist her. How likely do you think the White Fang is to accept Cinder's offer? Past experience would suggest it to be quite likely, she replied. Thus far, she has given us a great deal of support after the supply of weapons she provided several weeks ago. I nodded, unsurprised. I considered attempting to force her to react by working against Torchwick, but no, at this point such a thing would be hasty. With that much dust, whatever she is planning is likely to be dangerous, I stated. Whether she plans to power something big, supply an army, or use it herself, she must be preparing for something major, and we still have no idea what she's aiming for. Raven mused, quietly annoyed. I paused and thought about that for a moment before shaking my head. That, at least, is no longer true, I said. Raven tilted her head to the side at that, hair swaying slightly as she did. The question was clear in her eyes without her having to voice it. It would seem that Vale is her target, I explained. That is where the robberies are taking place, and I would guess there's been no sign of transporting it out of the country. Not that I have seen, she said, considering it and transporting that much dust would be difficult regardless. If they were planning to move it and were willing to involve the White Fang, I'm certain I would have heard about it. You would be the person to ask, I agreed. Then her activities in Mistral have been a distraction? Raven wondered, frown deepening. An attempt to direct attention away from her real plans? No, I replied, shaking my head before pausing. Or at least, not entirely. One thing I've managed to learn is that Cinder will be participating in the upcoming Vital Festival. When that happens, she will be not only in Vale, but inside a beacon itself. I believe that's part of her plan, so it is likely that she will make a move at that time. The Vital Festival, Raven mused, nodding slowly. That makes sense, given the number of people who will be gathered in Vale at that time. But the Vital Festival has a great deal of security to compensate for that. Cinder is not the first person to attempt something during that time. In the worst-case scenario, hunters from all over the world will be present and are sure to react. While the opportunity would be a good one, even making the attempt would be dangerous in the extreme. Ah, I said. But what if she doesn't make the attempt herself? If, while she is behaving herself in Beacon, Torchwick and the White Fang were to make a move of some kind? Perhaps, Raven allowed. But what would she stand to gain from it? I suppose that would depend on what move she chose to make, I answered. And people reacted to it. There's not enough information to say at this point, but if I were able to get a closer look. We'll be in Vale anyway, Raven said, lifting a shoulder slightly in a minute shrug. We can make a stop. I smiled at her brightly and inclined my head towards here. Then shall we be off? I asked. I've much to tell you about our other enemies, but it doesn't particularly matter which continent you learn it on. Raven nodded back at me and lifted a hand to her sword before stopping. Actually, there is one more thing, she said. Best to inform you now, I suppose. Oh, I wondered, raising a white eyebrow. What is it? Cinder, or rather her intermediaries, expressed some interest in meeting Jianbing, Raven answered. The request was directed at me, in fact. At a guess, I believe several members of the White Fang let slip that we worked together in the past, if only rarely. I accepted that quietly, figuring it was pretty likely. I mean, even if it was just during the Weiss incident, the rumor mill would probably see to it that everyone thought we were partners. We were, after all, two famous and powerful members of the White Fang. In the end, though, I was more interested in why she wanted a meeting than how she learned of me. After all, I was pretty famous in the right circles and would have been surprised if someone like Cinder didn't keep an ear to the ground when it came to wild cards. But if she wanted to speak to me, whether in person or through proxies, then she wanted something. At the very least, she'd try to ascertain where I stood in regards to her plan, what I knew, and what I was likely to do to stop it. Variables are a part of life, but that doesn't mean anyone likes it when they pop up and fuck up everything, especially not people who put an extraordinary amount of work in keeping things from fucking up. Beyond that, however, I had no idea what she was after. Well, I thought there's a way to change that. Since we're going to drop by Torchwick's office regardless, I shall graciously accept, I replied at last, smiling brightly at her. As it happens, I've been meaning to speak to that man for some time now. The games we play. Homecoming. I stepped out of the portal and let my senses expand at once. I checked it out as best I could from the other side, but when it came to dropping into an unknown location, I figured it was best to be cautious. For that same reason, I went through under an illusion of invisibility, ready to retreat back through the gateway behind me and plunge us back into Naraka at the first sign of trouble. Normally, I do my preliminary investigation of an area inside of Naraka to at least get the lay of the land, but this was a special occasion. Truthfully, I had no idea what I was looking for, and it probably wouldn't be visible from within Naraka anyway, so checking things out that way didn't accomplish much. Worse, while I was in Naraka, nobody in this world could see me, but I couldn't see them either, which made breaking it in an unknown location risky. For that reason, I asked Raven to make a portal about a kilometer from our chosen location to allow me a chance for reconnaissance. As both Raven and I were firm believers in caution, she did so without question or protest, and here I was. I searched my surroundings carefully and found nothing of note except for a few Grim that I reached out and killed psychokinetically. I waited for a moment to see if there would be any reaction nearby or if I triggered anything, but when I found nothing I leapt up to the tallest tree nearby and held still, holding my illusion of absence around me. After another few moments of observation, I leapt down. Clear, I said, and waited as my team followed me through the portal, with Raven making her way through last. She held it for a moment to check her surroundings for herself and then shut it behind her, quirking an eyebrow at me as she did so. How did it look? She asked. I held up a hand, conjuring an illusion of a house above it, giving her a moment to identify it and nod to confirm it was the right location. Not that I'd had any doubt given what was inside. I cut away the front of the house, revealing the inside. There was a pair of men in the living, sitting around a table with several drinks as the television played in the background. They're the only ones in the house, I stated. Ruby and Yang are at Beacon, I'm guessing. Raven turned her head slightly and her gaze went distant for several seconds before she nodded in confirmation. She probably had her daughter's location on metaphorical speed dial. They're accounted for, she replied, glancing at the illusion again before quickly looking away. Those are Taeyang and RWBY. I nodded as if I hadn't known that already, because explaining how I perceived the world would take forever and I didn't want to. Nonetheless, their names were hanging above their heads. In fact, That was pretty much the only thing I could see from either of them. LV Taeyong Jialong, LV QROW Brennan. They're uninfected, I told her, having checked both over thoroughly. When it came to people whose levels were at least 140, and good God, but Raven's former team was powerful, I wanted to be extra sure they weren't being controlled. Raven relaxed slightly at the words, sighing quietly, and at the same time, I could tell that she was worried, even pained. She was glad that they were safe, but I was pretty sure she was happy to so far from the house. I knew how she was feeling, and not just because I was an empath. It was a hell of a thing looking at what you'd left behind. Her former team, her ex-husband and brother, the house she could have had and raised her daughter in. That was the type of thing that could hurt anyone, and the fact that she'd walked away from it all of her own free will and because of extenuating the circumstances didn't really help. I would know I'd committed patricide with the very sword my father had handed down to me. The fact that it wasn't my fault and that I'd done everything I could didn't keep it from being a kick in the balls whenever I thought of it. But we were both professionals. That's good, Raven replied. All business. Is it safe to approach? I expanded the illusion to cover the surrounding buildings and streets, marking the locations of everyone in the vicinity, not just the humans, either. I was careful to note the positions of all the cats and dogs nearby, because, really, if I'd done all this to avoid notice and we were somehow given away by someone barking, I'd just be humiliated. Not that it was particularly likely with all the measures I took to prevent detection, but still. These positions should be clear, I answered, marking several positions on the map with brightly glowing dots. If some are infected RWBY, then she should have done so near or within the house. If there are any traces left, they're likely nearby as well, so shall we start from the house and expand outwards? Raven nodded. That one, she said, pointing towards the fourth dot from the house. Is that close enough for you to do what you need? If possible, I'd like to avoid getting too close. QROW and Taeyong are not to be underestimated. Given that she would know, I nodded without arguing and glanced towards my team. Adam, you and Gu hold position here, I ordered. I'll keep an eye out for any threats and we'll fall back here if anything happens. Autumn, just stay close to me, okay? And if you feel drawn to anything you see, point it out. You couldn't have dropped us at a bar, huh? Adam complained. In fairness, I do not believe I would be allowed in such a place, Gu put in. Are you kidding? Adam asked, tone incredulous. You're the size of a truck and you can hit building size in a few seconds. You could call any bar in Vale and say this is Tiangu speaking. I'm gonna swing by in a few minutes and you better have all your booze ready for me when I get there. And they do it. Gu's mouth dropped open in a massive doggy grin and he snorted a quick breath. That would be rather impolite, he told Adam. Besides which, I think it would take a rather significant amount of alcohol to affect me. That's why I said all the booze, Adam answered. Raven didn't quite roll her eyes at her son, but it was a near thing. Be good, she told Adam, causing him to sigh and nod. Then she opened another doorway to a roof down the street from the house and the three of us walked through and crouched down. With the way the roof was sloped and the dormer window that stuck out of it, it was unlikely anyone would have seen us even if I hadn't made us silent and invisible, but no need to tempt fate. Keter, I murmured. Check around and see if you can find anything odd. There was no reply and Keter didn't bother returning to visibility, but I felt him take flight and rise high into the air. He probably wanted to get high enough to view the whole island and see if anything stood out. I'd have done the same if I knew what I was looking for and could see it from that range. While he busied himself with that, however, I focused my attention on the house again, taking advantage of the fact that I was far closer and that there was less in the way. Between my hands, I formed another illusion, displaying the interior and exterior of the house piece by piece to see if Autumn responded to any of it. All the while, I kept track of QROW and Taeyong, but largely in my periphery, making sure they didn't move or do anything troublesome. After several minutes without getting any reaction, however, I turned the illusion towards the living room again, displaying the two men within, as well as the many picture frames. Many were of RWBY and Yang as they grew up, often with Taeyong or QROW but sometimes with a white-cloaked woman that could only have been Summer. I didn't find any pictures of Raven there, however, but then, she'd probably left before then. I thought the absence would be a touch glaring, but Raven didn't react to it, busy alternating between trying not to stare at the pictures and gazing at them outright. Autumn patiently looked at each and every picture, but while a few would briefly catch her interest, probably for the sheer novelty of a bunch of unknown humans, none caused any real reaction. Disappointing, but not particularly surprising. I held the illusion on that spot for a while, searching the area again, but I didn't find any conveniently glowing object, anything with a level above its head that normally shouldn't have one, nor any odd markings. I wasn't certain what I was looking for, but I couldn't seem to find it. Perhaps I should ask for Bianca's help. If her power worked the way I thought it did, she might have an easier time of this than me. If Keter didn't find anything, it might be a good idea to introduce Raven to her. I didn't want to draw my sisters into anything dangerous if I could avoid it, but if it was just surveillance. Raven shifted suddenly, eyes flicking from me to the illusion and back again. Can you hear what they're saying? She asked, and I nodded, understanding why she was asking after listening for a moment. No point in making her lip read, and she obviously didn't want to open a portal too close to either of them. Osmond said Ruby and Yang are doing fine, QROW said. He says Ruby is taking to the role of leader quite nicely. My little girl, already leading her own team, Taeyong answered, sounding almost tearful. I was worried she'd have trouble coming out of her shell, but I shouldn't have doubted. Did you know she got into Beacon 2 years early? I was the first one to tell you, so yes, QROW answered calmly. You'll be happy to know there are no boys on her team, so you can stop worrying. I was never worried, Taeyong assured him. If there had been, I would have just had to kill them. That's hardly a problem. That's kind of rich coming from the guy who married both women on his team, QROW noted acerbically. Yeah, about that. I hope you didn't feel left out, QROW, Taeyong replied. If it makes you feel any better, I've always kind of thought of you as my third wife. Go screw yourself, QROW answered, rolling his eyes. I mean, you helped me raise my kids, he continued heedlessly. You taught Ruby how to use a scythe. I get to make you pick up food when I'm feeling lazy. You said you were sick. I was sick, Taeyong stated. I was so lazy I couldn't even make food for myself. I probably would have died. You bastard, QROW clicked his tongue. But seriously, you practically live here anyway, Taeyong continued. I'm still not sure why you didn't just accept my offer to come live with us. Because 1, there was no way in hell I was going to live in the same house as you while you were having sex with my sister, QROW answered firmly. And 2, you would have made me do all sorts of shit. That is true, Taeyong admitted. In fairness, I had permission. Raven said very clearly that I could make you do shit while we were busy. I fully intended to annoy the hell out of me. But it's as if you avoided that by living elsewhere. Now did you? Did you take the job at Signal just to bother me? QROW asked. Maybe, Taeyong drew out, smiling widely. I did or I didn't. But seriously, the two of us have to stick together now, right? I had a dream that you followed me to hell once, QROW stated, shaking his head. That's how I knew it was hell. I was probably there to rescue you, he mused. I always seem to have to rescue you. That is not the case, QROW answered flatly. Yeah, Taeyong wondered. Because I remember carrying you out of the Emerald Forest after initiation. I think there's a picture of it somewhere. Hell, actually, I know there's a picture of it somewhere, because Raven took it. I was unconscious, because I exhausted myself saving the day, QROW claimed. I don't remember that, Taeyong murmured, grin widening. In fact, I remember. QROW lifted a hand, abruptly frowning, and the smile faded from Taeyong's face at the same time. We're definitely being watched, QROW whispered. Where? Taeyong said back just as quietly. Follow my lead, he replied, and the two of them stood as one. The smile that had been slowly creeping onto my face abruptly faded, and I tensed. Until that point, I'd been thinking that the two of them sounded like Adam and I and had been amused by their banter. But code? I asked, the surprise obvious in my voice, and that, more than anything, made me worried. While I'd admittedly been distracted scanning the surrounding area, I'd still been paying a fair amount of attention, but I hadn't felt anything from either of them. With my senses, my empathy especially, I should have caught on if either of them had been worried or suspicious, but if there'd been anything of the sort, it had been too light and brief to draw my notice, which was saying a hell of a lot. Most molecules couldn't do that, which meant they'd sensed our presence, filed it away, and not only hadn't given it away by reacting, but hadn't even felt a flash of doubt, worry, or fear. They'd remained as calm then as they were now, smoothly transitioning into motion without so much as increasing their heartbeats. If anything, their presence felt tranquil. I told you not to underestimate them, Raven said, though the sudden widening of her eyes kept it from having too much bite. Even so, she nodded in answer to my question, letting a hand fall to her sword as she did. My mistake, I apologized truthfully. I hadn't thought I was underestimating them, but the simple fact that I'd been noticed spoke for itself. Even as I moved to follow Raven's lead, my mind raced as I tried to figure out where I'd made a mistake. Had we simply gotten too close? It was possible. All hunters had something of a sixth sense. Would my power registered as sense danger, detect Bluethurst, and other such things that alerted them to danger and could tell them if they were being watched. In truth, it was something similar to echolocation, allowing one to sense their surrounding with their aura. It could alert you to the presence of things and even read targets to a certain extent, both in terms of body language and the state of another aura, when it was applicable. If something acted aggressively, it could trigger a reaction in a trained hunter, but while doing that from a block away wasn't particularly unfeasible, neither Raven nor I had any particular hostility towards them. No, If they'd sensed us that way, then they must be reacting to our proximity and attention. They'd actually noticed something wrong simply because we'd been watching them from down the street, or maybe even before that. If that entire conversation had been coded, then maybe they'd even detected me spying on them from a distance, though that seemed unlikely. Either way, it didn't matter right now. We had to react quickly and intelligently, which meant keeping a cool head, the same as they were doing now. They'd given away the fact that they knew we were there, but why bother giving away such an advantage? Granted, they probably knew that any onlookers would be suspicious if they suddenly left the house and started looking around, but if they wanted to catch us, every second would count and even a moment of confusion could be of help. If they wanted to find us, I reached out and caught Raven by the hand before she could do anything. She froze instantly and I feared for a moment that I'd overstepped my bounds, but after a moment exhaled and relaxed. They're trying to make react, she realized, giving me a nod as I let her go. My apologies. No need, I assured her, lifting my left hand to Autumn's let's call it a shoulder. She hadn't reacted visibly to the sudden change in atmosphere, but I wasn't sure how much of the situation she understood or cared about. At the same time, I also lifted my free hand and held it up as if to forestall action. I must admit, I was fairly surprised myself, but it's obvious they want to narrow down their search by causing us to move and give ourselves away. Do you have any idea what they were saying? Raven hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. They've changed it, she said. I thought something might be wrong when they started acting like they were kids again, but it's been a long time and it seems they've changed their code as well. I didn't understand what they were saying. She sounded saddened by that, by the fact that she was no longer able to grasp what had probably once been familiar but also seemed resigned to it, as if it were inevitable, which I suppose that probably was, after over a decade. Do not worry, I replied. I was merely curious. In the end, we aren't here to eavesdrop on them. True, she agreed. Shall we withdraw then? It's possible they might notice, but if you conceal my portal, it shouldn't make a difference. I hummed slightly, considering it even as I watched the two men there left the house with brisk, purposeful strides that helped conceal the fact that they didn't have any destination in mind. If they knew where we are and were in a hurry, they would have moved far more quickly, but instead they were hardly more than walking. No, I answered after a moment, curious despite myself. Let's stay a bit longer while Keter finishes his search. Should anything happen, it would be quicker to withdraw into Naraka regardless. Raven took a deep breath at it and nodded, turning to watch her former teammates as well. Now that the two of them were in motion, there was no trace of the insulting camaraderie that had reminded me of Adam and I. Without changing in the slightest, it was still as if I were looking at different people. Their expressions were blank, alert, and professional, and they moved without exchanging a word, first circling the house and then meeting up again by hopping onto the roof. By that point, RWBY and Taeyong had already donned their respective weapons, which reminded me of RWBY and Yang's. If RWBY and Yang had possessed a far larger budget and been less conservative, RWBY's high-caliber sniper sight had been built for rapid fire, something that demanded the user be able to adjust quickly. The blade of the sight had a mechanism that, well, quite frankly, it reminded me of a chainsaw. As for Taeyong's dual-ranged shot gauntlets, they were built to fire multiple shots simultaneously and had a rapid-fire feature. Both men had a fair number of different dust rounds stored on their person, preparing them for a variety of different situations. But they still didn't know where we were. I kept up the illusion of invisibility and controlled the air around us to mask both sound and scent. With a thought, I brought my aura under control and then stretched it over Autumn and Raven carefully, trying to hide them as well. It was hard, like washing out their presence with my own. At the same time I tried to be invisible, and I wasn't certain how well I did. But, well, that was one of the reasons I wanted to stay for a bit longer. Would they be able to find me without relying on any of their physical senses? If they came close, I'd immediately withdraw into Naraka, but I'd like to know where my weaknesses lie. If they could find me, then others could too, and I'd rather learn that now than in an actual life-or-death situation. Several seconds passed without anything happening before Taeyong twitched. I knew why his act was faltering. It was really hard to keep an act going when someone called your bluff and there was nothing you could do about it. He shifted slightly, elbow bumping RWBY's, and the two men moved again, leaping a roof closer to us. Raven's heartbeat picked up slightly at that, but I kept a hold of her aura and she didn't otherwise react. At that point, RWBY and Taeyong exchanged a glance and I could tell they were grudgingly impressed. Taeyong lifted a finger and RWBY replied by raising three, making him frown. He lifted his other hand and splayed all 5 fingers before dropping them one by one, and RWBY nodded. The two men jumped again, drawing nearer to us in the process, before pausing and doing so again until they were on the roof with us, at which point they stopped and exchanged another glance. We know you're here, Taeyong said at last. Why were you spying on us? I didn't answer, though if Keter hadn't been active, I'd have probably had to struggle to keep from making Levant create a directionless laugh, just to unnerve them. As it was, I could still manipulate the elements, but my elementals themselves were gone, making it more difficult. Instead, I just keep a silent and concealed. Taeyong heaved a long sigh and gave QROW a helpless look and shrug. Well, I guess there's nothing we can do, he said at last, walking easily across the rooftop until he stood atop the dormer window. He took one more look around, turned away, and QROW moved. Though he'd been standing farther from us than Taeyong, he drew with a speed that impressed even me, all but appearing right above us. The head of his scythe drew back into a shape more suited for harvesting, and he swung it as fast as anyone I've ever met, even though he barely seemed to be trying. Raven's hand snapped down to her sword at once and began to draw it to block, but I moved faster, sensing the attack coming. By whose 500 years active LV1 EXP, 0.00% HP, 5000 MP, 5000. The life of the White Tiger. Born in an age of chaos and war and honed by a lifetime of fighting, the great Bai who rose to rule as a king of beasts and the lord of the west. Born from endless effort and repetition, this is his penultimate technique, pushed to the limits of its power. 2500% increase to physical attack damage. 2500% increase to attack speed. 2500% increase to movement speed. Additional 5000 horsepower used per minute. Additional 5000 MP used per minute. Reaching out with one hand to grasp Autumn and the other to grab Raven, I lifted each of them with and drew back pair of steps, striding up the rooftop. I had to control not only my motion but the very air around me, guiding its passage even as I kept it from igniting from the friction. At the same time, I hardened it beneath my feet so as to keep from shattering the rooftop, and then shed a skin to drop to the ground below. Just as I was about to go the final step and transport us all to Naraka, however, Raven stopped me, laying a hand over the one I held at her waist. For a brief moment, I worried that I'd offended her, but I dismissed it just as quickly. Stuff like that didn't matter in situations like this and we both knew it. Instead, I met her eyes and raised an eyebrow. She nodded up towards the rooftops without saying a word and I followed her gaze, understanding after a second. Taeyong looked abruptly tired, as if he'd suddenly aged several years, and his face was briefly drawn in a pained expression. For a moment, I thought. Taeyong began after a moment of silence before trailing off, shaking his head. Never mind. No, QROW replied. I sensed her, too. She was here. But Taeyong didn't seem to know what to say next and instead simply closed his eyes. I guess I'd hoped for something else. QROW hummed in agreement, tone and expression devoid of a fake joviality from before. But we both know how you are, sis. Raven looked pained again, but though the two men above us held still and waited, she didn't say a word. I'm sorry, I whispered, for interrupting. She looked down at the hand on her sword, blade half drawn from its sheath, and shook her head. No, she said quietly. Thank you. QROW and we always used to play around like this. Even now, my first instinct was to draw my sword. But if I had, then they'd have faced each other. They'd have seen one another, met, and spoken. She didn't say it, but I understood how she felt in a way. But at the same time, I thought about my father and our last words. I wonder if she'd said anything to her brother and husband before she left or if she'd simply vanished. If you say something, they'll hear you, I said. I can reveal us, as well, or if you prefer, I can carry a message to them from a distance. If there's anything you wish to tell them, I will ensure that they hear. Raven smiled at that, grateful, but shook her head. Thank you, she said. But not today. We have other matter to deal with regardless. I nodded once and looked up at the sky. Have you found anything yet, Keter? I asked aloud, so Raven wouldn't be excluded. I wasn't opposed to talking to myself, but it seemed rude not to let my friends in on the conversation. Perhaps, Keter answered, suddenly in front of me. Raven jerked slightly in my arms and I remembered belatedly to let her go. Follow me. The games we play. Burial. We followed Keter into the wilds of Patch, taking the long way around Taeyong. QROW, and their house. I wasn't certain whether or not they sensed anything from us, but if they did, they didn't try to follow and Raven didn't look back. But then, I suppose looking forward was a requirement of sorts, in our line of work. As we went deeper into the forests and the last signs of civilization faded away, however, I began to notice something odd. It was a subtle transition, so much so that I only noticed because of the breadth of my senses, but it was definitely there and it stood. And when I looked back the way we came, there are more flowers here, Raven noted as well, turning her gaze towards Autumn, who'd paused and reached out to one of them. Further back, there'd been a few, a bit more than one might expect, but nothing particularly noteworthy. But here, they were pretty much everywhere you looked, not to the point of layering the grass or anything, but enough to pick a few out wherever you turned your head. Frowning slightly, I nodded as Autumn laid her hand over the flower. When she pulled away, it was gone without a trace, but I turned forward, looking ahead of us. Now that I had some idea of what I was looking for, it was easy to guess where we were headed and I didn't hesitate to continue walking. Come along, Autumn, I murmured quietly. We'll have time for that later. Autumn, who'd been about to reach out to another flower, paused and dropped her hand back to her side without complaint, moving to follow me. The forests around Patch were covered with wide, crawling roots and it quickly grew dark beneath the tangling tree branches, but none of us had any problem moving through it. As we went further, Raven's brow began to furrow and she started to frown as well. Is this? Raven began to ask before shaking her head as if it were a silly question. She paused for a moment to stare into the distance, reaching out with her power to look ahead, and then closed her eyes for a moment. I've never taken this route to get there before, but if there was anywhere, yes, I suppose it would be there. I nodded wordlessly, looking at the same thing she was. Ahead of us, when the forest faded into fields and lead up to the cliffs around the island, there was a small, simple stone with words engraved upon it. Summer rose, thus kindly I scatter. It was her tombstone. There was no body beneath it, as near as I could tell, but that didn't change anything. Funerals were for the living, rather than the dead. Or was that really true? Thinking about it, I wasn't sure. Now that I knew more about souls and such, a lot of things began to seem more plausible. A lot of cultures made a fairly big deal about last rites, and while I sincerely doubted it was as simple as do it or they'll never rest and come back as ghosts or zombies or something, maybe there was some significance to it. From what I'd learned and gathered, the way you died could hold some value to a soul, so perhaps the act of being buried or mourned or even just remembered did something as well. All I knew is there must have been something to it, because from the base of Summer's gravestone to the edge of the forest, there were flowers. Hundreds of thousands of flowers covered the open plain, spreading out with all the colors of the rainbow and then some. There were roses, of course, and tulips and lilies, peonies and sweet peas, asters and carnations and daffodils and countless other things, weaving together a tapestry of natural beauty that would have stunned and amazed anyone without allergies. If I'd been anyone else, I probably wouldn't have known anything of it. It was a beautiful place, of course, but it wasn't particularly unusual to bury someone you loved in such a place. If you couldn't find the body, if you had no idea what had happened or where they'd been or how it had happened, well, who wouldn't want them to be someplace beautiful? Burying her here wasn't that odd when you thought about it, but I was me and my daughter had grown from a rose, so stuff like this drew my attention and, as it happened, I'd done a fair bit of research into the subject of flowers when I had taken one in, enough to say I knew my shit when it came to them, which meant I knew enough to know that not all of these flowers would grow in the same place on their own. Hell, even if they did, this field didn't seem to care much about the season. Not of these flowers should have been in season now, this early in spring. I could say with a fair bit of confidence that this field hadn't always been like this. Some of it had probably been the work of family members and loved ones, bring flowers or planting them around her grave. But even with the most loving husband and the closest friends, raising and maintaining a field of flowers would be difficult for pretty much anyone without plant controlling powers, especially outdoors where anything could happen and the Grimm could go about their randomly dickish ways. It would take a lot of work to do this, the type of work that left behind traces and signs that I just didn't see, at least not on the scale that would allow this. It was beautiful, amazingly so, but it wasn't normal in the slightest. Normalcy is overrated, I thought, laying a hand on Autumn's head as we reached the edge of the forest. I think we've found what we're looking for, I said aloud, making Raven nod silently as she scanned the field with a wary eye, looking for signs of any hidden dangers before nodding to herself. I could have told her that it was remarkably clear of danger for a place on Remnant, but I didn't. She wasn't actually worried, she was just falling back on what she knew as a huntress after being shaken a bit. It was a natural thing to do and I steadfastly didn't comment on it. It wasn't like this when I came before, she answered at last and then paused for a moment, looking a bit embarrassed. But it's been quite some time since I was last here. I nodded in understanding. Nobody liked to be reminded of what they'd lost, especially when they'd lost it because of their own failure. Whether that failure was real or imagined, it didn't make much difference. I'd only been to my father's grave once. Granted, part of that was because I lived on another continent now, but honestly I wouldn't visit much even if I lived a block away from it. After all, I remembered him and how he died with a detail most people couldn't imagine. There just wasn't much point in visiting a slab of stone. Besides, if he could hear me and was watching over me, he could do it wherever I was, and he'd probably prefer it if I wasn't looking down while he did it. However long it's been, these didn't grow naturally, and under the circumstances, I'm guessing it has something to do with summer, I said before turning my head to look at Autumn. What do you think, Autumn? Does any of this feel familiar? Autumn didn't answer, white cloak concealing the swarm of moving coils and thorns that severed as her face. After a moment, she began to rise, her cloak shifting slightly as she grew back into the six-legged form she seemed to favor. Her humanoid upper body remained the same, but she turned her head slightly as she surveyed the field before moving forward slowly, limbs stabbing deeply into the earth. I'll assume that was a yes, Raven said wryly. She's just shy around strangers, I explained. She's usually more talkative, but I don't think she knows how to act around new people yet. How old is she now? Raven asked. A few months, technically, I answered. That's how long it's been since I awakened her aura, at least. She's only been able to walk for a little less than 2 weeks, though that's how long it's been since I taught her to make a body. Ah, Raven said, as if that explained it. I take it she hasn't been around many people then? I shook my head. I've introduced her to several others, but really it's just Goo, Adam, and I replied before tilting my head. Raven was staring at Autumn's back, and it didn't take a genius to see that she was looking for signs of summer. On one hand, I wasn't sure if that was a fair thing to want to expect from a young girl, whoever she might have been. On the other, fairness didn't really have anything to do with it. Summer had been Raven's friend and Raven had been Summer's. It was naturally to want to find what you've lost, and having walked away from Taeyong and RWBY again and through them, from her own daughter, I held back a sigh and considered it before nodding. Actually, perhaps you can help her with a few things, I mused aloud, drawing Raven's attention. We've been training a lot recently and she's very smart, but she only has a few weeks of experience with a mobile body. I'm going to start teaching her to protect herself soon, though I'm not entirely certain of where to start. Perhaps you could assist me? It may not be my place to ask, but it might be a good idea to show her a bit of Summer's fighting style. You don't have to do that, Raven whispered, seeing through it. I smiled slightly and nodded again. Maybe, but the two of you were parts of each other's lives, I stated. I have to ask that you don't expect anything unreasonable from her, but it must have meant a lot to Summer, too. So it's only right that I give you a chance to find it again, or at least try and build something new. Raven was silent for a long moment before nodding very shallowly. Thank you, she said. Perhaps I'll take you up on that. I inclined my head at her and then followed after my daughter, who was slowly moving through the field. The right sleeve of her cloak flapped once before several appendages reached out from it, human arms, but far longer, lacking anything like elbows or bones. They stretched out, touching individual flowers for several moments before moving on to reach out to others. Find something, Autumn? I asked as I came to stand on the other side of her, looking up at her face. She was quiet for a moment, her eyes staring at nothing as her arms slowly moved. After several seconds, however, her hood turned towards me, silver glinting in the shadows. They're like me, Father, she whispered at last. Like I was before, I wondered, looking down at them. They were normal flowers, but for the fact that they were growing in an abnormal place, none of them possessed an awakened aura that I could see, which meant that she wasn't talking about before she had a body or a mind of her own. Then did she mean before she met me? But then, all of them? I asked, surprised as I glanced over my shoulder at Keter. The light elemental didn't bother walking through the field, but simply turned his attention towards a million different points, though he didn't have an recognizable expression. Maybe it was because he was me, but I thought he looked contemplative. After a moment, the expression of my soul appeared at my side, showing no sign of covering the space in between, and knelt to place a hand on the ground. Light raced through the earth, flowing outwards in a web of white energy. It raced across the field, touching upon flowers and making them glow from within until every flower petal around us seemed to be made of solid light. I felt my energy drain at a startling pace as the network expanded, but just as I was going to interrupt, it suddenly stopped. Keter, what was that? I asked, frowning with a touch of annoyance. As I thought, these flowers seem unusual, he replied, sounding interested. What do you mean? I mean that you may be right, Keter stated. It is as if a soul had been separated into a million cells and the pieces had been planted here. The addition to each is negligible, and yet they feel connected, even across so many bodies. It would seem we've found what we are looking for. I looked at him for a long moment before surveying the field again, lifting a hand to my chin. So Summer's soul really has been scattered here? I mused, analyzing the various flowers again. Despite the breadth of my senses, I didn't see anything odd about them physically, but this wasn't a physical issue. I trusted both Keter and Autumn, though, and if they said there was something there, I believed them. So it would seem, at least, Keter replied, touching a flower and leaving it glowing for a moment. Nonetheless, it is strange. I tell tilted my head with a slight frown, pretty sure I knew what he meant. You said they were connected? I asked. How? Keter was silent for a long minute, scanning the field with a million different eyes before replying. I don't know, he admitted. I can say that I remember ever seeing anything like this before. A soul reduced to such an extent should simply fade away, yet these do not. Each flower had a tiny, almost meaningless addition, but even that should be impossible. Even if her soul had managed to remain in this world despite the damage inflicted to it, it should have scattered, I guessed. Yes, Keter agreed, sounding distracted. And yet they are all gathered here. Such small elements of a soul shouldn't be able to do such a thing, shouldn't be able to do anything, truthfully. Yet obviously they have. I nodded at that, looking back at Autumn, who had lowered herself to the ground and was quietly looking around at her siblings, pieces, other selves. I wasn't sure what to call them. She sunk her roots into the grass, but didn't seem certain of what to do next. Do you have any idea why? I asked when Keter fell silent again. After a moment, he nodded slowly. It's nothing more than a guess. In truth, he began slowly. But while I cannot be certain, I believe they are connected simply due to the fact that they are of the same soul. I thought it didn't work like that. It doesn't normally, he replied. So I suspect it has something to do with the nature of Summer's power or of her soul. While the pieces have been scattered, they remain a part of the same whole, no longer solid or in one piece, but still of one soul. I can feel power flowing through this field like it would through a human body, and though the process is a touch different, the core concepts remain. The Sephiroth are still here, if in bits and pieces, and energy aura is being used to fill the gaps. So the chain isn't broken, per se, I muttered, glancing around again, this time more slowly. It's just more spread out. Instead of bridging the path from Keter to Malkuth within a single body, it does so across thousands. A fluid rather than a solid. Yes, Keter answered. It's intriguing, I must say. I grunted and turned away from him. If the pieces are all still here, I'm going to take a guess and say that's Keter, I said, nodding in the direction of the tombstone and at the roses that wreathed it. Most likely, Keter agreed. They would appear to be the core of this arrangement. I hummed as if that meant something to me and looked at my daughter again, nodding my head towards the grave. She rose from the ground, withdrawing her roots as she did, and began to quickly stride towards it, following my lead. I stopped at the base of the grave marker, a shadow coming over me as Autumn loomed at my back, and continued to watch the roses. Was this where you came from? I wondered. Not that Autumn had any way of knowing. But how did you get from here to that store? Autumn shook her head and I reached back to grasp her hand, pondering the matter. I suppose it wasn't impossible that someone had simply taken to collecting flowers from this place. Given the quantity and variety, I suppose it wasn't unlikely that someone looking to make some cash had chosen to take advantage of it. With the Grim all around us, there was only so much space for anything, really, and the agricultural district could only spare so much room for growing pretty flowers instead of food. If someone had found a place like this a relatively safe location filled with unnaturally growing flowers, I wouldn't have been surprised if they had seen an opportunity to make a quick buck out of it. Sure, the thought of someone harvesting and selling a deceased hero's remains was pretty horrifying, but they wouldn't have known that was what they were doing. And though taking flowers from a dead woman's grave was skeevy at best, it wasn't hard to imagine someone wanting to make money more than they wanted to respect some woman they didn't know. So yeah, I could imagine that. I could accept that it was possible that that was how Autumn had gotten to a flower shop in Vale. But how had I picked her out of any other flower in there? Had it been luck? My intuition acting up without me noticing? Had my aura unknowingly touched hers and inclined me in her direction, the same way RWBY and Taeyong had spotted us? Or had there been something else at work? I briefly pondered whether or not I had been influenced somehow, but dismissed it almost immediately. For one thing, I had full faith in the power of the gamer's mind to shut down any mind whammies that came my way, so it couldn't have been that, and my intention to pick up a plant that day had been entirely my own as far as I knew. Then, was it possible that Autumn had reached out to me? Her semblance, gatherer, existed to bring things together, and it didn't take a genius to figure out why. I could believe in coincidence up to a point, but standing here in this field of scattered pieces, it was easy to figure out what Autumn was supposed to unite. But even Autumn hadn't known about any of this. Hell, before she met me, she had no way of acting, knowingly or not. Even if her purpose had been to bring herself together and I had been the one person around who could help make it happen, I saw no way to make those ends meet. I wondered absently what would have happened had I picked up some other flower. Eventually, Autumn could have just died like the rest of her sisters. Would her soul have returned to this place, or would it have faded away? And what if I'd picked up a different part of her? A tulip from this valley instead of a rose? Would I have ever found my way here? Would I have ever figured out what had happened, what was still happening? Would anyone? Or would Summer's soul just keep on waiting here? I signed and shook my head before smiling up at Autumn. Well, I guess that's at least one thing I'll never know the answer to, I said. We're here now. Autumn nodded, setting down against the earth again and splaying her 6 legs wide. Reaching out with one of her hands, she touched the smooth surface of the tombstone, tracing the words, "Thus kindly I scatter," she voiced before dropping her hand to the line below. "Summer rose." I hummed, confirming that she got it right. "She's been scattered like this for years now, but I don't know if I'd call it kind. So I'd say it's about time we brought the pieces back together, right, Autumn?" Her legs twitched as she nodded, sharpened tip sinking deeply into the dirt. As she did, I reached out to touch the stems of one of the roses, whispering a few words underneath my breath before letting go and grasping the next to repeat the process. After I'd laid my hands on each of the rose plants, I rose and turned back to the fields, reaching out to grasp flower after flower. After a while, I began to reach out with my psychokinesis as well, channeling power constantly as I made my way through the field. "What are you doing?" Raven asked, catching up to me at a sedate pace. "These flowers are the scattered pieces of summer," I stated. "We're getting ready to bring them back together." Raven nodded at that, accepting it easily. "How?" she asked. "Through Autumn's semblance?" "Partially," I stated. "But before that, I'll awaken their aura." In the past, it seemed to make the process more effective, and in this case, well, hopefully it'll help bring a few things out. Raven looked at me for a moment and then looked over the field of thousands upon thousands of flowers. "All of them?" she asked. "That may take a while." I chuckled and shook my head in reply. While I could feel her desire to aid her friend, she was also worried about the scope of such a project. Awakening something's aura wasn't effortless, and with this many flowers to attend to, well, her concern was understandable. It wasn't something that could be completed in a timely manner, most days. "But not to worry," I said. "I'll handle it. If it's just something like this, it actually shouldn't take too long." The games we play collection. I admit, it took a while. Despite what I'd told Raven, this was a major undertaking, even for me. Awakening auras was not difficult, but it took a fair bit of energy, enough so that it took significantly more effort to awaken this field than it normally took me to shatter cities. I'd gotten a number of skills to help me lighten the load, greatly reducing the cost on my reserves, but the sheer amount of plants to be awakened more than made up for it. In the end, I had to set up several barriers, drain my reserves to take advantage of my monoreactor, and it still took hours. But I couldn't stop. It took time and energy, but that was all it cost me. Whereas summer had been waiting her in pieces, having lost pretty much everything, and the summer had given way to autumn, I felt responsibility for her, and though it was difficult at first, it got easier. The skill improved quickly and the cost lowered, letting me pick up the pace and push on. So I moved through the field with 100 invisible limbs, touching upon flower and after flower, and fanning the sparks of aura I found within. They were small, weak, but they were alive and they reacted quickly to my power. Not only that, but the oceans of power I shed, empowering both them and their siblings, filled the air and was quickly absorbed into the field of flowers, all but making them grow. They began to grow noticeably, starting with the roses and spreading outwards across the valley in ripples and wave, following the same path I'd taken. Anima synthesis. I couldn't be certain if they all had her power or if they possessed the potential to eventually grow into it, but that, at least, seemed to be something they all shared. Knowing what I did know, I was sure that it was an ability born from their souls, the same as any semblance, but in their cases, it was born from the broken shape of their souls and the need to grow beyond that. The shared desire went beyond thought, beyond the mind and brain, rooting itself within their very souls, and given time, it would grow. It was already starting to. Honestly, I could see levels rising as what seemed like the entire field of flowers turned towards me as if I were the sun. They drew in the power I unleashed, sharing it between them even as they sought to expand. I knew from my experience with Autumn that it would only be a matter of time until minds began to form within their frames, just as I knew that those minds would come into this wood isolated and cut off from the world, from anything but me and, perhaps, each other. Sighing as I finished my work at last, I took a look at the setting sun and then at my friends. After fetching Adam and Goo with one of her portals, Raven had taken a seat on the grass to watch me as I awakened the multitude of flowers in the field, doing what should have taken months of work in hours. When she saw that I was finished, she lifted her head and spoke. "Done?" she asked, almost hiding the amazement that crept into her voice. "Almost," I replied, smiling at her. Taking another deep breath, I turned and walked towards Autumn, who'd remained in her place in front of Summer's grave. When I reached her side, I bumped her shoulder with mine and smiled as I drew her attention. "What are you thinking about, sweetie?" Instead of replying immediately, Autumn reached out to touch the now whitely blooming roses around Summer's grave, tiny green tendrils growing from her fingers to intertwine with the stems, leaves, and petals. "They're like I used to be," she said again before pausing, most likely searching for the words. "Before I became who I am now." The sentence might not have made much sense to anyone else, but I'd spent almost all of Autumn's life at her side and I got it, so I nodded in answer to her question. "Summer rose," she read again. "She is who I used to be." I hadn't been certain of how much of the conversation Autumn had understood, partially because there was a fair bit I wasn't clear on, but I wasn't surprised that she'd grasped the major bits. "My daughter was a smart girl, I confirmed. "Before she died." "She went away?" Autumn asked. "I don't understand." "If she's gone, then what am I?" "It's a bit complicated," I replied, "partially because she died in an unusual way. But things can't really be created or destroyed. Instead, they can only be changed, whether it's matter or the light or even souls." "That seems to be true." "I'm not clear on the specifics of it all, I admit, but I'm pretty sure of that much now, even if sometimes it doesn't seem that way." "Then death is a form of change?" she mused. "In a number of ways," I agreed. "There are physical changes that occur when a body ceases to live, and there are changes to the soul. You used to be Summer and now you're Autumn." "Is that why she's gone?" Autumn asked. "Because she became me?" "Not quite," I answered, shaking my head. "That's more of the result than anything. She's gone because she died. Her death being the process that caused her to change." "And she can change back?" Autumn asked before pausing. "I can change back?" I shook my head, at once conflicted, and not doing this wouldn't bring Summer back. From everything Keter had said, Summer had died as a person with the loss of her brain and all the memories stored within. What was left of her now were the countless pieces of her soul, which were something wholly different. Even if all the pieces came back together, ignoring the fact that I was pretty sure a good portion were within RWBY, Summer wouldn't return, no more than most people return when they were reincarnated. And I was actually okay with that, because I wouldn't give up Autumn to save a woman I've never met. At the same time, I understood how much Summer must have meant to so many people, to Robin, someone else I cared about, and felt guilty. I was glad that the option wasn't on the table, because I knew what choice I'd have made if it were. "It's a bit sad, isn't it?" I replied quietly, closing my eyes. "That's why death is seen as an ending and why it makes people sad. Change is frightening in and of itself, especially when it's not willing or expected." I thought of Goo. It was a minor regret now, more of a surprise after we'd gotten used to it, but still something to remember. "But what's truly sad is the fact that you can't go back again," I continued. "Some things, once lost, can't be found again." This time, I thought of my father and then of Raven and her family, who she'd left behind. That might not have the finality of death, but the fact remained that she'd left her husband, her daughter, her brother, and her team, and hadn't come back. She'd had her reasons, probably even good ones, but there's a difference between explanations and excuses, and I think that was why she didn't go back. Even though it seemed they'd welcome her back with open arms, I don't think they'd ever forget the choice she'd made. And even if they did, she wouldn't. I sighed again before looking at Autumn with a smile before turning towards Adam, Goo, and Raven. I saw Autumn follow my gaze to them and tilt her head, a touch confused. "But even if you lose something, you can still find something else," I continued. "Death is sad. It will always be sad. Nothing I've learned about it has changed that. If anything, the possibilities only make it even sadder. Change, too, can still be frightening, but neither death nor change is something that's likely to stop. So there's nothing to do but live with them. But they don't have to be the last word, and just because they're scary doesn't mean they can make you stop. And even in the midst of something horrible, you can still find some light, though it sometimes means having to manufacture your own because life is being stingy." "Really?" Autumn asked, sounding a touch skeptical. I hummed in response. "You and I, our stories are a little sad. We both lived and died before we became what we are now, and the results were depressing, to say the least. But somehow, it seemed to lead us to each other, and that's good, right?" "Yes," Autumn said, turning back to the grave. "There's a great deal I don't understand, but I'm glad that you found me, Father. I'm glad I'm alive." I smiled at her and nodded. "Me too," I replied. "Things could be better, but I suppose we'll just have to make them that way ourselves, won't we?" Autumn nodded back at me and fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Do you know how you died?" she asked. Before I exhaled slowly. "More or less," I said. "I know who killed me, even if I don't know why just yet. But I know I have some scores to settle." "I don't remember how I died," she whispered. "Summer Rose died protecting her daughter from one of the enemies of mankind," I answered, hiding any uncertainty I had about that. She gave a life to keep her daughter safe from it, and even after death she continues to protect her. What was her name? Autumn asked after a moment. Ruby Rose, I said. If you want, I'll introduce you, though it might be a while until it's safe. Autumn nodded, still looking at the flowers. That's how I scattered. Then, she whispered to herself. Kindly. I agreed. Were you worried? Perhaps, she answered after a few seconds of thought. I just didn't understand who I'd been. I thought it might mean something for who I could become. You're Autumn, my daughter, I told her. That's who you'll always be. She nodded at that. Then there's nothing more to worry about, she stated, 6 legs digging deeply into the ground and sending out roots in every direction. I'll be putting myself back together now, Father. I answered, leaning back on my hands as I turned to look up at the sky, painted with the colors of the setting sun. Take your time, sweetie. For something as massive as repairing a long-broken soul, the process itself was quite subdued. There were no glowing lights, nor did the skies open and shine light down upon us all, nor much of anything else. Instead, Autumn spread her roots through the field, touching lightly upon each and every other plant as quicksilver rivers streamed down her legs and into the ground. I eased the process along as much as I could, manipulating the earth to make it easier for her to spread and to guide her where she needed to go. Then, once she'd spread herself into a complex network beneath the ground, the process simply reversed, drawn back towards the source and carrying all the flowers of the field along with it. The edges of the field went first, shimmering and then melting as they slid into the ground and left nothing but bare earth behind. Then the process continued, with flowers vanishing in a rippling pattern, covering the ground briefly in a sheet of quicksilver green that was absorbed into the ground in moments. Despite the scale of the project, it happened fast, erasing thousands of flowers every second until there was nothing left behind. The roses went last, flowing up Autumn's 6 legs and then sliding beneath the surface, and it was over. I rose after the process was done, even the grass around me now gone, and looked at my daughter. Everything okay? I asked. She leaned forward when the process began, drawing her hood up around her face, but that didn't keep me from seeing her clearly. She nodded, but the gesture was shaky, uncertain. She seemed a bit dizzy, but I wasn't particularly worried. I'd observed her constantly throughout the process and nothing negative seemed to have occurred, which didn't mean nothing had changed. The last rose of summer. LV89. Autumn rose. Not bad for a day's work, I thought absently, reaching out to take her hand. Even beyond the change in level and the points my power had given her, her stats had risen throughout the process. I wasn't sure how much of it was from absorbing the scattered pieces of her soul and, accordingly, what Autumn might have been missing until now due to only having a fraction, but whatever the cause, I was glad to see her benefiting from it now. We'd need to test out the nature of her new abilities later, but if nothing else, her level was now more than high enough for her to benefit from being a member of my party, and I could help her improve directly from now on. The title change was something I was less certain of, but mostly because I still wasn't entirely sure what titles meant. Broadly speaking, they seemed to be a representation of their owner and I knew they could change, but I didn't know what decided them or caused them to shift. I mean, presumably it was the result of a major change on the part of the owner, which collaborated with what I'd seen from Autumn and Goo so far, who are my best examples of the process. In Goo's case, he'd started off as a normal dog and grown under the touch of my power, his title changing along pretty clear lines as he grew into his own strength. Autumn, however, I now knew had been different from the very beginning. The day I'd awakened her aura, she'd had the title left blooming alone, presumably due to her nature as a fragment of summer's soul. When she'd first used her power to merge with another plant, it had changed into, who would inhabit this bleak world alone. Probably because she'd expressed the power that could bring those pieces together. Then thus kindly I Scatter had been. What? The name was an obvious reference to Summer herself, most likely because either Autumn had begun to come into her semblance or because she'd gained mobility, meaning she could eventually find her other pieces. What did this change mean, then? Was it simply the result of her bringing those pieces or, at least, most of those pieces together? Or did it mean something more than that? Was this her final title or would she grow further? From my admittedly limited observations, most people didn't change their titles very often, if ever, probably because most of the people I met had already come into their own and decided who they were, whereas Autumn and Goo had been young and new to things. But given how both of them were, there was no real way to know for either of them. Oh well, I thought. I didn't really like not knowing things, but what else was new? I just need to keep an eye out, as per usual. Autumn's form shimmered again, 6 wooden legs sliding back up into her cloak as they lowered her to the ground. With her head bowed, no part of her body showed, but the motions of the white cloth made it obvious that things were moving within which had no place on the human body. It must be a big change, I said, patting her on the head. It's fine if it takes some time to get used to it. Odd, Autumn whispered, cloak shifting again. Would you like me to carry you? I asked. If you're not feeling up to walking right now, that's fine. It's not that, she replied, raising her voice to a more normal level. I just feel different somehow. Well, You just brought your soul back together, I answered. I still didn't register any status effects or damage upon her being with Observe, which had proven itself to be pretty damn good at catching things in the past, but I gave her a maximized heal anyway and then used Green Thumb, just in case. And then, because I took my daughter's welfare seriously and as something like that was beyond my area of expertise, I sent out a thought and summoned Keter to my side. The light elemental scanned her briefly with several 100,000 eyes and then glanced my way. Her soul is restructuring itself, he stated. It may take a while, given the number of pieces it was in, but it should consolidate in time now that they have been reunited. I nodded and dismissed him with a gesture. He unraveled quickly, scattering into specks of light that quickly vanished, and the feeling of my elementals returning came as something of a relief. Putting an arm around my daughter's shoulders, I guided her back to the rest of the group. It's done then? Raven asked. It would seem to be, yes, I said, nodding in reply. Keter said that it may take some time for everything to sort itself out, but I do not detect anything wrong thus far. Autumn? She considered it for a moment before shaking her head, though given that the vast majority of sensations were as new to her as her nervous system, I wasn't certain of the credibility of her self-diagnosis. Given that both Keter and my power seemed to support that she was okay, however, I left it be and simply patted her on the head. I'll give her a few days of rest to make sure everything's okay, just to make sure, but she should be fine, I continued. If nothing else, her aura seems to have grown significantly. Gu, would you mind carrying her for the time being? I do not mind, Gu replied, already lying on the ground. I tapped Autumn's shoulder once to give her fair warning and then lifted her with my psychokinesis to settle her on Gu's back, nodding my thanks to him as I did so. Shall we head back for today? Raven murmured, moving to my side. Her own gaze was on Autumn as she spoke and I knew the suggestion was for her sake as much as anyone. I hummed, considering it. Truthfully, this wasn't particularly new. It often took Autumn a while to get used to a sudden increase in her mass, it just hadn't been relevant recently because she'd already consumed so much. More than that, I trust my power and, though sometimes annoying, I trusted Keter as well and both told me she was okay. But just because she was fine didn't mean she could benefit from having some time to literally pull her together, so heading back might not have been a bad idea. On the other hand, I wanted to meet with Torchwick and see what information I could dig up and if possible, I'd like to do it as early as possible, so as to better drop in unannounced and make an impression. It didn't have to be today, but I'd rather it was soon and things were already in motion. Of course, with Raven's power, we could just drop her off in Mistral and come back, but that would mean not only leaving her alone, but leaving her on a different continent. I'd rather keep her close, on the off chance something did go wrong. I trusted myself to notice and respond to any changes, simply because, well, if I couldn't, I doubted anyone else could. In that regard, it didn't make much difference where she was. So long as I was nearby, I could erase damage, status effects, exhaustion, and pretty much anything else she was likely to suffer from. So long as I was close and even beyond that, I doubted she would benefit any more from bed rest than she would from just being around me. But I wasn't the one who'd just put together a jigsaw puzzle with my own soul as the pieces. What do you think, Autumn? I asked. I'll go along with whatever you decide. You want to do home? She shook her head after another moment of silence. Here or there, it makes no difference to me, she stated and probably meant it literally. I was pretty doubtful she had any real attachment to my dorm room or any other location, really. After another moment, however, she added, I don't feel tired, though. I just feel strange. Strange how? Raven asked, furrowing her eyebrows. It's like when I absorb and store matter, Autumn replied after some consideration, but less solid. There was a moment of awkward silence at that, due to the simple fact that none of us were sapient super-plan shapeshifters and couldn't really empathize with such a sensation. Even I could, because I just stored things in a pocket dimension, which Autumn probably did too, given that she would have weighed as much as a forest otherwise, but we did it in different ways. Still, I was her father, so I hummed and nodded contemplatively. Let's meet with Torchwick, then, I decided. Autumn, and Gu can wait nearby, where I can keep an eye on them. Truthfully, I'd feel better with her close by anyway. Between the two of us, I think she'd be safer that way. Raven nodded at that. Very well, she said before glancing back and sighing. I knew why, of course, because it was kind of hard to ignore Autumn had reduced a field of flowers to barren soil. After all, even if it was necessary, the fact remained that neither of us were completely comfortable leaving such a glaring sign of our presence behind, and the fact that we'd cleared the area around Summer's grave of anything pleasant didn't help. I'll handle it, I murmured. It won't be quite the way it used to be, but I can at least make something new. Raven turned my way and quirked an eyebrow. How? She asked again, making me smile. I suppose now is as good a time as any to introduce you to the final members of our team, I said. RWBY, Levant, Suryasta, Volturnus, Jai, come out and introduce yourselves. the games we play unannounced. As it turned out, Torchwick and his men were busy little bees. I suppose that wasn't surprising, truthfully. As secretive as Cinder might want to be, robbing all the dust stores in a city that, itself, ran on dust was hardly a minor project. Logistics had a tendency to complicate pretty much everything when you really got down to it, and when it came to stealing and transporting tons of valuable materials, that was especially true. Beyond the obvious need for transportation, targets would need to be scoped out ahead of time, dangers such as the police would need to be accounted for, and everything would need to be stored carefully, to prevent any particularly exciting accidents from happening with a material that was volatile at the best of times. That itself led to a need for a place for storage, and one that was big enough to handle a massive quantity of dust. Even so, there were obvious risks entailed in such a thing. Though in shows and such, the criminals can just set everything up in an abandoned warehouse and never be discovered, the truth of the matter was that, while there were abandoned places, with space being such an issue with the grim all around us, it wasn't necessarily a good place to hide. People didn't just look at an abandoned building, shrug, and forever dismiss it from their thoughts. After all, odds were that someone was going to want to put it to use eventually. Add that to the dangers of the police driving by and wondering why the lights were on, and, well, there were issues in running a major criminal movement out of such a thing. Of course, actually buying a place large enough to suit your needs had its own issues. Things like that left paper trails and raised questions like, what do you need a warehouse for? Why are all these strangely dressed people coming in and out of said warehouse at strange hours? Why do you never seem to produce anything? And the ever-annoying, why do you look like that wanted criminal on the news? To say nothing of the issues of regulations and building inspections and keeping up appearances. Crime wasn't easy, especially when you wanted to make a life out of it. And the risks of failure were, well, worrying by anyone's standards. Really, it was no surprise that Cinder had chosen to delegate a task such as widespread dust theft to someone else, and someone on another continent at that. Even then, I imagine that she probably spent a decent amount of time worrying about being exposed or betrayed. Such was the nature of the game. All of which meant that, instead of being some lush setup filled with a bunch of criminals relaxing and smoking cigars, Torchwick's place was full of people hard at work. Members of the White Fang were serving as muscle, transporting dust in carefully sealed containers and storing them with exacting precision amidst other goods that would likely serve as a cover if they were could. To that same end, there were guards stationed around the surrounding neighborhood, though most of them didn't look that way. Instead of standing out by looking scary, there was a White Fang member working out of a bar nearby, a job Torchwick had presumably arranged for him, and he simply kept an eye on the streets as he worked, along with several of his fellows in similar jobs around the area. There were men in suits and marked trucks moving things through the city under the guise of what I assumed to be a real business, transporting goods both illegal and not. I wondered absently what ties Torchwick had to the actual business and how involved they were in these dealing. He certainly seemed to know a lot of people, the long and short of which meant that they were busy. So it took them all a while to notice me sitting on a chair, reading a book. The first person to finally do so was a member of the White Fang who drifted close, either to see what I was doing or to tell me to get back to work. I didn't look up at him or speak, however, instead simply flicking my tail once to acknowledge his presence. He took one look at it, me, and the mask lying on the table beside me, and then just walked away. When someone else tried to head towards me, however, he stopped them and spoke to them in quiet tones, and, well, word traveled quickly from there, at least amongst the Faunas. Despite their present alliance, which had obviously gone past the stage of mere negotiations, none of them went to tell Torchwick yet. Still, all of them kept a respectful distance from me, and eyes were often on me as they worked. That nearly led to several accidents, including a dropped case of dust, but I caught it with before it hit the ground, despite it being on the other side of the warehouse, and handed it to the man who dropped it without even closing my book. After that, the warehouse quickly descended into murmurs, and that was what caught the man's attention. "You," Torchwick said as he noticed me at last. Even with the amount of work he was no doubt handling with this operation, he probably knew better than to ignore it when everyone around him started whispering about something. I smiled, closing my book at last as I looked up. "Me," I agreed. "Hello, Mr. Torchwick. I don't believe we were ever formally introduced." "Will of the Torch. Level 57. Roman Torchwick." He looked at me for a moment, the corner of his jaw pulsing slightly as he watched me, and then nodded sharply as if deciding something. "I suppose not," he agreed at last. "Though I can't say I much expected to see you here." I chuckled slightly and nodded at that. "I heard your employer wished to arrange a meeting with me," I stated. "But given her current situation, I thought it would rude of me to drop in unannounced." Roman gave slight twitch at that, and I figured he probably wanted to say something about how I'd chosen to drop in on him instead, but he reined it in with a quick breath and nodded again. "Very well, Then, he said, "Shall we take this to my office?" He didn't want the help to hear us talk, which heavily implied that they didn't know what was really going on. I'd assumed as much, but it was always good to confirm who knows what. Although, I thought as I glanced around without moving my eyes, it was also possible that he just didn't like being surrounded by people who would take my side in a fight over his. Not that it really mattered. Certainly, I agreed amiably before turning my head and smiling widely. "Will your friend be joining us?" Beneath her illusion of invisibility, I saw the small girl's eyes widen, shift color, and then narrow. Her illusion fell away in the process, leaving her standing amidst the crowd of the White Fang, who immediately drew back in surprise and began to go for their various weapons until I lifted a hand to forestall violence. Besides, they wouldn't like it if they tried. "There's no need for that, my friends," I assured in an amused tone. "She is an associate of Mr. Torchwick." "Hello, Ms. Neapolitan." "A spoonful of sugar." "LV94." "Neapolitan." She didn't reply, but I took the chance to glance her over again. Even if nothing else came from this meeting, I would consider it a win to identify the name, location, and appearance of Cinder's illusionist, as well as confirming that I could see through her attempts to hide. That was one thing off my mind, at least, and, quite frankly, with it out of the way, I didn't have to worry about not being able to notice her. What with 3 colored hair, shifting eye color, and her choice of wardrobe, she kind of stood out. "Neo?" Roman asked without so much as looking her way, but he might have been able to see her nod her head in his periphery vision. After she did, he was silent for a moment before tilting his head towards one of the side rooms. "Over here." I rose from the chair I returned to and followed without a word. I didn't bother looking around, either, if mainly because I'd already memorized the place thoroughly. Once inside, I waited patiently for him to lock the door before taking several steps to return the book I'd borrowed to its proper place on his bookshelf. Torchwick's eyes bored into me for a moment at that. "So," he said after a moment of silence, "you're Jianbing, then?" "Indeed," I answered, turning my head slightly so he could see the edge of my smile before I allowed it to fade and looked at him seriously. "I suppose I should apologize for that matter with the white whale. You must have had big plans for it." "Something like that," he answered, though he didn't sound quite as annoyed as I would have expected. Given the reprogrammed robots, the assault in broad daylight, and the assault on a place that had been full of hunters, I'd have thought he'd had a lot riding on it. But perhaps it hadn't been his plan. If he'd been working as an intermediary for Cinder even back then he might have been stealing it on her orders and she would have been the one with big plans. The question was, how much of those plans was Torchwick privy to? I already knew that Cinder wasn't the chatty sort when it came to revealing her secrets, but no, it was definitely possible he didn't know. In fact, it was even likely. Should I press that and see what I found? I'd need to be careful not to give away how much I knew, but I chuckled as I turned around and gave him a slight smile. "She isn't one to explain things, is she?" I said, and though Torchwick merely grunted, I knew I was right from the agreement I felt from him. "In that case, shall we let bygones be bygones? It would seem that we are working together for the time being, after all." As I spoke, I took a seat on the edge of his desk while they remained with their backs to the door and stock still for a moment before Torchwick relaxed and cracked his neck with a sigh. "Fair enough," he said after a moment, reaching up to grasp his cigar. "I suppose I don't have much room to hold a grudge. It's like being outraged after breaking into someone's house and finding someone else making off with all the good bits. Whatever happened to that ship, anyway?" "The white whale?" I asked pointlessly, heaving a sigh of my own. Alas, the encounter with Ziz was rather hard on it. By the end, it was no longer flight-worthy and there was significant damage throughout the entire ship. I repaired what I could, but as we crash-landed on a deserted island, my options were limited. "Oh?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "From what I heard, you managed to fly it all the way to Atlas and back." I gestured dismissively. "I was forced to lift it with my own power," I answered, floating up from the desk. "It was a rather tiresome exercise. However, between that and the amount of repairs that would be required to return it to its prior condition, to say nothing of the amount of attention repairing it could risk drawing, I decided it wasn't worth the bother, so I simply stashed it somewhere safe and left it." "Unfortunate," he said with a click of his tongue, eyebrows furrowing as he probably went over how much he could sell each part of the ship for. After a moment, however, he sighed, probably also realizing the risks if someone from Atlas recognized anything. "But perhaps for the best." "To business, then, please," I replied, smiling slightly. "You mentioned my employer," he began. "But of course, I can hardly just accept that at face value." "Cinderfall," I interrupted. "She's in Mistral at the moment, working out of Haven along with those 2 children, Emerald and Mercury, was it?" Roman frowned, looking annoyed, but not really by the interruption. "Maybe," he said after a minute. "Honestly, I just try to pretend those two don't exist. Fair enough, though. What did you have in mind? I smiled at the question and leaned back on the desk, doing my best to look amused. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I asked. It is your employer who desires a meeting. After all, I assumed she had a reason to do so. Torchwick took another puff of his cigar and glanced at Neil as if to confirm she was still there, which might be an actually concern when it came to an illusionist. You already know she doesn't tell me anything, he stated. Perhaps so, I acknowledged. But I know a fair bit about you, Mr. Torchwick. Though nowhere near as much as I'd like you to believe, I admitted internally. And you seem like a fairly intelligent man, I finished. Given your efforts here, it's obvious that you have a fair bit of experience, so I assume you're aware of the dangers you currently face. Should you fail your task here, I take it you are aware of what will most likely come of you. Torchwick didn't deny it. This part, at least, I was fairly sure of. A man in his situation had as much, if not more, to fear from his allies as he did from his enemies. If the hunters or the police caught up to him, he'd likely face a great deal of time for as many crimes. If Cinder or the White Fang, though, he'd become a loose end. However, he'd be lucky to find himself face down in a shallow grave. That wasn't a possibility, it was just a fact, and odds were pretty good that not only would none of them miss him, but they probably wouldn't even feel much regret for doing the deed. Sure, he said instead. I know the rules of the game. You got a point to that? I'd think my point was rather obvious, I replied easily, still smiling. Given that you're gambling with your life, I'd take it you foresee a reward that would make it worth your while, and given what I know of you, I doubt you accept payment in empty promises or ideologies. FGH, he answered with a disgusted sound. I can't put either of those things in the bank, now can I? Indeed not, I agreed. So I assume that however secretive Miss Fall might be, you know enough to see a chance for profit. Even if you're not entirely sure of her plans, you wouldn't be here if you didn't. Not even with an illusionist to assist in making your getaway. Torchwick fell quiet as he looked at me with a speculative gleam in his eye. Maybe so, he allowed after a moment, but I've been in the business long enough to know not to give anything away for free, especially not when someone's fishing for information. I couldn't muster up too much surprise at that. He was far from the strongest person I'd ever met, but no one went to Torchwick for his muscle. He wouldn't be here or out of prison, or alive if he wasn't good at his job. Instead, I simply let my smile widen and flashed a quick gleam of teeth his way. Besides, he continued, musing aloud as he tilted his head slowly, you strike me as the type of guy who likes to know more than anyone else in the room. I hummed quietly, mulling over his words for a moment before inclining my head in concession. Indeed, I suppose that is correct. Although, in truth, it is more that I simply hate it when I'm surrounded by people who know more about what's going on than I do. I tend not to like what follows when I find myself uninformed. Torchwick snorted. You're preaching to the choir, he told me. The point being that I think you know a fair bit about what's going on, or at least have some educated guesses. So imagine how I feel, locked in a room with you. Do I make you nervous, Mr. Torchwick? I asked, though there wasn't much point. I did. I knew because I could feel it. Feel free to unlock the door, if you so desire. Unlock it to a room that would cheerfully obey if you told them to shake me? He mused skeptically before shaking his head. Somehow, I don't think that would make me feel better. And I prefer the term wary. I see, I replied, chuckling slightly under my breath. That's too bad, but I suppose it can't be helped. I have a way of making people feel wary. I'm sure you do, he answered with another click of his tongue. So let's cut to the chase. I know something you don't know. You know something I don't know. What do you want with me, and why should I give it to you? I looked at him for a long, silent moment, staying relaxed and silent as I watched him. Sitting here now, I thought I saw a chance. It wasn't what I planned for when I came here, wasn't something I would have even truly considered before I spoke to him, but it was still an opportunity I could exploit. But should I? There was some risk to it, certainly, though I could control exactly how much. Given that, I stood to gain a lot more than I stood to lose. Cinder's planning to return to Vale during the Vital Festival, I said, starting with what I knew. She'll come as a representative of Haven's team, which will allow her to get inside a beacon. While she's inside, she'll have you put that desk outside to use. Truthfully, that was nothing more than conjecture, bits and pieces put together that carefully avoided any specifics. Still, it was enough to make Torchwick's eyes widen slightly, meaning at least some of it must have been news to it, while the rest mapped to what he knew closely enough that he didn't dismiss it out of hand. After a moment, though, he recovered and his expression returned to one of reserved wariness. Good to know, he mused. But I hope you're not expecting me to pour out my heart for a little bit of unconfirmed information. I try to avoid unrealistic expectations, I replied, chuckling again. Then why? He asked after a moment, seeming honestly confused. He didn't seem like the type to believe much in charity, which, in fairness, this wasn't. Consider it an investment, I said. An investment in your future. An investment, he repeated before tilting his head. You want me to do a job for you? I smiled again and nodded, to which he looked entirely unsurprised. I assumed this type of situation wasn't new to him. Why would I work for you over Cinder? He asked. It seemed like an honest question, as if he'd pulled out a mental notepad and was prepared to start weighing the pros and cons. I'm not asking you to, I said. So let me instead tell you why you should work for me. I snapped my fingers once, and as the sound faded, so did all the sounds outside the door. It was a minor difference, and yet, at the same time, a noticeable one. Big or small, the sounds of civilization disappeared. All of a sudden, we were surrounded by silence. It was enough to send a shiver up the spine of anyone, and I chuckled as Neo and Torchwick stiffened. What did you do? Torchwick demanded, an edge of fear touching his voice. Nothing much, I assured. I simply wanted some privacy for this display, so I drew the three of us into another dimension. What? He whispered. What are you? You don't believe me? I asked before gesturing towards the doorway, making it collapse into dust. Feel free to check for yourselves, if you desire. All the men and women out there are gone, as is everyone else in the world. It is just the three of us for the moment. To prove it, I reached out with my psychokinesis and my elementals, turning them upon the building around us. It immediately began to break down, falling to pieces that gathered into flowing rivers of dust. A sudden breeze swept away the building, leaving us in a mostly empty lot, surrounded by empty buildings and cars. I was careful to kill and remove any grim, but everything else I left as it was. Torchwick was dead silent as he looked around, though I could see droplets of sweat gathering on his brow. Now, I said, giving him a reassuring smile. Don't be afraid. I have no intention of hurting either of you. As I told you, I simply wished for a bit of privacy for this display. With that said, I began floating upwards, grasping to two of them with my psychokinesis before they could resist and drawing them with me into the air. With a thought, I mean a loose ring of firing spears that began to rain power down on the city at a leisurely pace, tossing out magic missiles and flares with an occasional gunner thrown into the mix. I let the process continue for a minute or so, masking the presence and sounds of the grim with a field of explosions, and then held out a hand, gathering the power of Lux Aeterna and plunging the world into a mix of pure darkness and blinding light. When things returned to normal, there was a path of destruction cut through veil and columns of smoke rose along its length. I held them above it all for a moment, letting them get a good look, and then lowered us to the ground just outside where the warehouse should have been. As you can see, it's difficult to express my power within the confines of normal reality, I continued blithely, landing with my back to them both, which, of course, did nothing to stop me from seeing their expressions or from feeling the emotions racing through them, at least, not without causing a significant number of casualties. Also, I'd appreciate it if you kept what you just saw a secret. There was a moment of silence before they replied. You wouldn't have shown me any of that if you thought I might tell anybody, Torchwick whispered, which made me look over my shoulder and give him a gentle smile. No, I wouldn't have, I agreed. And I know you won't tell anyone, Mr. Torchwick, because I have something you want. Torchwick licked his lips once, hard pounding in his chest as he met my eyes, doing his best to look calm and mostly succeeding. And what's that? He asked. A way out, I said. I'm not going to ask you for anything yet, Mr. Torchwick. Besides, of course, your silence. Instead, I simply want you to remember this when things go badly for you. And I think we both believe they eventually will, with the company you keep. And when they do, you'll save you, of course, I said. So long as you keep faith with me. So long as I'm useful, you mean? He asked. Yes, I stated in reply. He swallowed once and pursed his lips before looking behind him at the destruction I had caused. Why do you need me, when you have power like that? He asked. Why do you even need the White Fang? I have plans of my own and they go far beyond whatever you believe them to be, I replied. Truthfully, I care about Cinder's plans only insofar as they risk affecting mine. You don't need to know any more than that right now, Mr. Torchwick. I snapped my fingers again and we were back in front of the warehouse, the only sign that anything had happened at all being the fact that we were no longer in the office. People were walking and driving across the street as they normally did and ignoring us for the most part, largely because I made sure they couldn't see anything important. Have a nice day, Mr. Torchwick, I continued, still smiling at him. You and I will be seeing each other in the future, no doubt, and I wish you the best until then. I take it you will keep what I said in mind? He nodded wordlessly, hand firmly clasping his cigar. Then goodbye, I said as I turned and began to walk away. And tell Cinder I will be happy to meet her. The games we play closed. Are you certain that was a good idea? Raven murmured, staring out over the city of Mistral. After I'd completed my business with Torchwick, we'd returned to the same roof we'd left from earlier today and I'd filled her in on what had transpired within Naraka. I nodded my head, focusing my eyes in the same direction as her and scanning our surroundings with the rest of my field of vision. In the end, Torchwick is the type of man that will put himself first, I replied, which is why it's best to make sure he knows that making an enemy of me would be detrimental to his health. He has no loyalty to Cinder, either, and I'm certain he was already looking for ways out, in case their relationship soured. At that time, he'd happily hand over all her secrets if it meant our protection. Does he even know anything useful? Raven asked skeptically. With a chance that his life will depend on what he knows? I replied, raising an eyebrow. If he doesn't know anything yet, he'll do his best to figure something out. Raven considered that for a moment before nodding in consent. Of course, that blade cuts both ways, she said. If it was to his advantage, he'd sell us out just as easily. Certainly, I agreed. But after what he saw, he has little reason to believe that would be a good idea. And should he say anything? What of it? I didn't show him anything truly important and we can always make our displeasure known. But he'll play things close to his chest until he's certain of what route to take. I have little to lose and a lot to gain from that display of power, so there was little reason not to do it. Raven sighed slowly. Perhaps you're right, she allowed with a bit of reluctance. It was obvious she didn't like sharing secrets with anyone she didn't fully trust, whatever the potential advantages might be. I wondered how long she'd been like that, hiding everything she could from those around her. Long enough to surprise my grandmother and Ospen when I mentioned her name, at least, which means she must have kept things under lock and key after leaving her family and team behind. With the exception of Adam, I doubted she trusted much of anyone until me, and that was a big deal for her. I didn't say anything in reply, instead turning back towards the others. Gu was lying down on the roof with Adam sitting next to him, absently flipping through his scroll again. My eyes drifted immediately towards Autumn, however, who was standing in front of Gu and waiting patiently for us to move again. She's feeling better, I mused under my breath, just loud enough for Raven to hear. I didn't bother hiding the smile on my face as I looked at her, because I was glad. It seemed Keter was right and all she'd really need to recover was time. Yes, Raven agreed, looking at her quietly. There was a strange mix of happiness and sadness in her eyes as she did so, probably seeing her friend in her. Or perhaps she was simply thinking about the past again. If nothing else, today was productive. I replied, turning my smile towards her for a moment before sighing. It's okay to worry, you know. Raven didn't answer for several seconds. About Autumn or Torchwick? She asked finally. Both, I said. Either way, there are risks, but either way, we'll handle them. She nodded slowly, not looking my way. And Cinder? She asked. Even now, we don't know what she's up to. I shrugged easily. She'll ask for a meeting soon, no doubt, I answered. We'll have another chance to try and figure things out then, but we'll need to be prepared. She'll have to reveal something if she intends to gain our cooperation, and beneath that should be at least a few hints of a real plan. One can hope, Raven murmured. There is so much happening and yet so many unknowns. And she's not even the real enemy, is she? I shook my head slightly. But that doesn't mean she can't be dangerous, I reminded. But I agreed with you completely. We need to find answers, and sooner rather than later. Cinder's plans will bring her to Vale in a few months' time, and then things will start coming together whether we like them or not. Not just with Cinder either, I thought. I couldn't help but notice where everything seemed to be headed and where it seemed to gather. Cinder was heading towards Beacon for the next stage of her plan. Ruby was already waiting there as a student, and Ospen had been headmaster since before I was born. One way or another, I had a feeling that things would start moving there soon, and I doubted they'd politely stop and wait for me to catch up just because I didn't know what was going on. And behind it all, Malkuth was waiting. He was planning something for me, maybe tied into everything else, maybe separate, but either way, I was fairly confident that he'd burn the world down to get to me if he thought he had to. And sadly, that was depressingly possible. However much I'd learned recently, there was a great deal more I didn't know. I had to find out the truth somehow, before it was too late. I closed my eyes and ran a few calculations in my head. I didn't like it, but we were on a deadline, and one we didn't even know. At that, I couldn't act recklessly, but waiting endlessly wasn't an option either. There was only a month or two left for preparations now. At absolute best, I could delay things until the break between semesters. But then, when can you start helping with Autumn's training? I asked suddenly. Raven glanced my way, eyebrows furrowing before she answered. Soon, she replied. For the basics. What does she normally do during your classes? Nothing, I answered truthfully. She usually just sleeps on my wrist. Raven nodded in understanding at that and frowned. Then I can start teaching her during the day, she said. Thank you, I replied, though she dismissed it with a shake of her head. You're worried, she stated. Is it truly that bad? Potentially, I replied, because I had no real way of knowing. But if anything, it was probably worse than I feared. Best we prepare ourselves as best we are able. You still need to tell me what else you found out, she reminded. I agreed, tilting my head back to look at the sky. It's a pretty depressing story, Truthfully, as a huntress, most of the ones I end up hearing tend to be. I smiled a bit at that. Fair enough, I allowed. I suppose it's just that this is my depressing story, though it ends fairly badly for everyone, in the end. She nodded once and didn't push, though she closed her eyes for a long moment. Will the world end if you don't tell me today? She asked. Why risk it? I answered seriously. Besides, you deserve to know, especially with what's happening. Jericho Falls is even more important than before and our enemies are that much worse. I won't ask you to help me without telling you why this is all happening. Raven gave me a smile that was at once wry and gentle. It's fairly rare that I hear things like that from someone in power, she replied. I smiled at her and shrugged slightly. If it makes you feel better, I still plan to bring you with me to Jericho Falls, I reminded her. If anything, we might need to move it up the schedule, depending on what Cinder's planning. Regardless, it seems reasonable to tell you ahead of time that we're liable to have a horrible time. Well, she mused. You certainly know how to inspire confidence and enthusiasm. I laughed quietly and nodded her way. I suppose I should pick up where we left off earlier, I said. A long time ago, a group of scientists who called themselves angels captured and disassembled potentially billions of souls for raw material. With that mass of power, they did a great many things, most notably, in this case, the creation of me and my siblings. I was Keter, the first, and one of my brothers was Malkuth, the last. When I finished my story, Raven was silent. She'd returned to staring out over the city to keep from staring at me as I told her what we were up against. She understood the implications of Malkuth's power, to say nothing of his endless horde of Grimm and what it probably meant for us, his enemies. And from a purely logical standpoint, she was as terrified as I had been. We were up against a person who could twist the very rules of the world around us, and even if we managed to face him, there was nothing stopping him from saying a word and sending the hordes of Grimm out to wash away humanity. Hell, there was nothing stopping him from doing that in general. As far as we knew, we were only alive because he allowed it, because he needed us, needed me, for some task. Assuming he got that, or even if he didn't. I just told Raven that everyone she'd left behind, that her brother, her daughter, and her ex-husband would live or die based on our success, and that at the moment, our chances weren't looking good. I could feel her thinking, trying to come up with countermeasures, strategies, or plans for what we were up against, and she seemed to be having about as much luck on that front as I was. Even now, I was just trying to get stronger in the hopes that a solution would present itself in due time, primarily because I didn't have any better options. That was how bad things were, and she probably knew it. Your brother sounds unpleasant, she whispered at last. I told you you'd hate him, I replied with a shrug. She shook her head in irritation. How do we? She began before cutting herself off and shutting her eyes for a moment. After a breath, she continued. Where do we start? Jericho Falls? I nodded. Unfortunately, we don't have any other leads at the moment, I told her, sighing quietly. As much as I wish otherwise, it seems we will have to take our chances. She answered my nod with one of her own, the motion jerky. We both knew I was right, but we also knew that Jericho Falls had a reputation for chewing up legions of powerful hunters and spitting out the bones, and I'd already told her that they'd been holding back when it came to the one person who'd ever survived it. Even so, she was trying to stay professional and think things through. We should start by observing the area, she said. Most people go into Jericho Falls blind, mainly because there weren't exactly a lot of survivors to tell people what they'd seen. But with our powers, we should be able to analyze it from a safe distance, she finished. Though I could feel hints of doubt. On some level, she was worried that they might notice us, despite the nature of our powers. In fairness, a part of me was also worried about that, and for good reason. From everything I knew, Jericho Falls was home to some of the strongest Grimm around. If the computer they guarded was as valuable as I suspected, then I doubted even that was the worst of it. It's not as if anyone had ever made it all the way inside the place. After all, if there was a rider there or something like this, noticing that we were watching wasn't off the table. Even if they did, we probably escape, but there was no way to know how they might react. Depending on how Malkuth felt about us snooping around or even withdrawing, wiping out a few cities wasn't off the table. The issue with provoking someone you had no way of actually stopping was rather self-explanatory. You can't stop them, and this was something I knew was important. I had to handle it carefully. Luckily, this was something that I did have a plan for. Sort of. Not just yet, I answered. I'd like a bit more time to make preparations before touching Jericho Falls. It's too big of a risk to approach recklessly. Raven was silent for a moment before nodding again, relaxing a bit as she did so. You have something in mind? She asked. Indeed, I replied. Though I'm still a shadow over my former self, my power has been growing quickly. I've been working on several things for precisely this purpose and believe I'm nearing a breakthrough. What kind of breakthrough? In this case, a sensory one, I said. If nothing else, if we intend to gather information, waiting a while longer would present us with more options. Very well, she agreed after only a moment's thought. Though she wasn't one to shirk her duty, I could tell that she didn't feel too torn up about not having to leap into the jaws of death at precisely this moment. How much longer do you believe it will take? Not long, I assured. A few more days, a week at most. Truthfully, I'd hoped to test it on Cinder when we officially meet, in the hopes of learning a bit more about what she has planned. Though it had certainly taken long enough, a number of my sensory skills were approaching the point where they'd rank up, and I was hopeful for the results. Every little bit helps when you're trying to gather information while flying blind. After all, in the time frame I'd given Raven should be more than enough for what I had in mind. I see, she mused before nodding again. Then by all means. Thank you, I replied, inclining my head her way. She smiled at me once before flicking her gaze over the rest of our team and then over the city I was keeping us hidden from. If that is all, then, I shall take my leave, she said at last. I'll return in a few days to take Autumn for training, once I've made proper arrangements. I appreciate it, I told her. And also, should you hear any more news about Cinder, I shall pass her answer on to you once I receive it, she promised. Farewell Jian. Goodbye Raven, I replied, watching as she turned and disappeared into a portal. After a moment, even that had vanished. I took a deep breath, held it for a moment, and then sighed. Tough day? Adam asked, walking up to me without looking up from a scroll. I grunted at him, lowering myself to speak his native tongue, though he showed no sign of appreciating it or even showing interest in my reply. Truthfully, I'd had worse days. In fact, upon reflection, it was rather startling how many worse days I'd had. Today hadn't even been particularly bad. Relatively speaking, my daughter had resolved an issue I hadn't known existed until earlier today. I'd helped a friend, and I'd hopefully made progress against Cinder, though it was too early to say precisely how useful Torchwick might be. I'd even managed to tell Raven more of the truth about everything. All told, today had been a pretty good day, so it wasn't that. It had more to do with the last month and the coming months and whatever future awaited me beyond that, assuming that the world didn't decide to end at an inopportune time, which, frankly, was quite possible. Tough life, I answered, stretching once and then cracking my neck. I hear that, Adam said, still not looking up. I keep ending up having to spend time around this one asshole. Sorry, Adam, I replied. I didn't mean to leave you alone. Come, bask in my greatness, you sad, pathetic being. Hey? He snorted, tapping the screen several more times to close the game he'd been playing before looking up at me. I'd ask you what we were going to do now, but I assume it'll be the same thing we do every night: blow up cities and kill a lot of fucking monsters. It sounds nice, I said wistfully. I could use a chance to relax. 1 second though. I scanned the city from the rooftop, double-checking to make sure everything was as I'd left it. I found my sisters first, then my mother and grandmother together in the latter's house, and then checked on Cinder once I'd confirmed that there were no immediate threats to my loved ones. She was in Haven, as she had been when I left, which I considered to be a good thing. Then I checked on the friends I'd made in the school, just in case something had happened whilst I was gone. But apparently, they'd all managed to survive without me. That was good. Having completed my rounds, I nodded my head and smiled, drawing us all into the confines of Naraka with a fluctuation of power. Okay, I said. Back to work everybody. Adam, you go do your thing. Goo, you go make sure said thing doesn't involve being stupid. Autumn, sweetie, are you feeling up for training yet? Autumn nodded once, turning her head towards me and walking my way. Within her cloak, I could see her body melting and solidifying between one step and the next, as if it were trying to decide on a new form, which, in all likelihood, it was. She tended to do that as she grew more powerful and learned new things, so it wasn't that surprising to see her doing it after absorbing the rest of her soul. I smiled at her gently, drowning the sound of Adam's muttered insults and complaints beneath the colossal weight of my own magnanimity. I'll clear the ground down below, I told her. You try and follow me down on your own this time, okay? Understood, Autumn answered, voice unchanging even as her body abruptly fell into a quicksilver puddle and began to reshape itself into something new. Nodding at her again, I crouched down slightly and then leapt backwards with enough force to shatter part of the roof and send me flying into the air. And yet, for all the power I'd put into that jump, the moment I was off the building, my trajectory changed. All of a sudden, I was falling straight down, a faint white nimbus gathering around my hands and feet as I did so. Yellow Road Active LV1 EXP, 14.25% MP. 300. The ability to change the direction of one's physical body solely through the use of one's aura. By creating a pathway with one's power, the user may cause their body to follow it without any loss of speed. Even shifting direction while in mid-air is possible, as is the creation of complex routes by using multiple, connected paths. Change direction towards a specified point. Additional 300 MP consumed per additional point. Range, 10 meters. As I approached the ground, I curled a hand into a fist and struck out just as I was about to hit it. For the briefest of moments, the ground rippled, waves spreading outwards from the point of impact until the strain grew too much for it to handle and the street around me shattered, tossing Grim to the ground and shattering their limbs. Shockwave Active LV1 EXP, 7.14% MP, 100. A skill to create a wave of destructive force using one's physical strength by gathering power within one's fist and unleashing it upon impact. The user's strength can be felt from beyond the reach of his physical body. Target receives damage normally. Everyone within 5 meters of the target receives 25% damage. Everyone with 10 meters of the target receives 10% damage. Damaged targets may be knocked down. Range 10. I stood easily, brushed myself off as Autumn came skittering down the side of the building of the body of a massive wooden centipede, and smiled. The games we play. Seeing. Father, look, Autumn said, drawing my attention at once. As I turned to show that I was looking, her face currently a mass of vines and thorns clinging loosely to a structure of wood, lacking anything like a mouth, ears, or a nose began to melt, sliding from its frame and slowly dropping from her face until a ripple of motion went through it and it reversed its course. It covered her face in a smooth, reflective mask that showed only her eyes, before parts began to sink and others began to grow. After a moment, she was wearing a human face. Oh, I replied, drawing out the word with a smile. You've decided on one of your own? Autumn nodded, face unmoving as she did so. She'd chosen hair dark enough that it seemed to fade into the shadows of her hood, masking the odd edges and angles within. Her skin was pale to match the appearance of someone who often hid from the sun, and she absently adjusted her hood to draw further into it. Even so, her eyes remained the same, gleaming, if anything, an even brighter silver. Raven helped me, she replied, but though her lips moved as she spoke, they didn't match the words. We'd need to work on that, I thought. She showed me pictures of my former self. I smiled a bit sadly. Is that her face? I asked, having never seen Summer before. If Autumn was wearing it, though, that could be problematic. Beyond the obvious risk of someone recognizing her, I wasn't sure how I'd feel if Raven had convinced my daughter to wear her deceased friend's face. That was a bucket of problems I wasn't sure how to even begin approaching. Luckily, Autumn shook her head, features still unmoving. I made my own, she said, but I wanted to keep a little bit, to remind me. Ah, I replied, nodding to show I understood. Nothing wrong with remembering. Well, come here and let Daddy take a closer look. Autumn's hood twitched once before falling back, revealing what waited behind her face. Autumn hadn't bothered making anything but a face and hair, so what flowed up from the confines of her hood was still a series of coils and thorns that affixed themselves to the mask like a stem to a leaf. Her head wasn't a solid thing, but instead a mass of vines that gave her head the approximate shape of a human head beneath her hair and skin, and in certain places was completely missing. As her hood fell, her vines flowed forward, elongating as they carried her face towards me, light streaming through the gaps as it stopped a few centimeters in front of me and several meters away from where the rest of her body waited, hidden from the neck down by her cloak. Pondering her face for a moment, I lifted a hand and clicked my fingernail on it several times. It was hard, feeling more like ceramic than anything human. Motioning to Levant with a thought, a light breeze flowed past us, but it didn't ruffle her hair quite the way it should have, almost as if her hair was reacting to the breeze instead of being moved by it, which was exactly what was happening, as her hair had more in common with the stinging tentacles of a jellyfish than protein filament. Also, it was attached to an obviously inhuman mass, which reduced its effectiveness as a disguise, to say nothing of her expressions. We'd need to work on that, too. But one thing at a time. Sweetie, if you're attempting to disguise yourself as a human, there are several things missing, I began. Autumn laughed, the sound so musical that it almost distracted from the fact that her mouth didn't move at all. Instead, the sound originated from within her cloaked form. I know that, Father, she said, retracting her fake head and lifting her hood again to hide it. I just wanted to show you my new face. I see, I answered with another smile, absently wondering if Raven helped me had meant that she'd given her inspiration by wearing her own mask to Autumn. The concept of putting on and taking off one's face had probably been rather novel. It's lovely, dear. Would you like me to help you work on it later? Yes, Father, Autumn replied, shadow covering her eyes as several bristled limbs reached out from her cloak to brush dirt from it absently. It didn't help much, because it had been heavily stained when she came back from her first training trip with Raven at the start of the week. It didn't matter too much, I supposed. She didn't care that she was dirty, she was just mimicking actions that she saw around her. "So, how was your day?" I asked as she approached with an odd, sliding step that belied the fact that she wasn't choosing human legs at the moment. "Did you have fun with Raven?" "Yes, Father," she said again, though she mainly wanted to see how much I already knew. "Where the weak points are on a target, how deeply to stab, how to push and follow up and maim. Nothing you didn't already teach me." I agreed. "Good to hear. I didn't do too bad of a job." "What about after that?" "She brought me a few weapons to play with and we went hunting," she continued. "I wasn't used to using something else to kill things with, but Raven said it'll be a good idea to learn of different weapons are used. It was a bit strange, but I got used to it." The right sleeve of her cloak grew as an arm pushed its way out. Though the cloak itself was long enough to cover the arms of a woman of Autumn's present size up to at least the wrist, it didn't even reach the elbow on the oversized limb Autumn had created, and it seemed strained against the heavy slabs of muscle upon it. Given its sheer size, I had no trouble believing she'd been able to handle any type of weapon she was presented with. "That's good," I said. "Once you get a feel for all your options, you can start working on making your own fighting style. Haven't you found anything to your liking yet?" Autumn shook her head, flexing the massive fingers of her new right hand. As she did, the digits warped into 5 different blades, each with a different length and shape. "There was nothing that I couldn't make for myself," she replied, though it gave me a few ideas. I chuckled a bit at that and slipped a hand into my inventory before drawing out another cloak, pristine white but for the network of bright blue markings upon the length of the fabric. "Perhaps this would be more your size," I joked, but held it out to her as she looked at it with wide eyes and accepted it gently. "Is this dust?" she asked, staring at the designs. I confirmed, "but don't use it unless someone's around to supervise." "It's water dust and I was a bit light on the designs, so it should be completely safe to practice with, but I don't want to take any chances with my little girl." "Promise me you'll be careful with it?" "I promise," she answered seriously before her entire body liquefied as she clutched the cloak close to her chest. Her liquid mass gushed from her hood into the empty cloak, filling it and then solidifying it again, leaving the dirty garment she'd left behind to fall to the ground. She pushed at the cloak from within to see how it fit and made a sound like a violin to show her contentment with it. "Thank you, Father." "No problem, sweetie," I replied, leaning back on my bed and closing my eyes again. After a moment of silence, Autumn seemed to notice and I felt her concern with my empathy. "What were you doing, Father?" she asked, looking me over again. "I didn't interrupt anything, did I?" "Nothing that couldn't wait for my little girl," I assured, patting her slightly on the head with my psychokinesis. "I was just meditating again. Or rather, I'd just been pushing my acceleration as high as I could maintain it, trying to shorten the time it took to grind my current skill set, a process that meditation assisted with, however slightly. In truth, I'd been meditating so deeply that I hadn't noticed Raven's portal until it opened up in my dorm room, dropping my daughter off from school. I'd just finished classes myself, or at least finished meditating through them, and Raven and I had discussed this beforehand, but it had still been a touch alarming when I noticed it. I was making progress, though. With my accelerated meditation throughout the day and my constant training through the night, my skills were growing quickly, especially the ones I had come to rely on as of late. Acceleration itself had come a long way since I'd first gotten to it, mostly because I used it as often as I possibly could, and I was looking forward to seeing what it would become before too long. For now though, I'd have yet another productive day. By raising Adamant Serpent Skin to level 99, you have gained the skill Midgard Surmer Skin. By raising Sacrifice to the Wolf to level 99, you have gained the skill Sacrifice to Vanagandr. By raising Clairvoyance to level 99, you have gained the skill Remote Viewing. When Autumn didn't seem wholly convinced, I reached forward and patted her head physically, opening a single eye as I did. "Don't worry," I told her. "Really, I'm just waiting for Adam to finish running an errand I sent him on. It's nothing to worry about." Autumn nodded once and the two of us fell into a comfortable silence as she quietly settled down to wait, and I returned to monitoring my friend's progress from several angles, testing my new power. It didn't take long for Adam to return, as I'd only told him to run to the city and back, which would have been an easy trip for him even a month ago. Now, it was truly nothing more than an errand, but that didn't mean it wasn't worth the effort. As much as Adam complained, he made it to his destination and back within a few minutes. "Happy?" he asked as he opened the door with a swipe from a scroll, walked in sullenly, and made his way to his bed, pausing only to give Autumn a nod of acknowledgement on the way. "Ecstatic," I answered dryly, opening both eyes as Adam wished a rock out of his pocket and threw it at my head. I caught it with an absent thought, turning the perfectly smooth sphere over a few times with my mind. I'd made it with RWBY earlier to help with my experiment, which had been simple enough, but I looked it over carefully as I shifted it this way and that. And then I looked through it. Remote Viewing active LV1 EXP, 3.07% MP, 500. The ability to observe objects beyond one's range of sight through supernatural means. By gathering and removing the auras around an eye, the user of the skill may invisibly mark an object, enabling them to see through it as if they were present. While an object is so marked, however, the corresponding eye is blinded, or rather, sees only what occurs within the vicinity of the mark. Maximum number of marks, 2. Maximum range, 100 kilometers. Additional 500 MP consumed per minute. I peered out through the surface of the stone, looking back at myself curiously. I'd grown older again, recently, a further result of my constant acceleration, but the process already seemed to be slowing down. Though looked like I was swiftly approaching my 20s, I should have appeared older than that by now, several years older, if anything. But I didn't, presumably because my power was already starting to preserve me. It was something to keep in mind, though I was more grateful than anything at the moment. People had already commented that I was growing quickly, after all, and while no one seemed suspicious, I'd rather not have to hide my face if I ended up looking like I was 30. This, however, I could play off easily enough. Putting those thoughts aside, however, I returned my focus to the stone and how my senses flowed through it. I'd sent Adam out primarily to help me test it out by carrying it beyond the clarity of my senses, and all the while, I played my new eye in a number of ways, checking to see what worked and what didn't. The good news was that most of my powers worked through it normally. I could see things with the range of vision allowed by my clairvoyance, and though it was supposed to be sight only, my ESP allowed me to stretch my other senses through it, monitoring the object's surroundings. Attempts to use my clairsentience through it hadn't yielded any immediate results, but I'd succeeded in feeling things, and that gave me hope that I could make a breakthrough by improving my skill with remote viewing, ESP, or both. Even if channeling my psychokinesis through it was likely impossible, just being able to heal, support, and watch over my allies would be a huge boon. Unfortunately, there were a few, not quite downsides, but things I'd been a bit disappointed at being unable to do. I saw through the mark upon the object, not through the object itself, that is. The stone itself hadn't been my eye, just its socket. Sadly, that meant I couldn't see through the entirety of what I touched like I could with my skin, and I could only change my viewpoint in limited ways, looking around as if with a normal eye. Sadly, that meant I couldn't see everything around my marked object, just what was in front of it, meaning I'd need to pay attention to positioning. Additionally, I couldn't see through my mobile eye while inside of Naraka. It didn't automatically break the connection, but I couldn't see anything through it, presumably because being in another dimension counted as being more than 100 kilometers away. My vision had returned to me after I crossed back over, but, well, it was a bit sad that I couldn't get around that issue. Also, the eye I'd used, my left one, had remained blind throughout the process. That wasn't a huge concern for me, truth be told, because with the breadth of my vision the loss of an eye was almost meaningless, but it had been worth noting. More than that, however, I'd been disappointed to find that I could only mark 2 objects, at least for the moment. I'd have liked to mark various areas for monitoring, and I'd have been happy to sacrifice the sight of, say, my fingertips to do it. Alas, it wasn't meant to be. Sighing quietly as I finished my inspection of the rock and stopped rotating it to determine the precise limits of its visual range, I cut the connection with the thought, and sight returned to my eye. I'd need to pick the targets for this skill carefully since I only had 2, but overall, it had been a successful experiment. On to the next one, I suppose. I spent a moment pondering where to begin, and just as quickly cut myself off. I'd already spent hours pondering it, after all. I was just trying to delay the inevitable. Honestly, I couldn't say I was looking forward to this, but better to test it now than to be caught flat-footed if something went wrong later. Don't go to sleep yet, Adam, I told him, glancing at him with the back of my neck. We still have work to do. Adam grunted again but sat up obligingly, looking towards me for orders. As he did, I busied myself with checking on the locations of everyone in Haven to confirming the coast was still clear, which it was. No point delaying it any further. Just as I thought that, however, my daughter spoke. What are you doing now, Father? Autumn wondered curiously. Adam and I are running a drill, sweetie, I answered, which was mostly correct. A test for readiness, more or less. Autumn tilted her head and nodded to show her understanding, though I still wasn't clear on precisely how what she thought she understood mapped to conventional reality. I also wasn't sure I had any room to throw stones on that front, though. Can I help? She asked, and I shifted gears quickly to think about it before nodding slowly. Sure, I said, if you want to. It's just a test, but Adam could use all the help he can get. Not really filling me with motivation there, John, Adam picked up. As the guy who's gonna be protecting your helpless ass, I'd expect more respect. Autumn tilted her head further, growing confused though it didn't show on her face. The goal is to protect me, I informed her. You and Adam will be guarding me for the duration of the exercise, in case something should happen. Any questions? Many, Autumn replied. Why do you need protecting, Father? You're stronger than either of us. I smiled at it and shrugged. I'll be a bit preoccupied, I told her. I won't be able to use most of my powers, so I'll be vulnerable. It's unlikely that anything will happen, which is why this is just a drill, but in the future, it would be a good opportunity for an enemy attack. I'd like to be prepared in case that happens. I see, Autumn mused before nodding resolutely. Do not worry, Father. I shall protect you. Thank you, sweetie, I answered. Daddy feels safer already. Adam rolled his eyes but stood up and moved to the side of my bed, Aura quietly gathering around him. Seeing that, Autumn began to do the same, getting into position to defend me. Glanced at each of them once, I nodded and turned my will towards the room around us. At once, the doorway melded into a single, solid mass, metal and stone flowing into one another to shut people out. A network of vines began to creep out from under Autumn's cloak, spreading across the floor and then up the walls in a reinforcing wall, and power began to slowly gather in the sword I tossed to Adam, building slowly in preparation of an incident. For my part, I began to slowly prepare myself to use Tiferet. For all the power and potential the skill possessed, the dangers were equally immense. Because of the absurd energy consumption of the skill, I was left extremely vulnerable while using it, and so, if anyone were to attack me, this would be the best time to do it. Therefore, the best place to use it would be somewhere my enemies didn't have access to. Sadly, as my enemies included the dominant form of life on Remnant, that was easier said than done. Though a random attack was extremely unlikely, the fact remained that I had enemies across the face of the planet, in the skies above, throughout the seas, and even in the ground beneath my feet. No matter what continent I went to or how far into the wilds I went, I couldn't be certain of my own safety. The best I could really do was bury myself somewhere throughout the process, but even it wouldn't be enough if the Grimm decided they suddenly wanted some better than to be surrounded by my allies and in the middle of a school full of hunters behind the heavily defended walls of a city. Would that be enough if Malkuth wanted to come get me? No. But while it wasn't safe, it was probably the best I was going to get. I'd asked Raven to keep an eye on Cinder and told her I was going to be extremely distracted and might need assistance should anything happen, so I was about as safe as I'd ever be. That in mind, I took one last breath, checked my surroundings again, and began to process. At once, I felt my power draining away, emptying as Tiferet began its work. Drill or not, this was only the second time I'd gotten to use it and, knowing the risks, I'd been saving it for something big. Last time, I'd fused 2 skills. This time, I fused 5. It was a combination I'd only discovered recently as my skills improved to greater heights, but it was one I'd had to force myself not to merge on the spot. The skills in question were Clairvoyance, Sense Danger, Detect Bluethurst, Extrasensory Perception, and Empathy. The sensory skills I'd relied the most up, with the exception of Observe. The only one I had maxed out was Clairvoyance, but all were as high-leveled as one would expect. After all, I kept 3 of them on at all times and the other 2 triggered almost constantly while I was training. Between that and my acceleration, even the length of time between when I'd learned each skill had faded to near irrelevance. A month or 2 hardly mattered when I trained for weeks every day. Even so, I had to be cautious. As the power flowing through me burnt in my chest like a furnace and my eyes began to glow, I rose quickly and prepared myself for a fight, too. After what had happened last time, I'd been careful to deactivate my adamant skin beforehand and I needed to test out the upgraded version anyway, so it worked out even without being rendered helpless and immobile. However, the drastic fall in my strength was nonetheless rather disconcerting and I was well aware that I had been weakened immensely. My passive skills were all still active, which was a relief, but with just them and with no MP to back it up. I was strong for my age, sure, but not so strong that I didn't worry. What made it worse was the fact that without my MP, my senses were cut off and all I could see was the inside of the sealed room. If something had gone wrong, if someone had noticed, if my enemies were gathering right outside my door, I'd have no way of knowing, and though the gamer's mind kept me calm, it was more than a bit nerve-wracking. To make matters worse, the process dragged on even longer than the previous one had, probably because of the number of skills involved, and with each passing minute my tension slowly grew. And then, with absolutely nothing happening, it ended. Sephirotic synthesis complete. The skills Clairvoyance, Sense Danger, Detect Bluethurst, Extrasensory Perception, and Empathy have been combined successfully. The skill Paracognition has been created. the games we play. Believing. Even after the light of my power faded, the room remained silent. Adam and Autumn ready to take on hell at a moment's notice. Adam had gathered so much power in Crocia Moors that it was shining as if it were made of light, and he didn't even glance my way as the room darkened. After all, we weren't necessarily safe yet. I took slow, steady breaths as I felt my power return with each passing moment, activating my usual skills as the MP to do so presented itself. To assist the process, I cast Temple upon the room and reinforced it with Sanctum Sanctorum, taking advantage of the barrier's effects to bolster my MP regiment, hopefully, to slow down anyone trying to get inside. An unnecessary precaution in all likelihood, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it, especially with its support effects. After that, I activated my defensive techniques one by one, making sure I'd be safe from harm and able to react fast to any signs of danger. Then I tried to activate my usual suit of sensory skills. There was no response. At that, even I couldn't help but stiffen, heartbeat picking up its pace in my chest. Sensing it, Autumn reacted by sending waves of thorns down the length of her vine fence, and I knew without even having to look that they were lethally poisonous, for my sake. Though he didn't have her senses, Adam knew a sign that the danger hadn't passed when he saw one and didn't change his stance or cease charging his attack. Careful, I told myself. First things first. Midgard's skin active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 2000. The ancient protective technique crafted by Prince SORMR for the sake of his imprisoned brother. To save him, SORMR cast off his skin 1,000 times, regrowing it countless times as he battled his brother's captors until he perfected the technique and laid siege to the towers of his enemies at the head of Mistral's armies and received the title Midgard's for his strength. Through the use of intense flows of aura, this technique changes the structure of one's skin, transforming it into an incredibly dense form of the organic material adamant. Warning: the malleability of the material is dependent upon the continuous application of aura, without which it becomes completely rigid. Skin becomes adamantum. If strength is less than 400, user is petrified upon deactivation. If strength is greater than 400, petrification may be resisted. User receive 3000 damage and gains the status effect Flayed until HP rises above 50%. Additional 2000 MP used per minute. As my skin hardened, I exhaled slowly, feeling its strength even as my power began to drain. Just from the feel of it taking hold, I could tell that it was different, stronger, more temperature resistant, more compatible with my aura. With it as an extra layer of defense, I felt more at ease, despite what was happening. Was it my new skill? No, rather, it had to be my new skill, my parecognition. Nothing else had changed after all. But I felt odd, somehow. Despite my completely rational nervousness, I felt myself growing at ease, as if I knew I wasn't in danger. It was a feeling I'd felt countless times before, after checking to make sure it was true. But in this situation, John, Adam murmured after several more seconds, growing worried. Are we in trouble? No, I answered without even thinking, and yet sounded somehow certain. The moment the words left my mouth, however, I froze again, wondering what had made me say it. But it was true, I thought. There was nothing threatening around us. Cinder was in her room, the halls around us were clear of danger, and everything seemed to be okay. I was sure of that. How the hell was I sure of that? One sec, I interrupted Adam. I have to check something real quick. Bringing up my status screen with a thought, I began flicking through it with one hand while reaching out with my mind. Gu was on guard outside of the school, waiting from her vantage point to help if any threats presented themselves while I was preoccupied. While he was much weakened without my help, B was still more than able to turn into a building-sized engine of destruction on demand, which was the type of thing that would distract most people, if nothing else. He was right where I'd left him. I knew the moment I gave it thought, and as intent as he'd been the moment I'd first given the command. I reached out with Levant to confirm that, and she did. Gu, status, I said at once. Gu wondered why I'd ask him that when I obviously had my powers back, but was quick to respond regardless. Cinder is still in her room, as are Emerald and Mercury, he stated, looking around slowly. There was no response. You have visual? I asked, just to make sure. His ear twitched once at the odd question. I do, he stated. I am watching them now. Where is Mercury in the room? I asked. He's on the floor, Gu replied, growing more confused but continuing to treat this as a matter of great and immediate importance, which I appreciated. He just sat up. I believe he's complaining at the moment. Gu had a harder time using clairvoyance than I did, which was why he usually didn't choose it. It could provide a tremendous amount of information and its uses were almost beyond counting, but it came with some massive changes in how you perceived the world and how much information flooded your senses. He found it disorienting and dangerous to use in a fight, which was why he usually didn't bother with it except in brief spurts. Even with all the changes my power had wrought on him, His primary sense remained his nose, it seemed, but he could use it when he needed to, and the description he'd provided mapped perfectly to the one in my head because I thought Mercury had been on the floor, that Cinder had been on her bed sewing, and that Emerald was resting near Mercury. Those weren't uncommon positions for either of them to be in, though, so I'd considered the possibility that I might have simply been projecting my memories, but with his mention of Mercury sitting up, I was all but sure I could still sense them. I wasn't watching them, I didn't have my clairvoyance on, but I knew exactly what they were doing. I noted all of that calmly and filed it away as I focused on his words. He'd confirmed he was watching them, which meant he was still using clairvoyance, which meant I still had clairvoyance, even if it wasn't activating right now. I checked to confirm that its icon was still present under my skill listing, and it was, along with all the other skills I'd used with Typhorit. Then I checked on my newest skill, trying to get to the bottom of this. Paracognition passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%, a relative of pre and post cognition. The skill allows for perception of the present, rather than the past or future. Specifically, it represents the ability to gather useful information from one's surroundings through the use of one's mind and senses. The skill makes use of both the natural and unnatural senses of the user to gather data, which it then analyzes great speed, parsing and piecing together even minute details. In addition, all sensory-based skills with a cost of 10 MP or less become passive if they are not already so, and no longer cost MP or require concentration to use. I took a slow breath and exhaled the same way. So that was it, I thought to myself. It wasn't that I couldn't activate them, it was simply that they were already activated and were now running in the background. I knew where everything around me was without bothering to look or even think about it. I just knew, the information rising in my thoughts as it became relevant. I knew exactly what Cinder was doing right now, knew where everyone was and how they were feeling, but it wasn't a constant flood of information anymore, just knowledge. A quiet, simple understanding of the world around me. Jaune? Adam asked again, still holding his sword. You okay? Yeah, I replied, looking down at myself. Wow, yeah, I'm just trying to get used to this, is all. You can put the sword down, though. Everything's fine. Autumn, you too. After a moment of hesitation, Adam slowly began to relax, the power in his borrowed blade easing back into him. After a quiet moment, Autumn retracting her vines and thorns, Maz retreating back under her cloak as she did and leaving the room looking almost normal again. What happened? Adam asked, and I had to stop for a moment to consider my answer. I'm not sure how to explain it, I mused, mainly because I'm still getting used to it myself. I need to test it out, I think. Adam frowned at that, eyebrows furrowing. How? He asked, and that, at least, I had an answer to. 2 minutes, I replied, making a gesture to undo all the things my elementals had done to seal the room before settling down to wait. Sure enough, a couple minutes later there was a knock on our door. I stood up, hiding Autumn beneath an illusion with a quick thought, and took several strides towards the door before opening it. Porphyro, I greeted with a smile. Why should I help you when your own family refuses to? The boy on the other side of the door flinched at the blunt words that I'd spoken. Absently, I wondered if it was okay to think of one of my seniors as a boy, but, well, I was probably older than him now, so I suppose it's okay. But the majority of my attention was focused on the words I'd just spoken and on their recipient. I'd intentionally spoken without thinking, curious as to what would come to mind, though I kept my senses stretched over Haven whenever I was nearby, monitoring everything in it in the process. The truth of the matter was that there were a great number of things I just didn't care about. The students and teachers met to talk about everything from weapon designs to books to the weather. Professors spent hours planning lessons and grading papers. Couples snuck kisses and more. People complained about just about everything in the world, laughed at jokes, and played games. In a building with so many people, it went without saying that a lot of things were happening, and I could sense it all. If I wanted to, I could hear every whisper, watch every motion, and know everything that was going on. But for the most part, I didn't bother. For both the sake of not wasting my time and giving others some semblance of privacy, I reined my awareness in. When something new started happening, I'd give it a cursory glance to see if it was anything worth knowing, and if it didn't seem like it, I'd not necessarily look away, because it was hard to look away when you could see everything at all times, but I'd unfocus unless something drew my attention. I'd gotten pretty good at reacting to specific words and phrases, so I thought I was fairly good at it, and it freed up my mind to think about things besides who was having sex with who and what the rumor mill was churning out. Added to the fact that I spent a significant amount of time either meditating or in Naraka, I could proudly say I didn't know everything that was happening at Haven, which wasn't the type of thing I normally went for given my general need to know everything happening around me. But if there was anything in the world that could convince someone that not everything was worth seeing or listening to, It was a school campus, all of which boiled down to a simple fact: Porphyro wasn't really a priority for me. Certainly, his team had a number of interesting powers, especially Azumi, and given the fact that there seemed to be some bad will between them and several other teams, I'd predicted that he might want to associate himself with me. But since I was fairly confident I could handle that simply by being sufficiently impressive, I hadn't made any particular effort to examine them or listen in on their conversation. Thinking back, however, I knew the pieces had been there. Both Porphyro and Azumi were Alexandrians and, thus, related to Keanos. Despite that and their age, however, neither was an heir to the family, implying they were either Keanos' cousin or else that something had happened in the Alexandrian family, or both. I thought, looking at him as I thought my way to the conclusion I had already come to, gathering the scattered pieces. Given their position at the school, they obviously weren't very well-liked and could use all the help they could get, and yet, I'd barely ever seen them talk to Keanos. I'd brushed that off as not wanting to drag a freshman into their problems, but was there more to it than that? There must have been, or he wouldn't be here. Even with his relative inexperience, Keanos was skilled for a freshman and, more than that, he was an Alexandrian. Whatever their relative power, it couldn't be denied that the Alexandria name held a lot of weight in Mistral. Few people, after all, would risk inspiring hatred in a guy who'd one day be the head of a family. And even if they couldn't rely on Keanos for some reason, speaking to their father, whoever he was, and getting a sign of support would go a long way in avoiding people's wrath. Yet, Porphyro and his team were still targeted, and instead of going to his family for help, he'd come to me. A powerful freshman, certainly, but an unknown and aroma at least. As far as he was concerned, it was a risky move and one that could be taken the wrong way by others. As close as our families had historically been, why would he take that chance and risk ostracizing his family? Simply, I thought, they wouldn't help him anyway, so what did it matter if they turned their backs? But why? He was an Alexandrian, right? Why would he be? Abruptly, I remembered what Albus and Finn had told me about bastard children and how Haven was sometimes used, and the pieces came together. Ah, I said, smiling a touch sadly before he could recover and respond. I understand. Do you? Porphyro asked, eyes still wide from my first unexpected statement. Because I don't. What do you? Who is it? I asked. Your mother or father? Mother, I thought before the words were even out of my mouth. Remember something Keanos had told me once. His father was Sinosarge's son and the next in line, and I was betting that Porphyro and Azumi were his half-siblings. Glancing over Porphyro to confirm it, I was all but certain they shared the same genes on the paternal side. But whatever its viscosity relative to water, blood wasn't everything. Given their names were still Alexandria, I was betting they'd been acknowledged in some capacity and that it probably hadn't made a lot of people happy. I mean, you walk home and show your wife the 2 children you had with another woman. Things are bound to get a little awkward. Given their relative ages, Keanos' father must have met Porphyro and Azumi's mother before conceiving Keanos with what I was guessing had been or became his legal wife. Given how Mistral could handle marriages, well, that wasn't even necessarily a surprising situation. Even so, if he had acknowledged them and brought them home, well, that would have gone a long way to legitimize them. And while they technically wouldn't be candidates for inheritance, Mistral had a lot of history when it came to matters of succession. Said history generally involved mass murder, torture, burning buildings, betrayal, sabotage, framing, and a variety of other horrible things. In all likelihood, it would be enough to worry a new wife and her young child, and if it wasn't, certainly piss her and her family off. Whatever issues Albus and Finn had with their families, I was pretty sure matters would be far worse when it came to the families. As I was thinking that, Porphyro flinched slightly and drew half a step back, eyes flicking down. My mother, he confirmed before hesitating for a moment. She and father were a team once, like Keanos and Melania. Eventually they. I nodded to show I understood. But things changed. I guessed the arrangement fell through or someone made a better offer. Duty called. Porphyro pursed his lips but nodded. He was quiet for a moment, looking around at the empty hall, down at the floor, and then up to me. After a moment, he made a decision and chose to tell me. As the head of the Alexandria family, father formally broke things off with our mother. He admitted he was a bit reluctant to speak, but weighing his feelings against the safety of his team, the choice was obvious. He thought I already knew everything anyway, and whatever sympathy he could garner would be of use. As far as I know, he didn't meet with her again except in his role as a hunter until the day she died. And then he took you in, I said. We didn't have anywhere else to go, Porphyro stated. He could have ignored us, pretended he didn't know, and shuffled us off into the system, but I think he loved our mother. It didn't take a genius to figure out that those were the words he wanted to say as he fell silent, or perhaps the ones he wanted to believe. I didn't know if it was true or not, though. Even with my new parecognition, data mining for me, there was no way to determine what feelings 2 people I've never met had shared decades ago. Even now though, I'm not entirely sure what I think about that. Porphyro continued. I know my father has done a great deal for me, far more than he had to than he should have, even, but at the same time, I'm guessing you're not the most popular people in the family, I replied. You can ask your father for help, I take it there are limits to what he can do, and if he interferes too much and provokes a response, it just might make things worse. Gianos, I don't think he's ever hated us, Porphyro mused, but I don't think he's ever known what to do with us, either. Between being several years older than him, not meeting us for years, and the warnings to stay away, and truthfully, when our semblances first came in, there had been a few issues. I nodded, not particularly surprised. Porphyro's power allowed him to manipulate the opacity of his surroundings, from making something crystal clear to turning it pitch black. In the early days when his control was limited and he was testing things out, it was easy to imagine how incidents might be caused, from effectively blinding people, to making their clothes see-through, to turning himself invisible. Add that to what had no doubt been a fair amount of frustration towards the members of his new family, and incidents were bound to ensue. And then there was Asumi, a young girl, suddenly gifted with the power to see the future, however limited it might be. No, even beyond that, the way she saw it, as a world empty of people but for how they acted on the world around them. Doors opening and closing randomly, objects floating and moving about, sudden damages and shifts being caused, and all the while being distracted from the present. If I'd gotten a power like that when I was a small child, I could honestly say I would have freaked. I considered him for another long minute, mulling it over. Okay, I said at last, stepping aside to let him pass. Come on in. The games we play. Plead. So it's like that, I mused, closing my eyes and nodding slowly to show I'd understood. And I had, probably more than Porphyro knew. After letting him into my room, I'd asked him several pointed questions and began putting together any missing pieces from the way he answered. Truthfully, however, I had been pretty sure that I knew what he had to say even before he started talking. Thinking about it logically, it was probably parecognition putting together bits and pieces from my memories. Due to my high INT, I passively memorized everything I sense, even if I dismissed most of it as useless and didn't give it any though, so it was highly probable that I'd heard people talking about stuff like this and just ignored it as unimportant at the time. From what I'd gathered, it seemed to go like this. He and his sister had been enrolled in Sanctum when they came of age as a not-so-subtle way of getting them out of the house, and when they'd passed, they'd been just as quickly cycled into Haven. From the beginning, the name of Alexandria, combined with their nature as bastard children, had been a cause of difficulties. While early on, people had moved to curry favor, it quickly became apparent that neither of them were considered true members of Alexandria and that the family was split on what to do with them. That is, bullying them would anger certain people in power, but so would assisting them, as they were viewed as a potential threat to the true heir. Gianos, various people in the Alexandria group regarded them and anyone who seemed to be supporting them with a great deal of suspicion. When people began to figure that out, they reacted in a fairly logical way. They avoided them like the plague, while, of course, supporting them if they seemed like they might steal Keanu's position as the heir of Alexandria had the potential of great rewards. Supporting them in an unsuccessful attempt had promised nothing but horrific pain followed hopefully by death. Those weren't the only options, of course, but until Porphyro and Asumi were considered safe by their family, they and any of their followers would be treated with caution. Seeing that, the other children at Sanctum largely decided that the best way to deal with the hornet's nest was not to poke it and see what came out, and so they weren't approached. Well, things might have been different if Porphyro and Asumi had proven to be exceptionally skilled, I suppose, but though they stood out some, it was nothing to the extent that people would change their minds. Their time at Sanctum had been a fairly lonely one, not so much at Haven. For better or worse, whether it was fair or not, a team of hunters was considered to be a single unit in a number of ways, that is, close allies who would die for one another at a moment's notice. It wasn't entirely unfair to think in such a way, because a big part of the training at the academies was to that end. On the battlefield, hunters were to work together. To hunters, age was something that didn't matter, nor did religion, race, beliefs, gender, ambitions, or anything else. That was true of hunters as a group and even more so of hunters on the same team. After all, We were the warriors that had decided to risk our lives for the sake of mankind, and the Grimm would happily kill us no matter what we believed in. At the end of the day, we were expected to find common ground and work together, and if no such common ground immediately presented itself, then we could always start with "I don't want the Grimm to eat me," and I'd rather they didn't overrun and slaughter all of humanity. Everything else can be put to the side, and after 4 years of school and however many life or death missions, bonds tended to form. So really, it wasn't hard to believe that if you fuck with one member of a team, you fuck with all of them. That was how hunters were all but required to work. On the other hand, you had guys like me who could kill half their own team if the need presented itself. There were special circumstances involved, their loyalty to a terrorist that may be planning to fuck up my shit, for instance, but still, it showed that things could be more complicated than some guy had decided they were supposed to be. Porfiro's team had gotten off to a rocky start as a result of various things, of which Porfiro's origins were only a part. Helen, for instance, was the daughter of a branch family of Alexandria, which is to say that Sinosarge's father had had sex with the wife of Helen's grandfather or great-grandfather, and she'd ended up pregnant. Stuff like that hadn't been particularly uncommon in the days when the families ruled as kings, so, if anything, it had improved the family's position. But it should go without saying that a man may not be overly appreciative of another man having sex with his wife. Even beyond the general suspicion aimed at bastard lines, the laconic family had fought against the Alexandria in the Civil War several decades later, which had resulted in a fair amount of bad blood between them. That was a long time ago, of course, but that didn't mean it had been forgotten, especially when the families had finally risen to power once more. Seeing her partner up with the bastards of the Alexandria family, well, it should go without saying that it gave the wrong impression, even if they were on a team mostly due to chance. Even beyond that, there were other things at play. While Helen was far from the most powerful person in her year, she was undeniably beautiful, made even more so by the unconscious use of her semblance. People were naturally drawn to her, so of course there was some jealousy involved. More than that, while Helen may never kill a Goliath on her own, sometimes the subtle powers were the most dangerous, and being able to influence people's minds in even minor ways was the type of power with the potential to be very dangerous. Even now, with her team ostracized and her own background, Helen had a lot of admirers and friends. In another 10 or 20 years, she'd be a scary member of somebody's group, rallying people to this cause or that. There'd been a lot of efforts made to separate her from her current team in the hopes of cementing her loyalty to various groups, and it wasn't hard to imagine that it had been tempting. After all, thinking about it from her perspective, signing up with the right people might remove the mark on her family name and see her welcomed into a high-ranking position. Remaining with her team might have been personally admirable, but there was no reward for going down with the sinking ship, and that's what they probably seemed like, especially when her prospects, if she stayed loyal to them, probably weren't great. Having a woman on your team who can weave subtle influence over entire crowds of people was great. Having an enemy who could do it was somewhat less so. Even after 2 years, she hadn't made an official choice, which was already showing a pretty significant amount of loyalty under the circumstances, but she couldn't put it off forever, especially with everything at risk. Aspro only made matters worse, because he had made a name for himself. Another distant relative of Porfiro's, of which there seemed to be many, given the way certain members seemed to get around. Not that I could really talk. I'd seen my family tree, and even without the mess that was the current generation, it was pretty wild. He'd stood out from the beginning as a 3-time winner of the Mistral Regional Tournament, which had been a record until Pyrrha came along and broke it. He was pretty skilled in his own right, and he backed it up with a power that was somewhere between unconscious fine telekinesis and probability manipulation to get an advantage in battle. While not the flashiest of powers, it was the type of thing that allowed him to run through a hail of bullets unscathed and land what would be lucky strikes if he didn't do them 10 times in a row. One of the most gifted fighters in his year, he'd managed the occasional victory against Erythro and had once tied with Roland White. Needless to say, he was also being scouted. Squiro's group, then, was a way of exerting pressure upon them. I'd have to check their sponsors to be sure, but I was almost certain they were backed by the Alexandria family. They weren't really a threat. Porfiro and his team in a corner and beat the crap out of you since, but they served as a constant example of the future that awaited them if they followed Porfiro. Squiro and his team had slowly taken control of their year, risen to the top, and made things difficult for them in any number of ways, while also leaving ways out for certain members of the team. From that, I could roughly guess what they were planning. As the strongest group in the junior year, Squiro and his team had been scouted by the Alexandria family with the intention of drawing them firmly into the fold. If I were to guess, I'd say that the general plan was that Squiro would marry Asumi while his brother Fotino would probably marry Helen. I couldn't be sure, but this seemed about right. While Asumi was a bastard child, she was still a member of the Alexandria family, and Squiro would marry into it through her once her potential as a threat was removed and Keanos had risen to his position, of course. Meanwhile, the stigma against Helen's family would be removed by marrying Fotino, who would be the brother of a loyal member of the Alexandria family. In all likelihood, Squiro and his group would be protecting and supporting Keanos during this year and the next, training him and making connections while leaving it to him to assume control in his junior year. Uspar would probably be married to a branch member of the family and Porphyro, well, I doubted there was a lot of room for Porphyro in any of their plans. While murdering the son of the clan head was unlikely, he would probably be shuffled as firmly out of things as possible without kicking him out entirely. Assuming alone would be enough of a risk, but at least any claims she potentially made to the throne of Alexandria could be complicated by the right marriage. Porphyro would need to be watched to make sure he didn't do anything that put Keanu's power at right. It was a bit complex, but I suppose this was how matters of inheritance were dealt with in Mistral. It had the potential to be a great issue, so it needed to be handled seriously. In all honesty, I thought it was kind of sad, but the fact remained that it was a relatively minor issue from my perspective. I had neither desire nor intention in getting involved in a war of succession on top of all the other problems I had to deal with, and I considered myself to be on fairly good terms with Keanu's regardless. Porphyro's team had a number of useful powers and they seemed nice enough, but that would be tedious on an epic scale, to say nothing of the number of people that risked getting hurt. But then, Porphyro wasn't after the crown, was he? I get it, I said, opening my eyes. What do you want from me? Protection, right? Porphyro blinked at me, a bit taken aback. I might have been slightly exaggerating how much he'd told me. He replied, trying to catch up. Yes, I hummed, nodding at him. It's good that you aren't entertaining plans to take over the Alexandria family, I told him. That would be a mess to deal with, so I would have had to refuse. But if it's just protection, that's easy enough to handle. You and your team could sit near me at lunch and stuff, and that should make it obvious that you aren't to be screwed with needlessly. Nonetheless, I'd like to avoid any misunderstandings, so it'd probably be best to sort things out with Keanu's and Squire as soon as possible. Well, Keanu's and I are friends, so it shouldn't be an issue. Just to make sure, you're fine with being my subordinate, right? He said again. I tilted my head to the side, musing. Really? If it's not just your problems here at Haven you're looking to deal with, it would be best to call my grandmother as well, I mused. Being seen as a member of the Roma would be ideal for you, too, right? It should clear things up and then you could approach the mess with your family from a different angle. Well, but calling Sinosarges would probably help make things simpler. You're fine with that, aren't you? Porphyro began to look more and more helpless as I went on until he turned to Adam as if seeking help. He didn't really know the guy, so it was an easy mistake to make. Yeah, he's always like that, Adam said, looking bored. His scroll was out again and he was sitting next to the invisible Autumn, holding it such that she could see the game he was playing. As Autumn probably didn't understand anything Porphyro and I were or were not, as the case may be saying, she was watching it with distant interest. Which reminded me, I should reward Autumn for her training. Maybe getting her some games of her own would be nice. Let's go, I said, standing and ignoring Adam. Go? Porphyro asked, head snapping back to me. Go where? I just said we needed to talk to a few people, didn't I? I replied. No point in wasting time. Porphyro answered. Joan? Keanu's asked as he opened the door, surprised to see me, which I suppose was fair. I'd been busy the last few weeks and human interaction tends to fall to the wayside a bit when you were preparing for the apocalypse. As a result, I hadn't spent much time hanging out with my friends. The simple fact of the matter was that the time I spent with them was time I could instead spend ensuring the survival of the human race, so I prioritized Keanu's. I greeted anyway. Got a minute? He blinked once and tilted his head to the side before nodding. Sure, he replied. What do you need? I gave him a preemptively apologetic smile before answering. Family business, I said. Keanu's frowned at that. He replied. He looked over my shoulder and then both ways down the hall, his eyes lingering for several seconds when he saw his half-brother leaning against a wall a ways away. After a moment of observation, he sighed and nodded again. I see. Alexandria and Roma only? I confirmed. Keanu's glanced over his shoulder at the rest of his team, who had stopped eating, reading, and playing video games to watch the two of us with unconcealed interest, before glancing back at me with a raised eyebrow. I stepped out of the way to let him pass and he closed the door behind him. I see you met my half-brother, he said after an awkward moment, unsure of how to begin the conversation. Given that this was probably an uncomfortable topic to begin with, I decided to try and make this easy for him. He came to me, asked for protection, I stated, dismissing his unspoken worries. Keanu's blinked at that, probably surprised that a junior would be asking a freshman for such a thing, but then he nodded again, remembering who he was talking to. I guess that makes sense, he mused, eyebrows furrowing as he tried to piece together what that truly meant. You gave it to him, I'm guessing? I want to sort out a few things beforehand, I replied. But yeah, getting an early start on the rest of us again, I see, Keanu said with another sigh before giving me a half smile and nodding in acknowledgement. What type of arrangement is it? A fairly standard one, I told him. They work for me, I protect them. Well, given what I've already done, that mainly just means I'll let them hang around me publicly at lunch and stuff. Anyone with a survival instinct should be able to take a hint, and everyone without one is better off learning why they need one now than in the field. Keanos laughed at that, leaning back against the doorframe of his room. Fair enough, he agreed. For a minute, I thought you wanted me to call everyone off them, but I doubt you need my help for stuff like that. And it's more complicated than that, I stated matter-of-factly. Always is, he replied, before glancing towards Porfirio again. I don't hate him, you know. I did know, so I nodded. Mom, though, Keanos continued, shaking his head. Well, you can probably imagine how it looked to her when Dad brought home 2 older kids shortly after marrying her. You probably know what our families can be like. I'm not really worried about it, but Mom's side of the family cannot react. Dad all but slapped them all in the face and stopped over their arrangements and deals. Whatever their personal feelings, a lack of response wouldn't look good. I can't stop that. I'm not even sure Gramps could, or, at least, that he'd be willing to, given the hell it would raise. So far, he's sort of been leaving it to Dad to clean up his own mess, though I don't think he minds having more grandkids. I know, I replied. I try to keep an ear to the ground and in the ground and pretty much everywhere else I can manage to put one, honestly. So I have a fairly good idea of what's happening. Honestly, I don't want to step on your toes or butt into Alexandria business, but it's a good opportunity for me, so I'd like to make arrangements. My brother's team does have some pretty neat powers on it, doesn't it? Keanos noted, getting right to the heart of the matter. In all honesty, if not for the message it would send, I wouldn't mind them having my back, but I can't have it looking like I'm depending on my older siblings, and I especially can't have it look like I'm showing weakness to a potential threat to my position. It's sad, but I guess it could be helped. He was pretty frank on that front, but I suppose I was the same way. Truthfully, their powers were a big part of why I was going through with this. Not that I didn't empathize with their circumstances or didn't want to help them, of course, but again, I kind of had bigger things to worry about. Their current situation might cause them problems when they graduate in 2 years or so, but that was rather beyond the time frame I was working under. If we were all still alive in 2 years and family issues were still something worth mentioning, who knows? But here and now, I felt justified putting stuff like that off. But Porfirio's team was different. Sure, they weren't the strongest students in school, but that wasn't what I wanted them for. Quite frankly, I didn't need that kind of help. Instead, they brought to the table an array of powers that could be useful in a variety of circumstances. If used right, Asami's limited precognition, Helen's mental influence, Aspo's luck, and even Porfirio's opacity manipulation could all be helpful. I didn't need help punching Goliaths in the face right now, so that happened to be precisely the type of thing I was after. I knew from experience with my own skills that sometimes the best skills were the auxiliary and support ones. Things like my various senses and Naraka, as well as things which were useful in and out of battle like acceleration, had long since proven their worth to me, and so I would be happy to gain support from people with those kinds of skill sets. Similarly, if I could find, say, a few mass teleporters and such, I'd be fairly ecstatic. Someone who could read minds or something would be pretty nice too, though I'd need to be completely sure of their loyalty. Stuff like that was more useful to me than, say, a pyrokinetic, by and large. So I hummed a sound of agreement and nodded at his words. Given that their presence in the Alexandria family is causing so much trouble, I was thinking about asking grandmother to accept them into the Roma, I continued, surprising Keanos again. Our families have done exchanges like that before, and it would be convenient for you two, right? That should take care of their potential claim to your position and remove any reason for them to be targeted at the same time. No, more than that, if another faction were to target members of the Roma needlessly and beyond what is expected, I'd have to object. That should solve most of the problems. I believe it would solve a lot of problems, Keanos said after a moment, regaining himself. I mean, anyone with a brain would know what was happening and why, but screw them, it would take care of most of the major issues, and that's what really matters. But, I smiled wryly, they don't want them to leave, but they don't want them to stay, I mused, shaking my head. Our families are a bit weird, aren't they? Just a bit, Keanos replied, holding up 2 fingers with several centimeters of space between them. But it could be helped. I don't mind if they're okay with it, but a lot of my family members would take it was a pretty big loss, even if they're pretty unwanted. Well, the families try to squeeze as much use as they possibly can out of people before throwing them away. You get what I mean, right? Marriages, I replied, voicing my previous thoughts. Squirrel is probably set to marry Asami and become a member of the Alexandria family, while his brother will likely marry Helen. Probably, Keanos agreed. If not exactly that, then something close to it. That stuff has been in the works for a long while now, and people would get annoyed if it got ruined all of a sudden. Not that Gramps is likely to care too much about that, much less your grandmother, but it'll be a pain in the ass in various ways. They'll see it as losing an opportunity to strengthen Alexandria and will make things inconvenient, if nothing else. If instead of breaking things off entirely, it was a replacement, that might work. but I'll assume you don't want to marry my sister or Helen." "I'll have to decline," I answered. "Not that they aren't attractive or anything, but I'd feel really bad for them if they got stuck being married to me." I wasn't kidding. For anything close to a normal person, being married to me would be a death sentence, and I wouldn't want to marry anyone who didn't know what they were getting into. Besides, and from a more pragmatic standpoint, I wasn't any more opposed to the concept of an arranged marriage than I was to using my body to gain an advantage in any other way. But if I did it, I'd prefer to get a greater asset out of it. That was a rather cold way of looking at things. But hey, there were not insignificant odds that anyone who married me wouldn't have to put up with me for all that long. So, in regards to marriages, however, I continued, I don't want to force anyone into such a thing, but I'm sure our grandparents will start haggling moments after we tell them. If the members of Porphyro's teams agree to it, I have no objections either, so tell them to sort it out. I'm all for passing the buck. Keanos agreed. So it sounds good to me. When do you want to do this? You got your scroll? Of course. Then let's call them up now and get this over with. The games we play. Forethought. 5. Porphyro said through his scroll. I didn't need it for ranged communications, but I hadn't told him that, so for now I was playing along, shifting my attention away from the scroll at my side. However, I waited patiently. It took a while, but as I calmly counted down in my head, I sensed 5 people walk past my door. Reaching across the school with my psychokinesis, I nudged the die on the table in front of Asumi to a 5. 2. Asumi murmured to her brother after a moment. 2. Porphyro relayed through the scroll why he hadn't just given the scroll to Asumi herself. I wasn't entirely sure. Right now, however, I didn't really care. Needless to say, I was testing the power of my new subordinates, or, at least, Asumi's power. There were a great number of limits to her sight, ranging from how far she could see to what she could see, so it was necessary to test it now. She couldn't see people, after all, so she was often faced with events that seemingly lack a cause, which was something I was attempting to work around. It was a fairly big issue because she could only see at most a few minutes into the future, with a precise distance depending on how much aura she used. And from what I understood, it was essentially the same as normal sight to her. She didn't get an instantaneous download of everything happening around her or anything like that, so useful information was limited to what she could comprehend in a short period of time. Needless to say, I was doing my utmost to cheat my way around as many of these limitations as I could. While there was little I could do about the range of her sight without using something like car readers, which would just allow her to maintain the limit of her sight for a longer period of time, comprehension was the bigger issue in my mind. With my psychokinesis, I could write a book of details in an instant, but that'd be useless. Whatever messages I might want passed on to my past self needed to be something she could quickly read and speak aloud, or it was useless. But just because something was useful information to me didn't necessarily mean it needed to mean anything to her. That is, she didn't need to know what the number on the die meant because I knew what it meant at the time I received it. I was counting the number of people who passed by my door, after all. Similarly, now that I had finished this test and proven to myself that the process worked, I could move on to more complicated things, with the complications being on my end. For instance, if I attached an important situation to every letter of the alphabet and she relayed a letter back to me, then I would have a heads up on what to expect in the near future. I'd start with emergency situations like an attack or a rider outbreak and fill in the remainder with things it would simply be nice to know about beforehand, and just like that, I'd have an alarm system that went off several minutes before it was tripped. Beyond that, I could add specifications. If, say, the letter A indicated a rider attack, then I could have A1, A2, A3, and A4 indicate hypothetical attacks from conquest, war, famine, and death. With an additional digit, I could add specifics, with something like A11 being a conquest outbreak that's affected Haven, another digit indicating the specific area, and so on. I still needed to keep things limited to what Azumi could quickly see and recall, taking into account human error on her end, but so long as I kept the numbers relatively short and memorized what each number meant, I should be able to manage. A111, for example, was fairly simple and would inform me of a conquest attack in Haven, and centered upon my room. Even with just a minute's warning, something like that would be invaluable. I needed to make sure I was on good terms with Asumi, though while it would be fairly simple to keep an eye on her, I needed to make sure that she would speak any message I left her, or this would be pointless. She seemed to be fairly loyal at present, given what I've done for her and her brother, but it wasn't difficult to imagine her getting tired of suddenly seeing random numbers and digits and being expected to recite them at any time of the day. I'd need to give some thought to what I should tell her, to at least make sure she knew that it was important. It was something worth thinking about. Also, I should decide on precisely how I wanted to arrange my system. Should I make the RWBY as the second set of events I decided up? It didn't really matter, because barring an extreme emergency, I'd remember the results either way, but there was a small chance I'd need to use a middleman or need to warn someone else. Of course, in that case, I could always just say Grim. No, for my own set of codes, I'd just go for B. Then C would be Cinder. I suppose that works out, and she is what I'm focusing on at present. D could be emergencies related to my friends. E could be like that. I spent a few minutes hammering out precisely what I'd want to be on the lookout for at any given time, and a series of possibilities for each. It wasn't a perfect system, and it wouldn't instantly tell me about all the precise details of an event, but it was far, far better than nothing. In an emergency, even just a minute's heads up could be invaluable, and in what I considered an emergency, even more so. It was currently limited by my proximity to Asumi, but I could set something up, possibly with a scroll, to help deal with that somewhat. But for now, to test it, taking a breath, I leaned back and waited quietly for anything to happen. Thanks to Asumi's foresight, I didn't need to focus on anything in particular. So long as I detected something, I could pass a message back to myself telling me where to look, keeping in mind how long Asumi generally looked into the future, as well as how long it would take her to read my message and relay it. I would then have somewhere between 20 and 50 seconds to react. C21, Asumi murmured, and I checked to make sure. Yes, Cinder was approaching, and she was alone at the moment. Given her direction, she was probably heading towards my room, something I could all but confirm given the message I'd gotten. Just to make sure, because this was a test, I waited patiently for her to knock on my door. 32 seconds later, she did. Cinder, I greeted with a smile, glancing over her shoulders. Emerald and Mercury aren't with you? They were hungry, so they decided to get something to eat, she replied with a small smile of her own. Hello Juan. Emerald and Mercury were in the cafeteria, but then, Cinder has sent them there. Regardless. C211, Asumi said again, though I silenced Porphyro before his voice could come out of my scroll. Dust, I thought as I absently changed the tiles I'd arrayed before my distant subordinate. Do you need something? I asked, tilting my head. I was thinking we haven't had much time for sewing of late, she replied. Are you free right now by any chance? I could hardly pass up a chance to learn from a master like you, Cinder, I answered, stepping aside to let her in. You've been practicing, I hope, she said. Of course, I assured, which was true. I'd sewn Autumn several wardrobes worth of cloaks for the future, using various types of dust. I'd made a few of my own just so I could practice using them and better teach her how. What did you have in mind for today? Why don't you show me what you've learned and we'll pick up from there, she proposed, and I gave a nod of consent. Pulling out the box of materials I'd stored beneath my bed with a thought, I opened it and began withdrawing different types of cloth and thread. After a moment's thought, I decided to make myself a shirt with blue dust and took a seat on my bed again to do so. Cinder was silent for a moment as she watched me before blinking slowly. You've improved a great deal, she praised after a moment. Your designs are smoother than before. You have a knack for sewing, Juan. She wasn't talking about the physical designs, but how energy would flow through them, which was a matter of how much dust is used, where it's placed, and how it's sewn. I knew that mainly because my designs had been perfect from the beginning. Thank you, I answered. Though it's more a matter of practice. It's easy to get better at something you do over and over again. Cinder hummed in acknowledgement, though not entirely in agreement. While she thought repetition was a key part of perfection, it didn't explain my massive growth. Nonetheless, she didn't argue. Have you given any thought to what direction you intend to take your work? Cinder asked. Some, I admitted. I like to be prepared, so I've woven a number for emergencies and such, and I've been working on several for my minions. Beyond that, however, there are a lot of things that'll have to wait until I'm more skilled. Oh, I shrugged. I've thought about weaving green dust into boots to allow a person to walk on air, I answered. It's simple enough in its own right, but very dependent on the wearer's control. I suspect most people would end up killing themselves if they tried. I assure you would be more careful, Cinder said. I gave her a half smile. I don't need stuff like that to fly, I answered, making her chuckle. I suppose not, she mused before we lapsed back into silence. C-3212, Asami suddenly said, and I had to work to keep from reacting as I understood it. Cinder was leaving the school, but not immediately. Instead, it would be in a matter of days. 2 days, to be precise. What? Even so, I didn't move. One of the most important parts of foresight was knowing things that I otherwise could not, and thus, that my enemies would not be prepared for me to know. As a result, I had to carefully regulate what I allowed to be seen, which meant an extra level of caution around someone like Cinder. If Asami had sent this message back to me, then obviously the topic of conversation would come up soon, but no. For now I needed to think about what this meant. The most obvious explanation for why Cinder intended to leave school was because she wanted to meet up with Jianbing. Or rather, she had plans involving the White Fang that required something of a personal touch, which was why she couldn't just use one of her underlings for the task. That was good news for me, because it meant that my little show with Torchwick had worked as I intended and Cinder was going to move. As Cinder had spent the last several weeks here at Haven just calmly waiting, I was happy to have forced her to action. But could this be just that? Obviously, Cinder intended to keep her identity as secret as possible, at least until such time as her true plans came to fruition in Vale. But if she was moving, then it was likely that she had something big in mind. She, who had been content to ignore Jianbing until now, wanted to meet with him now somehow. I doubted it was simply to deepen her cooperation with the White Fang. She wanted to test the waters and, if possible, turn things to her advantage. At the same time, however, for something like this, as I'd hoped, if she was moving in person, then the chances were high that she would reveal something about her plans to me to get me to play along with the power of my precognition and, perhaps, with the help of Asami. I thought that I might have the advantage here, but first of all, I needed information. I noted with some annoyance that I hadn't thought to add a digit for duration of absence to my future warning and promptly dedicated another digit to do so. While the fact that she was leaving at all told me a great deal, it was more important to know how long she would be gone. It was only going to be for an afternoon. That might mean she only planned to have the meeting and then return, but I noticed that her departure lined up with the last day of the school week. Since she could have used any day for a meeting, odds were good that she hadn't chosen that randomly. It was even possible that whatever she had planned could take the entire weekend. Cinder didn't seem like the type to risk the sanctity of her plan just for a chance to stretch her legs, so if that was true, then she would definitely have something planned, and combined with the fact that she intended to meet Jianbing, perhaps even something involving me. If so, I should remember to play it cool. I wanted to learn everything I could about Cinder and her schemes, but I needed to avoid arousing too much suspicion in the process. As a part of that, I couldn't afford to instantly agree with any of her plans unless I could present a front of already knowing about them and standing to profit, that is, my usual smug bastard persona. For the sake of that, I should start gathering information right now. Which, knowing Asami's power, I glanced up at Cinder as if only now noticing her watching me and tilted my head slightly to the side, checking her over quickly. I was relieved to find that it did seem like she wanted to say something, which gave me a just-in-case excuse to preserve causality. With something like precognition, however limited, I needed to keep that in mind. Cinder, I mused, slowly finishing my work on the shirt and levitating it towards my waiting hands. I paused for a moment to check it over carefully as if I wasn't sure it was perfectly fine, as it to make sure everything was as it should be. With something that could easily be used to create massive explosions, making sure you didn't somehow fuck everything up was a must. All the more so because this was a weapon that, theoretically, you'd be relying on in battle. Nodding as if satisfied, I folded it with a thought and added it to the growing pile of dust-woven garments beneath my bed, which was itself only a small fraction of what I'd actually made. As I could store everything I really needed inside of my inventory, I didn't have much reason to leave anything lying around, but appearances must be met, I supposed. She replied, almost glowing eyes focusing on mine as she did. You didn't just want to watch me so again, did you? I asked. Cinder gave a wry smile, inwardly pleased, whether because I'd noticed or asked. I wasn't sure. I'm sorry, she said, faking sincerity. Well, but no, I did not. I'm already well aware that things such as this are child's play to you. I smiled slightly, as if pleased by her praise, and straightened slightly in response. Perhaps it's simply because I had a good teacher, I replied. If not for you, I wouldn't be anywhere near as good at this as I am now. That much was true. In fact, if not for the potential threat she posed, I probably wouldn't have bothered practicing my dust weaving. The truth of the matter was that I didn't have much use for it personally, and that my immediate allies would probably take a long time to master its use in battle. Really, I didn't consider myself the type who was dependent on tools and weapons anymore, or, more truthfully, I simply considered this body of mine to be my weapon. I could break it, remake it, improve it, and use it better than any sword or gun in the world. Flatterer, Cinder answered with a small twitch of her lips. Someone like you would have probably been fine all on your own. Maybe, Maybe not, I answered. And even if I could do things their way, wouldn't you agree that it was better that I didn't have to? Cinder hummed for a moment at that, considering both it and me. As her eyes remained focused steadily on my face, I wondered just what she thought of me and, more importantly, what she suspected. While most of my secrets were thankfully too wild for anyone to easily guess, she probably had suspicions of some kind regarding me. Even so, whatever she felt, she didn't let show on her face, probably aided by the fact that she kept herself remarkably in check at all times. Perhaps so, she allowed after several seconds. Regardless, there is something I wish to tell you, though I'm rather doubtful that it will make much difference for you. I will be unavailable this weekend. I blinked, nodded, and shrugged. It wasn't anything noteworthy, after all, for a student to leave the school for the weekend for any number of reasons, up to and including just wanting to relax in the city. That is, if you were a normal student, which, needless to say, neither of us were. I'm sure a lot of people would be very interested in what I did while no one was looking, and I was sure interested in what Cinder had planned, but I didn't allow any of that to show on my face, illusory or otherwise. Okay, I answered. Like you said, it probably won't make much difference, and if something comes up, I'll just ask you when you come back. Going anywhere in particular, or do you just want to get out of this place for a while? Both, I suppose, Cinder answered after a moment's musing. Certainly, it's always nice to have some time away, but in this case, I simply had personal business to take care of. Oh? I asked, deciding to show a bit more interest as I leaned back on my bed. Anything important? You don't usually talk about yourself, Cinder. Neither do you, she reminded, to which I gestured dismissively. You already know who my family is, I brushed off. Pretty much everything about me is a secret nowadays. Well, if you wanted, I could tell you the official story. Stuff like how I wasn't accepted into Signal Combat School over in Vale because I was incompetent. That got a chuckle out of Cinder, and I joined her after a moment, smiling. Looking back, that was where it had all began, but it almost felt like another life now. So much had changed, so much had happened, so much had been learned. It was hard to believe what my life had been like a relatively short time ago. I couldn't say I missed those days, not really. I wasn't the type with fantasies about normalcy, much less mediocrity, but things had been simpler. Not that it would have changed anything, truthfully. Ignorance may be bliss, but the bliss was no more than a self-deception. The terrifying things I'd learned about the world would have still been there, beyond my sight, waiting to potentially tear down my world. In that case, isn't it better to know and act than to not know and wait? I thought so, and at least this way, I had a chance of fixing things, however small. I'll ask you to spare me, Cinder replied. It's nothing particularly interesting. I have to handle several estates that were left to me by my parents. It's nothing particularly impressive, truth be told, but it's best to stop by every few months to keep things from piling up. Ah, I agreed, and carefully didn't remark upon the implication that her parents were dead. It was probably true, but probably wasn't as simple as she implied. Either way, I'd look into it later. Well, good luck then. If you ever need any help, just tell me. For me, I shrugged. Perhaps I'll take you up on that someday, she mused before closing her eyes and giving a sad and entirely fake smile. But this is something I have to do alone, I think. I understand, I whispered gently, as if buying into any of this. To be honest, though, I was impressed by how far she'd go to leverage things to her advantage. Well, I'll be looking forward to someday, then. Ah, Cinder nodded, giving me a long look. As will I, Jaune. And so smiling, lying, plotting, and scheming all the while, we went our separate ways. The games we play. Jaune, are you certain about this, Jian? Raven asked as I walked through the halls of the base. She wasn't beside me at the moment, wouldn't be until the meeting began, but I could hear her just fine across the building, and by avoiding being seen together, we could avoid tipping our hands ahead of schedule. I am, I replied, answering her question through Levant, who stood beside her with the same smile as always. Because she already knew about her, there wasn't any particular reason to hide her, after all, but I got the feeling that Raven still found it a bit off-putting to hear my voice come from another's mouth. This is a good chance for the both of us. it'd be wasteful not to exploit it. Raven agreed, if a touch reluctantly. I could understand why, though. There were so many unknowns involved that in many ways, we were going in blind. It wasn't something either of us was all that pleased by. But there was no helping it at the end of the day. Beggars can't be choosers. It had been 2 days since my meeting with Cinder and I'd spent them the same way I spent most of my time as of late in preparation. I'd continued grinding my skills as best I was able, but sadly, it hadn't been enough to rank up the rest of the skills I'd used to create parecognition. I'd have liked to come into this with as many observational skills as physically possible, but alas, it seemed that wasn't possible. As per usual, getting from level 98 to the peak of 99 was a relentless grind fest. Even what had amounted to months of work hadn't been quite enough to make it. At this rate, they'd level in 1 more day, but I'd have to go without them for this. Oh well, I thought I'd make do. Yesterday, Raven had given me the time and place of the meeting and had escorted me here a short while ago. It was a White Fang facility, though obviously a new one, probably something arranged with the help of my grandmother. In fact, it was relatively close to Haven, relatively scarcely populated, and therefore, relatively unthreatening. Even so, the fact that the meeting was taking place in our territory was something of a mixed blessing. The dubious benefit was that it supposedly gave us an advantage, but truthfully, I was fairly sure that most of the people at this meeting would spontaneously evaporate if it came to a fight. Despite that, meeting us on our own ground gave Cinder an appearance of, if not trust, then of confidence. If this meeting had been limited to Raven and I doubt it would make much difference when it came to opposing Cinder. Though, granted, if it had been restricted in such a way, I would have suspected a trap. I guess there's just no pleasing me. Which wasn't to say I still didn't suspect a trap, though a thorough investigation of the premise and surrounding area had made that unlikely. I'd checked to make sure there was no one lying in wait for us, and unless there was a teleporter waiting to come into play at an inconvenient time, a possibility that I sadly could not dismiss outright, then we should be in the clear, as much as we ever were, at least. Still, I made sure to speak and move with careful confidence, as if I wasn't at all worried about what might happen or wasn't ready to drag us all into another dimension at a moment's notice. All told, we were well prepared, with Adam in the building and Goo waiting at a distance, just in case. I'd left Autumn behind for this, with the excuse of having a safe place to withdraw to in an emergency, but the bulk of our combat power was gathered here. We were ready for a fight on an epic scale, if push came to shove. I was simply hoping they wouldn't, partially because of the risks involved and partially because I could accomplish more by talking and paying attention at a time like this. Do not concern yourself with what might happen, Raven, I replied, as if I wasn't concerned about it. Should something happen, I will address it to the fullest extent of my abilities. Open with Naraka, whether to withdraw or remove potential casualties, and try to get into position for Luxeterna. Keep in mind that if she is a rider, she likely has the ability to shatter barriers like Conquest did, and thus refrain from using it immediately. Instead, approach with a full-speed attack and strike with all my power, activating everything that isn't already on as I go. Karna may not be effective given her own skill with fire, so use alternate means. Magic missile first, gunner when potential casualties can be avoided. Use elementals to disrupt her dust manipulation and put deposition to good use now that it's been trained some. Vanish with an illusion, if it can fool her, and then press the assault with a mix of melee and ranged attacks, supplemented with psychokinetic blades and firing spears. But I will also do my utmost to ensure that nothing does, I concluded with a smile that I tried to show in my voice. Just follow my lead. I felt her sigh, but also nod. Very well, she murmured. They're waiting for you. Shall we arrive separately or together? Please, allow me to go first, so as to give you a proper introduction, I answered humbly before slipping into Naraka with a flash of aura. The moment I did, I was moving quickly down the halls, tearing through walls when their placement inconvenienced me, before sliding to a halt in a motion that left behind a trail of shattered flooring. No more than a moment after I entered Naraka, I was inside the meeting room, standing in a place I'd made sure was uninhabited before shattering the dimensional barrier and appearing as casually as I could manage. Said appearance was met by a sudden rush of swear words, 3 chairs falling over, 6 people jumping to their feet, and a woman focusing her gaze on me. Even Adam, who'd been leaning against the back wall, dropped his hand to the hilt of his sword, though his reaction was mostly an act. After a moment of silent staring, Adam settled down, removing his hand from his blade. Bing, he said stoically. I'm almost surprised you actually came. Adam, I replied, with a slow smirk and easy familiarity. Naturally, I take my work seriously. There was a mix of twitching lips and sneers at that. Adam had, of course, spent quite some time undercover and off the map. So had I, of course, but nobody was going to question me on it. I was well known for doing whatever the hell I wanted and was something of a boogeyman. Besides, Adam, meanwhile, was viewed as something of a way to get at Raven without risking her shoving your head up your own ass. Adam didn't dignify that with a response, expression cool even as I turned away from him and slid my gaze to Cinder, who'd been watching me since the moment I appeared. "Jianbing," she said, inclining her head. "A pleasure to meet you at last." "Miss Fall," I greeted as I casually pulled back a chair. "I heard you wished to speak to me, but you were preoccupied the last time I came to Mistral and I didn't wish to be an inconvenience." "It's always nice to meet a gentleman," she replied, no doubt noting the implication that I knew what she was doing but not letting it bother her overmuch. "Still, I'm glad to see you today. I believe there's quite a bit for you and I to discuss." I smiled at her. "Of course," I said. "But before that, we have another guest." "It's rude to stare, Raven." There was a moment of silence in the wake of my words before space tore open and swirled into a dark gateway. Raven immediately strode out of the darkness, not so much as casting a glance my way, and I felt Cinder's emotions cool even further. She wasn't afraid, precisely, but she was aware of what had been left unspoken. I knew where Cinder worked. Raven and I had both appeared out of thin air. It wasn't had to understand what was being implied, but Cinder did nothing but incline her head in greeting before returning her attention to me. In her eyes, the two of us were both major threats, but I was the major unknown. Did that mean Cinder had something in mind for counteracting Raven? I couldn't rule it out. Unfortunately, though another quick scan of her person didn't reveal anything that seemed particularly dangerous, beyond the usual. Even so, without being able to see her entire profile and without knowing the nature of her power, there was no way of knowing. It could be that she simply felt sure that no threat to her schemes would be coming from that corner tonight. But if not, well, I was planning to strike first anyway. I'd notify Raven of a potential threat if it came to battle. "My apologies," she continued, her eyes focused intently on mine. "I didn't expect all of you to be able to put aside your busy schedules on such short notice. You must have gone through quite a bit of trouble for my sake." "Nothing worth the mentioning," I dismissed easily. "We are, after all, allies. As ones who fight together in the future, it is only proper that we show you due respect." "No, as always, the generosity of the White Fang does it credit," she answered with a grateful smile. In case it needed to be said, the only expression in the room that was faker than hers was mine. "And yet, I find myself regretfully imposing upon your kindness." "I would hardly call it an imposition, Miss Fall," I replied, and then tried to put what little I had gathered to good use. "It's not an imposition to call upon a friend for aid." Cinder didn't twitch, which rather impressed me. Not only had I cemented our respective positions in this discourse that she was asking us for help, but I'd implied that I knew something of what she wanted. Time to see if I could make that last bit a reality. How she answered would, hopefully, tell me more about what she had in mind. "Then I thank you," Cinder said, inclining her head again. "Though it should be nothing but a small matter for you." There was a weight to that last word, enough that it seemed like a test or a reference. Maybe she meant me as in Jianbing, which narrowed things down a great deal. But what? Abruptly, I remembered the weapon shipment from several weeks before. A major move on Cinder's part, which has stolen an enormous amount of equipment under the guise of a terrorist attack. And while the company itself wasn't of any particular note, the location, certainly, that had been the most public thing I'd done as Jianbing, as well as the most memorable. But what did it have to do with this? Unless I considered it for a brief moment, summing up what I knew and thought I knew. This could be a trap, an attempt to make me slip up and reveal how much I didn't know, but on the other hand, this might be an opportunity to cement my impression. Even if I was wrong, it would tell me something, hurt my image somewhat, perhaps, but not majorly, and for this, it was worth a shot. So I chuckled, met Cinder's eyes, and metaphorically crossed my fingers. "It has been a while since I've been to Atlas," I mused. Her eyes widened. I was right. Even with all the confidence I had in my own abilities, I'd been worried, but everything I sensed from her now, surprise, suspicion, and even muted disbelief, said I was correct in my guess that, more than that, I had some kind of lead to follow now, something that might lead me back to or illuminate the rest of her plans. The thought set my mind and heart racing, and I tried to puzzle out what this meant from what I already knew. Nearly a month ago, Adam and I had spotted Cinder's minions working with White Fang as part of an arms exchange, and a quick scan of the news had revealed that a company in Atlas had been targeted by a terrorist attack shortly beforehand. Observation of the merchandise in question had proven that they were linked, and thus meant that Cinder had arranged the events. Perhaps more than that, it meant that she'd had the power necessary to enter Atlas without suspicion being drawn her way, prepare for a major heist, enact it, and then leave the kingdom with a massive haul of stolen weapons. She'd then transported it all back to Mistral, smuggled it into the country unnoticed, and had been able to simply gift it to the White Fang. Something like that would have required an enormous amount of power to do the normal way. Certainly, I could have pulled it off with relative ease through a combination of various things: my inventory, Naraka, illusions, my elementals, etc. But for someone without dimensional or elemental shenanigans, it would have taken a significant amount of effort. One of the things I was eternally grateful to my power for was its ability to let me outright ignore a variety of otherwise annoying things: pain, injury, sleep, storage, exhaustion, learning, on and on. It was useful beyond words to the point that I could barely imagine having to live without it, but I was also cognizant of the fact that most people had no choice but to. So while I could superpower my way around various problems or, if necessary, learn or create means suited to my desired ends, most people, even those more powerful than me in whatever sense, had to work within the means they already had. Getting the equivalent of a doctorate degree in whatever field wasn't feasible in the short term and tedious in the long run. Even more so when it comes to learning a new fighting style or something supernatural. Someone who could theoretically hand me my own ass with one hand didn't necessarily have the skills necessary to match the breadth of my ability, and that had frequently proven to be to my advantage. Therefore, their theft from Atlas told me a great deal about them, though some of the possibilities would need to be narrowed down. Cinder, or whoever she'd entrusted the job to, had been able to enter the country, which could be done easily but risked leaving a paper trail. At the same time, getting past the borders unnoticed presented its own difficulties. Either way, she must have had some way of addressing it. Someone on the inside was possible. Sadly, someone capable of long-range teleportation was as well. Either could smooth along a major theft in the transportation out of Atlas, but if she couldn't teleport, she'd still have needed a major means of transportation in a way to avoid suspicion. Unfortunately, I couldn't narrow things down on that front going only by what I'd seen then. But there was the matter of what she did with her prizes afterwards. She'd given them away, not for free. Of course the effective price tag had been the White Fang's goodwill, but it had been a very simple transaction. Granted, it was unlikely that she would have had much use for it herself. Even among hunters, a handful of people were going to have a hard time using 1,000 guns, but of all the things she could have done, she'd chosen to steal guns instead of, say, penny or a battleship. That implied that there were limits to whatever they'd use to complete their thefts, or at least reasons to limit themselves, but at the same time, the theft they had completed made it seem like a fairly trivial effort on their part. Which could have been the point. But how did they tie into this, if at all? She wanted me to help her with something in Atlas, presumably a theft, something guarded beyond her normal abilities, maybe, though it was just as likely that she wished to test me by seeing how I performed under pressure, though there wasn't any particular reason why she couldn't do both. Hell, if she wanted to test me, why not do it in a way that she stood to profit from? The question was, then, what did she want to steal? I didn't look at Raven, didn't so much as twitch in her direction, but I whispered into her ear with a voice shaped from the air itself. Have there been any interesting new innovations in Atlas? I asked, and though she didn't move or show any sign of hearing it, I felt her begin to search. I am somewhat surprised, however, I continued aloud as if nothing had happened. I wouldn't have thought you of all people would require assistance stealing from Atlas. Sadly, it seems Atlas has become more wary of intruders as of late, Cinder replied, though I can only imagine why. My smile widened and I inclined my head slightly her way, the gesture acknowledging. Inside, I wondered if this was a confirmation of inability or merely an attempt to make me think she couldn't steal it. My precognition was telling me that Cinder was lying, but it did that pretty much every time she opened her mouth, and narrowing down where and why would require more information. Best to play along until I found some. I suppose I did make something of a scene, I mused. I'd intended to move with a bit more subtlety, but alas, Ziz chose to intervene. It couldn't be helped. There was a reaction from Cinder at the mention of Ziz, but there was one from everyone, so that told me little. In her case, it was of mixed interest and caution, as if she were observing a potentially dangerous wild beast. Whether said beast was me or Ziz, I was unsure. Cinder's emotional responses tended to be muted enough to complicate matters for me. Naturally not, Cinder agreed, but with everything that has occurred as of late, the fact remains that they are on their guard. Given the target I had in mind, it may complicate things. Just then, as I was thinking of ways to use a lot of words without saying anything in the process, Raven came through. With the time I'd bought her as a distraction, she'd likely taken the opportunity to go down the list of likely places for such a thing to be held, and presumably because she'd made a point of getting familiar with such things in the past, it hadn't taken her very long to find it. From her place at the side of the room, beneath her mask, she mouthed the words "hide me" and gave me a moment to prepare. When, a second later, a small portal appeared right before her left eye, I reached through it and hid the portal behind an illusion of normalcy, such that even a direct observer would have caught, at most, a very brief flicker. Luckily, Raven had hidden the small portal beneath the table in a nearly empty room, out of the way but still close enough to see what they were working on. It was a mech, a large, somewhat clunky-looking battle suit equipped with everything from rockets, to guns, to scanners. I could freely admit as a I suppose my age was indeterminate now, but at least as a man, that I thought it was pretty damn cool. As a hunter, meanwhile, I thought it looked a bit impractical. It was a large and obvious target, and while it was obviously built with durability in mind, I doubted that armor would stand up to a truly impressive creature of Grimm. The weaponry was adequate, but a lot of it would have difficulty penetrating the height of any of the larger Grimm, and its sheer mass put limits on its maneuverability. It could move fast, certainly, but I was skeptical about its ability to corner well and against enemies that could move freely on the ground, to say nothing of the air. It was difficult to imagine a hunter getting much use out of it in a real battle. But it wasn't meant for hunters, I realized. It was a support unit to a greater force, most likely a robotic force, as was the way of Atlas. A way of adding a human element to the equation to help react to changing situations without leaving them exposed. For that purpose, at least, it would likely serve fairly well. Powerful as we could be individually, being a badass didn't mean all hunters were automatically master strategists, much less ones capable of commanding an army. We mainly worked in small groups, after all, but if, say, the Grimm invaded, you'd need to be able to react in a broad manner until hunters could help with the cleanup. It made sense from that perspective, and yet the Adlesian Paladin 290, I spoke, smiling again as she nearly twitched. Yes, it's an interesting piece of machinery, is it not? And yet, they are made of cotton. I could rip apart 100 of them with my bare hands. Which is heavy for such a thing? You? She asked. Perhaps nothing, but certainly your brothers in the White Fang would appreciate such a gift. Do weapons count as gifts when you expect us to use them for your sake? I replied, expression never drifting away from my quiet smile. We can arm our men with guns and machines, but that won't enable them to triumph over the hunters that would be drawn to such a major spectacle. At best, it will allow them to inconvenience them and draw significant attention our way in the process. I assume someone in Atlas would not appreciate us running rampant with their new toys. Precisely what do we get from this, Ms. Fall? From our continued alliance thus far, between your business in Mistral and in Vale, it's begun to seem as if we are doing all the work for the sake of a nebulously defined goal. Perhaps some further elaboration is in order? The games we play. Informed. For a long moment, Sender faced me with cold eyes. Nothing showed on her face or in the movements of her body, displaying a degree of self-control that still amazed me. I had senses that went past the purely physical. Beneath the surface, her aura changed in time with her emotions, displaying them for me as if they were written in bold colors. She was surprised, on one level, but not as much as I might have suspected under the circumstances. More prominent was her consideration, suspicion, and growing wariness. However slightly, I was making her nervous. Good. Slowly, Sender slid her gaze across the room, taking in the faces of the local White Fang leadership. The lot of them had fallen silent when I'd started speaking, hushed by either the weight of my reputation, the accusations I was throwing out, or perhaps a simple, silent agreement. Though I doubted any of them had followed things to quite the conclusions I had, for lack of information if nothing else. I was all but certain that no one here was overjoyed to be taking de facto orders from a human, especially one who was so close-lipped about her own plans. Sure, from the perspective of the one in charge, making it so that no one had any real idea what was truly going on, and that everyone in power working under the bounds of need to know information had its advantages. It made it significantly harder for one's enemies to figure out the truth behind one's actions and prevented a single betrayal from deeply harming one's strategies. In reality, however, it can be very difficult to motivate people who don't even know why they're doing something, and amongst a group of terrorists and professional criminals, some evidence that this will all pay off in the end was generally appreciated. But Raven and I weren't sure what Cinder's endgame was, which meant that no one else in the White Fang did, either. Thus far, Cinder's alliance with us was built on promises reinforced somewhat by provided weaponry. But while that might be fine in the short term, as a down payment of sorts. In the long run it just wasn't enough, because I was pretty much certain that whatever Cinder was planning, it would mean run-ins with hunter-level combats, especially with her planning to invade Beacon, and while a bunch of armed, angry, and oppressed faunas were all well and good, everyone at this table knew what would happen if such a force ran into a few dozen hunters. At best, their use as a fighting force would spontaneously evaporate. At worst, they would spontaneously evaporate. So in the wake of my words, no one spoke in protest, and their silence put them on my side of the field, and Cinder knew it. She also probably knew that if she didn't come up with a satisfactory answer right the hell now, her support would disappear, and ludicrously dangerous though she may be, she wouldn't be making use of this much grunt labor if she didn't need to. She had no choice but to respond in only a few ways to do so. She could try and deny my words, but they were the truth as far as I knew, though the details were still rather finicky. She could try and start something, to perhaps intimidate us, but she'd never do something so vulgar. Even if Raven and I hadn't been here specifically to counteract such a thing, it would almost certainly have backfired, because all intimidation aside, you had to be pretty convincing, or at least the help of someone like Raven and a very good rep to make people too nervous to rat you out when you were a continent away, and it would take one phone call to fuck you over in an epic way. Given that, she was more likely to try and assuage our worries, and given the fact that I was, hopefully, making her come up with an excuse on short notice, it was likely that elements of the truth would slip in. Very well, she said at last. It was not as though I had any real intention of keeping it a secret from you. Lies and damn lies, I thought. I simply did not think you would be willing to believe the true scope of my project, shall we say, until I had provided enough results to convince you of the worth of our partnership. She continued. You'll find that I'm willing to believe quite a lot, given cause to do so, I replied, and I like to keep track of things in motion, to avoid surprises. For the sake of everyone else at this table, however, allow me to summarize the basics. Ms. Fall has been in association with one Roman Torchwick, who has been stealing large quantities of dust within the Kingdom of Vale. Ms. Fall herself has been posing as a student at Haven. Given that, it's rather obvious that she intends to reconvene with her subordinate in Vale during the Vital Festival, wherein a number of students from around the globe shall gather for a tournament. At that time, you will be safely positioned within Beacon itself, while Torchwick presumably, I assume, with our aid sets things in motion outside of the school. The dust, paladins, and weaponry would largely be used on the outside, provoking a reaction for you to take advantage of on the inside. But what is it that you intend to do, Ms. Fall? And, more importantly, why should we care? I got the feeling that if Cinder wasn't herself, she would have been glaring at me, or at least seething internally. Instead, she simply got colder, watching me for a long moment before replying. Because by the time I'm done, the White Fang will have an opportunity the likes of which they've never seen, she said. I can give you Vale. Please, I answered, voice droll for all that my heartbeat was beginning to quicken. Elaborated. Once I am inside of Beacon, it will be easy for me to gain access to certain resources nearby, she replied. At the same time, we'll arrange an attack from the outside, piercing Vale's defenses by using the abandoned tunnels leading into it. Mountain Glen, I realized, though I made sure my tone remained bored. Yes, an interesting plan of attack, to be sure, but the tunnels in question are quite locked down. Vale was rather eager to see that the Grim which devoured the city did not have a direct route to the heart of theirs. Indeed, she granted, but I am quite familiar with Mountain Glen. There's a way through it. I was silent for a moment, trying to put together what she meant. Had a route been left untouched? No. Vale had taken Mountain Glen's cleanup seriously. The deaths of thousands of people was wont to do that. I wasn't certain of everything when it came to that place's layout, but it seemed fairly probably that no massive secret tunnels had been left open for any Grim or terrorist to just wander through. If she wanted to get through, she'd need to make a way out. Abruptly, I remembered something. The tale of how Mountain Glen ended. A strange explosion had gone off, opening a passage for subterranean Grim to invade and slaughter the inhabitants. Normally, I wouldn't have given it much thought, but, so that's what you've been gathering all that dust for, I said, making sure none of my feelings showed on my face or in my voice. You'll blow away right into the heart of Vale. Yes, Cinder answered. I took a slow breath, making a show of considering it. Interesting, I told her, but not particularly useful to us. Such an explosion would surely attract the attention of the Grim, and as it would be my men in a confined space with them, you'll understand if I don't find that overly desirable. Which is why the White Fang will be exceptionally well armed for the occasion, she replied. In addition, we'll be making use of the subway system that connected Mountain Glen to Vale, which will allow them to stay ahead of any pursuers until they reach the city. Do not forget, my men will be in danger as well, because if Torchwick was injured, I'm sure your poor little heart would break. I didn't roll my eyes, but I wanted to. And so some number of Grim shall invade Vale until they are stopped, which they shall be, I said in turn. Exposing my men to significant danger for minimal reward. Wanton destruction and fear have their places as tactics, but unleashing a small horde of Grim on the city only to watch them die on the blades of hunters seems like a rather pointless act. Not that I'd particularly enjoy the Grim overrunning Vale, either. Certainly, they don't discriminate against the faunas, but that's rather meaningless when all it means is that they'll devour any faunas they find as readily as humans. Our goal is to improve our brethren's situations, after all, and while some fates are worse than death, I do not believe murdering every faunus in Vale to be remotely called for. The breach is not meant to succeed, she said. It is merely meant to frighten. Certainly you all know the power of fear. The councilmen of Vale are fools and cowards, and as soon as disaster strikes, they will seek to place blame on others. I didn't actually know any of the councilmen, but I saw Raven twitch her eyebrows in concession to Cinder's words, so I didn't argue. Instead, I thought of where she would be staying at the time and took an educated guess. Ozpin, I answered. Such a thing would hurt his position. Indeed, she agreed. And they will give his power to another, someone more controllable and obedient. As it happens, General James Ironwood will be in town for the Vital Festival. Ironwood? Was she saying that he was in on this? Nothing I'd gotten off of Ironwood made me think of him as a traitor, but I'd only met him the once and my senses hadn't been what they now were. Even so, it was a bit hard to believe that Cinder had a general in her pocket. If she had that kind of manpower, what would she need our help for? Especially since Ironwood was also a headmaster and responsible for hundreds of hunters. But I honestly didn't know the man well enough to say anything for certain. I may, however, know someone who did, and so I watched Raven for a moment without moving my eyes beneath her mouth. She mouthed the simple no. Ironwood would never work with either of us, I answered calmly. And however obedient he may be to the councilmen, he is also fairly competent. True, Cinder allowed. But he has a weakness that Ozpin does not. Oh, I asked. And what is that? A dependence on technology, she said. For a moment, the room was silent, every eye on her. The words themselves were vague, but their implications. Yes, as the most technologically advanced nation on Remnant, Atlas made great use of their technology. I'm not sure if I'd go so far as to call it a dependency when, truthfully, it was nothing more than an efficient way of doing things given their means. The robots that they used to guard various areas, for instance, while the Grimm would destroy them the same way they would any creation of man given half a chance, the fact remained that they did not, in and of themselves, draw the Grimm. People could attract them through negative emotional states or whatever else drew them in, but while an Ursa would crush an Adlesian knight if it happened to encounter one in a forest, it wouldn't make a beeline for it. This allowed for a variety of options, such as arranging chalk points lined with mobile guns and setting up a defensive perimeter without the risk of a lonely, terrified guardsman setting things off. When it came to things like long-range transportation, Atlesian machines were greatly preferred over practically any option, because while there was always the risk of an unfortunate run-in with the Grimm, it vastly lowered the potential risks. Even in cases that couldn't remove the human element entirely, reducing the number of people simultaneously reduced the number of people attracting monsters and the number of potential casualties. Given that, it was no surprise that their machines were used all around the world. While none of them were as capable as a trained hunter, they could be mass-produced with relative ease and could serve a role without needing to be drawn away after a week or so. Bolstered further by the actions and size of the Shiny Dust Company, Atlesian technology had spread across the kingdoms and into every major market, which in this case meant what? I looked at Cinder for a long moment, wondering where she was going with this. Obviously, she intended to use Atlas' own weapons against it. That much was obvious from the stuff she had stolen thus far. In fact, looking at her, I had something of a feeling that this was her MO. Turning people's greatest weapons against themselves. The way she's pretended to be a hunter, how she's stolen dust and weapons, and, to an extent, even her alliance with us pointed to that. But if it was Atlas and their technology, how would she do it? I thought after a moment. Wasn't the answer obvious? I'd already thought about the most important factor: Atlas and its robots. They were perfectly loyal to whoever had control of them, unbound by anything like a heart or soul except in Penny's case, of course. And if you could shift the control into your own hands with the breach Cinder had described, with a major terrorist attack and a Grim incursion in broad daylight, people would naturally be scared and they'd want to feel safe. Naturally, they'd look to the people in charge to ensure that safety, people like Ozpin and the councilmen. But as hard as we tried, the fact remained that the safety of the kingdoms was a tenuous illusion that risked being shattered by something as simple as fearing that it was an illusion. The council would need to provide proof that was obvious and convincing, however false it may have been, and they'd need to do it on a massive scale. In light of that, odds were good that she was right. They'd likely place Ironwood in charge, because he was better equipped to handle such a thing, while Ozpin, as a badass and the local headmaster, would have more actual power at his disposal in the form of a large amount of loyal hunters. Said hunters actually need to, do their jobs. In anything but a worst-case scenario, most active hunters wouldn't be in Vale in the first place. Vale was a safe place and they were out in the danger beyond it, trying to keep it that way. Really, there were probably more students at Beacon than there were trained hunters in Vale at any given time. Excluding those who'd survived to retire or who had taken up teaching positions, there were probably only about 25% of the total hunters around most days, and that was being optimistic. That number could be 10% or lower, depending on any number of things. And while they could be called back, it would likely backfire as attacks from the Grim at the borders caused fear to spread and resulted in a downward spiral. And even beyond that, if you called back every hunter, it would be hard to truly defend the city in case of an attack with the size of Vale relative to the amount of hunters. There was a lot of ground to cover. No, using the hunters defensively would be the wrong move. Using robots on the other hand. Sure, they were more of a safety blanket than a true defense, but might have been what was needed, something visible, recognizable, and constant. At the end of the day, the presence of a robot army was probably more reassuring than a bunch of eccentric superheroes that cycled in and out of the city randomly, and if something did happen, it would only take one robot recognizing a threat, or even being taken out, to send alarms up with every other robot in the city, who could then relay orders, direct the civilians, and so on. You'd need a lot of robots to manage such a thing, but with an emergency and with Atlas cooperation. No, with Ironwood in charge especially. It was possible. Unlike hunters, saying something like "I need several thousand more robots" could be answered with more than incredulous looks. And all the while, you could gather your hunters and prepare them to respond when the true threat was identified. Several hundred hunters spread out over nearly as many square miles would create a net loose enough that anyone could slip through. Several hundred gathered in one place for the sake of kicking ass would startle and terrify just about anything. But that only worked if it was Atlas and Vale who were in control of the machines. Slowly, I exhaled, making a point of leaning back in my chair and looking away from her. "So that's it," I mused quietly as I slowly turned my gaze towards her. There were only a few ways you could possibly make something like that work, most of which would be unfeasible at the best of time. But of the few that weren't, the one that would make the most sense for her, based on what I knew of her plans, was the one nearest to Beacon. "The CCT?" Cinder hummed quietly, her eyes lingering on me for a moment before sliding across the rest of the room. "Indeed, once I'm inside Beacon, I will be close to the CCT that Ironwood is likely to use to control the machines across Vale. When an opportunity presents itself, I will simply sneak inside and ensure that we will be able to take control when the time comes." Imagine an unquestionably loyal army positioned around the weak points of the city, abruptly under our command. That should be enough to make a difference, no? Certainly, even without the ability to challenge them directly, having a gun to the heads of a sizable portion of Vale would stop any number of hunters in their tracks. With such an advantage, even a group with the relative weakness of the White Fang could easily oppose something as powerful as a kingdom with an advantage like that. It would only be a temporary advantage, though. The White Fang had no real way of maintaining such a tool long term, and they'd figure something out to deal with it. But even if it was limited to a single day, hell, a single hour, it would be an hour where the White Fang was capable of doing pretty much anything it wanted. If they chose to, the amount of destruction they could cause in that time frame and the mere boost in reputation that would follow, practically putting their boot on the throat of a kingdom while so many important and powerful figures were gathered. I didn't need to be able to sense emotions to know that a lot of the people in the room had become interested. The possibilities were meaningless unless Cinder was capable of delivering, but I had a worrying feeling that she was. And if she could prove it, yeah, I could see why they were tempted. This was a chance for a terrorist group that normally could never hope to challenge the full military might of a nation to kick one in the balls, laugh at them in public, steal their lunch money, and possibly get away with it. No one had spoken yet, partially because they couldn't be sure if Cinder was telling the truth or not, and partially out of deference to me. But I wondered what I should say, weighing options in my head. I might be able to stop this right now and cut off any potential threat this could pose to Vale, though I'd need a convincing explanation to satisfy the White Fang, especially if Cinder chose to prove she could do what she claimed. Still, I could do it, interfere with such an effort, or whatever else. But should I? It was a quiet, almost treacherous thought, but not one I could ignore entirely. As I sat calmly, surrounded by people imagining using such an opportunity to their advantage, I imagined myself doing the exact same thing. The situation she described was a dangerous one, and I'd need to handle it carefully if I wanted to avoid people getting hurt. But at the same time, I imagined it. The city's defenses disabled, its hunters forced to stand down or else being drawn away. It looked like an opening in the worst-case scenario. If I was right about Ozpin, such a situation might well be my best shot at confronting him. That didn't mean I had any intention of going along with Cinder, though at most I intended to modify and utilize her plans for my own ends, if it became necessary, and to tear them down brutally if it wasn't. There were lies woven all throughout her words, and I didn't need my powers to know that she was hiding something from us, or that there was more to this than met the eye. She wasn't doing all of this for the sake of placing power in the hands of the White Fang or out of the kindness of her heart. Even if she was telling the truth about everything, This was nothing more than a means to an end. As such, I suppose it went without saying that she would probably stab us in the back the moment it was useful to her. Note to self: stab her in the back the moment it was useful to me. Well, I said with a smile. Well, that does sound interesting. The games we play. Strategizing with it out of the way, let's get down to business, I said, still smiling. Let me see. Oh yes, you wanted help with the paladins, didn't you? Very well then. Reaching out, I clicked a single claw against the surface of a metal table, causing a fluid ripple to spread across it. At once, the table's mass began to reorganize itself as various shapes began to rise from its surface. It was a building minus the exterior walls, with each floor clearly shown as well as everything inside. In place of each person within the facility, there was a tiny, animated figure of liquid metal, moving in real time, and I marked out every object and machine I thought to be of note. To make it easier to see, I separated each floor and placed a side by side so they could be seen from above as well, and I numbered them accordingly. Then, just because I could, I wrote the name of each person inside the facility in a curved semicircle at their feet, moving it along with them. This is your target as it currently stands, I explained casually, as if being able to see the exact details of a specific facility on another continent were nothing to me at all, and as if displaying it like this was as simple as breathing. As you can see, there are a total of 37 people within the facility at present, 20 of which are security personnel. Keep in mind, however, that it is approaching midnight. From the number of offices, desks, and lockers showing signs of recent use, I would estimate that there are upwards of 400 employees in the facility during normal hours, along with as many as 50 security officers. In addition, there are approximately 500 at leisure night within the building, counting those in storage which could be activated in an emergency. They are primarily composed of the 130 models, but there are a number of 200s present. As you can see, there are a total of 13 Adlesian paladins in working condition, with 2 more presently under construction. They seem to be the primary focus of this particular facility. If you wish to get to them, however, it is worth noting that they are kept under lock and key and behind a reasonably comprehensive security system. Nothing that couldn't be bypasses in any number of ways, granted, but most of them would likely draw unwanted attention to you. I kept my tone matter of fact, if not outright bored, speaking as if reciting obvious details before a class, and, needless to say, everyone in the room was staring at me. To be honest, this was a move that I'd given quite a bit of thought to in the 2 or 3 seconds before I did it. It did, after all, reveal some of my abilities, if in a deceptive manner, and if I couldn't get my enemies in incompetent, then I'd at least like for them to come in uninformed. For someone like Cinder especially, revealing the breadth of my senses was a risky move. After all, I was watching her constantly and now she knew it. There was always a chance that she might slip up and monologue her entire plan to an empty room while I was watching after all, but now that she knew I was keeping tabs on her, that was unlikely to happen. But quite frankly, after nearly a month of steady observation, I'd accepted that that just wasn't going to happen anyway. Cinder wasn't going to explain anything to anyone unless she was forced to or needed to do so because of her plans. Whether because she was paranoid, competent, or somehow aware that she was being watched, I didn't know or care. And if she wasn't going to just tell me her plans, I'd settle on driving her as far towards paranoia as I possibly could. Hell, if I gave her enough of an impression that I see all and know all, there was always the chance that she might let something slip under the belief that I already knew, and she might have second thoughts about betraying me. Not great odds, granted, but I'd given quietly looking at her a month to work, and it was time to see if there was anything more effective. If necessary, I'd hammer the point home in other ways. It was better than nothing as far as I was concerned. Almost a minute passed before anyone in the room recovered enough to speak, and when they did, they seemed kind of afraid to. Nonetheless, they pushed themselves to try and assist me and show a united front of strength. They understood how this game was played to at least some extent and so tried to pass this off as an everyday thing as well. What kind of locks? One of the White Fang commanders, a man named Patsa, asked. With a gesture, I displayed a life-sized version for him to look at, opening it up to show the inner workings as I did so. Then, another one blinked rapidly, nearly flinching under the look sent his way. Do we know who's in charge of the facility? In a technical sense, Ironwood, I replied, looking through Raven's portal at his office. But as a general and a headmaster, he often delegates things to others. Palendina has a hand in some aspects of the process, but the head scientist is a man named Luncheon. This one. I reached out and tapped a particular model on the head with the tip of a nail, smiling at the slight clinking sound it made. Head of security is a man named Trang, I continued. Skilled enough as a soldier, I suppose, but he's no fighter. He is however experienced in piloting the Paladin, as part of his training as is the rest of security. Worst case scenario for their potential theft involves the security officers reaching storage and piloting the suits against invaders, as removing them without damaging the Paladins could be a touch annoying. Given the number of people currently inside the facility, however, I'd estimate that a night attack would be fairly simple. Could you do it? Cinder asked abruptly, and while her gaze was still cold, it seemed that she was having a harder and harder time keeping it that way. I could feel her aura moving, the reactions less muted now, closer to the surface. Alone? I sighed as if I'd expected the question which I had. Hell, I'd been hoping for it. Naturally, I said calmly. It'll be easy enough for me to run from here to Atlas, break into the facility without being detected, and steal all the Paladins. If Raven was willing to offer up a bit of assistance, it would be trivial. In fact, of course, in that case, it would be less that we had assisted you and more that we'd done everything myself, an impression that I'd thought you'd wish to avoid, given as it has started to become a trend. Cinder fell quiet again, almost luminous eyes focused intently on me as I continued. I admit, your plan is certainly an interesting one, I mused aloud. Done properly, it has a great deal of potential and would provide a number of opportunities that would be somewhat difficult to obtain otherwise. But at present, it's nothing more than a plan, and while I'm quite confident in my own abilities, yours remain to be seen. If you can even do something like this, how can we possibly believe you capable of all that you claim? Infiltrating Beacon, breaching Veil, seizing control of the very tools used to protect it. Certainly, it sounds impressive, but it's nothing but sound until you provide results. I'm willing to assist you when needed, but if it comes to the point where I must hold your hand and clean up your messes, I may begin to wonder about your place in all of this. I'm sure you understand. At that, the room fell silent again, but all of the eyes were on Cinder. Slowly, she closed her eyes and exhaled before opening them, at which point they were as calm as ever. I understand, she confirmed without the slightest trace of annoyance or bitterness. True, such a one-sided relationship can hardly be called a partnership. Very well then, I shall see it delivered to you in a timely manner. I'd like that, I said with another smile. This should work out for you too, no? If I'd stolen all of the Paladins purely through my own efforts, I'm afraid I might be tempted to use them my own way, rather than how you intend. But if it's a gift from a dear friend, then I suppose I can put such a thing off to another time. And of course, I'll be there to help should anything untoward happen. The unspoken "should you fuck this up" was obvious to everyone in the room. I'm simply hopeful that such a thing doesn't become necessary, I finished, because it would reflect poorly on you and we might change our minds. That's reasonable, Cinder agreed blandly, eyes almost distant even when she looked at me. After all, such a partnership is a fairly big investment. Wanting some assurances is only natural. I shall do my best to see that you are not disappointed. I appreciate that, I replied. Will you be able to get to Atlas yourself, despite the difficulties you mentioned, or will you be requiring assistance in that regard? I've already made arrangements, she answered, gaze and expression unchanging. Though I thank you for making such a kind offer. Then I wish you good luck, Miss Fall, I replied with another smile. And a good night, of course. Raven and Adam shifted near the wall. The motion was slight, without anything as obvious as putting a hand on a sword, but at the same time, it was enough to draw attention and add emphasis to the unspoken message. Talk's over. Get out. Did everything go as you planned? Raven murmured as I appeared beside her. After the meeting ended, we'd all gone our separate ways, with Raven retreating through a portal and me vanishing into Naraka, but we'd met up as planned afterwards. Currently, we were atop a building, our usual building again, overlooking the city below. I wondered with a hum, raising an eyebrow her way. Whatever do you mean? What you said to Cinder in the meeting, she clarified. Ah, I answered as I understood. In truth, there was a fair bit of improvisation. It can't be helped because I was only able to put the pieces together from what she had revealed. Nonetheless, I'm quite pleased with the results. Yes, aren't you? Raven inclined her head, a slight smile creeping onto her face beneath the mask. Indeed I am, she replied. I take it we will be observing from a distance? Of course, I said with a nod. This is a good chance for us to gather information as well. However limited, Cinder can't do do something on such a scale without revealing at least some of her hand. It should be a learning experience. Raven nodded as well. I'll watch her until she makes her move, she stated. I assume you will as well? Naturally, I answered. Even just knowing how she goes about making arrangements could be useful. She'll most likely try to make use of this weekend, but putting anything into motion will likely take longer. With her need to keep appearances at Haven, it'll be interesting to see how she handles it. Will she delegate this task? And if so, to whom? Torchwick remains preoccupied in Vale. Emerald and Mercury remain at her side, so who's left? Or will she finally make a move herself? Whatever happens, I'd like to know. She'll know we're watching, Raven noted, no doubt recalling my little display. Good, I answered. We don't have the time to waste on waiting for her, so let's force her to act. Whether she tried to hide something or attempts to put on a show, it makes no difference to me. The burden is now on her. I suppose I have gotten weary of endless, pointless stakeouts, she mused aloud. Such things are wont to be dull and tedious, but I nodded at her in agreement. Sender has been very cautious, I said. No matter what, she's been careful not reveal anything. I can't be sure whether she's naturally paranoid or simply suspected she was being observed, but we weren't getting any results by leaving things as they were. Now she knows she's being watched at all times, and we can see how that knowledge affects her. She doesn't know how much of her plans we are aware of, either, so she will most likely assume the worst. One way or another, it should be of use to us. Raven nodded and then fell silent for a minute, pursing her lips and looking faintly embarrassed. How much of her plans are we aware of? She asked in a quiet voice, looking away from me. Significantly more now, I replied, making a point of not drawing attention to her embarrassment. We were quite fortunate to make her reveal what she did. How much of it is a lie, though? She wondered. Quite a bit, I admitted, but most likely not in the way you're thinking. Oh, part of the reason I exposed some of my knowledge and observational abilities was to put her on guard. She can't be sure of how long we've been watching or how closely, and so she can't be certain of whether or not we'd pick apart her lies. As such, it's likely that she kept as closely as possible to the truth and simply lied by omission when it came to the reasons behind her plans. I assume it goes without saying that she's not doing any of this for us or for the Faunus. That much was obvious within milliseconds of our first meeting, Raven answered dryly. So that means? I nodded again. It's likely that the breach will occur as she stated, I said. I believe she's concealing several sources of information simply because a great deal of this rests on Ironwood's shoulders, and it seems unlikely that she would gamble so much on someone if she wasn't certain of more than she claimed. Nonetheless, what she said about him in the council sounds fairly plausible, and I believe she can do what she's claimed. The question is then, what does she get out of this? Perhaps she'll simply take command of the machines herself when the time comes, Raven proposed, to which I gestured dismissively. That's an obvious betrayal that anyone would see coming, I said. Naturally, we'll make sure to take measures against such a thing. I'll pay close attention to whatever Cinder does to the CCT while we're in Beacon. No, if there's a knife in the ear, then I think it will be a bit more subtle than that. I think she will give us control when the time comes. To make us scapegoats, then? She asked, eyebrows furrowing. Perhaps, I mused, but I don't think so. Certainly, none of the kingdoms have a particularly high opinion of us, but there'd be a number of ways for us to reveal her involvement if it came down to it. Besides which, if she intends to bring us down, I'm not certain that would be able to do it. For a long time, the White Fang has been limited by a number of factors, the most noteworthy being its size and power. Even if many Faunus agree to the idea behind our cause, they don't think that ruining storefronts and making threats will actually solve anything, whether as an objection to pointless violence or because they believe it's too minor. For obvious reasons, Raven added, to which I inclined my head. Indeed, I said, though it's been steadily growing as a movement and getting bolder as it went, actions on such a scale simply aren't large enough to matter. It may frighten or harm individuals or small groups, but the kingdoms can ignore pretty much everything the White Fang is capable of without any effort. There's simply that large of a difference in scale between a terrorist organization and a nation. We can anger them in various ways, do some harm in others, but under the present circumstances, we couldn't win if it became any kind of serious fight. Should they see through the masks and corner the White Fang with a group of hunters, most of us would fall. That's simply how things are for the White Fang, but not necessarily for the Faunus as a whole. We won the revolution, Raven murmured. If only be pushing people far enough that it was too costly to continue. Just so, I replied. While the Faunus are a minority, we're sufficiently large enough to oppose the major groups if united. All that would be truly needed is a rallying point, like the one provided by Menagerie. If the White Fang were able to prove that we could threaten a kingdom that we could win against Vale when it was at its most guarded, imagine the message that would send to the masses. Instead of being a loose organization made of members who'd simply been pushed too far, Faunus all over the world would believe another victory was possible. And after the revolution's limited results and years of resentment, membership would bloat tremendously because everyone loves a winner, she understood. If we can do something so large, win so utterly, then a number of people would be willing to take a second look. Certainly, countless Faunus in Atlas alone would be quick to rise up, especially if we humiliate Atlas General in the process and prove we can take command of their machines. And if we honestly could, it would be the rise of the White Fang, I said before heaving a slow sigh, and the start of another war in the process. Is that what she's after? Raven asked. I can't be certain, I told her honestly. It's possible she might also just be after something else, something a war would make easier to obtain. Or perhaps she simply wants the chaos such a thing would bring. The Grimm, she said. They're always eager to involve themselves in such a thing. That was part of how the revolution was won in the first place. The kingdoms were larger, but the war itself turned those numbers against them with a greater number of attacks to fend off, forcing them to divide their forces. If Cinder is a writer, I agreed quietly. And more than that, Torchwick has been going after dust for months now, hoarding it and sending prices through the roof. It's enough to affect the citizens, but no so much to bother the hunters or the government yet. But if she has something planned, a way to strike at the heart of things. Raven looked over Mistral, silently gazing upon the city lights before closing her eyes. I once had to deal with the aftermath of blackout, she mused. Whether the result of an incredibly stupid accident or sabotage, I never found out, but a third of Vale lost power for 20 minutes. No time at all, when you think about it, but the sun was already setting and things got dark and people got scared. Such a simple thing, but the Grimm came in a horde the likes of which I've never seen. I saw 7 hunters die that day, just trying to keep the Grimm out of the city, all because of 20 minutes of darkness. Many things are more fragile than they appear on the surface, I whispered, following her gaze with a slightly saddened half-smile. If one little thing goes wrong in the right place, at the right time, cities can fall as a result. What do we do, then? Raven asked just as quietly. The same thing we've been doing, I answered. We watch and we prepare. We'll see what Cinder's up to and stay close enough to act. Her plans could be useful to us, but from the very beginning I've intended to be close enough to stop them if they weren't. If we're lucky, perhaps things aren't as bad as we might fear. We still don't know for sure what she's after, and it could be something relatively harmless. She doesn't have to be a monster in human skin hell-bent on destroying life on Remnant, after all. But if she is, I clicked a nail on the railing of the building and shrugged. Then we'll just have to kill her, I said calmly. Nothing's changed on that front. In the end, we're hunters, after all. If she's a monster, then we'll stop her like any other monster. Whether that means killing a rider within her or tearing off her head, we just have to do our jobs, right? The games we play. Examination. By raising Sense Danger to level 99, you have gained the skill Forewarning. By raising Detect Bloodthirst to level 99, you have gained the skill Omen. By raising Empathy to level 99, you have gained the skill Pathokinesis. By raising Extrasensory Perception to level 99, you have gained the skill Second Sight. I took slow, steady breaths as I rose from my meditation, attempting to adjust. With my parecognition, the vertigo I'd have briefly felt after such a massive sensory shift was all but gone, simply because parecognition made them run in the background rather than in the center of my thoughts. But even so, I could feel the difference already. Putting aside the windows that had appeared before me, I frowned slightly and took a minute to make sure everything was where it was supposed to be. As I'd anticipated, another night of training followed by some meditation had been enough to improve all the skills I'd used to make parecognition, which I hoped would come in handy when it came to keeping any eye out for danger and for keeping an eye on Cinder. Everything okay? Adam asked, lying on his bed. He'd been sleeping, as he'd spent most of the day doing to make up for the night of training before, but he'd reacted the moment I'd moved. He was the only other person in the room right now, with Autumn off with Raven and Emerald and Mercury doing minion stuff. Yeah, I said back, not bothering to turn around even as I flexed my fingers and looked down at them, pondering. Just finishing up some last-minute preparations. More skills? Adam guessed, to which I simply nodded. What do they do? Tell you in a minute, I replied, Bringing up my windows. Forewarning passive LV1EXP, 0.00%. A more refined form of a hunter's natural sixth sense. By honing it while constantly surrounded by threats, this skill has evolved from a natural perception of nearby threats into a more discerning awareness. So long as it is something the user has encountered before and considers a danger, the aura can remember it and react accordingly. The skill functions in all ways like sense danger except in that it is capable of noticing more than immediate sources of harm. In addition to being able to sense a nearby attack, the skill allows for reaction to previously identified poisons, diseases, dangerous forms of life, and anything else, so long as the user's aura has been exposed to the presence of the threat long enough to distinguish it from others. Provides a general awareness of the direction and nature of the threat. I mused, pausing for a moment to see if anything was triggering it now. Parecognition immediately brought a list of results to my conscious mind, noting the location of a vast array of weapons, explosives, poisons, robots, and more. I suppose that was to be expected inside of a school for hunters. The simple fact that I hadn't been alerted before bothering to think about it meant that my parecognition didn't consider any of those things to be an immediate threat to my person, merely things that could be potentially dangerous. Once again, I was thankful that I wouldn't have to sort through all that information to mine the few bits of useful data concealed within it. As expected, automating the process simplified things. I'd still need to pay attention while I practiced with it. However, just to make sure I knew exactly what I was doing and wouldn't let anything slip through the net, I'd need to go down the list of what I considered potentially threatening or, at the very least, potentially noteworthy to make sure I had my bases covered. Still, I can't say I had any complaints about having another passive skill looking out for me. Then, next is Omen passive LV1EXP, 0.00%. An advanced application of the ability to determine nearby hostility through the use of one's aura. After being constantly exposed to the bloodlust of others, the user has developed a keen senses for hatred and impending violence and might now apply that awareness to perceive it with greater clarity. The skill functions as Detect Bluethurst except in that it also alerts the user to the degree of a response, the distance from the source, and identifies the target, so long as they are within range. 300 meters. A bit more useful than its predecessor, simply because of the added specificity. I decided, in all truth, it wasn't a huge deal for me since I already had empathy telling me how everyone around me was feeling at all times and parecognition putting all the pieces together for me, but, well, I suppose it would make it a bit easier to do, and the range was fairly nice. Not the best skill I'd ever gotten, but still a useful one. But speaking of empathy, from the very name, pathokinesis must be. Pathokinesis active LV1EXP, 0.00%. The ability to directly tamper with the aura of another to cause shifts in their emotional state. This technique may be used to either incite or suppress emotions within a target for a variety of effects. While this skill does not allow for direct tampering with the mind of the target, large enough shifts will naturally affect the thought process. Imposes or removes emotional status effects on a target. Max status level, low. This skill cannot cause emotions the target cannot naturally feel. Range, 30 meters. I'll get some use out of this, I could already tell. Granted, the effects were currently limited to low, but big things were built out of little things. Done subtly enough, even a small bit of fear could go a long way, making people wary who might otherwise not be. A bit of calmness here, amusement there, and a light enough touch to help a person react. Yeah, I could work with this. If I kept it low-key enough, I could even surround myself in a mantle of whatever emotion I chose, at least while I was grinding it. Ji and Bing could make use of caution and fear, while Jaune Arc. Yeah, this could work. So far, 2 mild sense upgrades and some emotion control. I told Adam. Want to be my guinea pig? Not particularly, Adam said with a sigh before rising from the bed. Let's get this over with. I snapped my fingers and waited. After several seconds, Adam tilted his head to the side, confused. So, did you do it yet, or how do you feel? I asked, making him shrug. Fine, he said. I'm not feeling anything right now. The same as I did before. Good, I said. That's our baseline. I was trying to make you calm. I figure I'll probably be doing that a lot for you, anyway, and while it's no gamer's mind, it should keep you from embarrassing yourself if anything happens. Adam was silent for a long moment. Huh, he mused. Surprisingly, I don't really want to punch you in the face. Emotionally, I mean, I still think it'd probably be a good idea. Fascinating, I said dryly before smiling. In all seriousness, though, any thoughts on it? Say I'm facing an angry crowd and I make them feel like you do now. Do you think they would stop? I don't know. Depends. Adam shrugged after a moment. I wasn't exactly angry beforehand, so I don't know how much of a difference it'd make. If they were just angry, maybe. If they had a reason to be angry, I don't think so. Like, I could totally punch you in the face right now, I'd just feel calm while doing it. You'd feel your hands break, I told him loftily. I'd use my sword then, he answered with a roll of his eyes. It seems he could feel annoyance fine still. Maybe the forced calm kicked in after a point or just didn't apply. But what I mean is, say I was on fire. You make me feel really calm about it, but I'm still on fire and it still hurts, right? And if I'm pissed off at some guy for attacking me and then get calmed down, he still attacked me. He's still a threat. Good, good, I said with a smile. Couldn't have you suddenly unwilling to fight the grim. Now, instead of calming you down, how about we go the other way? Ugh, Adam sighed. See that right there? I'm calm, but I know this is going to suck. What are you going to do to me, asshole? Well, there's always happiness, I mused. But honestly, if you start smiling and laughing and prancing through the flowers, well, first off, I've never let you live it down, ever. And second off, it'll be really disturbing for both of us. The effect is supposed to be low, but I have no idea what that means, especially after all my boosts and multipliers. Yeah, I'll pass on that one. Sadness is out, too, I continued. I mean, your life is already so pathetic and miserable. If I start adding on to it, you might start crying. I'd be more likely to kill myself, Adam stated outright. So no sadness tests, either. Let's go with anger that way. I'll be able to hit you in the face without you having any right to bitch about it later. Putting aside the fact that it doesn't work if you tell me about it beforehand, I'll feel so bad when it doesn't hurt in the slightest, I said. I'll start wondering what you've been doing with your life. Anger, Adam said again, nodding resolutely. Anger is good. Snorting once, I snapped my fingers again, drawing us into Naraka and then bringing on the anger. Adam's hand dropped instantly to the hilt of the sword I made appear beside him, and I saw power gather. His aura, a bright red-white, seemed to pull in energy from its surroundings, leeching tidbits from the air, the earth, and anything else it could touch, building steadily even as he channeled his own power. The length of his sword glowed as if it had shed its own form and become nothing more than burning, writhing energy. I stood in front of him without moving, staring at him calmly and unconcerned. I waited as he gathered his power, noting his improvement from the rising glow. Truthfully, he'd improved greatly over these past few weeks, partially because of the stat increases, but also because of how hard he'd pushed himself during the nights of constant training. Even if it allowed him to sleep throughout the day, his training regime was pretty ruthless to a person whose biology was still mostly normal, going all out the entire night. He emptied his aura, exhausted his body, and repeated the same sword strokes hundreds of thousands of times. He'd come a long way. I just had no idea whether or not it'd be enough. But this was as good a time for a status check as any, I suppose. Ready? I asked as I saw a slight tension in his shoulders, a sign of his preparations. When he didn't answer but just watched me steadily, I smiled and shrugged. Aim. F. Adam finishing drawing his sword and slashing it long before the sound of the word had much time to travel before my eyes. It was a burning red slash that cleaved the space between us, wickedly thin, impossibly sharp, and holding nothing back. Flashing a smile, my arms snapped up of their own accord, rising to block the oncoming attack with my forearms. I felt most of the attack's force halt before it even truly reached me, leaving a fraction of its power to crash against Midgard's armor skin. Even so, that fraction was still part of an attack that could cut down a herd of Goliaths, and I felt the whole of it focused into an area too thin for a normal blade to achieve. To either side of me, unhindered by anything in its path, the rest of his attack blew past me and crashed into the walls of our room at half. The mighty stones were torn apart as if they weren't even there, destroying our room and continuing on a path of destruction that cut through Haven like an invisible giant sword, blowing a path to the surface in any instant. A flash of red continued into the sky, clipping off the top of a building as it passed and then opening a trail across the sky. I held on in the wake of that force, feeling its pressure against my skin even as it drove me steadily back across the ground. When I felt the ground beneath my feet vanish away, I pushed against it with my mind instead, forcibly keeping myself from being blown away like a leaf in a storm. Something to keep in mind in high-level combat was that however powerful your aura made your body, it didn't necessarily make you weigh more. Even an attack that couldn't harm you could blow you away if you weren't careful, because harming and lifting were two different things. I didn't await that to happen, but certainly, the pressure was a bit impressive. After a second, I felt my skin crack as the strike broke through my reinforced flesh. Though it didn't show visibly, I could feel the attack grind a ways into my skin, leaving edges that were too rough and broken to be human, and my smile widened. Not bad, I admitted quietly before planting my feet firmly on thin air. Letting my power unfurl and flow through me, I pushed harder against the attack, this time looking not to hold it at bay, but to overcome it. The edge of the attack bit deeper into my skin as a result of the opposing forces, but stopped against the bone. One of the improvements of Midgard's armor skin over its predecessor was the depth of the transformation, which grew as the skill improved, and now I was adamantine down to my literal bones. Faced with the deeper, harder materials of my body, the attack's advance halted, and with a sensation like breaking glass, shattered outright. Throwing my arm to the side, I ripped through the projected energy as if I were brushing it aside, hand already clenched into a fist. My turn. Riposte passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The ability to follow up a successfully defense with an immediate and powerful attack. Immediately counterattack. 100% increase to attack speed. Damage increases relative to damage received. I brought my hand down at once, diving to the floor below with all the speed I could muster even as I released the power contained in my fists. For something like this, I normally had to hold back, fearing the possible effects on bystanders and, well, anything else that happened to be nearby. But in Naraka, the rules were different and Adam could handle it. My fist hit the stone floor and force rippled outwards in all directions. Devastating blows. Passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. A skill to cause massive damage with physical attacks. Whether naturally or through extensive training, the user has learned to unconsciously use his aura to penetrate the defenses that surround his foes. Upon being used, a fraction of the force of the attack can ignore both physical and supernatural protection, wreaking havoc upon the enemy within. All physical strikes possess 5% defense penetration. May cause internal damage. Divine Strength. Passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. An inborn ability to reinforce one's body with aura, strengthening it beyond the limits of flesh. Because of the flow of energy within one's body, the output of the user's muscle fibers greatly exceeds the normal, enabling them to exercise unbelievable strength. 100% increase to physical attack damage. 100% increase to lifting capacity. 100% increase to jumping distance. Physical attacks may knock down or knock back targets. Low chance of stunning foes. Sacrifice to Vanagandra. Active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 2000. An ancient technique created by Prince Rafner to defeat and subdue the rampage of Prince Wolfram. In exchange for the sacrifice of his arm, Rafner enhanced his strength beyond the limits of human capacity and subdued the son of Lucia. Increased strength by 2000%. This technique provides no resistance to damage it caused to the user by his own attacks, nor does it protect the user's limbs from the force exerted. External shocks may inflict aura confusion, generally resulting in the removal of a random number of limbs as a result. Additional 2000 MP consumed per minute. Unlike Sacrifice to the Wolf, which could be maintained for long periods of time with a comparatively low risk, Sacrifice to Vanagandra was all about focusing a truly massive amount of energy to a comparatively small area and releasing it in the form of a devastating attacks. Each strike carried with it a risk, because if the path created to release that energy is not handled carefully, the energy is liable to create its own way out, even if it means tearing apart the user's body to do so. It was a dangerous technique that had obviously been born from necessity, and even when weakened and purposefully refined, it was a dangerous technique that had been left behind by time. But when it works, when it's supported and enhanced by other skills and carried upon a shockwave directed at the floor, it's pretty impressive to see the results. When I punched the ground, Haven collapsed. I felt load-bearing areas crack and then shatter, floors ripple, and right before exploding outright, and entire sections collapse inwards. Not just the tunnels but the entire ziggurat at the top. It shuddered and began to sink inward, breaking apart under the touch of the various stresses. Above me, I could sense Adam reacting, gathering his power in lightning-fast slashes that destroyed rubble and walls alike as they got in his way. Without so much as a flash of fear, he navigated through the openings in the collapsing building, making his own when there were none to be found, and hopped quickly from falling rock to falling rock as he rose counter to the fall and used it to reach the surface. Far beneath him, I noted the path he'd taken and then took a more direct route. When I used Baihu's lunge, what little was left of the floors that had not already been destroyed was obliterated. With the force granted by the skill, I pierced through everything in my path like a bullet, letting stone break harmlessly against my skin even as it assisted me in slowing down. Only when I could see the sky did I bother making adjustments, using a single yellow road and some quick calculations to shift towards Adam's path. Landing beside him as he touched down on the ground around Haven, I matched his pace with ease. "So you're pretty mad, then?" I asked casually. "I'm filled with a bottomless well of eternal, burning hatred," Adam replied blandly. "It doesn't have anything to do with your skill, though. the games we play. Try again. So the effects are minor, huh? I mused with a sigh, sitting on top of a fallen pillar. Well, I guess that's to be expected from level 1. Adam shrugged his shoulders absently. I still felt angry, he said, but it was distant, like I was thinking of something that pissed me off a long time ago. Like your face. I ignored that and mulled over his words. Nothing you couldn't ignore, then, I decided before tilting my head. But still useful. You knew it was coming and that the feelings weren't your own. Most people wouldn't have that advantage. And event-distant emotions can affect how you think. With the right timing, it'll be tricky to use for now though. Well, I guess it's just another thing to grind, then. Adam grunted and looked at me. Am I going to be the guinea pig for everything you want to test out? He asked. I don't think that's necessary, if it's the way you described, I answered, shaking my head. I just needed to try it out on someone who I wouldn't feel bad for if they suddenly made a scene. You're getting a bucket of goat semen for your birthday, Adam informed me. A part of me wants to ask how you'd get your hands on something like that, I replied. But as your friend, I will respect your privacy. Adam clicked his tongue in annoyance, probably because he'd walked right into that one, and then cracked his neck with a sigh. Same as usual, then? He asked, stretching slightly in place. He was asking if we were going to begin our usual training now. I considered it for a moment before answering. No, I decided at last. Why don't we do something different today? Adam raised an eyebrow at that. Yeah, he wondered. Like what? I flexed my fingers, looking down at them absently as I did, and then made a tight fist beneath us where the broken remains of Haven, felled by my now fairly ridiculous physical strength. Why don't we try crossing the Sea of Monsters again? I asked. We turned back halfway last time, but... well, that was a long time ago. Yeah, entire weeks have passed since then, Adam replied with a slight roll of his eyes. Exactly, I answered, not bothering to mention how much subjective time had passed for me since then. We're like entirely different people now. Adam snorted and this time rolled his eyes outright. Right, he answered. You want to take Autumn and go along on this wild ride of yours? I mused for a moment before shaking my head. Not Autumn. She's still a little young for the big leagues. Level aside, I don't think she's ready for the other side of the sea. Goo could probably take whatever they dish out, though I might call for him. Adam grunted again. Why not? He said at last. I've always wanted to see it, a place that the all of mankind agree to stay right the hell away from. You think we're ready? I'm fairly certain the sea won't be a problem, I answered. What's on the other side of it, God only knows. But I think we can escape if it's too dangerous and it's worth the experience we can get out of it, if nothing else. Then let's go, Adam replied before looking around. Ugh, it's always hard to use landmarks after we're done. Which way to the sea again? That way, I answered quickly, holding out a hand towards to the west. The world went momentarily dark as Lux's Eternus devouring light flooded from my hands, carving a path of destruction straight out of the city. And see what I do for you, Adam? I made a new landmark so you wouldn't get lost. Show off, Adam said with another snort. Do you think you'll be able to run across the sea if I give you a few buffs? I continued as if he hadn't spoken. Or are you going to need to be carried around like a bitch again? Adam huffed but didn't have any way answering after embarrassing himself by not being able to run across the sea. I quickly applied celerity and haste to him while he was regretting his own inadequacy and then left him behind as I began to run. John, he tried to retort, but I broke through the sound barrier and didn't bother looking for his reply. John, Goo said as he landed beside us, crashing down from the sky in his still massive form. You called? We're going to do some last-minute training while Cinder's tied up making preparations, I explained. And Adam needs a chaperone. You know how it is. Piss off, fuckface, Adam replied, working on catching his breath. He'd arrived only a few seconds after me, which meant that he must have hauled ass to get over here, and he was sweating heavily. Because I was a kind soul, I healed him to erase that and then looked at him mockingly. That's the best you can come up with? I asked. Really? What's wrong? Are you tired or something? Adam, Goo greeted. Would you like some help? I'm good, he answered with a shake of his head. John's just being a crazy asshole, as per usual. I snorted but nodded my head towards the sea we now stood on the shore of. Here's the plan, I said. Run across the sea, kill a lot of monsters, and feel awesome. That'll be a little hard for you, Adam, but just give it your best shot. Bitch, I was killing people with my bare hands when you were still in diapers, he replied. And I was writing history thousands of years before you were born, I boasted right back. Wasn't the history you wrote was a long and elaborate series of fuck-ups? Adam asked. I paused at that and frowned. The details aren't important, I answered. Back to the sea. Goo, look after Adam. We'll get far enough out to take another shot at a leviathan and then continue right across to the other side. Really? I just want to see it, but we'll take a look around and see what we can find. If we find a hydra we can kill, that might be a fun way to spend the night. The only problem is that I guess we drew a bit of attention last time. Maybe it's because someone keeps shooting giant laser beams and burning down fields, Adam muttered. In fairness, my power is fairly noticeable as well, Goo added apologetically. And Autumn has been devouring an impressive number of trees of late. Really? You're the only one who's managed to keep a low profile. And however they managed to figure it out, I continued as if they hadn't said a word, casting an unamused look towards Adam, which I assume is your fault, Adam, the same way everything else is. They've set up some machines to keep an eye out for repeat occurrences. Ignoring the finger Adam lifted, I point towards the modified robot standing a ways down the beach, atop a stone outcropping. There are a few machines like that around here, I said. They're equipped with powerful cameras to record whatever happens. The range isn't good enough that we really need to worry much about it, and I, being awesome enough to make up for the mistakes of others. That's you again, Adam. Why do you suck so much? Will shield us from detection. It's not really a big deal if they do see something, either, but I wanted to give you guys a heads up. Have they put those just along the beach? Gu wondered as Adam stepped forward to press his upraised middle finger against the side of my face. No, I said, ignoring my friend. It took a while, but they finally started putting them up around Mistral. They aren't taking it too seriously yet since it's just the wholesale slaughter of Grim. Grandmother says they think it's some team of hunters that ran off at some point and who may be crazy, but it seems they'd like to know who's responsible. Depending on what happens, Ji and Bing might step forward and take the credit, but for now we're going to keep our faces off the record. This is more useful to hold in reserve and come up with explanations for as needed. Is that we haven't trained in the fields recently? Gu asked. That and the fact that the Grim there are too fucking weak, Adam muttered, still pushing his hand into my face. I steadfastly refused to acknowledge it, which was irritating him. None of us can level up very well there anymore. I agreed. What's more, the Grim aren't stupid. After coordinated assaults failed, the stronger ones have been avoiding the area and keeping far apart. I've made sure to kill any that tried to wander towards Mistral, but it's too much of a pain in the ass to hunt all of them down and for too little reward. They're all still there, but it's like they're trying not to make it fun anymore. That's Grim for you, Adam replied. Bunch of inconsiderate assholes. It's probably their parents' fault. I had to snort at that one and flash Adam a quick grin and shrug. It's remotely possible that I am a bad influence for children, I allowed. But I think we can safely place the blame for everything that's ever happened on the shoulders of Malkuth because he's an asshole. I hate him, and, well, why not? I mean really, I've done pretty well with Autumn. Right. I'm innocent until proven guilty and no one can prove anything. I'm practically Father of the Year material. I disagree, but Adam shrugged. Autumn. Exactly, I said. Such a good girl, isn't she? Whatever, Adam answered with another roll of his eyes, finally taking his hand out of my face. Can we get to the part where we kill stuff? Instead of replying, I strode out onto the water, increasing the surface tension beneath my feet to the point that it could support my weight. For Zai, stuff like this was trivial now, as were most of the conventional applications of my elemental's power, at least in their separated forms. It was rather impressive when you think about it. They had become lesser elementals when summon elemental had maxed out and my natural elemental affinities had increased along with it, rising from 10 to 25. Even that had proven to be a major increase in power, definitely on par with the boosts of my recently upgraded skill. But that just made me wonder about it. Of all my skills, Summon Elemental was perhaps the one that held the greatest confirmed potential. While the simple truth was that I had no idea what most of my skills would become over time except in cases where there was an easily observed pattern such as with my whose various skills I was fairly certain of my elementals' growth. They'd grown from basic elementals to lesser elementals and the names alone implied that there were a number of higher ranks for them to grow into. The dreams I'd had when I'd contracted them especially implied that one day they could rise to truly monstrous levels of power. What were those giants I'd seen? If there were lesser elementals, then were those perhaps greater elementals, or something even more powerful? Even after all this time, I'd only scraped the surface of their power, but they would rank up again soon enough. So long as I continually drew upon their power and spent great quantities of MP to do it, they'd continue to grow. I was looking forward to seeing what they'd become next, along with Acceleration and the White Tiger of the West. They were the skill upgrades I was looking forward to the most simply because I relied on them so often. Smiling a bit at the thought, I called for my elementals to manifest around me, watching them assume forms out of the sand on the beach, the water in the sea, and the breeze that brushed against my face. Lightning came down from the sky to take form at my side, and the sparks it cast erupted into a greater blaze. And, of course, Crocia Moors looked back at me from the gleaming surface of my gauntlets. "Welcome back," I murmured when I'd introduced them to Raven. It had surprised me how glad I'd been to be able to do so. Hiding my elementals made sense, and they were a powerful trump card that I could spring on pretty much anyone, but at the same time, I missed having them physically present beside me. They were perhaps my closest companions and friends, but I've needed to keep them invisible and out of the way as of late, to keep them from drawing attention. Being able to share their existence, even if it was only to Raven, had been gratifying. Soon enough it wouldn't matter. I knew there'd come a time when there'd be no more holding back, and then, but not yet. I suppose that was for the best, given that that time would probably coincide with everything going to shit. but I still kind of wished that this was one thing I didn't need to hide. Although I suppose that with a bit of glamour, some presentation, and some psychokinesis, it was something to think about. "Are you coming, or are you just going to stand around all day?" I asked Adam, who snorted in annoyance, leaned forward, and then took a running start at the water. Water sprayed as his foot came down upon it, but he was moving fast enough that he didn't even begin to sink. As the arcing trails of electricity from celerity crackled around him, he shattered the sound barrier and blew past me, sending up a wave of water taller than I was. My smile widened as I glanced at it, but I was gone before the first droplet hit my skin, Goo leaping into the air to land firmly beside me. I let Goo set the pace as we took off and slowly caught up to Adam, whose vastly higher base stats were a match for the vast number of multipliers I was able to grant Goo. Even so, you'd be hard-pressed to win against Goo in a battle of stamina, and when Adam began to falter, we caught up. I healed him once as we moved into place beside him, restoring his spent energy, and then we continued on our long-distance run. It wasn't long before we were near our previous stopping point, and I found a Leviathan without even consciously thinking about it. When we were a little less than a kilometer away, I gathered energy into the shape of Gunner and hurled it with all my might, sending the energy spear deep into the sea. A moment later, the resulting explosion sent up a building-sized pillar of water that came raining down on us as we approached. Before the central pillar could wholly lose its shape, however, I created a modified version of my firing spears, this one channeling that position around itself as it moved invisibly through the water. With several such spears working in concert, the tower of water was quickly frozen solid, and without the slightest hesitation, the three of us hopped up onto it. "Leviathan?" Adam asked calmly, peering into the sea as columns of steam began to waft from its surface. "Of course," I answered cheerfully. "Never hurts to have a benchmark, right?" Adam snorted and dropped a hand to his head. "I suppose not," he agreed. "How do you want to handle it?" "I doubt it'd be hard for you to kill one now." Perhaps not," I admitted, "but I'm not the only one interested in testing his strength, am I? So how about you each take a shot and I'll finish it off?" "Fine by me," Adam replied, shrugging his shoulder even as he dropped a hand to his already glowing sword. "Mind if I go first?" "Goo, by all means," Goo answered, watching the waters stir with calm doggy eyes. "This will be my first time fighting an aquatic opponent. I feel it would be best to consider my approach carefully." Adam shrugged that off and waited silently for our foe to make his appearance. Already, a shadow could be seen moving beneath the surface of the waves, at least from this high up. The Leviathan was such a massive creature that the shadow it cast would have been impossible to separate from one's surroundings at sea level, simply because everything would have been shadowed. In the same way, its movements churned the waves to such an extent that if you didn't know better, you wouldn't have associated such a thing to a creature. It was in that way that the Leviathans used their environment to their advantage. But while that was all well and good, it only mattered if you had the power to see it through. When the sea seemed to erupt and give forth 100 meters of sea monster, none of us flinched in the slightest. In fact, Adam was the only one to even move. Will came from Blush, glowing brightly with his own light, and it was as if someone had swung an axe at a young tree. Adam aimed low, hitting it in almost precisely the same spot as before, but this time the wave of cutting energy sank deep into the creature's belly, cutting it all the way down to the reinforcing structure that served as its skeleton. Though far from enough to kill the beast, it put a halt to its initial charge and made it falter, leaving the creature looking stunned as its massive bulk shifted and began to fall backwards towards the sea. "Goo," Adam said, sheathing his sword absently. "Go." Crouching once, Goo obeyed and leapt from the frozen tower. In midair, his form began to change, the light of his aura pulsing outwards. It moved more quickly than it had the first time, expanding in waves such that transparent images of Goo seemed to expand outward from him in waves until, for a moment, he seemed like a see-through version of a Matryoshka doll. Then his body grew as if to fill in those images, and it was a dog the size of a building that came crashing down on the Leviathan. Even at that size, he seemed relatively small next to the Leviathan, like a normal-sized dog next to a boa constrictor. But that didn't stop him from going for his off-balanced opponent's throat. Claws and teeth raked against wet scales, scraping and cracking them or even tearing them away. The Leviathan snapped out of its momentary daze as it felt teeth upon its skin, seeming to realize that it was being preyed up. It didn't resist the lunge, but instead let Goo's momentum push it backwards into the water where it tried to go on the attack. Its long, monstrous body wrapped around Goo and tried to squeeze even as it dragged him deeper into the sea. A multi-pronged attack to both trap, crush, and make the opponent panic. But Goo's vitality was too high for him to worry about something as minor as a lack of breathable air, and for all that the Leviathan tried to crush him between its coils, he didn't flinch. Instead, he merely bit down harder, tearing out a chunk of its flesh the size of an apartment. The Leviathan let out a steaming hiss and fangs flashed for Goo's throat, but he simply took the hit and stopped the teeth with his ridiculously hard skin. I mused, stepping off the tower and onto thin air as I observed the fight occurring in the deep. That's enough. As I spoke, I mentally called out to Gu, asking him to return to my side. Immediately, his form shifted in the Leviathan's hold, shrinking to a much smaller size to create an opening and then enlarging again to expand it. Pushing off of the wounded Leviathan, Gu began to doggy paddle to the surface, breaking through it with enough force to rock the tower that I, wisely, wasn't standing on. Ignoring the sound of Adam swearing as he slipped behind me, I held out a hand as Gu moved out of the way. "Luck Saturna," I said as I gathered my power. Last time, it had taken 4 hits and the Leviathan had still struggled in its death throes. But that was then and this was now, so this time I ended it in one shot, piercing both sky and sea to burn away the darkness far below. The games we play. Unlocked area. I set foot on the shore, taking a deep breath as I enjoyed the sea breeze. For a place that had devoured entire civilizations, this part of the continent was beautiful. Though we technically just come from a beach, the shores near Mistral are rocky and pitch black, a remnant of the significant amount of volcanic activity in that area. Not too far north of Mistral, the low fields gave way to the icy plains that ring the upper edge of the Sea of Monsters, while further to the east, along the northern peninsula, there was a mix of fields, forests, but also wastelands. Mistral and its surrounding area was a place of extremes, with tundra, deserts, and volcanic fields all relatively close to one another, making it a hostile place to the unwary. This was the first time I'd ever seen the eastern side of the continent, and the difference was striking. We came ashore on white sandy beaches with nothing but clear skies above. In the distance, the shores gave way to forests, but ones far different from those around Vale or far north. These were tropical forests, beautiful in a way that was almost foreign to me. There were animals here I've never seen, simply because they would never even think of approaching the places any of the kingdoms resided in. Of course, that was the point. The kingdoms hadn't survived because of the tourist revenue, rather, they had survived by understanding that the world was dominated by the creatures of Grimm, and thus the majority of tourists would be of the heartless, flesh-eating monster variety. Therefore, they'd chosen places that no one really liked to visit: a barren desert for Vaco, a lifeless frozen plain for Atlas, and a half-frozen, half-volcanic hellhole for Mistral. Vale was the only exception in that it was mainly just hard to get to, but I could only imagine what life had been like before our technology had advanced enough to deal with climate issues on a broad scale. Supposedly, the closest the kingdom of Mistral had ever come to annihilation were the 3 or 4 times the volcanoes they'd built their city next to had decided to have a mass eruption. Given that, the dangers inherent in such a beautiful place were self-evident. Any place people would actually want to live were bound to be filled with the monsters that had killed and devoured the people who'd chosen to settle down there. Still, it was a nice place to visit, at least for us. I'll have to remember to bring Autumn here later, I mused, looking at the flowers blooming a little more than a kilometer away. I'm sure she'd love the flowers. Love eating them, anyway, Adam grunted, panting harshly as he stood on the beach beside me. Even with repeated hills to restore his stamina, running across the sea on his own power must have been hard on him. I'd have to make him do it more often to keep him in shape. Just because he couldn't grind his vitality in quite the way I did didn't mean he could slack off. I'm sure Raven would approve. John, have you located your target? Gu asked directly, and I shifted my focus to something else I'd been keeping an eye on. Yes, I replied. It seems we're in luck. There's a Hydra nearby. For a given value of luck that leads us to constantly running into things that want to kill us. Anyway, Adam said, this time a bit petulantly. I showed my usual amount of sympathy. Walk it off, pussy, I commanded him before healing him with a roll of my eyes. Adam snorted but stood up and cracked his neck. Whatever, he brushed off now that he was feeling better. How do we want to handle this one? Take turns again? Nah, I said with a shrug. No point in taking risks the first time out, especially with the Hydra. We'll go all out and crush it outright to see how much resistance it puts up. Remember, These things don't die easily and they can recover from damn near everything, given time, getting stronger with each hit that damages them. Don't relax just because we can handle Leviathans with ease now. I didn't intend to, Adam answered, rolling his eyes. Goo, you up for the usual? Certainly, Adam, he answered as he lowered his head enough for Adam to hop onto his back and sit astride him. Jaune, should I grow larger to attract attention? I shook my head absently. Why don't you work on your sneak attacks some, Goo? I asked. Just because you can turn into a giant monster doesn't mean there aren't any advantages to sneaking up on someone and breaking their necks before they even know you're there. Very well, Goo said, seeming to mull over that before nodding. In that case, it may be for the best if you start charging your attack now, Adam. As your attack is difficult to charge during battle, it makes more sense to do so while the element of surprise is with us. I know, Adam answered, hand already on his sword. I've been sucker punching people with this thing for years, Goo. Ah, Goo replied, making a sound as if he were embarrassed. My apologies, my friend. I didn't mean to question your ability. Don't worry about it, Adam told him with a shake of his head. Always best to be sure. Anyway, you never know when someone who's supposed to be competent is going to do something outrageously stupid instead. Listen to him, Goo, I butted in as I crouched low, eyeing the two of them. After a moment's thought, I gave a mental shrug and reapplied all the buffs I'd laid upon them. It was unlikely they would have run out during the course of the battle, but why take any chances when you didn't have to? The loss was momentary to me at best. He knows all about outrageous stupidity, and in case it needs to stated, Jaune's a horrible role model, Adam continued, ignoring me. Just in case, check with me before imitating anything you see him do. I chuckled at that and shrugged, thinking of cyclones of broken glass. I'll be going on ahead, I said. Follow when you're ready. Okay. Without waiting for an answer, took off at full speed, and I mean full speed. I pushed acceleration up to the highest level I was comfortable maintaining in a battle, layered by whose techniques, brought out the white tiger of the West, pulled from the skills I'd gained from the Grim, and then capped it all off with something special. Angelic Steps passive LV1 EXP, 78.20%, an ability born from an inherent skill at using aura to enhance the movements of one's body. Thanks to the natural structure of one's body and soul, this skills passively bolsters the user's speed and grace to inhuman levels. 100% increase to movement speed, 50% increase to evasion. The pristine beach exploded, throwing up sand and massive waves in my wake. The sheer force of my departure boiled the water into steam and melted part of the shore, though my two friends merely grimaced and turned away. Within moments, I was closing in on my target, analyzing him one more time before the battle. The Mouths of Oblivion. LV-138. Hydra. Like all hydras, it was unique. One of the things that set it apart from most Grim, they belonged to a specific species. This one had 28 head, each of which was different. One was entirely coated in smooth white scales, the structure of its face akin to that of a snake's. Another was black but for a long arch of webbed spikes down the back of its neck and seemed more like a dragon or a sea monster. But while those two shared reptilian traits, others did not. There was a head like that of a wolf, one that seemed like a bizarre cross between a spider and an ant, and one that had no true head as such, but was simply a mouth where the stump would be. The nature of the hydras were to grow stronger from anything that failed to kill them, which was why the kingdoms made sure to stop them before they grew up. But no one has stopped this thing, and it was possible that whole cities had paid the price for it. Each head was something the hydra had grown to triumph over a situation, and each could have entirely different attributes. Its body was armor both outside and within, and it built to be a weapon. I could see poison on the claws and in its blood, and it had bizarre growths in various places, most likely built to count opponents that had tried to climb onto it and attack it directly. Standing on 4 legs, its longest neck reached up far past even the largest Goliath I'd seen, and its many heads calmly surveyed its surroundings as if it were a king overlooking its court. And what was perhaps more impressive was the fact that it was barely within the range of levels that I could see, and it had been the weakest hydra I'd been able to see from a distance. Generally speaking, these were monsters you got young or didn't get at all. It was strong enough that I was wary of picking a fight with it, even knowing my own abilities. Yet at the same time, I knew this wasn't going to be the worst I'd have to face. From what I'd had, Jericho Falls would make fighting something like this a cakewalk, and that wasn't even getting into things like the Riders and Knights and Malkuth. I had a number of ways getting out of this if it went south, and power far beyond my actual level, so why not try? Besides, my team could use some experience fighting an opponent we couldn't just crush. If we were going to work together, where better to learn than in a situation where we actually needed to? I could say without even the slightest doubt that I could solve any problem we were likely to face on the fields to the east, entirely by myself. At this point, we all could. Even when we practiced working together, we all had to hold back simply to keep from breaking whatever we were dealing with. Not that I didn't plan to break this thing too, of course, but hopefully it would last long enough to make itself useful. The 4 Wines passive LV1 EXP, 34.07%, an ability born from an inherent skill at using aura to enhance the movements of one's body. By guiding power in accordance to one's movements, it is possible to properly grasp the flow and let it hasten one's movements until the user's attacks are no more than fading blurs and lingering pain. 100% increase to physical attack speed. 50% increase to physical attack accuracy. As I came close, my hands flickered until it seemed as if I were striking with 4 arms instead of 2, and with each, I landed a hit upon the Hydra, each blow packed with more power than I'd used to level Haven. The air seemed to shatter at the touch of my fists against the Hydra's scales. Its flesh rippled for a moment as my shockwave spread through it, applied damage to a larger area, and then the Hydra gave a sudden cry as the flesh on the other side of its neck mimicked the ripples, swelled, and then burst from within. As a byproduct of devastating blows, the damage of my physical attacks penetrated deeply into the flesh of my enemies, and on an auraless foe such as one of the Grim especially could potentially inflict internal damage. Of course, that was for normal attacks. It normally meant stuff like harming the internal organs or perhaps breaking bones, and indeed that would normally be the limit with my strength around 100 or so. But with Baihu's techniques, sacrifice to Vanagendra, and all my other skills, with the sheer speed of my impact, we'd gone well past inflicting a bit of internal damage. I blew one of the Hydra's heads clean off. At once, 27 heads screamed in mixed outrage and loathing. At once, the creature's many eyes focused upon me, several of them multifaceted, and as my power and a quick observe informed me able to perceive more than just visible light. I backed up quickly as several of the creature's mouths opened and the matter lining their mouths and throats reacted. The first column of fire was extremely thin, relative to the creature's size, but with all the intensity one would expect from a Grim of its level. It wielded the attack as a cutting blade, slashing through tree, stone, and air with equal ease before slicing through the skin I'd left behind. The next attack, with a wave of amplified sound, meant to shatter eardrums and disrupt the equilibrium of entire armies. But even without Midgardsormr's skin reinforcing that relatively fragile part of my body, the gamer's body allowed me to shrug off such things. A flash of electricity accelerated a sharpened stake that I analyzed in mid-flight to determine the nature of. There was a liquid inside that was hard to determine the nature of because it was simply inert Grim stuff at present. At a guess, it was either a poison or some type of hostile magic midnight thing. I redirected it by called upon Volturnus, who appeared in midair and unraveled into a curving streak of lightning. The railgun faltered in mid-flight and flew past me into the distance, crashing into the side of a mountain with an explosion. As another head began to fire what seemed to be organic spines, I noticed the cilia on their surface and deduced that they were the type of spikes that would drive themselves further inwards, towards an enemy's vitals. I ignited my hands with Karna and released a massive cloud of flames with a wave of my hands, burning the life from the malicious thorns. The wave of fire continued towards the Hydra, crashing over its many heads. Though several of its eyes popped and burst and some of its flesh burned, it largely seemed to ignore the attack and press on. I saw one of the heads, which looked like nothing more than the upper jaws of 7 snakes sewn together, fangs and all, release a cloud of poison that was invisible to normal light. I considered it for a moment, reminded myself to deal with it when Adam and Gu arrive, and then turned to face the oncoming attack. 13 of the creature's heads were gathering power enough to cause their throats to glow from within, and when they opened their mouths it was to release a series of energy blasts that reminded me of Kromkruch. While weaker than the legendary Grim's attack, I estimated each as having more than enough power to carve a path of destruction across several city blocks, and each mass aiming right at me. A moment before they did, however, I gathered my own power, timed it, and fired. Like Saturn, it darkened the earth and sky as it streaked towards my opponent. My most powerful attack also served as my defense against the 13 heads, consuming the energy attacks as they were released and using them to fuel the light eternal. I saw my power clash with the darkness for a moment before breaking through with a sound like thunder, and the Hydras released another cry as the light of the moon stars returned. A long, faintly glowing hole had been burnt straight through the Hydra's body, starting at the base of one of its necks and stretching clean through its chest. The removed head fell away, dropping to the earth with the sound of a building falling, but though the Hydras released another agonized cry, the pierced body pressed forward almost eagerly, each of its footfalls shattering half a dozen trees. Damage and pain didn't frighten the Hydra, nor did the possibility of a fight to it. They were just a way to grow more powerful. I empathized, but this fight was for my sake, not his. Drawing back, I gathered Gunner in my hands, Baihu following my lead. In a heartbeat, a spear was sent flying towards each remaining head, detonating with a thunderous explosion in each of the creature's faces. I followed them the moment the last spear had been set loose, my gauntlets burning even more brightly as I channeled power through Karna, piercing lances of fire cutting through the smoke as easily as my own gaze. I aimed for eyes and throats, cutting deep, cauterized wounds in the Hydra's flesh, tear open eyelids and mouths, and searing existing wounds wider. Following that, I gathered flames between my hands in a pure white sphere that grew as I brought my hands apart until it was as wide across as I was tall. Hurling it down without hesitation, I watched as it expanded into an even larger orb that encompassed the Hydra as a whole, surrounding it with a burning prison. With a snap of my fingers, the top of the sphere began to ripple as Suriasta rose from it like water and then knelt upon its surface even as Levan gathered into place above it. With the amount of power I'd put into it, the burning sphere would have radiated heat enough to ignite anything nearby, but the temperature barely changed. Fire and air worked together to keep the heat from escaping, fighting one of the most basic laws of thermodynamics to stop its natural flow and keep the Hydra burning hot. Though the heat and light, I saw the creature of Grimm bowing under the attack, its skin melting, eyes bursting, and makeshift bones cracking in the heat. It made for an ugly sight, like a melted wax imitation of a child's nightmare, but I didn't let up. Taking a pair of deep breaths, I held out a hand and Agniastra formed in my grasp. I hurled it forward and it penetrated the surface of the sphere without so much as a ripple, piercing straight through one of the heads and slagging the upper half of it in the process. It continued on its path, stabbing clean through what would have been the spine on a normal animal. The area around it exploded as the attack triggered, throwing up a coating of unnatural flames that swept over the Hydra and clung to it. At once, I felt the flames of Karna being drawn into it, consumed, bizarrely, as fuel for the fire. By the time that Karna sphere was wholly swept away and devoured, the Hydra had been fully coated in Agniastra's flames, the supernatural fires cruelly covering the whole of its form. It baked its flesh, slipped into the flowing holes of its eye sockets, and even made use of its many mouths to claw at the creature's insides and send up growing columns of filthy black smoke. I pressed it further quickly, striking while the flow of the battle was with me. The earth beneath the Hydra's feet shuddered and then flowed upwards to shape a new body for RWBY. The earth elemental reached out quickly and the solidity of the ground gave way under the Hydra's weight, leaving it to sink up to its knees into the dirt and stone. Its body struggled quickly, trying to break free even as it burned, but RWBY was working hard beneath the ground. Points pressed up against the Hydra's limbs from a dozen different directions, each the diamond hard cap to a massive drill. They began to turn, grinding hard against the Hydra's scales for a second before piercing its flesh and drilling further in. Impaling each of its limbs upon the twisting spears, RWBY locked down its ability to move and left it burning beneath the sky. Naturally, I was quick to do my part. Allowing myself only a moment's reprieve, I held out my other hand and released through another Agniasta, followed by a third and a fourth. Each strike removed a head and melted a massive hole through the core of the Hydra's body even as it fanned the flames. At the same time, Levant and Suriasta worked to fan the existing blaze into an inferno, not stopping even when the Hydra's body began to appear skeletal as more of its flesh melted off with every passing second. If I were anyone else, I might have thought that was enough, that things were all but done with, but I was a hunter and, perhaps more importantly, I knew what I was up against. I could see it, after all, at least for now. The Mouths of Oblivion. LV 140. Hydra. The games we play. Multiple stages. Instantly, the Hydra began to heal. I'd seen recordings of past battles with Hydras and even the young ones that occasionally came ashore healed very, very fast. Even in comparison to other Grimm that were capable of regeneration, the Hydra recovered from injuries as if fast-forwarding through them. Now, I was bearing witness to it with my own eyes and the fact that its healing was noticeable even while I was so accelerated said a great deal. As I watched, the holes through its body began to well with Grimm matter, filling to assist with the healing process. Its burnt skin began to pulsate as if filled with maggots as things moved beneath. Peering through it, I could already tell what its body was up to. To start with, it would remove the clinging fires of Agniastra by separating and shedding the upper layers of its skin even as new layers began to grow beneath. I could tell from a quick analysis of the material that it was more temperature resistant than the previous hide, better equipped to withstand the heat I was laying on it. It wouldn't immunize it against my fire attacks, not yet, at least, but it would serve as a stop-gap for the time being. Beneath the ground, the The Hydra's trapped limbs struggled and jerked against the impaling drills, tearing wounds wider and pushing points deeper. It was doing the same thing on that front, liquefying its own flesh and shedding whatever proved to be in the way so that soon it'll be able to pull itself free. Even if it proved necessary to leave entire limbs behind, it wasn't an issue, or rather, the loss of its limbs was ideal. After freeing itself, it could simply regrow them, after all, stronger and better than they had been before. So why not sacrifice them now? Certainly, it didn't seem to consider the removal of its heads to be any particular loss. Already, bulging mats were growing over the stumps, trembling from within as things struggled to break free. Soon it would sprout new heads in place of the ones it had logged, but more numerous and more dangerous. Such was the nature of the Hydras and their heads. While not a perfect measure, the number of heads a Hydra possessed was generally used to determine its power and age. The number of heads indicated how many times it had been injured badly enough to lose one before, and thus, how many times it had grown past decapitation. When a head was lost, two would grow in its place given time, one a stronger version of the one that had been taken, the other something new and designed to counter its opponent. Why attack the heads at all then? As its primary means of attack, why damage them at all if it risked making them stronger? Necessity, primarily. Though even I couldn't be sure of the specifics, it had been repeatedly demonstrated that Hydras were very hard to kill. The accepted theory was that their vital Grim had no organs, so perhaps core was a better term to use, were built with redundancy in mind. That is, if one fails, another simply takes over in its place. The Hydra itself would continue to heal so long as at least one of its cores remained functional. As for the locations of these cores, that should have been obvious. One in each head and one in the body. The reason the Hydra can survive its first decapitation is, of course, because of the latter. So long as the central core remains intact, a Hydra can survive even if all of its heads are removed. The other cores are relatively weaker. They don't require complete destruction like the central core does, but can be considered destroyed via removal from the body. In fact, if a Hydra has only one head, targeting the central core is the go-to tactic, because a Hydra cannot survive with only one head. If there are several heads remaining, however, that was a different matter entirely. So long as two or more heads remain connected to one another, they can regrow the central core even if it receives extensive damage. As a result, the only way to definitively kill an adult Hydra is to systematically remove all or at least all but one of its heads and then destroy its core. In truth, the Hydras didn't have cores as such. I could tell that much simply by looking at them up close. Rather, they appeared to possess portals from which gathered and flowed matter to fuel their bodies. Despite that, the method of dealing with them remained the same: cut off the heads and damage the central core beyond repair. Of course, that was easier said than done. So long as it's still alive, the Hydra would continue to grow and heal. Even with the heads I'd removed so far and with its central core penetrated repeatedly by the same attacks I'd used to do so, it showed no signs of slowing down. As it was, the Hydra would be back to full strength in a fraction of a minute and better than ever shortly thereafter. This was what made Hydras a threat even for an entire team of skilled hunters. One wrong move, one missed shot, and a few seconds could turn things around. That much was true even for me. Wounded though it may have appeared, I could see its condition with my various skills, and its health was regenerating quickly. Holding back against an opponent such as a Hydra was pure foolishness, so I didn't. Drawing a dust crystal from my inventory, I healed myself and restored my MP, though I'd largely stopped doing so because my passive MP regen was so great and my common enemies so weak. It was always nice to have the option, and I knew better than to treat this battle as if it were anything but completely serious. As the crystal faded away to refuel my power, I held out both of my hands and released it as a torrent. A pair of Lux Eternus merged into one and crashed into the Hydra like the hammer of a god, scooping a pair of its heads clean off. The flames of Agni Astra were swept up and devoured in the process, turned into fuel for the attack, but that was just as well as far as I was concerned. Once the amount of damage being caused to a Hydra by a specific attack begins to dwindle, continuing to use it merely gives them a chance to grow until they reach beyond it. The flames had done their purpose by hurting it this much. Luckily, I had a fair bit of variety when it came to things like this. The moment light returned, I splayed the fingers of my outstretched hands and then clenched them into fists. Ice exploded into being upon two more of the Hydra's heads, frost spreading to cover its skin down the length of its necks. I braced myself for a moment and then used Bane of the Prometheans to approach quickly, a gateway of luminous power marking my descent. I shoved my incandescent forearm up to the elbow in one of the head, sending a massive network of cracks through the ice in the process. As I felt the Bane begin its retraction, however, I altered it with the power of the Yellow Road, curving to the left instead. The pull didn't fade just with that, however, and so when I reached my destination it continued to drag me back. Nonetheless, it was enough time to accomplish what I'd had in mind. With the power of the ancient technique, I drew a triangle between 3 points, my starting position, and 2 of the Hydra's exploding heads. The moment I was back where I started, I gathered my power between my 4 hands. Who summoned a pair of gunners, charging them with additional power as he did, while I pulled out the big guns, forming a pair of Agniastras. I went first, melting a pair of holes through two of the Hydra's necks and covering it once more in a wave of merciless flames. A moment after I let the first attack fly, Baihu threw Gunra into the gaping holes and ripped the heads entirely free with a synchronized explosion. Even still, it was alive. With every removed head, I dropped its HP by a large chunk, but it had more of the stuff than I'd seen on anything, and it regenerated it at a rate that rivaled the return of my MP. One of the heads I'd already removed was regrowing quickly, with the neck almost half of its original length, capped by a large, wet-looking sac that already contained the growing forms of two heads. I would see eyes slowly forming, teeth filling still small jaws, and how the process began to pick up speed as two more portals were added to the mix. The more heads available, the faster the Hydra would heal, which was why I couldn't just ignore them. Luckily, I didn't need to. "Adam," I said evenly. "Stop it." A thin vertical blade of red light swept by me, taller than even the Hydra. It landed upon the sack containing the growing heads, and they exploded at its touch, casting bits of grim in every direction. By charging his attack long enough, Adam could damage opponents that should have been, logically speaking, far beyond him, even if it was only for a single attack. Even so, it was enough for this. "Focus on anything trying to grow back," I commanded seriously as I focused upon the battle. "Gu, harass it." "I'll focus on removing the heads and cover the two of you, but be prepared to back up if I give the word." "Got it," I heard Adam grunt in the distance. "As you wish," Gu replied, and I could sense it growing in my periphery. Nonetheless, I kept the majority of my conscious focus on the Hydra, prioritizing it and keeping an eye out for potential threats from its direction. As I did, however, I noticed something odd. The Mouths of Oblivion LV-143 Hydra. Even though it was more than 50 levels above me, I could still see it. Was it because I'd seen it before it went out of range, or simply because I was present for the growth? Either way, with the rate at which it was growing, for all that it seemed content to allow us to wail on it for the moment, I didn't like it. "Be on your guard," I added after a second thought. "It's planning something." I followed the words with another blast of searing light, shearing off another head before withdrawing slightly. Not enough to remove myself from the fight. Of course, if I wanted to do that, I'd have drawn Adam and Gu along with me, but far enough to provide another moment to react in case of an attack. I analyzed the remaining heads quickly, noting their capabilities as my power swiftly returned, but while they were dangerous enough in their own way, what with the lasers and railguns and more subtly lethal forms of attack, I felt confident in my ability to counter them under the circumstances, as long as I was careful to make sure that the Hydra didn't have time to heal. "Shit," I thought as an idea reared its ugly head. I refocused on the portals within the Hydra's body, watching closely as they pumped out an ever-growing amount of matter. Looking at it closely, it was definitely a greater amount than before, something I'd initially chalked up to a reaction to the damage, but something one of my new sensory skills, perhaps, picked up something that made me stiffen. As the number of heads was whittled down, the matter within the Hydra's body shifted and rearranged itself in a way that seemed to guard the cores. As these structures continued to grow and the Hydra's level kept rising, however, I identified it as something different. The Hydra was building something, the same way its throats changed to generate weaponry, perhaps exactly like that. I'd noted how quickly the Hydra was healing, but looking at it again, had it deliberately slowed the process to build something with this returning mass? To prepare something which meant it could heal even faster than this? That wasn't the issue. Right now, changing directions in an instant, I closed in on Adam and Gu, appearing in front of them even as I quickly withdrew a trio of dust crystals from my inventory and devoured them to restore my power. "Get back," I ordered, making my voice loud enough to crash through the air. Reacting immediately, Adam sheathed his blade and leapt back as indicated. Gu had a harder time of it, having already grown to a massive size to better body check the monster with and thus having a hard time stopping on command, but he still obeyed without question and began shrinking between one step and the next. I reached out with my psychokinesis to grab him in midair and pull back, and he landed harshly enough that the ground cracked around me. Now wasn't the time for being gentle, though, and he shrugged it off like it was nothing besides. Code boom. Same as we planned for. Code boom was something we talked about at length. Long story short, it was one of the many possible ways we thought someone might kill us. It was built to respond to bombs, for a broad definition of the term that, by necessity, had to account for the grim and also mystical soul bullshit that we may have never seen before. Not that good, old-fashioned bombs couldn't be dangerous in their own right if they got big enough. The Astros that had been deployed in the Great War, massive dust-based weapons that had named themselves after legendary weapons like my own Agniasta, had certainly proven that. I knew better than most what could be done with enough dust, thanks to my father, and if you scaled up from that, it wouldn't be fun to be on the receiving end. And as one of our known enemies had been gathering a lot of dust lately, well, giving the matter some thought had seemed like a good idea. While don't die was always a nice starting point, it's always nice to have a bit more to go on in an emergency. With something as potentially complex as this especially, let's just say we'd run some drills. Thankfully, I could do a pretty good bomb impersonation if the mood happened to take me, and I'd put all of us through our paces. Pursing his lips, Adam nodded back and quickly dropped a hand to his sword as he gathered his power. In a situation where we were up against something he could potentially absorb, his main role was to do so and, if necessary, counterattack once we'd weathered the blast. For his part, Goose slid into place in front of us, staying small for now. If it would help, he'd grow to take the hit, reinforced by my power to better withstand it. Against something that primarily dealt physical damage, he was as well equipped to handle it as anyone in the world. Of course, if someone used a time or space-based astra or something similar, being able to walk through a volcanic eruption might not be enough to keep from being tied into literal knots or being eaten by a hole in the timeline. That was where I came in, at least, in theory. Not for the first time, I felt a brief flash of irritation at how slowly my barrier skills leveled, but it couldn't be helped. On top of being naturally slow to improve, their area of effect meant they weren't particularly affected by acceleration. I knew consciously that I was still improving them at a ludicrous pace relative to anyone really, but the fact that they were still comparatively weak was irksome to say the least. The truth of the matter was that I had a lot more offensive options than I had defensive ones, especially when it came to large areas. It hadn't been a major issue so far because what skills I did have were very good at protecting me, but generally only me. With Midgard's armor skin alone, I could weather a tremendous amount of damage, only a fraction of which was likely to reach me in the first place thanks to my various resistances. With my immunity to mental effects, protection from the elements, healing, and various other countermeasures, I was confident that I could survive just about anything thrown my way, at least long enough to react to the threat. One of my recent skills just reinforced that and had been part of the reason I had considered this trip in the first place. Second Chance passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The ability to survive, drawing upon one's innermost stores of power to continue fighting after an otherwise lethal blow. By using one's aura to activate important portions of the body, the user of this skill can survive an attack that would reduce his HP to 0 with 1 horsepower remaining. This technique may only be used if the damage caused by the attack is no more than 1,000 points higher than the user's remaining HP. Second Chance may only be used once a day. Of all the skills I'd received from raising my physical stats, Second Chance was perhaps the best one. It kept me alive. After all, 1,000 points of damage wasn't as much wiggle room as I might like, and the daily limit seemed rather harsh from the perspective of someone who'd die if those conditions were broken, that is, but it was still an amazing skill. With my various defensive skills especially, I was fairly confident in my relative safety. As a member of a team, however, things were more complicated and I was still working on compensating for it. Even if I could survive a bomb being dropped on my position relatively unscathed, that didn't necessarily mean anyone around me could, and that was what I was most worried about. When it came to defending a large number of people, my choices were relatively limited, which was one of the reasons I didn't want to bring a massive group to Jericho Falls. My best skill for that remained Naraka, which, unfortunately, had already proven ineffective against my greatest enemies. I was still looking for alternative means, but the only way I was likely to get one anytime soon was by either making it or by improving my current skills. I was working to accomplish both, but while I was far from incompetent in this area, it wasn't what I'd consider a specialty, either. Whatever this was, I could probably take it and get back up. But against an unknown form of attack, could I be sure that the same was true of my friends? I didn't know, and so I didn't dare risk it. First things first, I thought. Drawing from my return power, I established a sanctum over the three of us, followed by a temple, a haven, and a sanctum sanctorum. With my standard defensive barriers in place, I called to my elementals next, raising up massive, reinforced walls of stone around my spherical encampment, giving RWBY the power need to make it diamond hard. Outside the stone, I had Suryasta ignite the surrounding area, while inside it Levant worked to create a boundary of air to protect against any airborne vectors of attack. Finally, I reinforced all of it with my psychokinesis, consuming several more dust crystals to keep it at maximum power. As a last-ditch effort, I would use Naraka to escape in the hopes that even if the Hydra could shatter it, doing it at the last moment would allow us to avoid the attack. If necessary, we'd withdraw quickly after that, but surviving right now was the priority for obvious reasons. A moment after I finished my preparations, the structure within the Hydra's body reacted with a flash of strange energy and the Hydra exploded. The blast was massive, even for a creature of its size, with a fireball that swallowed up the surrounding area washed over my defenses. Suryasta and Levant reacted immediately to try and keep the heat at bay, but at the same time there was a massive pressure wave that rocked over us. RWBY's diamond wall held for a moment before beginning to crack and shake apart, letting some of the force through to slam against Sanctum. The ancient barrier held for a second before a sudden network of cracks raced throughout it and it shattered as well. The process repeated with Sanctum Sanctorum, though it held for a while longer and then it was just the blast and my mind. I held against it like a stone against a river, filling it, filing away the corners of my thoughts by withstanding it nonetheless. I consumed another pair of dust crystals from my store to endure, bracing myself against the growing force, and then it was gone. Outside of my psychokinetic sphere there was nothing but smoke, rising in a massive column that seemed to be collapsing under its own weight. I held the force field, panting slightly at the strain, before reaching out to heal both of my companions, stopping the effects of what radiation had slipped through my shielding before it had the chance to do anything. "Is it over?" Adam asked after a moment. "It blew itself up, right?" When I didn't answer, he kept his guard up, but looked around carefully at what had happened. "Damn," he swore quietly. "A blast like this could level a city. Did you know they could do something like this?" I hadn't. I've never heard of a Hydra do anything like this before. Was it something all of them were capable of, or just something this specific on had evolved? Or, more worrying, was this yet another case of enemy action? Either way, the explosion itself wasn't the worst part, or even the only thing I had learned. As I looked through the smoke, I realized absently that this was the first time that I'd seen a Grim evolve, that is, the tributaries of the river Styx. LV and Anta.